Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the new show. Hit the like button, subscribe if you are just hopping in. Put the link in the chat there. Um, Feel free to hit it and come on up if you want. Well, HB is a little detained, so I'm going to basically hang out with you all until he comes on board, and then I'm probably going to hop out shortly after he gets here because he's going to do a monologue anyway. So probably going to duck out and get some sleep. So I've been up all night. Geek Mike, 12th man, welcome. I think Virgo's going to be here soon, and so will Lead. So this is October the 4th, 2024. Hit the like button if you haven't. I'm not sure that I did. Yes, I did. Basically, I don't have anything. Oh, is it? Damn it. How did I do that? Well, tell you what, we will do this. Hey, Lead.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a little staticky.
How about now?
Better.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna basically hang out till HB unsticks himself
Okay.
because I'm kind of bushed.
Yeah, I know. It's a late night graveyard shift.
Well, that's all right. It's I've got a book to read, and I actually just ate. Believe it or not, I didn't eat dinner, so I pulled that out a few minutes ago. Uh, Leftover chicken stew and couscous. I will not be eating that again tonight. I have to make something different. Cooking for one is tough.
It sounds like it. Sounds like it.
Yeah, I'll put it in a container and maybe eat it night after next. I have no idea what I'm going to eat tonight. I've got tuna. I might just make like tuna salad. Just have a tuna sandwich for dinner. As a matter of fact, now that I'm thinking about it, let's see if Georgia Tech even has a game this weekend. I think they do, a home game.
In a lot of ways, the South is just like another world.
What's that?
Because you,
Empty nesthood.
the reason why I say because you said about the Georgia Tech game, and like I know, like for like high school and college, there's
You
like
know,
big
it's really
pageantry and
weird.
bands and stuff.
My son never bothered with football that much, and all of a sudden he's watching games and all into it. So um, it's I tell you what, it's an awesome campus. I wish I'd gone there. And apparently there are some good-looking girls there. I didn't see any in his dorm.
You ready to be grandfather? You look forward to it?
Oh no. Oh well, I mean, I don't care one way or the other. I hope he waits till he gets out of college to do it.
Right, right. I mean, in a good situation, you know.
Well, in a way though, if he waits as late as I did, I'll never meet my grandkids, or possibly not, because I was 41 when he was born. So he's
Wow.
18. If he
Yeah.
if he if he waits 20 years, that'll put me at 80.
Right. Wow. That's nowadays at that age. That's when everyone's finishing up. Yeah.
I don't
Not
know.
everyone, but a lot of people.
I wish I had done it earlier, but I just hadn't met the right person. And I'd actually, to be honest, I was actually dating someone when I met my wife, and it was weird. I had met her at Easter dinner, and I had heard she was dating someone. So my neighbor, my future brother-in-law, was getting married, and so I think the second time I met her was at his wedding, and it was funny because I was dating a black woman from Miami, and she was okay. I don't know that we would have got married or anything, but I had met. I wanted her to meet because she knew my neighbor, my future brother-in-law. They knew each other, and so when I introduced her to my future wife, it was like, hey, because I really liked her. I was like, hey, I want you to meet this great, this is Skip's sister, all that stuff. So this girl made a fatal mistake. It was July, and it gets cold up on the mountain sometimes. It's like a freak of nature thing. It gets about the middle of July, it'll get cool. Like when I say cool, I mean like maybe down into the 60s at night, low 70s during the day. But it feels chilly, when it was 90 a few days before. So I built a fire and all this stuff because this woman's from Miami. She's not used to, even 60 or 70-degree weather that in July. So they had an after party after the wedding. And I'm like, hey, I'm going to the after party. You want to come along? And she's like, no, it's too cold. I'm going to stay here in front of the fire. So I walked down to the after party. It was maybe a 5-10 minute walk. It was just right up the road. So I get there, I run into my future wife, and it was like nobody else existed at the party. We literally sat there and talked, or stood there and talked for like 2 hours straight. It was like I don't even remember talking to anybody else at the after party. So Miami lost out. Had she come with me, it's possible I never would have gotten with this woman. So
It's funny how life works out.
yeah,
Like
and
that's. I mean, I don't
literally,
think a movie director could have wrote a better script to that one.
no,
You
it
know,
was love at second sight. I knew there was something the first time I saw her, but I didn't get to talk to her. But a second time, it was a done deal. It was just done. Um,
yeah,
I From that point forward, we were a couple. We were just a couple. Didn't even ask it. We just were. So it's pretty cool. And it was magic for me. And magic rarely happens in life. And I pray everybody gets to experience that. Especially my son. It was like that. I knew when I met her, no one else will do. So very
that's
rarely in my
amazing.
life have I been
Yeah,
that definite.
I think some people are just it's kind of weird because I'm not a very like religious person, or I'm not
Hmm.
into like celestial hotepism and stuff like that. You know what I mean? To be honest, but at the
Right.
same time, it's almost I do feel maybe this is a contradiction that people are destined to cross paths, and I don't know how to explain it. I just feel that way. Like it was just in the cards. You
Well,
know,
I'm kind of the same way. I'm not, I was raised Catholic, but I'm not particularly religious, but it it was stunning. It was like it was so natural. It was just like, behold, we are a couple.
and then your son is here. So it was
Yep.
like It was meant, you know. So I don't know. That's just how I look at it, you know.
It is a beautiful way to look at it. I would concur. It was meant to be. And
Also, that
now, when I got married, it actually was like my wife told me my lip was quivering.
when you was getting
You
married,
know, after 40 years, it's kind of tough to throw. I was thinking right when the vows were being read, it was just a justice of the peace wedding. But I remember it was a female black justice of the peace. She's reading the vows, and it was like my single life was passing before my eyes. It's like I will never be single again. I was it was like I was grieving my bachelorhood. And my wife thought it was, I don't know that she thought it was hilarious. She was just like, what is up with you? And I never told her, what was going through my head. I was just like, yeah, I was a little nervous. And
you know,
the first thing I think is, what a pussy. It's just a wedding.
no, I mean, you're a human being, man. You know, you're a human being. It's not like you go through a wedding every day. You know what I mean? That's not,
Exactly.
so yeah.
I just wish I could have been a little more manly for my wife. But no, it
She
all
loved
worked
you.
out.
She loved you. That's what
Yeah,
matters. You know, it's
yeah,
not about perfection. It's about what's good and perfect for us. And
exactly. So, like I said, it all worked out. It didn't work out, to the bitter end, but my father-in-law was just here, not last weekend, but the weekend before. So, you know, um, even after my wife is gone, I still keep up with her side of the family, and they love their grandson.
starting late, there could be a thing for starting late as well. It could be said that you're more mature, uh, you're
Oh,
more,
absolutely.
and I'm just speaking in general, like you're more mature. Hopefully, you're more financially stable.
Yep.
When it comes to raising a child, you have more wisdom and more to pass on to, I would assume, again, generally speaking, from a man in us being a father, a man in his 40s, as opposed to a man like in his 20s, or 20, 21, which is still, kind of like a child up until like 25. So, it's something to be said, for waiting to a middle age, you know.
Right.
Uh, I have a friend like that. I think him and his wife, they were just trying, and but then it finally happened. They were well into their mid 40s, so they have
Oh,
the one
wow.
daughter. Yeah, yeah. So, and I'm glad because I'm happy because I know that this is my childhood friend. Him and his wife were trying for a very long time, and they finally got it. I think she lost one. So
Oh, wow.
yeah, yeah. So, and I'm looking at him, and I'm like, that young lady is gonna have like the best parents. They're mature. So yeah, I think it's something to be said for that as well. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I think it's a good thing as far as like going back to what you're saying earlier, as far as parenting, the quality of the child, the output of the child is better quality parents.
Well, I can tell you right now, I know in my 20s, I don't know that I would have made that great a parent. So he did luck out. There really wasn't any financial. As a matter of fact, my wife, was a stay-at-home mom. We weren't, we weren't buying, Mercedes or anything like that anytime soon. But as a matter of fact, he never. I actually regretted it back in the day. He To this day He has never been babysat by a stranger, never went to daycare. We were lucky enough that there was always either me, my wife, or a family member,
That's
even
excellent.
to this day. Now, the
That's
bad side
excellent.
was, I think going to daycare exposes you to germs.
So he got sick.
He that first couple years of, kindergarten, first grade, and maybe into second grade, he had a lot of colds.
Yeah, when they go into like being around other kids, that's when they'll get like ear infections and things like that because
Hmm.
those kids almost they're probably used to being around other kids and so they all have all their germs and everything already. But when you have a kid that's isolated and put him in there, it's bound to happen. Um,
Right.
so yeah, but again, I think that's excellent. That's excellent that he had his mom that was his primary care provider, that
Yep.
that he wasn't dropped off. And it's okay, but in my opinion, I just feel that there's nothing that beats that. You know, nothing beats
I,
that.
and you know what? It kind of showed. Now I didn't know it at the time, but his mother put a shitload of work. I mean, he was reading like in first grade. He was reading on like a seventh or eighth grade level. It was, it was kind of freaky. So he had a really good start. I just that's why I think sometimes I'm not the best person to talk about things like inner city crime and stuff. I have ideas, but I think sometimes you actually have to have experience to solve a problem. And
Yeah, you you know why I we broached the topic earlier. You know why I said that you have to be tough on crime, and then he was like, "Can they be any tougher?" Even though I feel like they were lax, like on the broken windows type of crime. The reason why I say that is because when a person decides they make a decision to commit a crime,
right,
that affects other people. They've made a choice. See, what I've noticed, Stanley, is that when the little girl gets shot and killed, when
mhm,
the old lady gets shot and killed, they talk about it, and then everyone goes on about this. No one cares, and then the killer is still alive. Everyone's talking about him. He goes to prison, whatever. I just don't think it's right. I don't think it's fair. So I don't think uh I don't think I can't speak for every place, Stanley. I can only speak for New York City. I don't think they're tough on crime. They're not tough on crime, and then the schools are bad.
right,
So you have a consistent cycle. And this is why I said that two-prong approach. If someone is really interested in fixing the problem, then they have to do those things because there has to be a deterrent. And if you committing crimes is antisocial behavior, so if you decide to do that, then you need to be removed from society. And I think if a person is too liberal to understand that, then something is wrong with them because this is something that affects everyone. I don't ever think with human beings we'll ever get to the point to where it's just zero crime. I don't know if that's imaginable. I don't even know if there was ever a time during any age of history that ever happened. But I do think that in the modern era and in a so-called civilized society, that we can get the crime down low if we fix certain things. And
right,
I think the school is one of them. And like I said, not just math, art, and history, but also a life studies class,
right,
right? That's something that people might say, "Oh, that's up to the parent," but listen, we're dealing with future citizens, future adults. It's also up to the state, in my opinion. So that should also be provided inside the public school. We teach like a life studies. the taking, and it'll be a broad thing, a broad subject. Like you can include like something like sex ed into life studies, right? And it
Right.
could branch off to like things like home economics and things like that. You can incorporate all those things, but it's you're teaching and preparing the the children for adulthood outside of academia, outside of just math and reading and history. I think that also should be taught, and it shouldn't be assumed that it's just the parents. And in an intelligent society, we know that there's all kind of variables. You know, single parenting, drug addiction, etc., etc.,
Right.
etc. So, a life studies class. I'm sorry to be long-winded
No,
because
no, no. Go ahead.
I was going to say a life study class would help to fill that void.
What do you think of homeschooling?
I think it's good depending on the individual. I don't think it's for everyone. I don't think everyone has the patience, the temperament to homeschool.
Uh-huh. I
And I
know
don't
I
think yeah, and I don't think oh, and I don't think it's good also if the child is going to just be stuck in front of a computer all day like they did during the pandemic. I don't think that's the best way. So I'm for it if it works, right? I'm not against it. I just think it depends. If it's going to be, if the parents have the temperament for it and they could do it, I would say do it. If not, then I would say, because also there's something to be said about having the school experience. I don't know, maybe because I had it somewhat. Um, you know, as far as like going to the prom, like, going to gym, school trip, et cetera, et cetera, interacting with kids, friends, that type of thing. I think is also something to be said for that. So all in all, I guess you could say to answer your question that I'm just for the option to have homeschool.
right.
If I don't think it should just be one size fit all with kids because that's just not how it is. Some kids might do better isolated, at home. You know,
I do actually kind of wonder though, um, whether an only child um, should be homeschooled. I could see, kids need company, whether whether we like it or not. I wonder if us, someone who has one child, no siblings. Um, I would be less inclined to do it for an only child. More inclined if they're siblings.
yeah, I think they have like the homeschool like little communities where they get
Yeah,
together
I've
and
heard
take
of
the
that.
kids, yeah, on trips and stuff like that. I agree with you. There's one kid definitely you need the social interaction that helps with their character, you know.
Right.
So yeah, I definitely. So I just think if it works, I think at the end of the day, even if the child goes to school, there's going to be a bit of homeschooling in there, right? You know, I would imagine with a father like you, you're going to impart um, the things that you have read. I'm sure you had conversations with your son about history and things like that. So that's, in my opinion, could be considered a type of homeschooling. Because there's extra that they're learning outside of the regular school. It's an active engagement, is what I mean. Not just like a conversation here and there, like an active engagement. Might tell your son to read this book or something like that.
Yeah, I was thinking about Chris asked me, Chris Reed asked me what I think about schools. You know what? I think where we are now is good. I'm not sure I'm for vouchers that much. Private school, public school. or homeschool. Those are basically your three options. And if we have public schools that are failing, we need to fix them. One of the flaws with public schools is, they're paid with property taxes. So the quality of your school often depends on, whether the school is in a district that is either affluent or not. I think we need to improve public schools. I really don't know why school vouchers are or should be a thing. If you want to go to a private school, test into it. I'm a little bit of a hard ass when it comes to academics. I think that we spend too much time pussyfooting around this education stuff, and we need to be a little bit more, as a society, we need to be a little bit more Asian about it.
What do you mean Asian about it?
Asians take their education seriously. Who was it? I was talking to someone on a panel yesterday, and he's like, he lives in Korea, South Korea. What's his name? NPC. Can't remember his whole name, but he lives in South Korea. And he says that, those kids are like, math, it's math, and more math. They're very serious about it. Now, the consequences, the suicide rate is a little higher than, we would like. But, they take their math, especially their math, seriously. If you've ever read Amy Chua, Battle Hymn of the Tiger Mom, I think she was a holy terror to her kids. But, one's a lawyer, and I think one was a pianist or something like that. She was just like, she was downright brutal when those kids, when it came to studying and performing in school. They had extracurricular activities like piano and violin. She was a little bit of a terror. As a matter of fact, Amy Chua taught J.D. Vance in law school.
I'm not familiar with these people.
Well, J.D. Vance is Trump's vice presidential.
Oh, yes.
And he went to Yale Law School. He went to Yale Law. Amy Chua has been teaching there, and actually, that story of her teaching there is a little bit of an interest. But anyway, she taught J.D. Vance. She happens to be a relatively famous law professor who wrote Battle Hymn of the Tiger Mom, which was a bestseller. Other interesting thing, J.D. Vance and what's his name? Vivek Ramaswamy, they were classmates at Yale.
Okay, that's interesting. Was that a fiction or nonfiction book?
It was nonfiction. It was more, I guess you could say it's a memoir of how, basically the theme was, how Asians raised successful kids.
Okay, gotcha.
And it was
a memoir slash self-help, kind of like basically this is how we do it. So maybe this is how you could do it.
It's kind of like this is how I did it. And, Asians tend to be a little bit gung-ho when it comes to education. Y'all, basically y'all need to be as gung-ho. This is why Asians are getting ahead, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I got you. I think it's like a cultural thing. Like you have to.
It is a cultural thing, but you remember, you might be too young to remember. I would say maybe this was back in the mid 90s or so, when they started, I'm a tiger mom, these, it was kind of like a little mini movement there for a year or two where, everyone was tightening their belts and making their kids do, perform academically. that sort of thing.
I don't remember. I was a teenager during that time, so I don't remember that term.
Yeah, you
Vivid.
you were probably pretty young.
So it was a thing then, but I guess it fizzled out.
It was a what?
I was saying you were saying that it was a thing at that time, like the Tiger
It
Mom
was
thing.
it was kind of like a cultural phenomenon.
So it fizzled out. It fizzled out. It fizzled out at
Yeah,
that time.
I think it might still be around somewhere around, in the ether, but everybody was talking about it. The book was a bestseller, that sort of thing. And everybody's, she was on all the interview shows and stuff like that. Now, consequently, she has been in trouble occasionally. She and her husband teach law at Yale. She actually was pretty good when she was young. She's a little bit older than I am, so she's 62, and she's still at Yale. I didn't, you know what? I didn't know she was actually really cute. I thought she had two daughters. There's only one daughter listed, but I will drop the link for the book. She's written several books, but
So she's a professor out of Yale.
yeah, law professor. It was published in 2011. I said mid 90s, but it was 2011. So my son would have been 4 or 5. Seems like it came out before then. Copy link. I'll drop this. Let's see, what time is it?
It's like 20 minutes to 5.
This is really weird. It's already getting light out there. And then this is Battle Hymn. Battle Hymn of the Tiger Mom. Oh, wow. Guess I won't be dropping this link. It's really long. Oh, phooey. Damn it. Let's see, can I find a shorter link? Let's see here. Maybe I'll just drop the Wikipedia link.
Is there an Amazon link for a book?
There is. I'll put it in the back. I'll drop this into the chat. What's your take on teachers without kids teaching kids? I don't have a problem with teachers without kids teaching kids. My son's second grade teacher was fresh out of college, unmarried. And so I can see, women or men for that matter, right out of college teaching. Got to start somewhere. And um, to I don't see whether I don't see teaching being any better or worse whether you have your own kids or not. You know, teaching is kind of a discrete skill, at least in my opinion.
I agree. You definitely have to have the heart for it and the temperament for it. It's not for
Yeah.
everybody. And I think there's people, unfortunately, that are doing it for like a job and not have the heart for it, you know?
I honestly can't imagine just doing teaching, for a paycheck. Um, and the main reason I say this is, teachers actually wind up spending a lot of money on school supplies and stuff. They wind up spending out of pocket a lot of times. My mother's was a retired teacher. My sister is a retired teacher, and both of them were actually really good at their job.
Just to answer your question, read in the chat. I don't necessarily have a issue with it. I do think that a teacher that has kids would understand what it is to have a kid as far as like parenting and everything to do with that. But I don't necessarily have an issue with a teacher that doesn't have any kid teaching kids. My issue is having someone that cares for children and has a love for teaching. I think that would be the best thing, regardless of them being a parent or not.
Uh, you know what, Chris? That is an interesting point. Um, when my every year, because I know my son, he has a good sense of humor, and he can be a class clown if you don't rein him in. Now, I know his first grade teacher loved my son because she once said to me, you can tell him a joke and he actually gets the joke. Like he can riff off the joke. Even in first grade, he could riff off of it. Um, she appreciated his sense of humor, but you could look at his first grade teacher and tell you just didn't fuck with her. Whether you're a kid or a parent, she was very pleasant looking, but you could just tell she was no nonsense. Now, his second grade teacher was fresh out of college, and man, she thought he was the cutest thing. In the first half of the year, she kind of let him get away with, being a little bit of a class clown because she thought it was cute and he's smart and all this stuff. I tell you what, the second half of the year, she finally got tired of my son's bullshit. And it was like practically every day. It was like, damn, I'm getting notes and, just I'm pulling my hair out. Well, it turns out, because I had more school meetings my son's second grade year than I have any other year before or since. Um, but because we were doing, like, I pulled in his first grade teacher, the vice principal, and this teacher. I'm like, Mrs. Jones was his first grade teacher. Like, what on earth are you doing that his second grade there couldn't be that big a change year over year from first to second grade. Well, his third grade year, he had a young male teacher, no discipline problems whatsoever. And it turns out that they wound up sending that second grade teacher to like a summer workshop because she was just inexperienced and just, she needed some help with classroom presence. And I could tell when I saw her, I ran into her every now and again. My son's third grade year, she was a changed woman. She was not changed young woman. She was wearing these little mini dresses like you might wear in college. I don't want to say she was unprofessional dressing, but she wasn't as serious as I would like a teacher to be dressed. It was more like she was going out, on a date, you know, than teaching kids. So anyway, I'm off on a tangent. I guess I'm tired, but you actually have to like teaching to be a good teacher. You can't just, you can't wing it. You can't phone it in. You actually have to like it.
Yeah, because if the what if you're a bad parent? So just solely having the kids and saying that being a thing as far as being able to teach or like some type of prerequisite, I wouldn't that's the not everyone that has kids are good people or even like kids, unfortunately. So, but they have kids. So,
Well, the inexperienced teacher actually, in my opinion, actually kind of hurts the good parents. Because, I was commuting to work. My wife had just died. And, here I am trying to get used to being a single parent. And every day after my commute back from Fairfax, Virginia, I got to swing by the school or hear about, what's going on. But I also meant to mention the one thing I've done every year is I tell all his teachers and the principal, if I can get a hold of the principal, um, two things. If there's an issue, I need to know immediately so I can address it. Do not let anything fester. And number two, the teacher's always right until I figure out they're wrong. I'm never going to take my child's side if there's an issue with the teacher until I figure out, well, gee, it's not my kid, it's the teacher. So I don't even go in like my son is so good. It's like I'm assuming he's bad. I'm assuming he is the issue until otherwise proven. And believe it or not, teachers appreciated it.
yeah, I understand that. I understand that.
And not only that, but I knew him well enough. If he gets a C, like on a report card, I know he's fucking up. Every single time he's pulled a C, I knew he was being a class clown. I would just call the teacher and go, "Hey, what's up?" And I had a teacher his eighth grade year. I think it was his seventh grade year. Who, when I finally got a hold of him, he's like, "You know what? Your son would be doing a lot better if he would stop auditioning for Saturday Night Live." And I was so embarrassed. I'm like, what has this kid done to this poor teacher? It's like that teacher was just fucking done with him.
I think sometimes kids are just gonna be kids. I think it's some a little I guess for lack of better words, mischievousness is to be expected. Uh,
Well, I tell you right now, my son, I suspect I can't prove it, but I suspect my son detects weakness and he will exploit it. I just have a feeling that you know what, can't show weakness with this child. He he will he will let you know that you're weak.
yeah, kids pick up on those things. I think sometimes as adults we don't give uh,
Kids enough
children
crap.
enough effort. Yeah,
Yep. Well, I
not to
hate to compare them to pets, but yep, a dog will know if you're afraid of it.
absolutely, absolutely. And there's a saying they say that more so like little children. They say that
Yep.
they tell the truth. They say children. I don't know if it's saying it's like children tell no lies. Like they're in other words, they're more blunt. Uh,
Yep.
you know, I'll give you an example. I remember when I was young, my mother took me to work with her. She used to work. She used to do like clerical work in the hospital. So she took me to work with her, and like it was like a cubicle area with all her friends. She's introduced me to her friends or whatever. I had to been like in either kindergarten or the first grade.
Uh,
And she's introduced me to her friends, and she's like, "Hey, hi, hi." So she introduced me to this lady, and I was like, "Oh, you're beautiful." And then the lady was like, "Oh, thank you." And I was like, "But where's your breasts?" And my mother was like, "Oh no, don't say that." Oh, and she was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And then the lady, she didn't take offense. I remember this. She was like, "No, it's okay." Da 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 da. The lady she was like flat chested. She probably had like an A cup or whatever. She was just flat chested. Don't ask me why I said that, but that's what I mean when I say kids tell the truth. They're like more, as adults, we more than like we're not going to blur something, such an observation out. You know what I mean? Keep that to ourselves, But the kids pay attention. They're intuitive.
I can tell you to this day the most embarrassing moment I've ever had with my son. And I don't know where my wife was. Maybe she'd gone to the grocery store or something. So my father-in-law and a friend of his were visiting. And this woman, she was an older woman, and I hate to say this, but oh, this woman was not pleasant to look at. So I so she wanted to hold my son, and I hand him over. He literally took one look at her and broke down crying. And I'm like, oh my God. it's
Wow.
like it's like this woman is so ugly she made the baby cry. I was so embarrassed. So, I take him back and he calms down, but I have to this day have never, like, the woman was so ugly. I handed her the baby and the baby broke down crying.
How was her facial expression? Could she tell that's why he was crying?
Oh, I know it was. You know, I mean, she kind of looked like a cartoon witch. And my son was not a crier. You could hand him to somebody and he wouldn't cry. As a matter of fact, my son was so stoic as a kid. When he started crying, you knew something was wrong, like he was sick or something. One of the few times I can remember like being all night up all night with him because he was inconsolable. He just could not fall asleep. So my wife and I were just up all night. So I'm sitting in the recliner out in the den, and finally he kind of falls asleep. But I'd already told my wife, you know what? We need to go to the emergency room in the morning. I don't know what's up with him. We'll try and get a couple hours sleep, then head on in. Well, it turns out he had a double ear infection. So something actually was wrong. Um, Otherwise, I mean, he actually slept through the night fairly soon. He was really kind of a dream child. Too bad. We thought about having another one, but we were both over 40, and I just didn't want to push our luck. Um, anyway, sitting here kind of bullshitting. I'm tired and waiting for HB, and just thinking back over the years.
Did he have did he have like cousins and stuff in his age that he could play with?
He did, my sister's kids, but we were up in Virginia and they're down were down here in Georgia. So, we would see them in the summer times. My parents would usually like rent a cabin somewhere. Like we went to Asheville, Outer Banks was another one, Gatlinburg, Tennessee. We usually do like something in the summer, but otherwise, he really didn't have because my brother-in-law doesn't have kids, so it was in, and we kind of lived up on the mountain, kind of remote. There were no other kids on the road, so he actually was a little bit of a lonely kid. School was about the only. Now we did have actually he did have a best friend from school. Um, so I take that back. If we went down the road and hung a right in half another road, but when he was really small, um, I didn't. I wouldn't let him like walk down there because, believe this or not, we actually had like foxes running around on the road. Foxes, I'm not worried about, but um, 2 or 3 days in a row, we had a fucking bear and her cubs just kind of walk up the road and cut through my yard. So, I wasn't
Wow.
about to let a little, 5-year-old walk that road.
Right.
I'd lived up on that mountain for like 5 years, and I was like, everybody's talking about bears. I'm like, what bear? I've never seen any damn bears up here. And then one day, it was shortly after we had just gotten our dog, and she was out on the porch, and somebody called me and said, "Oh, hey, there's a bear coming up the road." So I go out, I can see the bear coming up, and this dog was new. And I knew if I didn't grab that dog and get her inside, she was going to go after that bear. And the bear had 2 cubs ambling along after it. And that dog wasn't going to survive that fight.
I think that's amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about that, but I think it's amazing. Just the visual that I'm trying to get, you know.
Oh yeah, it was a time. And it wasn't just one day. That damn bear just decided, hey, I'm going to come strolling up, take the same route, 3 days in a row. And then after that, I started seeing bears everywhere, mostly out on the roads, cubs and stuff like that. But it was a trip living up in the mountains. I fucking loved it. Growing up in Savannah, you don't get that mountain sort of deal. And we get quite a bit of snow up there during the winter. And learning how to live, it's a totally different lifestyle living out, kind of remote and up in the mountains at an elevation. Things are just different. The way you grocery shop. I come in from work on a Friday night and I want to make one trip in. I will go to the grocery store on the way home from work. One trip in. I do not want to have to leave this house, especially if there's snow on the ground all weekend. So, it was a good experience. I really loved it.
So Savannah is more like low ground, like
Oh yeah, it's
low.
right on the coast. It's
Okay.
Savannah, Georgia. Yeah, it's right on the coast. It's beach.
So it's like a beach town.
Yeah. And there's marshes, and we got a couple saltwater uh couple tidal rivers.
So how's the winter months there? Do you get like snowfall?
Yeah, it could be brutal, especially if you're not used to it. It took me a couple years. It used to be if I knew it was snow, I'd be stressed out, and then finally you just get used to it. And
No. I'm talking about Savannah. Do you get
oh no, oh
snowfall?
shoot, I can only remember maybe twice in the time, and I grew up there. One time there was enough snow to build a small snowman. And the second time it snowed, it was just weird because I was at Navy OCS up in Rhode Island, and I was gonna fly home for Christmas. So it had snowed on the East Coast, but I never even thought snow in Savannah. When does it ever snow in Savannah? So I go to the airport in Providence, Rhode Island, and hey, I need a ticket for Savannah, Georgia. And they're like, oh, well, Savannah snowed out. And I looked at the lady, I'm like, what? Snowed out of Savannah, Georgia? So we made it as far as Raleigh. And it was like 2 days, and I wound up staying in Raleigh 2 days because the snow would melt around midday, and then round about 4 o'clock it would wind up freezing over again, the runways. So finally they just put us on an Amtrak, and I went from Raleigh to Savannah. And it was kind of like a Hallmark moment. It's sunny, it's early, Christmas Day. I'm in a Navy uniform, and my parents are, and my sister and brother are picking me up at the train station. It was like almost like a Hallmark Christmas card sort of deal.
So that yeah, because that's if you're saying you can only remember 2 times, then
Yeah, and I'm 59. I can only remember it snowing there twice. Once, like I think it was I don't think I was even in high school. Think it was in the 70s. I know it had, it probably flurries or something. Snow will never accumulate. And the 2 times it actually did accumulate, I was probably, let's just say I was 8. And the next time I was maybe 23. And then after that, I don't know if it's ever snowed.
so it's safe to say that your winters there are mild, like maybe what, like 50, 40s, 50s.
40s probably. Like in the day, it'll probably get 50s to even 60. It occasionally gets down to freezing, into January, February. It You could probably count on 2 hands the number of times you'll hit freezing, in a given winter.
Okay. So coming down to like we're in October now, you still, is it still like in the 80s or 70s or?
You know what? What is it going to get up to? After the hurricane, it got fairly cool. If it makes it up to 80 today, I'd be surprised. After that hurricane, it just cooled right off, relatively speaking. Let's see. Now I'm up in North Georgia. Well, northern,
Okay.
northwestern Georgia. Savannah, I don't know what it's going to be like. It'll probably get up into the 80s. Here, it's going to get up to 81. So,
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay.
and by the end of this month, it'll be in the 60s during the day.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad.
Nope.
Yeah, because right now up here is already in the 60s, and the low was like 58. Like, yeah. So the low, which is like the overnight, it was the 50s. So, and that's another. That's it.
Into the low 60s last night. Oh.
And that's another reason why, along with the crowding and everything like that, why I'm tired of. I put in enough winters. I'm over it, man. I'm over. Just literally just 2 months of nice weather. Because before we get it, like leading up to it, like spring, or what is considered spring here. It's unstable, so it's like up and down. And then as soon as like mid June comes in, it just automatically turns hot. And then by the
Right.
time you hit like September, is like it's back to the back and forth. Like it'll be like 75 and 80 sometimes, and then it'll drop. I'm talking about like a 30-degree drop.
Oh
You
wow.
know, yeah. The weather is very, very finicky. Very, they're like New Yorkers. We don't have 4 seasons. We have 12 seasons. You know what I mean? So the weather is just very funny here. So I'm over it. I'm ready to be somewhere where it's like, if not the same, but a consistent temperature all year round, and it's not no crazy winter. That's why I was looking at Florida, but Florida is becoming overcrowded. Since the pandemic, everyone from like New York and California moved down there, places there, Texas, North Carolina, these places. So I was kind of thinking like off the beaten path, even maybe like Alabama, like by the Gulf Coast down there, like just somewhere that is not crowded or a lot of people are not thinking about going to, you know, but definitely um, something opposite of living in a megatropolis, because that's what this is. People think they be like, "Oh, New York City, like it's some city." No, this is a megatropolis, right? Because the boroughs, each
Right.
borough operates as its own city. Like my borough alone has over 2 million people in it. You know what I mean? And we all pile up top of each other. You have areas that have private houses, but when you get into the urban areas, like there's no building that's not like the smallest building is like a 5-story building.
Right.
And you're talking about a building that has like 100 apartments in it, and that's like, you know, the fifth building on that one block, and then across the street also has buildings. You understand? So it's like, and then there's no telling how many you have 100 units, how many people are living in those units. So it's just a lot, man. I'm all over it. I guess you know, um, I just want the total opposite of this. You know what I mean? And it's
Right.
funny because as a kid, I was like, oh, I'm never gonna leave New York and this, that. Now I'm old. I'm like, sometimes I'll drive like 20 minutes north and just sit out like on the Hudson River, just peace and quiet, and
When
just
you
take
say
in.
20 miles north, what do you mean? Like
Oh, no,
White
oh,
Plains or somewhere?
um, I misspoke. I would say 20 minutes north, not 20 miles. I apologize for that. But 20 minutes north. So, Westchester County.
Oh, really?
Um, yeah, Westchester County. I like to go over to Dobbs Ferry
Yep.
or
Know right where
or
it is.
um, or
I had a
Hastings on
girlfriend
Hudson.
who lived in Scars in Hartsdale.
Hartsdale, Scarsdale, all those
Yep.
places are nice.
Yep.
That's where I go to get my food. I go
Yep.
food shopping up that area. What I mean, up Central Ave up there. So yeah, very nice places. Scarsdale is a little bit more, I guess, wealthy in Hartsdale.
Upscale.
But Hartsdale is just as nice though. But Scarsdale is like, you have more like rich people, rich homes.
Oh yeah,
But
there's a mansion up there. I can't remember what they call it, but this motherfucker was huge. I don't even know how many rooms it had, but it was big enough that two brothers had families, and they kind of divided it up into apartments. Um, like one brother had like half the house, and the other brother had the other half. But when I say mansion, I mean like um, practically a castle. It probably shit. This damn thing probably had like 100 rooms. It was
I believe you.
It was pretty big. And, they busted out walls and basically designed, an apartment. And then, the cousins and stuff like that, come home from wherever, every now and again. But, yeah, I loved, upstate New York is really awesome. Poughkeepsie, um, really awesome. But it's just too cold.
Yeah, yeah. The best time is spring, summer. It is too cold, man. I don't know how people do it. I'm over it, and it's actually colder than the city because when it's snowing up there, it won't be snowing down in the city. So, yeah, and you actually feel the cold air the higher you go up,
Yeah.
because that's in the mountains too. Like
Yeah.
that whole range, I think, goes all the way down to Georgia. No, I think what they call that, the is that the Appalachia?
Oh yeah, yeah. It goes all the way down to North Georgia. Yep, it's the Appalachians. And basically they've got two names. It's kind of weird because right where Maryland and Virginia intersect, it's West Virginia, Maryland, and Virginia intersect. Um, the Blue Ridge Mountains, or not the Blue Ridge, the Alleghenies or the Appalachians split into two ranges. One goes more into Philadelphia, not Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. That's the Alleghenies. And then there's a little branch that goes, it branches off to the actual Blue Ridge Mountains from Northern Virginia all the way down to, well, pretty much, pretty much all the way down to Georgia. And I'm trying to think because somewhere or another, the Shenandoah Valley, basically the Alleghenies on one side and the Blue Ridge on the other side form the Shenandoah Valley, and then somewhere towards Southern Virginia, where you go into North Carolina, the Shenandoah Valley more or less ends, and everything becomes kind of like one mountain range again. But it's kind of weird because Tennessee, the Alleghenies kind of turn into the Smoky Mountains round about Gatlinburg, and then the Blue Ridge into North Carolina goes down, um, and then kind of from North Carolina to South Carolina. Then there's a little bit over in Georgia, and actually, I think technically they go all the way into Alabama also. It's kind of weird. I have to look at a map to refresh my memory, but I don't know. Living in the mountains is cool, but again, it is a totally different lifestyle. And do not live in the mountains without a four-wheel drive, and even the four-wheel drive won't be enough every now and again.
Yeah, I'm I'm seeing now on the news. It seems like a lot of folks in the mountains, um, like West North Carolina and stuff like that, they got hit pretty hard. I assume that they're
Yep.
not used to getting a hurricane up that way, so I guess
No,
that could hit them
getting
hard.
like a hurricane hitting Asheville, that's rare. Usually, North Carolina gets it from the Atlantic Ocean from east to west. This came up from Florida north to south, so it was just like a curveball.
Right? Yeah, it went up the center there. Well, I hope they, you know, send some people out to help them, and you know, hopefully things get back to normal as soon as possible. I hope
Yeah,
so. I know you guys were talking about it earlier as far as like FEMA and everything like that.
Well, Florida naturally got hit the shit out of. Savannah, Charleston, and I guess Columbia, Charleston. Yeah, I guess Columbia. South Carolina got hit. South Carolina, North Carolina got the shit kicked out of them. And that's just like in the Raleigh area. Apparently, Asheville was just its own thing. You know, the pictures I've seen, it looks like, somebody bombed the place. Oh goodness, HB, where are you? He must really be having some trouble. You know what? I'm gonna log in on my phone.
Stanley, I'm gonna call it a night, man. It was good talking to
Yeah,
you.
I don't blame you. You too. Thanks for keeping me company.
No problem. Have a good one. Speak to you
You
another
too.
time. All right.
Yes, sir. All right, people. I'm running out of gas. All right. Well, if anybody wants to come up, come on up. Keep me company. Keep me awake until 8. Oh, no, HB can arrive. All right, Chris. Mr. Stanley, you choose the mountains. Damn it, why am I getting an echo? Test. Oh, I guess it was my laptop. Apparently, no. Where is this echo coming from? Yeah, he's still in the mud, Beak. I guess. 12th man, he got stuck in the mud somewhere. So I imagine he's trying to get himself out. Where is this echo? Test. Okay, good. Got rid of that echo. Got to be a hell of a job getting a big rig out of the mud. Yeah, I guess it must be. All right, well, let us pray I don't fall asleep. I am, let's see, good morning, 12th man. I'm glad you made it out of surgery. Oh. 12th man, did you have crooked fingers or something? Arthritis? I meant to ask you that. Oh, boy. Let's see here. A whole 8 people watching. Oh, don't worry about it, 12th man. If I fall asleep, I fall asleep. This is what I get for getting up here early. I don't even remember. I guess it was. I don't even remember what time I came on yesterday afternoon. Contractor. How'd you hurt it? Splitting wood? Oh, let's see. We got Chris, we got B, Eclectic. Eclectic, you should come up. I've never talked to you. Oh. What'd you do? 12th man, would you grip your splitting maul too hard? And I hope you got all your wood cut. You're not going to be able to do it with that hand, at least not anytime soon. Genetic issue. It just happens to some people. Interesting. All right, folks. Somebody needs to come up and keep me awake. Who's going to volunteer? Oh, man. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah, the woodshed's full. Thank goodness. I can only imagine what it's like trying to scramble to get wood with a hurt hand. Glad you got it already. Ugh. Oh, let's see here. I think it's just me and you here now. Yeah, I get. Where did everybody go? How could they abandon us? What's up, Mike? I think I heard him say they did give him painkillers. Oh, wow. Mike, HB's got some issues being stuck in the mud. So I guess he'll be here at some point. To the hell. So it made it easy to get it full this year. Oh, I used to abuse those hydrocodones, although they kind of bother my stomach. Yep, I can imagine they would. Used to order them offline. Hey, Virgo. Hey, Virgo.
Hey, road dog, you know I had to come keep you up.
Would you say you're coming to pick me up? I don't know that that's going to help. HB is stuck in the mud. I think you were here. You heard that. So
Yeah.
I don't know when he's going to get here, but I'm hanging on.
Hanging on a thin thread.
Well, it's getting thinner. You know, it's working right now, but never know.
It might snap at any moment.
No, I might fall asleep at any moment.
Yeah, that's what I meant by snap. It might nap by any moment.
Oh boy, yeah. Oh well. I know. Let's see, Mr. Stanley and Mrs. Virgo. What do you think about robots taking over the world? I don't mind. I just don't want robots having guns. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that.
I don't
I don't
either.
think.
Like, what? Well, hold up. He doesn't mind robots taking over as long. Well, if robots took over, they wouldn't need guns.
Oh, there is like a model robot that I just read about that can do a back flip and shoot a gun.
It could do what?
Do a backflip or some sort of backflip maneuver and fire a gun at the same time.
Like on TV?
I reckon.
Mm.
Guess we're going to stay at home and work from home. Yes. The beauty of the internet. Oh boy.
Who asked that question?
Which question? I
So what
guess
do
we're
we
going
think
to
about
stay at
her?
home and work from home.
No, the robots.
Uh,
It was Chris Reed.
yes. shut what down? Oh, order the month line. These bootleg pharmacies, let you fill out a questionnaire and get unlimited. I assume you mean unlimited pills.
Oh.
All right, let's see. I can't think of an interesting topic.
That's what happens when you talk about everything and anything. Sometimes you talk about bullshit and they find it very interesting.
Well, there's plenty of articles to read. I just didn't think any of them would, please the trucker.
Did you make dinner tonight, Stanley?
Well, I had leftovers. I had more chicken stew and couscous. So tonight or tomorrow, whichever this is, I'm going to make a golden band. Do you know what a golden band is for?
No, what is that? I probably know what it is, but probably don't know what you refer to it as. What is a golden band, Stanley?
Golden band? I assume it's a wedding band.
No, you asked me, do I know what a golden band is?
I did?
Or were you reading a question?
I might have been reading a question.
Oh, okay.
Taking...
Yeah, I don't care for couscous.
Oh, I love it. I don't like pearl couscous that much, but the regular couscous, yep, I could eat it almost every day.
Like I can do risotto. We're talking about short grain rices. I can do risotto. I think I might make some bourbon chicken tonight with white rice and broccoli. I got some chicken thighs thawing. I was thinking what to do with it. I was like, well, bourbon chicken. You like bourbon chicken? Stanley? Hello? Holy shit. We have lost Stanley.
What? No, I'm still here.
I thought you fell asleep.
Almost. I guess I better sit up.
I was asking you about bourbon chicken and you just went blank on me. I was like, well, maybe he doesn't like bourbon chicken.
Actually, I don't like sticky chicken that much. I tend to prefer it breaded and then tossed in the sauce.
Oh, okay. I don't bread my bourbon chicken. I just make a sauce and
right. And I tend not to like it that way. My son fried some wings the other day, but they didn't have batter. And then I guess after he fried them, he tossed them in this ginger
Oh, what was it? It was some sort of ginger garlic
Ginger
sort of.
garlic. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, it was okay, but I still prefer chicken kind of the old way.
Now I bread it when I make General Soul chicken.
Yeah, my son can actually do General Tso's chicken also, which I can take or leave.
Well, it is pretty easy. Asian sauces are the base is soy sauce, and then you build it up from there.
Right. I've kind of stopped even craving Chinese food, but the only Chinese food I would really want to eat would be to go to like a high end Chinese restaurant. Um,
And get some
you
Peking duck.
know what? I better not.
Peking duck is great. Now I've made duck before, but I've never made Peking duck. Duck is just so greasy. You have to know how to cook it, like in a way that it doesn't sit in its own grease.
Right.
So you got to put it in a roaster pan, but inside of the roaster pan, you got to put the duck on top of a rack. So all the
Right.
grease drips down. Yeah. And my mom, she refuses to listen. She's like, "Oh, I like duck, but it's so greasy now." And I told her how to make it, but she refuses to listen. What can I do? She refuses to put it on a rack and let the grease drip down. She just continues to say, "It's so greasy." Well, then you don't miss duck, because if you're not willing to learn how to make it the way you like it, I guess you don't like it that much. Shut up. Where is 12th? 12th man, won't you come up here and keep us company?
He said he wasn't. He's kind of tuckered out.
Oh, okay.
Man, I tell you what, I'm glad I hadn't been drinking because I there's no way I'd be able to last this long.
Well, I had a couple of Yinglings tonight, so I think that's why I'm up.
Yeah, it's Demon Brew. Yeah, let's see here.
You have any articles you want to read?
No, I'm on my phone.
Oh, okay.
I did go through, did one more pass through the New York Times. I don't know. This is kind of a slow news week.
Everybody's concerned about the election, so
I don't know why.
yeah, because they're afraid Kamala's gonna win.
Yeah, well, you know what? Too bad.
Now, all jokes aside, Stanley, do you really think she's going to win?
Yes. But I have no reason not to believe she's going to win.
Well, even if you're on her side or not on her side, you can give a fair assessment. It's
I think
opposite to what you feel.
I think currently it's actually too tough to call. However, Trump keeps tempting fate with this, eating dogs and cat stuff. The more more layers of the onion you pull, you find out that he had a sister, Ava did, etc.
Mhm.
So I unfortunately, and unfortunately for you, I don't have to obey your orders.
Well, I tell you what.
Okay, you do the little pushback if you want, but it's not
No,
going to
no, no.
make much of a
I'm not
difference.
pushing back at all. I'm about to agree with you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I tell you what. He almost lost me with the whole cats and dogs shit. That really did piss me off. No, it really did. It
I
really,
don't
really
know.
did.
I don't know where they're going with this, but considering one of the sources behind the Haitians, these guys feel no shame.
And we ain't in November yet. I still may swing. And I've always of course when I was younger and in college, I was a diehard liberal, as everybody is, most people. Um I became conservative around 2008. It was about when we were supposed to vote for Obama, and after when that election happened, I started looking more into conservatives. I'm like, wait a minute, this is me.
Hmm.
This is what I stand for. And I switched teams. Now I'm not with the back and forth, but I can tell you this much. If I feel that I'm not going to just blindly vote. So if I feel that a Democrat comes along and is a great candidate and could do something from this country, I don't give a damn whether I'm a conservative or not. I'm going to vote for them. Vice versa. If I feel that a Republican has good intentions for this country, even if I was still Democrat, I'm going to vote for them. So I never was like a diehard follower of a certain party, I should say.
Right.
But I did kind of lean left. At a certain point in my life, I did kind of lean left. And maybe I should have became an independent, to be honest with you.
Well, life is like a box of chocolates.
Mm-hmm. And it ain't the Godiva ones, because those are good. Or some Belgian chocolates.
I hesitate to drink coffee because I'll never get to sleep after that. It's almost like being on watch in the Navy, fighting to stay awake.
Mm. And my phone has still been acting up. It's not giving me a full charge. I've had it on charge for hours, and it's still not. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow I'll have to swing by the phone store and see what's going on. Maybe I need a new battery. I don't know. But I know tomorrow's going to be a very busy day. Well, I shouldn't even say tomorrow. Later on, today is going to be a very busy day. The parents are finally moving. into their apartment. So they didn't need dinner tonight, but I think tomorrow they may need, so I might make some spaghetti for them, or I could buy some more chicken thighs and make a extra bourbon chicken. Hello? That's it. That's it, everybody. We've lost Stanley. Who else is with me up here?
I'm still hanging in there.
See, every time I call your name, you wake up. And I didn't even have to say it 3 times.
Well, that's because I'm mostly awake.
Where's Angel? I think Angel was on here
Last night.
Last night? Yeah, maybe it was last night. Oh my God, I'm getting tired too.
Yeah, I'm running on fumes. How does a truck get stuck in the mud? I don't know how that happens.
I have to physically go into the office tomorrow, but I think I have a meeting at 9:30 again tomorrow morning. Well, this morning, I should say. Oh, Jesus, my back is so aching.
Let's see here.
I need a chiropractor.
Lights work. Huh.
I think going to the chiropractor is one of the best feelings in this world.
Don't you cause joint damage by getting them clipped
The key
by
is
that?
not to go often. So if you go once every couple of months and get like your back adjusted, it's fine. But when you start doing it like every week, that's a little excessive, and it's really not recommended. Now they'll take your money. They won't tell you it's not recommended, but it's really not recommended to do it often. But I think I am due for an adjustment because I haven't had one in probably over 6 months.
I figured I had a classic Italian tub for dinner. Oh, that's gonna be Heartburn City.
You had deer what?
Somebody was saying they have a lunch pack for them, and I said, "Welcome to Westport. Welcome to upstate New York."
Oh, okay.
National Salute Tour. What is that? Whew. Let's all pray for HB to be all right, so I can get off this phone.
Yeah, poor HB. I swear, the only thing that would make my husband perfect is if he knew how to crack my back. I would definitely never ever go away. Right now, it's up in the air. Like, I don't know. He got to have the back cracking skills. Ugh.
Boy. Boy, howdy. DJMFB, what do you know good? Anything interesting?
Mm.
So it'll be mutual assured destruction. Man, I'm struggling to sit awake. I don't feel like sitting up. What a dilemma. Oh, man.
Oh my God, I am so tempted to like fall asleep.
You're so what?
I'm so tempted to fall asleep. My husband is like
Oh, boy.
dead asleep.
Mm,
I tried
well,
sneaking into the room and giving him a hug, and he didn't even budge. So he's dead asleep. I don't blame him either. He's been
just know him by hand, by
on
rote.
the go.
Said know them because of they're pretty much at every gas station in New Jersey, at least along the 95.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't think so.
Now I'm gonna
Breaking
fall asleep.
news: Trump is the clear favorite in the 20 national poll per CNN.
That is bullshit. Sorry, 12th man, it's bullshit.
I 12th
He's
man. The polls are back and forth. Trump might be a clear favorite in this particular poll, but it might be one of the few polls.
These motherfuckers love Kamala.
You mean Trump?
No, I'm saying that the whole Trump is the favorite is bullshit. I'm like, these motherfuckers love Kamala.
Well, she is the younger and better looking candidate. Trump is almost 20 years older than she is.
Yeah, isn't he about to be 80 soon?
I think he's 78, so I guess 79 soon. I want to say it's next April.
Yeah, no big difference, but yeah.
Man, I don't have any snack food or anything like that. That sucks. I have tortilla.
I got some cashews over here. You like cashews?
Yep. But
Uh,
apparently, I think the only snack food I have in the house are tortilla chips. Guess I could
those are
make some
not bad if you
salsa.
got some salsa.
Well, I'll make it. Usually, I just make pico de gallo.
You have everything you need to make it right now in the house.
Yep.
Oh well, you're good to go then.
Yeah, I tend to, especially spices. I've probably God only knows how many of each I have, but I don't eat breakfast like I certainly don't eat pancakes for breakfast. So we might have a light disco. I don't know.
You know when I do like pancakes? I like it when we decide to do breakfast for dinner.
Yeah.
I absolutely love them around that time. Or if I do want pancakes for breakfast, I make the batter really, really thin and it's more like a crepe.
What about why's he asking what about the Haitians biting the heads off of geese? Hmm.
You know what? Jesus Christ. Go to hell, whoever asked that. I don't even know who asked it.
Well,
Go to hell.
DJ MFB, we need to make sure he gets where you want to send him.
Is DJ MF wait, is DJ MFB black or white?
White as far as I know.
Oh. Well, how about the roadkill you guys eat off the road? You know, some dead possums,
Don't think I'm one of them.
dead raccoons, dead squirrels. You know, shit. I'd rather eat a goose before I ate a squirrel or a fucking possum.
Uh-huh.
And you people's the one that made a geese a delicacy. It wasn't
Well,
us.
goose is a delicacy.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it a
White
delicacy?
folks made it a delicacy.
Yeah, well, white folks did a good job.
I've never had it, so I don't know how it tastes. I can't talk about it if I never had it, but
Pretty good if
yeah.
it's done right. You drain the oil away. It's not overly oily.
Oh, so it's like duck?
What is a duck?
No,
Or
so
are you?
it's kind of greasy like duck meat.
I don't think duck meat's that greasy.
It is. Duck meat can get oily if you let it stew in its own juices or fat. You have to put it on a rack. You have to elevate it and let everything drip down, you know. I remember the first time I made duck for the kids and they started crying and I'm like, "What happened? What's going on here?" You know, like why are these kids crying? Like what the hell just happened here? And then one of my twins looked at me and said, "Mommy, you cooked Daffy." And I said, "Holy shit. I don't care if I cook Daffy, eat that shit."
We get roadkill moose all the time here in Alaska. Yeah, well, Call of the Wild.
How many white men does it take to eat 6 pieces of roadkill no matter what it is on the road?
No idea.
Don't you know what? You know what, DJ MFB? Don't F with me.
How many Haitians does it take to eat 6 full geese?
Because you could come up here and keep people entertained, all right? I don't have to listen to your crap.
Oh, goodness.
And he keeps going. He keeps going. How many cousins did you have to screw before you had a kid? How about that? Or did it end up being your mom? Bitch.
Hmm.
Oh, come on, HB.
No, Stanley.
Mhm.
This is the first time usually we find something to talk about, you know.
Yeah, well,
I guess we're both just truly tired.
yeah.
I've had a hard week. I'm sure obviously from you falling asleep and stuff and being sleepy.
Well,
You've had a hard week
I think
too.
I've been on panel off and on since seems like it was like dinner time yesterday.
Okay.
But I'll get enough sleep. I'll be as good as new. I was well rested night before last, but I let that well rested state drip away.
Yeah, I've been running on fumes all week, so forgive me if I'm not my lively, bubbly self. I'm a little bit irritated. I'm a little bit annoyed. I'm a little bit tired. I'm a little bit just fed up with everything that's going on. Bullshit.
Oh boy.
Can you move the fuck over? Try to get on the bed.
Is that any way to talk to your husband?
Mind your business, Stanley.
Well, I can hear you.
Sorry, I meant to put it on mute. He knows I'm playing.
Does he?
He does. Give me a kiss, baby. See, he knows I'm playing. I don't mean it. I'm just trying to get on the bed and lay down. My back hurts. So now I guess I gotta be quiet. Jesus Christ. Go back to sleep, then. Stop.
Let's see here. Mike is really obsessing over these Haitians and geese.
Is he still going on about the... Oh, Jesus Christ.
I think so. I'd say 12.
Oh, no,
1.5.
that's not... That's Beak. Whoever Beak is. I think it's short for Becky because he likes to beck. He likes to beck, not geese, cocks. You know, male chickens.
Hate to tell him that's not how you spell Becky.
Hey, don't correct me when I'm on a roll.
Is it me or is it Chris? Its writing quality gone down in the last 12 months. So like Beak, is that supposed to be short for Beck, like Becky? Or is it actually Beak?
I don't know. Maybe it's supposed to be short for gay. Who knows? Why are you gay?
on. I'd say 12, half goose per person, obsessed with that breath. Damn. Ugh.
Did they give you that nickname because you like to beck hawks?
No, it's Beak, a nickname my friends gave me. Beak. Do you have a big nose?
He likes to beak cocks. Male chickens, of course.
That is Beak, a nickname. I'm struggling.
Me too. My husband is hot. So it's like I'm getting like the body heat from him. I don't know why he's so hot. It's not even that. We don't even have the heater on or anything. He gets hot pretty easily. And I gotta keep my voice to a minimal because he gives me the side eye if I wake him up. Mm.
Well, the elections are only 1 month away. I'll be glad when it's over. Yep, you and me both. Shoot.
Oh yeah, tough man. I think we all will be glad when it's over. I'm at the point where I don't even give a crap who wins. Whoever's gonna win. So we can get over this bullshit already. What say you, Stanley? Stanley. Okay, America, we have lost Stanley. And this time I can't conjure him up. He is gone. There's no magic in my hat. I cannot go to alternate universe and pull him out. He is gone. Say something, tough man. Write something. Keep me up.
Me.
Ah, there goes Stanley. I
Hmm?
think I said his name 3 times. That's why he appeared.
Ugh. Man. Come on, HB.
How long have I been out? I think I fell asleep for like 10 minutes.
Well, I do know. As soon as I get a chance, I'm gonna fall asleep for more than 10 minutes.
Why do they expect these old people to stay up all night? We can't do that. We need our
Well,
beauty rest.
I can do it, but only for so long.
Yeah, it catches up to you. The body needs rest.
Yeah.
Let me get some of the blanket back.
Oh, come on, HB. Oh.
Ooh. No, I got it. Thank you.
Took my meds in a pain pill.
Okay, so I wrap myself up in like a cocoon-like position with my blankie. So now it's only gonna take moments for me to fall asleep. I swaddle myself like a newborn.
Hmm.
It feels so good.
Oh, HB. Y'all just go to bed and they will figure it out eventually. Yeah, you're probably right about that, Black Manta. Well, I was hoping maybe John would be up early. Where's the John Galt commercial? What John Galt commercial? What John Galt commercial? Oh my lord. Sounds like somebody needs a CPAP machine.
Stop. Oh, hello?
Oh, I'm still here. Another snoring clip.
Who the hell is this?
Daniel Nixon.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
HB, wherefore art thou?
Mm. 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 Mm.
Let's see here.
Well, well,
You might want to go ahead and mute.
am I on mute?
No, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thought I was on mute.
Nope.
Mm.
Let's see here.
Mm. Oh my God. I need coffee. I'm afraid though. I'm afraid that if I drink coffee, I'd stay up too late. I'd stay up,
Why would
and
you
then I'd
need
like
coffee at this
crash.
point?
I'd probably crash when it comes time to my meeting, but what time is it? It's 6. Oh yeah. If I drink coffee now, I'll probably be up for like 2 hours and then crash. Unless I make 2 cups of coffee. Then I'll be bouncing off the walls. Mm. My feet are cold. That's the weirdest thing. Like if my feet are cold, my whole body gets cold and I can't. I stole my husband's Christmas socks, but I don't even know where they are right now. He had like reindeer Christmas socks. So I stole them from him. Because they're nice and warm and cozy. And it goes in between each toe. Oh, that's what I love about it.
Gotta just pardon everybody in the chat in the panel, and then let's move on. Wow.
Oh, what? Wake me up.
Oh boy, these. Hmm. Man. What do you mean don't end up like get cracked for me? How did he end up? All right, 12th man, sleep well. You say
Hey,
Haitians
Stanley,
agree.
how long are you gonna be up here?
Well, I'm trying to last until HB or somebody shows up. I'm well, I'm gonna amble out to the kitchen, so for
I was
another
about
few
to
minutes.
say, give me about 20 minutes. I'll be up again.
Okay. Well, either I'll be here or HB will. Let's see, who else?
30.
Let's see, there are 11 people in the chat. 12th man, go to sleep, no beer. Well, now. Twelfth man, off grid, Alaska. Good night.
You know what? You know what made me so sleepy too? Tonight when I took a shower, I used that lavender body oil. Lavender releases natural melatonin, so it's like I feel so relaxed, and so aside from a little, couple of icky aches in the back here and there, um the melatonin from the lavender is like, oh my god, it's like heaven.
Yeah, that'll do it.
And then on top of that, I'm like wrapped up like a cocoon in my blankie. And then my husband keeps elbowing me every 2 or 3 minutes.
Probably for you to just shut up and go to sleep.
Probably, maybe. I'm trying to be quiet. It's not like
There
you're on
you
a
are.
twin bed. It's not like you're on
Yeah,
a twin bed.
yeah, it's been a rough morning so far. God.
You have to get towed out.
Yeah, not like a real toe though, but um uh
They had
like
to pull it a little bit.
yeah, they just had to pull me out a little bit. So yeah, it's been a rough morning, but officer, your duty is, how do they say it? How do they say it, Stanley? Officer, your tour is complete, officer.
Oh
I
wow.
had to yank it.
uh,
Well, would
uh,
See,
you pull off the side of the road or something?
no, 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 no. I was actually at a terminal. So I'm like, I'm at my job basically, but my truck got like stuck. Like it just rained out here, so all
Oh
the
wow.
gravel is like, it's like mud out here. So I guess I gave it too much gas and it just started. I hope he does. So he's trying to pull out the trailer for me now, and
Is he in a regular cruiser?
yeah, hold on. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's out of the block now. Hey, thank you, man. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. There we go. No, it's they have these things called like yard dogs where it's like a half
Yeah,
of
yeah,
a. Okay, okay. So you've seen that before. So
yeah.
this is So basically they just hooked the chain up to my truck and pulled it out with the yard dog. So
Oh,
they
okay.
didn't have to. So they didn't have to use like a actual actual tow truck.
So sorry.
So
Yeah.
yeah, let me make sure everything is good. Oh yeah, yeah. It's just I was on. I was talking to my dispatch, and he was just like, "Give it gas, give it gas." It's like, "Don't worry about the tires." I'm like, "All right, bro." So I'm sitting here trying to get it out, and it just it just kept getting deeper and deeper. I'm like, "Bro, I don't think it's working, man." It's like, just give it gas. Like,
Dang.
man, yeah, giving it gas doesn't solve every problem. I promise you. Oh, okay, so they threw my towel out. All right. All right.
Is it the new rig?
Then you said what?
Is this the new rig?
Oh, no, no, no. I'm actually going to go get it. That's the crazy part. I'm about to go. That's exactly where I'm about to go now to go pick it up. So, uh, so yeah, my day's pretty much uh shot, but it's okay.
Now,
I
with your
don't.
trailer, did you have a full load?
No, 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 no. They just want me to take it empty from where I
Oh.
was at. Yeah. So, usually when you go from one terminal to another, they
Hmm.
want you to take like an empty trailer to the other terminal
Yeah.
just so, somebody else might need it. You know, so crazy how these big companies work, man. They're all, they're like 10 steps ahead at all times. So, you know, and a lot of my like loads are kind of, you know, since they're like paper products and stuff, I don't usually have to be like super super on time, but I always try to be early so I can get more loads and just stay moving.
Right.
So, okay, oh crap. All right. So yeah, we're good now. We're good. Yeah, it's just had a little trouble. It happens. I wish it
Well,
it didn't.
it, it, is it still raining?
No, 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 no. It stopped. So, but I guess this truck. I guess this was like the last bullshit it was giving me. So, uh, let me see. Six. Oh, what the hell? Hold on. Yeah, what do you and Virgo been up to?
Trying to stay awake mostly.
Ah, man, you guys can go to sleep. I'm gonna, I don't know what. I might f around and I don't know if nobody hits the link. I might play a replay or something. I don't know. No, I probably just turn the camera on in a second.
Well, there's 15 people in the chat.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I hope Tropes is up. Tropes sent me a cash app. I hope he's up. I definitely appreciate that. Ah,
Yeah,
this my key.
I haven't seen tropes in a while, a few hours actually.
Okay, okay. Yeah, he probably fell asleep too.
Beak says, "Let's watch them tow you out."
They already told me out. They already told me out. So we're good, guys. Don't.
You know, I'm thinking when my son was small, we used to have these videos like the dump truck videos
Hmm.
and the digger videos, and they were all narrated. So it's like the digger. Let's see, let's watch the digger pull the truck out. You know what? I'm gonna have to see if I have those DVDs somewhere. There was one for there was one for trucks, and there was one for dump trucks, and there was one for um, bulldozers and fire trucks. It's like
Yeah,
these videos that every little boy would like.
yeah.
It had the music and the guy with the gravelly voice talking about getting the trucks out of the ditch. Man, he watched those damn things for hours.
Damn. Did you ever take him to any one of those? Like
Oh yeah, every now and again we'd run across a bulldozer, or you know, it. He was so cute. He'd be like 5 or 6, and digger, making all the voices himself.
uh
Hadn't thought about that in years.
hold on, 1916. All right.
What I ought to do next time he comes home, just pop him in, and he's like, "Let's watch the trucks, Trevor." You know
Hey
his,
man, you guys
his
gotta go to a one of those truck shows, the
we
monster
used
truck
to, you know
shows.
what? We used to do monster trucks at the Warren County Fair and the demolition derby and all that stuff. All I'm gonna get these days is his eyes on a permanent swivel.
Uh
Them eyes gonna roll anymore?
yeah, they grow up so fast, Stanley. They,
Apparently they do.
they grow up so fast. Those kids
Like,
there.
son, you're gonna keep treating me like dirt.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was watching. I was going to see if there's a football game this Saturday. There is a football game. It's a late game. So I'm watching, all these young faces on the campus and the cheerleaders running around. I'm like, damn, there are some good looking girls at Georgia Tech. I'm like, damn.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry about it when it comes to that.
Like, look at those engineer girls.
Yeah, yeah. I'm telling you, Stanley, he's gonna bring home a nice Japanese woman one day.
Hey, you know what? I have no problem. Just y'all have fun.
Might try to get married to her, man.
Hey, you know what? Better you than me. Don't wait.
Yeah,
Don't wait till you're 41 to have a kid. I don't want to be all 81 and shit.
yeah. It's it does seem harder the older it gets, man. Like to have kids and stuff, and
You know what? I was talking to Lead Clinton earlier.
hmm
He's kind of right. Stuff like that happens when it's supposed to. So
yeah, that's true too. That's true.
just just don't be. No, I won't be keeping the grandkid. Whoever your
Yeah.
girl's mom is, that's who should be keeping the babies. I'm not. It'll be nice to see them. I'll take them fishing every now and again, but that's gonna be it.
Oh, come on, Stanley.
Nope, not even gonna. Maybe for like an hour.
Yeah.
For like an hour.
Ah, come on, come on. You got
Your mom is dead, and I'm not a babysitter.
ah, man. Does he talk about his mom still? He probably doesn't even
He
remember her
does.
that
He
well.
does not remember her very well. I mean, there's
Yeah.
pictures and stuff, but it's amazing. I mean, he was six or seven, and it's amazing what you don't remember at that age.
Yeah. Yeah. Too, like it's such a traumatic thing too. He probably like like just doesn't want to remember stuff, you know? A lot of times it's a lot easier to just forget about it. So he probably subconsciously he remembers way more. He just,
Right,
you're a kid. It's hard to deal with something like that when you're a kid.
right.
It's
But
easier.
none. He had a good mom, and that it all works out like it should. My father-in-law is still around, so it's not like
Yeah.
you know. As a matter of fact, it's kind of funny because he lives up in Oak Ridge, which is well, I don't know, 3 hours away. So we see him regularly.
Yeah. I know. I'm sure you don't do you get along with the dad?
Oh yeah,
Is
no, famously. He's
no.
he's down here. As a matter of fact, he'll be here in a week or so because they get like some fall break or something. So no,
Yeah.
we actually it is really weird. We never had issues.
Wow. Wow. What does he think about how you feel about white people?
Well, he's white. I guess he approves.
There's no way. There's no way.
You know what? Oddly enough, I think really because we were upper 30s.
Hmm.
I met her when I was 38, she was 37. I was, it's not like we were 21 or 22. We were both grown ass people. So,
Hmm.
I mean, there was never a problem. And, what are you going to think when your daughter doesn't have to work? She's home being a stay at home mom.
Yeah.
So, I can't imagine he would be mad about that.
Yeah. No. I don't think. Obviously, I wonder more so. Does he know how you feel about white people? Well, white men specifically.
Um, what I feel just fine about him.
Wow, come on, Stanley. You-
See,
you-
I don't know why y'all think I have a huge problem. It is what it is.
I don't think it's a problem. I think it's I think it's a hatred for them for some reason. I don't. I
You know what? I have zero hatred. Bottom line is America is how it is. Uh, the big problem is if you don't see what's right in front of you.
oh yeah, yeah. I mean, we can't lie. Like I wouldn't say
As a
all
matter of
white
fact, you know
men.
what? As a matter of fact, um, I actually think they're to the left of me sometimes.
Oh wow,
You know, I
wow.
remember we were up in Tennessee fishing, and my father-in-law made a comment about those rednecks are doing something or another. And I looked at him like, oh, okay, you know, I didn't
Oh.
even notice. If you think they're rednecks, they're rednecks.
So he's more of like a waspy type of white guy.
Not really. I mean, I think I told you this. They grew up. Well, his mother grew up, like literally, like across the road, and this road is just a little two-lane little country road. They grew up literally right across from the descendants of Robert E. Lee.
Oh yeah, good man, good
Yeah,
man. That
well,
Robert E. Lee,
I guess, but
good
this guy's
man.
like maybe the fourth grandson. I
Uh
swear,
huh.
this guy is the spitting image of Robert E. Lee.
Yeah, yeah,
So, there's shit. They used to come to my grandmother-in-law's like every year. They had like a family reunion for her birthday. She died at 97. So, I mean, I grew up around these. Well, I won't say grew up, but we shit. Sometimes I was the only fly in the milk, but to be
yeah.
honest, I never had z- zero problem. Like it
So
was never
so
a
you
problem at all.
they're not like the white people you kind of come across online.
No, not as a matter of
Okay.
fact. As a matter of
Yeah,
fact, almost like like a storybook sort of thing. These
yeah,
people, they're cool as shit.
yeah,
And as a matter of fact, my parents would come up and hang out with her parents. It was no problem at all.
yeah. You know, I've never, I've banged a couple white chicks, but I've never seriously dated a white girl. I think just growing up in Detroit, where you don't you don't really see too many white girls. You do, but not the type that you would actually date. And then the ones you date that are out in the suburbs and stuff,
Mm.
they don't really deal with black folks like that. They do,
Well,
some do.
were
Some do.
typical suburb people.
Yeah, that's why I really think the South, living up north, we have just kind of
Right.
this idea of the South that is completely different once you actually get down there.
I tell you what, up around Winchester, Virginia, I told you about when I first moved up there, I went into the Walmart in Winchester. And when I first walked in, I'm like, it's a sea of white people. Until you actually start looking at them, there was more miscegenation in that part of Virginia than I have ever seen.
Yeah,
It's like fucking everybody was mixed.
yeah. You don't really, maybe because I think part of it too is up north we we sort of we sort of like are more aware of race, and you guys are aware of it too down south. You guys just don't really talk about it as much.
Well, no, as a matter of fact, it's not so much talking. Oh, I told you that one kind of like saying that, in the North they love black culture, but they really hate white individual black people. And
Yeah,
down south they hate black culture, but they love black people.
yeah, no, that's like the best way to really put it. That really
I
is
mean,
the best way to
I
put it.
literally have been at like you know my grandmother-in-law's birthday party.
Yeah,
Me and Trevor would be I would be the black person, and he would be the other quote black person. We'd be the only two there, and you know what? Everybody was like, "Hey, how you doing?" It was never an issue.
yeah, cause Mike from Boston's in. He's in the chat. He's one of my.
Yeah,
No, he's a good buddy. But Boston is kind of like that, where he loves listening to black. He loves listening to hip hop and stuff. But if there was like a hanging or something, Boston would be the first one there. Boston would be he'd have a assortment of ropes ready for the hanging.
nah, I
He
don't think
loves rap.
he doesn't strike me as
Yeah, Boston to get you up out of there, Stanley.
Well, no, he's in the chat. What's your issue with white men? Uh, other than we live in a racist culture, nothing.
Yeah, Boston. Yeah, he'll be the first one to tie that noose up.
What? You wouldn't be at my wedding giving me a present?
Straighten that, straighten that color boy up. Woo! Woo! Yeah, Jasper. Look at his feet dangle. Woo! Look at him, he's struggling. Ah,
handing out postcards, picnic, lunch.
ah. Yo, can you? I'm telling you, I've actually looked into that type of stuff like that. We should like show that one day, like cover that, like all the paraphernalia from like Jim Crow, like the Jim Crow paraphernalia.
Oh
Cause
yeah,
I,
I've
I
seen
feel,
those online. Well, there was a place. I can't remember the small town in South Carolina. I think the store was called like the Southern Store, the Dixie Store, or something. There was, they had like pictures of these young white girls in Confederate battle flag bikinis and that sort of thing.
ooh, ooh,
Yeah, these bikinis have the stars and bars on them.
oh
I'm like,
man,
I'm like, damn.
yeah. Let me see some of that.
We won't be going to Daytona Beach in that outfit.
Oh man, yeah. There's nothing.
They
I
call
don't
me
think
Hangman
there's
3.
nothing. Boston the Hangman. That's his middle name, the Hangman. Boston.
with
Boston
the
used to be a bounty hunter. Dead or alive now, Boston's taking him to the Hangman. Yeah, Boston, the Hangman.
he was the slave catcher.
Boston. Ah,
Well, they like kidnap free black men in the North and take them back south.
yeah. Well, I don't think they weren't free. They were escaped.
No, a
Uh,
lot of no, they would that one movie 12 Years a Slave or whatever it was called. He
yeah,
was a
yeah.
free black man. They caught him and took him down south.
Oh man,
He was
if
like
you
some he was just kind of walking around, and next thing you know, he's heading down to Alabama in chains.
he should have just kept going north. I never saw that movie. I don't know. It's so hard for me to watch slave movies now. I think Django was the last one that I watched. I can still watch Django, but like
I've seen
the
it. I don't, I'm kind of like you. I don't really need to see any more slave movies.
yeah, you watch one, and it's just kind of I don't know. I did like Amistad though. I thought that was a good one.
That actually was a good movie. It's fascinating to read about. John Adams,
Hmm.
because these people had never been on, the Africans had never been on American soil. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
they were on a slave ship, but they never quite made it, to where the destination. They took over the ship and took it to Boston. Or no,
Ah, there go.
they took it to Connecticut or somewhere.
Speaking of Boston, what's going on, Boston? The Hangman, Boston. What's going on, huh?
It's mighty dark where you are, sir.
Man,
What's in that pool?
you working? Oh, you're in the backyard. Oh man, Boston. Jesus Christ, this guy in Boston really does have a pool in the backyard. He's
It's
got an
like
indoor pool,
he
outdoor
calls
pool.
he calls his plantation Whispering Pine.
Ah, hey Boston, if you had a plantation, what would you call it?
He does
What would
have
you
a
call it?
plantation. He's
I
got a
know, right?
500-acre plantation.
Yeah. Ah man. Yo, Boston would be a billionaire if slavery was still around. Oh man.
You know what's funny?
Gee.
I just got
Uh,
back from a vacation in Florida. And we were staying at a place called Whispering Sands.
uh,
But I did overhear my in-laws make it talk. It was the first time I've ever heard anyone make a racist joke in front of me about black people.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
Was
this
it
was
a good one?
like it wasn't really a joke, but this is what I overheard. So I overheard my brother-in-law and my father-in-law, and they were talking about that they were in a star or no, they were in a UPS store, and
mhm.
they said that two black girls walked in there, and they said, "Is this?" They thought it was the Whole Foods. They thought the UPS store was the Whole Foods, and obviously that sounds crazy. And
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
like,
that
"What the hell are they talking about?" So they said, "Yeah, they couldn't put it together that it was not the Whole Foods like the whole time walking up to it." And seeing it that it was a UPS store, they had to actually go inside and talk to the people in there and confirm that it was the Whole Foods. And they made some comment. One of them made some comment about how it was because they were like, it was like it was like their brain just don't connect, don't make the connection or something like that. I
Well,
was
see,
like,
why
yo, that's kind of racist. I was like, yo, that's a
why
little
am I not getting this joke?
no, because think about it, Stanley. So
Well,
when you
UPS
go to
store looks nothing like a Whole Foods.
that's the point. That's the point. It's like why did they have to go in and ask? You
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
like
yeah.
I mean, did the sign say Whole Foods?
no, that's the thing. They said that these two girls, they were like 18, 19 years old. They just walked in and they still had to ask the people in there if that was the Whole Foods. They're like, we're looking for Whole Foods. Is this Whole Foods? And the people obviously were like, no. But like I guess their point was that they couldn't figure it out just by looking at it and seeing that it wasn't the Whole Foods. I mean, I
Yeah.
think I think that's
Okay.
what they meant. Like they were kind of laughing, and I was like, "Damn!" I talked to my wife after. I was like, I kind of heard your brother. I was talking a little bit like he's because it sounds like a little bit racist there. And she was like, yeah. She's like, people talk like that down here. It's kind of normal. I was like, I've never. This is the first time I've heard it. Like that's the first time I've really heard anyone say anything like
Well,
that. Like
did she
blatantly.
go?
Yeah, right.
Did she go? Well, darling, that won't be the life.
Yeah, Boston. After he had a full erection after he overheard that.
No, I honestly at first I was like explain. I was like, what did they mean? But when they said that, she was like, oh, they were just trying to say that like because the girls were black, like they couldn't figure it out, like on the by seeing it. And I was like, really? That's what they meant?
Yeah,
And she
those,
was like, "Yeah." I was like, "I didn't know
those,
they like." I was like, "Are they are they like racist?" And she's like, "No, they're not racist. They're just like, like." And I was like, "So yeah, they are kind of racist, right?" And they're like, she was like, "Yeah, that's just how people talk down here."
Yeah,
So
well,
yeah, yeah.
Mississippi is, it's if there is a South within the South, Mississippi is it.
but at the
Yeah.
same time, though, my brother-in-law owned a business, and his partner is a black guy.
Hmm.
So I don't see him like really having any. I mean, they're equal. They're equal owners of a business. So obviously he didn't. He obviously chose someone he held in high esteem to be his partner.
Right.
So I don't know if he's really racist or if it was just a joke or something. I don't really know how. I don't really get how it works.
Well, I can tell you right now, you know, uh, it can get mighty interesting. And I mean, shit, I went to an all boys Catholic military school, and believe me, um, I actually think if some of the parents knew the racism that was flying around that school, because
Right.
you know, teenage boys are just kind of vicious anyway. But
Yeah, Boston.
what can you say?
Boston. What I can say about that, man. White working with black guys and black people down south for about 400 years now, man. I think it kind of worked if you weren't paying attention. It worked very well together. So
Well, the thing is we're used to each other. We're kind of stuck with each other, and like I said, that part of Winchester, Virginia. I didn't even realize that there were all these mixed race people walking around. I thought they were all white, but they
you
weren't.
know,
They were just one big happy family.
I could kind of see why those girls would think a UPS store was a Whole Foods. I can
How
kind
I
of see
can't.
it.
How big was the UPS store? I
so
mean, there was a little
the
hole in
bottom
the
line is
wall.
that there's no possible reason why you should not understand that you're at the wrong place. Like
It said
there's
UPS
no
on the door.
there's like no confusion
Yeah,
about it. Like it's like for a fact this is a UPS store. That's a Whole Foods. They look different. Like you don't need to go inside. So I'm thinking maybe the girls were like maybe slow or something like that. Like or they had something else going on.
yeah,
Like because I mean they're
Either that or maybe they were high.
I
yeah.
mean
I was thinking that too,
you have to be
Stanley.
pretty damn high like to be going in there fast.
I was thinking that too. They might have just been high down there.
Yeah,
I
bro.
don't know.
I'll tell you one thing though, man, and this is I'm being dead serious. The relations between blacks and whites is way better down here than it was up in Massachusetts. Because in
Yeah,
Massachusetts, it
yeah,
was like militant. Like black people there. Like my interaction with black people there would be like let's say I'm going into a courthouse, right? And like this one time, these two black girls were ahead of me, and they looked me right in the eyes. They slammed the door in my face instead of holding it for me. They looked at me right in the eye, waited for me to get up there, and then slammed it right in my face. So I was just like, okay. But down here, it's not like that. People don't have that. Like there is none of that kind of stuff here. You know what I mean?
yeah. Nah, I've
Like
I've noticed that being down in Texas, Boston. Like the black white relations is completely different, man. Like people are actually kind of pleasant towards each other.
yeah, that's what surprised me. It's like
Yeah,
everyone seems to kind of coexist down here, and they kind of have figured out a way to make it work.
yeah,
And
Well,
like
we've had a few centuries to work it all out.
yeah, I mean,
yeah,
but you don't
yeah,
see any of that like just on either side. I mean, I don't see like just like
yeah,
the dirty looks and like the stuff that I got used to seeing back east. Because back east, it's really bad. Right now we're at the height of
yeah,
like I think the races are like about to kill each other. But in
yeah.
Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and areas like that, they're just at each other's throats at this point.
And it's real up north too, like Midwest. Well, I would say in Chicago, like it's like really passive aggressive too.
Yeah,
Like
that's exactly how I describe it. It's passive
yeah,
aggressive. It's very passive.
yeah, very passive aggressive. And the feelings might be the same, but it's just how they go about it. I'm sure there's still a lot of racial tension down south, but they're not going to be passive aggressive about it. They're going to be like overly polite, you
Yeah.
know.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I think the way it is it's either outright aggressive or just friendly. There's really
Yeah, yeah,
there's no middle ground.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, like it would be weird around here. I feel like it's just from what I've seen so far, just because like I'm not used to seeing black people on an everyday basis. Because in Massachusetts, it was things are still very segregated for the most part. But down here,
yeah,
everything is like everyone is together. There's black people, like in my city. There's more black people than white people probably. So you just get used to it to the point where you just kind of see everyone as kind of just as another person. You don't really distinguish. Whereas,
yeah.
like, for example, in Huntington Beach, California, or anywhere really in Southern California, there's just no black people except for like in certain parts. So it's like those
It's
people
very
there, I feel like
segregated.
that's
Yeah,
that's where I saw the most racist. Like I think Southern California is where I saw the most like overtly like racist whites, just because they'd never been around black people at all in their lives. Like they'd like never gone to school with them, nothing.
hey Jihad, the link is in the description. It should be.
I'm
It should
gonna
be.
drop it.
Uh, let me see.
I
Let
just
me put a
dropped it.
ban. Let me put a banner up too. Yeah, yeah. That's why I really do like the South a lot better, man.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
in.
starting to like it better. I like as far as the people go. I like the
Yeah,
people down here way better than I did. I couldn't. I'm getting to the point where I couldn't stand the people up in Boston, man. I just couldn't
yeah.
stand them anymore.
It makes you almost kind of jaded towards people
Yeah,
living.
they're just cold. Like people are just
Yeah,
they don't give a fuck about anyone but themselves. They don't
yeah,
like it down here. People are friendly. People say hi
yeah,
to each other and shit, even if you don't know each other. It's a better vibe.
yeah. Hey,
That is
Jihad.
true.
Good morning, man. Jihad, what's going on?
Hey man, what's up, HB?
What's goody, man? How's
Not
it
much.
been?
I've been good, bro. Been good. It's been a
Yeah,
while since I
yeah,
talked to you. I've been on here a couple times with John, but yeah, man,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
good to talk to you, man.
Yeah, I'm usually up. I'm usually up real early, man. So I know you probably working and shit. You know.
Yeah, yeah. I normally, you know what? I got normally like a lot of free time to like listen. I always listen while I'm at work, but as
Yeah.
far as calling in and stuff, I don't always get the privilege. But today I got free time. I said, "Fuck it, man. I'm gonna get on stream."
Yeah, man. Well, so what do you think about what we were talking about? The difference between the North and the South.
Uh, I've heard that, right? And I've
Yeah.
also this is one scenario. It doesn't have to necessarily do with racism, but it has to do with like kind of how people see the perspectives of North and South. Somebody was saying well, actually, no, I think it was between the West and the East. They were using a comparison. Somebody like in New York, like let's say your car broke down. Somebody like in New York, uh they might talk shit about you and stuff, but they'll help you fix it, right? They'd be like, "Oh, goddamn, how the hell you do this, man? You messing up, you're driving wrong, but look, I got you. I'll do it. Move over. Let me get it done for you." Whereas somebody like in West Coast, they'll portray like they're gonna help you, like, "Oh man, that's so bad. Well, I gotta go to work. Well, have a good one. Hopefully somebody." So I've heard a lot of like basically, even if they didn't say it that way, a lot of West Coast people kind of portray that. Like not everybody really is like actually gonna help you like people in the East would, even if they like, you know what I mean, kind of are a little brash about it or harsh. So I can see that, right? Because I've had a lot of people, you know what I mean, help me out, but just because they're helping me out doesn't mean like they kind of fold to like, not give their opinion. No, they're still highly opinionated, and they'll let you know while helping you out. They'll talk shit about you while helping you out. And I think that's like some of the that's a good quality to have, man. That's solid.
I think you're lucky if you get anyone to help you at all in the East Coast, man, New York or Boston or anything like that. And if
Yeah, Boston,
they'll watch you burn there, man.
Mm.
you've lived everywhere, Boston. You lived on the East Coast, South, and on the West Coast.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
Yeah, Boston's been everywhere, man. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
I was in Boston. So I went from Boston to California and back to Boston, and then down here. So like I've seen the East Coast over like a long period of time, and it's always kind of been the same.
what's down here, Boston? Where you at?
Mississippi.
Oh, geez, that's like so random. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's
It
like
is.
it's real deep south, like really in the south.
That's the poorest state in the country, man.
Yeah, it's like the poorest. Like the state here, man. If you need to rely on the government, this is not the place for you to be. I'll tell you that.
Here in Georgia, they call Mississippi the South.
Yeah, man.
They still got $7
messed up,
minimum wage down there, man. Like,
dude, they can't even
$7 minimum wage.
I wouldn't
yeah,
be
man, they're living in
surprised,
2007, man. This shit is crazy.
Damn. Yo, it's like, what is there even to do down there? Like, do you do
they
anything fun down there?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about how much, if you have money or not. If you don't have any money, then you're pretty much fucked down here.
Yeah.
Because like there's no help. Like there's no
or know somebody with money or a house or something.
Exactly.
I got people down there. They got like land and stuff, and every other like year we'll do a family reunion down there. But the county, right, is like so poor. I think they literally. Well, I don't even think it's a poor thing. I just think it's just like a lot of the legislation is so old and out of whack. It's like a dry county. You know what I mean? Like,
oh wow,
stuff like that doesn't bring in revenue. It's crazy.
Yo, how could you be down south and be a dry county? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that seems a little bit weird. Like, I mean, because they all
no, it actually my grandmother used to live in one, Cook County, Georgia. Yes, there was like a liquor store right over the county line.
Yeah, they normally put the liquor stores right on the line when it's like that.
Wow. That's crazy. I've heard of dry towns. I've never heard of a dry county.
Well, it might be a town thing. I'm saying county.
No, Cook County, Georgia, the whole county.
But like you can drink there, you just can't buy it there, I assume.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. You can drink. We would just have to bring all the stuff, buy it before we got there.
Right,
that's all it was.
right. Yeah.
But I mean, if you got caught, would they like put you in jail for it?
No.
Oh, okay.
You just gotta be inconvenienced. Like you're gonna have to go to the next county.
Yeah.
Right.
It used to be in Georgia. Sunday, nowhere in the state sold alcohol.
Yep. Same in Massachusetts, man. It used to be like that too. We used to have to go to New Hampshire to get Sundays.
Well, you think
I would have definitely been a black market alcohol dealer.
Right.
If that was the case.
Yeah, bootlegger.
Well, you think they're just scared of black people getting drunk down there in Boston? They might
I'm saying they had it up in Massachusetts too. I'm saying like on Sundays you couldn't buy liquor anywhere. So like you had people driving, especially in some of the trash towns in Massachusetts. You got a lot of drinkers, heavy drinkers there.
Yeah.
I always maintain that the white trash in Massachusetts is worse than any other group of people anywhere. Like honestly, I'd rather be anywhere. I'd rather be in Detroit in the hood than hang out with some of those white trash Boston motherfuckers.
I don't know, Boston. You might be right though. You've always said that though.
I'm telling you, man. Like it's a mentality. I know it so well because I grew up there. There's just a certain type of people that grow up in Boston. If you ever hear someone talking with a thick Boston accent, I can tell you exactly what type of person they are. Like I already know they just, it's something in the DNA. They just like. They're not all there. They're like, they're mindful. Yeah. If you hear someone talking like that, don't like, I've heard women say that they find that accent attractive, but I always tell them like, listen, don't be fooled. That means that these people, like, they think it's normal to go to a family like function and get into a fist fight with like their cousin. And that's normal to them. Like that's the type of people like that. That's like, they think it's normal to get drunk at 50 years old and get into a street fight. And like it's a weird culture, man. It's just it really is strange.
I've been to Boston a couple times. I didn't really get to check out the culture though. I was like there for specific reasons, so
Do
I didn't
you
really
remember?
get to
Do you
talk to
remember where? Do you
anybody.
remember where you were?
I was downtown both times. The downtown
Okay.
area wasn't really shit, but I like,
Yeah.
you know, what I really liked about Boston is there was no, I think there was like no sales tax or something like that.
No, there's definitely sales tax, Boston.
Uh, maybe I was outside of Boston
Yeah,
and there
you,
was
you,
no
you might have
sales
been in.
tax.
You sure was in because New Hampshire, New Hampshire line isn't very far from there, and there's no sales tax there.
Okay.
But
I don't know. I forgot.
Boston is probably one of the cleanest as far as like cities go. You know, Boston has nowhere near the violence you'll see in other cities. Like they have literally less than 100 murders a year in Boston.
Oh yeah. Nah, it's Boston is like college town, kinda. You know,
Yeah.
What's
like
the population of Boston?
upper.
That's a good question. I don't even really know. I mean, it is a very popular place for young, like people in their like early to mid, actually even up until 30s. But I mean, there's a lot of like
Yeah,
postgraduate school. You know, there's Harvard, there's MIT, and then there's
yeah,
grad school, Harvard Med School, Harvard Law School. And then there's a number of other schools like Boston College, Boston University. So it's like there's a lot. People come from all over, and it's like so you get a mix of people, and it's like they've gentrified all of the areas like that were at one time like known as ghettos. They're all gentrified now to the point where you can't even afford to live there.
yeah. It's like a postgraduate school or city. Like you go there, go to college, and then you go get your, you know, PhD or you want to be a doctor. It's one of those cities. So it's like
Yeah,
you kind of got to get the out of
yeah. It's
it.
probably the most woke. It's probably the most woke city that I've ever been to in my life too.
Oh, big
So
time.
woke.
It's
Damn, Boston's
super
woke.
woke.
I thought I've heard stuff like Boston was kind of racist, right? And
Yeah,
like,
you would think that because it was like that at one point, but now if you go there, it's the opposite. Like if you're racist there now, people will shun you. Like you can't even
oh,
like you if you even say one thing like against like the LGBT or if you even appear like you're against trans or LGBT, people will call you a bigot and like a fascist and all this stuff. Like it's crazy, man. Some of the stuff that I've seen there in Massachusetts in the last couple of years. Like it's really gone to fucking that culture. It's like a progressive state.
Yeah. That's I think that's a better word for it. It's really progressive.
Did I
They
did I
even they even there's a lot of witchcraft out there too, man.
yeah, well they had the witch that's where the witch trials were where they
Uh,
had them.
I saw when I was out there, it kind of freaked me out. I saw a lot of like witch stores and spell stores and you know a lot
Which
of that you know like
were you
a lot of stores where you could buy witch paraphernalia.
really?
Yeah. Maybe I wasn't in the city of Boston. I was maybe like outside the city of
You
Boston, but
you probably were in
I did,
Salem. That's probably where you were.
I don't think I was in Salem. It was somebody told me out there though that Boston, like that area has the most it has the most practicing witches out there.
That actually wouldn't surprise me, to be honest with you, with like some of the people
Yeah.
you see around there. And I don't know if I ever told you you know in my the town that I lived in before I moved to Mississippi. At the local children's library there was a sign like a basically an advertisement for drag queen bingo going on at the children's library,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
I
yeah.
saw that, so I went on this app. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's called Nextdoor. Have you ever seen that app?
No.
It's like
Yeah, I
I think I
have.
did hear about. I think I have heard about that.
yes. So like you basically can just communicate with people in your neighborhood or whatever. So I went on there and I made a post, and the only thing I said in the post was, "What do you guys think about this ad?" And I posted a picture of it. And I was like, "What do you think about this being posted in our children's library, and that was it. And the responses I got on there were like, there was about 70 different responses calling me everything from Hitler to a Nazi to a bigot,
Wow.
like everything. And I didn't even say, honestly, I just said, what do you guys think about this? And they just went absolutely crazy. And then they suspended my account just for, I didn't even say anything back. They suspended me off of Nextdoor. Like, I was just like, that's when I realized, I was like, I don't think this is really the place for me, man. Like, this shit
What
is
did
fucking weird.
what did you win?
What?
What did you win
What do you mean?
at the drag queen bingo?
Oh, yeah. No,
My
I'm
bad,
serious. I'm serious. So it was at a place for children. I'm talking about, this was not at a regular library. This is at a children's library in my town, in the town we lived in. So this is
Yeah.
for a place for kids that are going to be obviously be under the ages of 13. And they're talking about having a drag queen bingo there, like not nearby, like there where the children are. And people were so offended just that I said that, what do you guys think about this being near our like young children? Like, don't you guys think this is
Yeah.
like, I mean, and they were so triggered. It was like, I mean, I've never seen anything like it. Like the post like was blowing up on that app. Like it was like 80, 70 replies, all talking about, you are so insensitive, all this stuff. And I just was like, what? I was just like, what are you talking about?
Like, what's even the point of drag queens doing bingo?
I don't know. Like I have no idea. Like I mean, first of all, I didn't know kids played bingo. Like, first of all.
Yeah.
So I mean,
seriously.
like I was like, yeah, but it just shows how progressive they are with this whole, drag queen whatever story hour or drag queen this or that. Like the bottom line is, like, you only see that in really progressive places.
Yeah. Stanley, what do you think about that, Stanley? I think
Stanley, maybe you sleep.
Yeah, Stanley might be signing up right now.
Yeah, he's Googling it now. He's like, oh man, two things I like: bingo and drag. No, let me stop. My bad, Stanley. I'm sorry.
You know what? You know what? Literally.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, but that's crazy, Mike, man. I mean, damn, drag queens in the like around us children or no?
Yeah, like it was at the local library for like where my daughter was about to start school. Like she was about to start, pre-K there, and it was at the library, and I just saw it, and I was like, I can't believe I'm actually seeing this. I've heard about this, but I didn't think it was actually happening to this level, like where they're actually doing it actively. Like, so I just made a post, and I was like, do you guys like, I didn't even say anything negative about it. I just said, what do you guys think about this? Like, and I was expecting someone to be like, yeah, I think that's inappropriate, or yeah, that's a little bit strange, but not a single one of those. It was all like automatically going straight to the insults and the you fascist, you're probably so homophobic, you're probably blah 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 blah. It just was like, what? Like, what are you talking about? It was like, I asked a question, like,
they were. Wait, Boston, they were calling you gay for being concerned about it?
No, they didn't call me gay. They said you're a fascist. They were saying you're a Nazi and like all this, you're transphobic. You're all those different attacks that people will say. Oh, you fascist! Like you probably follow Donald Trump, right? Like shit like that. It's like that's how, like, you cannot be an open like Republican there. People will shun you. I'm telling you, man, my wife put a sign outside our house. It was supporting some like Republican governor, and people threw eggs at the sign. Like people in the someone coming through the neighborhood, they egged our sign because it was for a fucking Republican. It was not that, and like that was just another sign that it was like, all right, this may not be the spot. Like this may not be the best place for us to be.
Wow.
Yeah, and Boston sounds like yeah, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
I mean, it's the
yeah,
perfect place for, like, if you're a fucking hardcore lefty, like,
yeah.
that's where you go with that dude. What's the guy's name who was on here the other day? The Melanie Fox or whatever it is.
Oh yeah,
He,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
that
He
would have been
loves.
perfect. Yeah,
Yeah, he loved Boston. Yeah,
yeah.
he.
By the way, that was a hilarious conversation. That way that one started out.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's. Yeah. I actually have some compassion for that guy though, man, because it's.
Yeah, I get it. Like, I see where he's
Yeah,
coming from, but he's too aggressive with his shit. Like,
yeah.
you can't be like that and at the same time be aggressive, because remember, you're coming from the group that's like, you're not like us. You're not like the rest of us. So, like, you can't be like, like, aggressive with your whole shit. Like, like, you got to,
No,
like,
I
it's
actually.
weird.
That's a good point, Boston, because it's like, you know what I mean? What they're really asking for, you know what I mean? They could just be doing their own thing and just be doing it, right? But it's not that what's going on. They're kind of like imposing their stuff on us, like, and
Yeah,
instead of doing it, at least if you're gonna do that, you know what I mean? Try to come olive branch kind of way with it, but nah, they're really trying to like break down the door with it. They're not asking permission
right.
to be able to come in and get accepted as whatever the hell they want to be seen as, and that's not how. You're right. That's like, even I'm not saying it's gonna work either way, but I definitely know that's not the right approach. How they're coming
But
at it.
there's still guys though. At the end of the day, of course they're gonna be aggressive. You
Yeah,
know.
but he was only aggressive towards the women, though. Did you notice that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because he's still a guy
Ah,
at the end of the day, man. He's still gonna turn up on a bitch, man.
But I
You
mean, but
know.
he didn't have that energy for anyone else except for the females. Like, he went.
yo, Deja, I just like seeing the wildest image in my head, like just kind of how you imagine it, man. You gay, you know what I mean? You're acting all sissy and stuff, but when a bitch comes around, you start acting like
Yeah.
Debo out here.
It's just like guys, man. Guys, straight guys. When a woman is around, they start peacocking. They start, acting extra aggressive when a woman's around. But when it's just guys talking, yeah, we could be a little civil. We could shoot the shit. Soon as the lady comes around, you want to turn up.
Yeah, and
That's
he jumped in there, man, and he off the rip was just cutting Portia off, like just
yeah,
being real uppity, and she actually had to put him right in back. I don't know if you heard that first part when he first
yeah,
jumped
yeah,
on the
yeah,
screen.
yeah, yeah. No,
Yeah, I
I,
mean, like, that
I heard.
shit was just, he just came in with a completely wrong attitude. And I think that's why it went the way it went, because he just had that fucking holier than thou, sanctimonious
Nah,
type of attitude about it, and no one was feeling that shit.
yeah, yeah. Portia should have just went off on him,
I
but
mean, well, she kind of did. She shut him
yeah,
down right away and was like, "Yo, like, first of all, calm that shit down right there. Like,
yeah,
keep that shit civil." And then we kind of like, I mean, he took a lot of it pretty well. I think, as we kind of were, we were talking about all that, you're gonna chop your dick off shit, and
yeah.
he didn't seem to get too offended, because we were kind of giving it to him a little bit, but and he,
Oh, whoa, whoa,
Hey
Buster,
yo,
whoa, hey, yo,
oh
whoa,
yeah,
all
pause, my bad, pause.
right. Hey, yo.
What did he say? There's something there was one moment that was really funny though. He said something, and it was like, who was up there? Who was up there? I think it was me and you and tough guy, tough
Oh,
guy came up
yeah,
there. Yeah, yeah,
tough guy went
that's
crazy.
not gonna make it better.
Oh, yeah, nah. When I asked, I had, because tough guy had just got done cussing him out, and then, he kind of paused. He kind of just took it, and so tough guy
right.
signed off. And I asked him, I was like, "Did that kind of turn you on a
Yeah,
little
yeah,
bit?"
yeah. That's right. Yeah,
I think it did. That's what's so funny about tough guy doing that. I kind of think it. I
He
kind of
felt
turned him on.
uncomfortable.
Nah. I think he liked it. He liked to get talked down to.
yeah.
No,
And
I'm
Because
saying
yeah,
tough guy might have felt, he might have been like, well, nah, this guy might be a freak. I might be
yeah,
giving him what he
yeah, yeah.
wants.
No, just imagine you're like yelling at this guy, calling him a fag and a queer and gay. Like, yeah. That's what he is, tough guy. That's what he is, man.
Yeah, man. And he didn't really have much response. He just was like, okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
he
But
just laid
that's
down.
when did
Yeah,
this happen, man? Because that's so interesting. He
Like
would.
2 days, was that 2 days ago, HP?
I
yeah. It
have
was
been
2 days.
seeing him. I heard a lot of what he was saying. I didn't see the part where Portia came on. That would have maybe got me to jump on and like cuss his
When
ass
he it
out
was when
too.
he first, like, it was me and Portia, and I think and one it was I think it was just us two. Oh, and Latino for Trump. We were on
Yeah,
there having a conversation about how Portia didn't feel comfortable calling, like, certain children who want to go by different pronouns, like if their parents don't know, she refuses to call them by that like other pronoun, and that caused this guy to get on the panel and talk about how he was so frustrated with that viewpoint. He was just like, oh, like, well, you know how hard it is for trans children to come out to their parents, and like, I mean, her point was completely valid, though. She just was like, I'm not going to do it. I'm not responsible for that, so I'm not going to keep something from a parent and like help you propagate that shit. And he just got super offended by that shit. So that's what brought him up there in the first place.
Oh,
yeah. That is a that is like a tough that is like a tough thing to do if your job is on the line though.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, man. I don't know.
I'm not doing it either way because I don't believe in it. First of all, and then
Mm,
secondly, it's just like what Mike was kind of explaining, just the whole parameters of you not that kid's parent, man. That kid has parents, so for you to like, who are you to, you know what I mean, affirmate some bullshit like that without talking to the parents? So yeah, but
Yeah.
either way, it's fucked up for me. I don't even believe in it to begin with, but definitely
yeah.
if the parents ain't on board with it.
But she stood on that shit, though, man. She quit that school or whatever it was because she wasn't willing to do it, and like they were trying to like
Yeah.
reprimand her for it, and she was like, no, fuck that. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and like, I mean, because that's undermining the teacher. When you go ahead and you pull the teacher aside and you try to tell them that they're wrong, like that kind of like takes away the, they shouldn't do that. Like they shouldn't, like,
Yeah. No,
give the kids that power.
that's
do
why
they?
schools suck now because all they do is undermine the teachers, man. Like the teachers literally have no power nowadays, man.
Yeah,
It's
it's like the
it
police. It's like the cops in
yeah,
some places. They were afraid to do their jobs.
yeah, yeah. Your Boston, your daughter, she's not school age yet, is she?
No, she is. She's 3, so she goes to school every day. Like we already have her at a private school that has a pre-K for 3-year-olds. So like she goes to the same school she's gonna go to when she like goes up into high school and kindergarten and high school.
Oh, okay,
So
okay,
she
okay,
already
okay.
goes, like she already has to dress up in her uniform and goes to the same. It's like the same exact process. So it's just like it's kind of like getting her used to school
Yeah.
beforehand. And instead of daycare, she goes to actual school.
Jeez, jeez. How's the school down in Mississippi, man?
Oh, it's great, man. I mean, it's like I think the second best private school in the state. I think it's something like
Hmm.
that. It's like number. I believe it's number 2 in the state. It's really really nice, but they, you definitely pay for it. It's not cheap.
Yeah,
But I mean,
yeah.
you get a lot. It's great because like they pay so much attention to each kid there, like that they know everything that's going on. Like when you meet with them, like they'll tell you every issue like that your kid's having, if they're having trouble with this or that. It's not like public school where they just kind of let people do whatever and they're not really paying attention. Like it's like you get what you pay for. That money is worth it at the
Yeah.
end of the day because they're getting that extra attention. And what I love about this school is they teach like Christian values. Like and like they still say the Pledge of Allegiance every morning. And they like it's not stuff that you'd see back east. You wouldn't see
Yeah.
that back east.
Wait, Jihad, do you have any kids?
Nah, I don't got no kids.
Okay, okay, okay. Yeah. Wait, Jihad, aren't you in like the DC area?
Yeah,
Cause
I'm
you.
in Richmond, DMV area. They
Oh,
we Richmond does not claim the DMV, but it technically is it. So yeah.
okay, okay.
You
You
know,
gotta.
I lived there too. I went to college there.
Oh, oh,
Okay.
yeah, oh
What
yeah,
college
oh
you go
yeah.
to?
I went
I
to
do.
GW.
Okay.
Yeah, back
George
Uh,
Washington. I
class
got
of
you.
2004. Yeah.
P Black. I remember you were telling that story about how you raped that Indian girl during
What?
college.
Oh right. Yeah. Of course. Yeah.
Well, she was drunk, so I mean, it was a
Dude,
different
stop,
time.
man. People are gonna think you're serious, man.
I was, it was a
Oh my
different
god.
time. It was a different time, man. It
Yeah,
was
man.
what was it? Mardi Gras or something, or spring
Spring
break?
spring
It was
break,
yeah,
spring
yeah,
break.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
spring
Spring
break.
break. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You
I mean,
know.
she was
And
drunk.
she didn't say no. You know.
Yeah, yeah. She doesn't remember it. It's
And
not,
she was drinking. You know, like so it's not. You
yeah,
know. I mean,
yeah. She doesn't remember. I mean, come
so it
on.
doesn't really count. You know, kind of.
Yeah. I mean, she was Indian too, so I
Yeah,
mean,
that's got to play into it too.
yeah,
Oh my god.
Dude, I'm gonna be dead serious, man. I had a friend in college who legitimately told me a story about basically like a date rape that he committed, and he was doing what all the stuff we're saying right now. He was saying that seriously. He was like
yeah,
he was
yeah,
trying to justify it, and he never got into trouble for it or anything. But I remember just being like, dude, are you serious? Like you're telling me that
yes,
you did like this shit? And he basically was like, you know, saying that he knew that she didn't want to. Like she basically said no, but like he like like he
did it
said, I guess you
anyway.
did it anyways. I was like, dude, you know that's like rape. And he was like, oh yeah, I guess it kind of is. And I was like,
Yeah.
why are you telling me that, man? Like that's kind of a big deal. And I was just like,
What,
damn, dude, like
what
you scumbag.
was she drunk? Was she super
No,
drunk?
like she was a girl that I actually knew, and she like was actually like a very
Ah,
really nice girl. And he's like, oh yeah, that's the girl that that like I borderline date raped. And I was like, what?
Yo, you know
ah,
what's crazy, bro? I've had like, close female friends be honest about like certain shit like that, and like at least this one instance, it was like somebody I knew that did it to her, and like I don't know, bro. Like, it shit is kind of crazy because like when they'll break it down, a lot of this shit is similar for real. How it happens, it happens a lot, at least from my perspective. At least the most common ones that was explained to me, like they might be semi hooking up, like they might be kissing and stuff like
Right,
that,
right,
and then like they're not trying to go that much further. The female is,
yep,
but then the guy's just being extra thirsty and like trying too hard,
yep,
and it'll just end up getting to a point where like, yeah, you might just be like fuck it and just go in there. But yeah, I've heard females break that down, and like this the one instance I'm thinking about in particular. Like it was like a somebody I wasn't like best friends with him, but like he was in my circle, so it was fucked up for me to hear that like he had did that shit. And like when I heard the story, I ain't had no real reason to like not believe her. I was like, man, that kind of sounds like his thirsty ass. Like y'all might have been kind of getting there, but then she's like, some girls don't want to go all the way with
yeah,
particular guys. So, but
yeah.
that
Like,
might, you know what I mean? The guy's gonna get thirsty and be like, nah, fuck that.
dude,
Let's keep going.
it's exactly like what I'm talking about. It's exactly what you're saying. Like he said the way he put it was he's like we were hooking up, and like it started to get a little bit more intense, and she said I'm not gonna have sex with you, and like they kept hooking up, and eventually he just kept on going until it happened, and like I guess she never said anything, but
wow,
that to me like that's like she blatantly told you I'm not going to do this, but like you made the situation play out so that like it did happen. Like so, I'm like, damn, dude, you're lucky you didn't get because that's to me the way you described that, like that's a confession right there. Like you tell
yeah,
that to any
yeah.
cop, you're going to jail.
Yeah, facts.
Maybe you think maybe she liked it a little bit?
I mean, maybe she did, but like that's not even really the point. The point is that like he had a clear sign, like where she was like, "Listen, like this is where it's gonna stop. Like I'm not doing this. I'm not doing. This is where it ends." But he just continued to do it, and like in his mind, he's probably thinking, "Yeah, well, you know what? Maybe if I just like do this, she'll want it. Maybe if I just keep pushing it, she'll change her mind or whatever." Like, and maybe that's what happened.
Yeah,
Maybe she did actually decide she wanted to. But either way, you're playing with fire, man, if you do that because like
yeah.
you technically are like you're she didn't say she said no, Like, so
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
point, Mike. Because what if like she only says yes because you've been nagging her for like the last 20 minutes, right? But like
I'm,
you said, she didn't really want to do that
I
shit.
mean,
So
I guess if
she could flip it on
says,
you like the next morning, like you
yeah,
raped
no,
me. You'd
I,
be
Yeah.
like, what the
Yeah.
yeah,
fuck?
I tried to tell him. I was like, dude, you better pray that she doesn't get like buyer's remorse, man. And tomorrow, like, you know, the next day or whatever, because if you piss her off, man, she's got you. Like, she could take you down like all the way.
You know, I think it's kind of funny, but I think the girl down turn me on. But you know, at the same time, I always think of like situations like Vietnam or something where you're at war and then you're in the jungle. It's a little Vietnamese girl, and then it kind of makes it a little different, you know. But like I don't know, I because you know that happened a lot during Vietnam. Like there was guys that were like straight up just raping women out there.
Yeah, I missed like the first part of what you said. So I heard like something about Vietnam and
Oh no. I said like I couldn't imagine like getting turned on holding a woman down and forcing her to have sex.
no,
But
no, you gotta
but
be a
but I
special type for
but
that.
I think but I think like during war times it's a little bit different. Like I feel like if
Wait, hold
you're
on. Wait, why is it different during war times?
I don't know. I think like when you're at war with a country and like 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 the guys in Vietnam, you know, you're a bunch of let's say you're like in a platoon or whatever, a
It, it,
battalion or whatever, and like you're with a bunch of guys and a bunch of your guys get killed and then you come across this bunch of the men are trying to kill you. You just want to take
You're cutting out, but
yeah,
from what you're
yeah.
saying, it doesn't
But
sound very good.
but look, HB, I can say though, I can understand like the perspective, even though I don't agree with it. But it does make sense to me because, like you said, you're at war. You're blowing people's faces off, man. Like you're seeing some
yeah,
gruesome. You know what I mean? Like you're
yeah,
turning on a level of yourself that's just straight barbaric. So I can see
yeah,
how like uh, coming into another avenue with that same mental, it's gonna like I mean, you're just gonna be a barbaric being. So I can see
yeah.
the correlation with that, but I don't agree with it. But yeah.
Yeah, no. I don't agree with it, but like that's the only situation where I can like understand it. Like the stories you guys are talking about, I just couldn't understand that. Like I can't understand you two, you've been trying to talk to this girl, you guys are hooking up, and then she says no, and then you force it on her. I can't understand that. But when it comes to like war, you're in Vietnam in the middle of the jungle. It's some tiny Vietnamese woman, she tried to kill you, and then you just, you freaking grape her and then cut her throat out afterwards. I can somewhat kind of understand that to a certain
Yeah,
extent.
I'm gonna have to not agree really with that. Like, but
Well, I'm not gonna say I agree with it, but I can at least understand it. I can't understand like what happens in America. Like I just can't understand guys.
so let me ask you this question. So what if the girl's boyfriend was you were in a fight with him beforehand? He was trying to fuck you up. Would it be the same thing?
Nah. That's still
I mean,
not the
he was
same.
trying to take your head off, like the same kind of situation, you know?
No. It's still like a civilian fight. It's not like we're two countries, two nations at war. It's still like just it's still a civilian thing. I think war
Right.
makes it, kind of like what Jihad was saying, like war kind of is so barbaric that, you know, some of that shit just slides, like
I mean,
even in like a desert storm and the you like, cause we heard about that shit. Like there were a lot, even in like Iraq and Afghanistan and shit. They were raping a lot of those Muslim women and shit. And I think part of it is cause you step on a bouncing Betty and your whole platoon gets blown up. Now you got bloodlust and you just want to fucking kill and rape. Like it's very barbaric. But I think that's just kind of part of war too.
I mean, I'd have to talk to someone who's been in war to really. I mean, because I don't really see how that would work. But
I don't think any guy would admit to raping a woman during
no,
war.
I mean, but like the mentality you're talking about sounds kind of like, like it's kind of like an excuse.
No, it's not an excuse, man.
It's like, well, shit was already going bad anyways, so like.
Yeah. No. It's more like a byproduct.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not an excuse. It's a byproduct of it. It's like you're at fucking war. Like, bro, you just killed like 12 fucking Vietnamese.
Yeah, you definitely now you might as well just take the pussy too, like
You might as well. Like, I mean, you're already going to hell. I mean, what
No, you might not. You don't think you go to hell for killing people during the war? Like, I mean, you're fighting for your side. Like, but the grape part. If you grape too, then you're probably going to hell.
I don't know. Like, okay, what if this like super hot Vietnamese chick? You're at war. She's super hot in the jungle. Got like she tries to kill you with a fucking like a butcher knife or something, and you smack it out of her hand, and then you smack her on the ground, and then you notice like she doesn't have any panties on.
I don't care. I'm blowing her head off.
Okay.
But I feel you though. Look, HB, you just gonna get your head slit because you're gonna try to maybe even come with a game of angle of game first, like try to start spitting at her, and then next thing you know, you're on top of her. You think it's going good, and then she just pulls out a knife.
Nah. I'm gonna beat the shit out of her first, and then just fucking take it. Fucking.
Oh my God, Jesus!
Piece of shit! You tried to kill me. You just killed my whole platoon. Yeah, you're about to pay for this bitch. Like, nah. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's like I guess that's probably why I never joined the military, because I feel like it's with somebody like me, I could see myself slipping into like some sadistic shit.
Yeah, you definitely would. Yeah.
Yeah.
We would have to watch you, HB, if we was on a platoon together.
Yeah.
I would like have basically a buddy system only for you. Like somebody always has to be responsible for where HB is. Don't let him go. We'll leave and be coming home with war crimes on our shit.
Yeah, I know. I would probably like cut somebody open and stuff, and like I don't know, man. I couldn't. I don't think I would like mentally. I don't think I'd be able to really keep a cool head. Like I'd be one of those guys that would have like bloodlust. Like I would really go overboard with that shit. And they'd probably get me up out of there, man.
Maybe in like a different day and age in the military, it would have worked, right? Because somebody like that, I can imagine, probably rose pretty high in the ranks back in the day. You know what I mean? Like the crazy, like just like unhinged one. Yeah, we like that guy. Bring him up in the ranks. You know what I mean? But nowadays, with so much stuff being is basically open for transparency for the world with media and the internet, it's kind of hard to get away with stuff. But back in the day, I could easily see HB. What you would have been like a lieutenant or like some high up, man.
They say that's what's actually happening in the Ukraine-Russian war. They're saying a lot of Russians are like raping Ukrainian women and stuff. So like the shit still goes on today.
Oh yeah, that's still gonna happen. I can imagine U.S. soldiers are doing that. Like at least the shitty ones, because there's always going to be shitty guys, I think, in
Yeah,
basically every profession of life. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think
yeah.
that somehow there's like an entry level of in like some kind of different career path where they can somehow filter that shit out. Like, no, I think these creeps can kind of wiggle their way into every little sector of life, so it can
Let
happen in
let me ask you
everywhere. Yeah.
let me ask you guys this. So we're all at war. It's me, Boston, and Jihad. We're all in Vietnam, and Stanley just got his leg blown off.
Oh Jesus.
American man just got his head blown off. Bob's got like a giant hole in his chest,
And Bob's got
and
to fly the plane. Damn.
yeah. So we're like stuck in this village now. We're stuck in this village. We're in a firefight, and we just kill everybody. We kill all these Vietnamese guys. They're all a bunch of yellow fucking limbs flying all over the place. And then we go to this hut, and there's like these really hot Vietnamese chicks. And then I just like completely lose my mind, and I start trying to grape them. Would you guys stop me?
Yeah, I would
I think
stop you.
so. I think so.
Because I think
Yeah,
if we didn't stop you, you'd probably kill a whole village. Like that might you might just black out. You know what I mean? I think
yeah,
soldiers do that sometimes. They can just black
yeah,
out. Being funny, but still, soldiers, they can come in there and yeah, black out, man. I can
yeah.
see that because you're at war. You're already laid out like an extremely stressful environment. Like
Right,
we're
right.
away from home. We can't get back. Yeah, people are gonna snap, man. And I mean, I think it's like the ones
Yeah,
around you that can kind of keep your sanity. That might
yeah,
help you out a little bit. We just got to all
yeah,
be able to check each other because I might need it too. Like I'm probably gonna have some weak moments where it's like, damn, somebody's gonna need to slap the shit out of me. Be like, yo, snap
What if
out of it.
what if I say I'm doing this for Bob's memory, the memory of Bob? I'm doing this for. I'm like I'm gonna
Is
fucking rape this. I'm gonna rape this fucking gook in memory of Bob. You guys still gonna stop me?
you might be just grieving different. You know what I mean? We might just be in
Yeah.
a jungle.
Yeah, we just lost Bob.
Lost.
I'm
I don't know.
grieving. I'm grieving right now, man. We just
Nah, but
lost Bob.
I'm still selling. Fuck that.
Okay.
Nah,
All right. All
can't
right.
let you go bad like that. But
Yeah.
that's some real shit, man. I mean, people. I mean, maybe if we had conversations like this more. I know it's
Yeah.
uncomfortable conversations, but like just as men and as a society, what I mean, you be able to address it better because you can't
Yeah.
address nothing if you ain't gonna address the obvious. So this is gonna happen. You're dealing with males and men and shit. So like,
Yeah.
how do you
Yeah.
manage that?
Yeah. 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 If I walked in like a hut in a village and I saw Boston, viciously, raping some Vietnamese chick during Vietnam. I don't know, man. I think I would walk away. I think I would just kind of
You
let
you
them.
you you probably grab one of the girls too.
They
Probably
should be
hold
trying
her,
to jump in.
probably hold her down, hold
Yeah,
her
you
down
probably
for you.
definitely would definitely at
Yeah,
least hold it down.
she'd probably overpower you, so I'd have to hold
Hey,
her down.
but look at this element though. Isn't there plenty of these women that's just gonna be wanting to throw themselves at you anyway when you go over there?
Yeah, but HB it's more about the power.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Uh-huh.
domination. Like that's what
Plus,
This is a
plus,
HB.
power thing.
no, no, it's not just the power; it's the revenge too. Like
Mm.
I feel like we kind of don't think like that because we're just citizens. But it's like, you just lost your whole platoon. You just saw these savages just kill your people, and it's like, man, what the fuck, bro? I
Someone's
want,
got to pay. Someone's got to
yeah,
pay.
somebody's got to pay. I want to fuck. I want to. It would just be fucked up if somebody was like, hey, man. I'm not even gonna say that. Never mind. I'm not gonna say that. Jesus Christ. Sometimes we go too far with this stuff with these conversations.
Yeah.
Like, hey man, she's 17. Oh God.
Oh, jeez.
Now I gotta kill her.
Yeah,
No, no,
yeah, you gotta chill out, man.
no,
Chill.
now I gotta kill her. But
See, that's foul, man. That's foul. Now you gotta kill.
now you gotta kill her. She's freaking 17. You gotta kill her now.
And you were gonna anyways, but like it's a
Yeah.
good reason.
I was gonna kill her anyways, but now I have to. You know, she might cry, and I might let her go. But now, oh, you're 17. Oh yeah, you gotta go, bitch. Oh man, yo, war is like that though, man. Like I don't know, I'm just talking about it, and it's funny, but like war is really that fucking cold blooded, man. Like it's really that fucked up. That's why I'm glad I never went, man, because I don't know how people can like readjust to regular life, you know. I just don't know how they can do it.
I mean, I
Hey,
don't think you really do that unless you're like a special type of person. I don't think you can
yeah,
really adjust to that shit.
yeah. Like to really go through war, like to see like real combat and shit.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
like I don't know, man. I feel like the only way you could be regular is if like you grew up like that. Like you got to train people from when they're like 8 years old to be warriors. You know, and like
Yeah.
now, like I'd fucking lose my shit if I had to go to war now. Yeah, you never know
Yeah,
though.
now that's why I don't think they let people in the military after a certain age. So that's probably has to do a large part of it. Like it's indoctrination. They want to get you while you're young, so they can.
Yeah,
Because it's not like back in the day where they had like literally since the time working with you out of the womb to start training you to be a killer. Like they ain't started no certain age. Like they starting right away. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Spartans and all those, like that's the main like one I think of. Probably everybody does as far as training child warrior soldiers. But
yeah,
yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody did basically the same stuff. Where you take a kid, it might be like 8 or 9 years old, man. You tell them to go out there, survive for a week, and come back with a kill. Like I think they had to kill like a lion or something. They can't come back till they get something like that. They got to go on a hunt, and the hunts take that long, like a week or two or something. So shit
yeah,
like that, man. Like a kid
yeah.
go out
Would you?
there killing a lion and coming back. We ain't doing that now. We starting at 18 after these kids been playing Xbox all their life and haven't done a thing active, and then that's when we start training them to be killers.
They're
It's
probably
different.
they're probably a lot they're probably a lot more prepared because they've been playing Call of Duty for
Oh
years.
yeah, sure.
They're probably a lot more prepared to kill than we give them credit for, man. I don't
Yeah.
know. I was gonna ask you guys if they had like a draft, would you guys dodge the draft or would you try or would you sign up?
I mean,
Uh,
it depends on like the circumstances of the war, I guess. Like if it was for a
Yeah,
legitimate reason, I think I'd go.
yeah,
it kind of like what Mike said. I mean, I would have to feel that shit out. Like if they sending us to something crazy, like maybe even something crazier than what we seeing right now, and
Right.
then we got to go out to that. Yeah, I don't know,
I'm
but
not
if
going to fucking Ukraine or like Israel or some shit like that over this shit.
yeah. No, I
I,
mean
I,
we
I
might
pay my.
we might go to war with Russia and China, man. We
Oh,
might have to go.
that's gonna be the end of the world. So, I
I'm
Yeah,
mean,
not gonna.
I had somebody tell me the same people that you know run the world, so to speak, like the rich people. They have invested interests in both America and China. So it's like how they broke it down was like they wouldn't go to full out war with each other because like the people at the top are like they would lose if that was the case because they're running both shows on both sides kind of. It made sense how he put it. I didn't put it as good as he did, but it made sense.
I don't know. CKJ, you're military, you're a veteran. Have you ever heard of anything like where guys during war where they like black out in great women on the other side. Have you heard of anything like that?
Um, yeah, not in the Navy. Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
but I heard about I think it was a case up in was it Japan with the Marines? But it
Yeah.
was
See.
they were on lockdown. They probably still is on lockdown, but I know when I first went in, they had a big case out there, a rape case. They couldn't even go off the base. It was that bad. Yeah, the Marines they were on
Oh
lockdown in
wow.
Japan. I want to say it was Japan.
Oh
I
no,
think.
no, no, no. That's it. Yeah, no,
Huh?
no, no. I mean, like, that's more to me. That's more like a civilian case. I mean, like, you're actively at war with the country, like Afghanistan or something. Have you ever heard of like, you know, a guy is raping one of the Taliban's wives or something during war?
Oh no. I haven't
Okay,
heard it.
okay, okay,
A lot of
okay,
those guys
okay.
um be like special ops and stuff like that. What most people don't know is that when you go into the military, the people that like being like on the front lines and like being like them special like ops projects, that's their job. Like they go
Hmm.
in as that's what they want to do, you know.
Yeah. See, ah man, that's
But
some badass
you
shit right
gotta
there.
be. Well, I know with the SEALs, you gotta be a different caliber of person to even pass SEALs. I knew a couple guys that was in my department. They failed SEALs. Like they couldn't make it
Yeah,
through. Like you gotta be a different type of person. Like you have to
yeah,
be like they really break you down, and if you can't like handle it, like I mean they won't kick you out the Navy, but they'll kick you out of that program. You got to be a
yeah.
different person because I think it's like less than like 0.0001% or something like that even make it to like special ops.
Wow,
Like you have to be a
wow.
different. you got to be a different person, man.
Like a real cold-blooded killer type.
Yeah, but like on a different level because if you ever seen somebody like that was like in the SEALs, they see things that you don't see that the
Mm,
average normal person doesn't see. Like they so aware, like they they're different, man. Like they have a whole separate like budget. I had a LPO who was he was actually attached to a SEALs command, and he was like those guys they're different. They're different. They have to look like normal, like like they get. I mean now they changed the rules, but before you couldn't wear like beards. Like they can wear beards. They don't have to like shave, be clean cut. Like they have to like blend in.
yeah, yeah. Oh man, yeah. So they can get up close and
Yeah. And they always
good.
serve it to like I said, the shit that you not even gonna like pay attention to.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's kind of cool. That's like some real life GI Joe movie shit.
man.
No. It is. It's like I said, you got to be a different person. Like they literally like they break you down and they build you back up to a fucking machine. Like you know what I'm saying? Like
A weapon, a tool.
yeah.
Yeah. So wait, so that guy that raped that Japanese girl, it was just some girl he met off the base and he raped
I
her?
mean, probably he probably didn't rape her for real, but cause
Ah,
I mean HB, man, when you overseas, man, like man, they know you military, man. They be throwing the vagina at you, man.
That's
Like
what I always heard.
they be throwing the fucking.
Yeah.
yeah.
Not saying that they're not like they may be like some sick individuals, but you don't
Yeah.
you don't have to rape. You don't have to. It's been especially over there like in Japan.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
you don't have to. Like you don't have to.
Especially like Japan, if that's going on in Japan, right? And that's like not no, that's a first world country. You go into a third world country, bro. Like they haven't seen anything with your wealth probably in their entire
Yeah,
life.
You
and
know,
you're a soldier, so it's like they're
you
gonna
get
throw
paid. You
themselves
get
at
paid
you.
on the 1st and the 15th. You know what I'm saying? You always got money, and the military is one of those places. I tell people that you can go in and you could just stack your money. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to. You don't
Yeah.
have to spend no money. Go in, stack your money, and if you know how to invest, man, you could come out, well off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or buy a
Because
Hellcat.
you don't have to worry about bills. That's a
Yeah.
choice.
Yeah, man. That's why I don't get why guys go in there and they're like married and shit. It's like, bro, man, you.
Well, you get extra money. So I'm gonna give.
Oh,
I'm gonna give
I
you some.
wouldn't trust it
I'm gonna
though
give.
if
Let's.
I
I'm
was going
gonna give you
deployment.
yeah.
And I'm only speaking from, I've never been in the military, but I've been speaking from experience. Yeah, that's all I can say about it. Yeah, I wouldn't trust them bras, bro. Be married to them.
Hell no. Damn, man. Yeah, that is crazy though, man. Damn. I can see though, like with those Japanese women, they're so like it's just a different culture, you know? She might have been like giggling and saying no and shit, like no 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 no. So he probably just thought she was just playing hard to get type shit, not realizing like, nah, bro, she's serious, bro. Like she's serious.
My fault. I got a phone call. I got a phone call.
Nah, you're good. Nah, you're
But
good.
depending on like where you're from, like people get like from like California or like New York. I think they got like the highest like BAH. You get like extra pay. So a lot of people,
Hmm.
they get married. They do that. You know. So
Hey,
Yeah.
and what's your name? The club or CKJ.
Yeah.
Um, I wanted to like to tell the HB, maybe you could speak on this, but a lot of those women sometimes on the base ain't even safe, from their own, you know, soldiers. You know what I mean? Their own brothers and stuff, like on their own base. I've heard a lot of, because you
hold on,
brought
say
up
it again.
LA, and I think they had a lot of nasty cases out there. Some one specific base that had the most cases like of other female soldiers reporting stuff happening to them. It's crazy.
You know what I noticed like my time in like so I can speak on the Navy. So in the Navy, you have a rotation. So you have to do sea duty and then you could do shore duty. So you could be on like sea for like 4 years and then you go to shore for like 3 years or something like that. And you just have a road depending on like your job classification would determine like your rotation. So what a lot of women what they do is if they don't want to be like on a ship, they don't want to be on sea duty, they will either get pregnant or they will like say something like they was like sexual assaulted. So not
Yeah.
saying like it doesn't happen, but a lot of that shit be like false, man. It really be false. They just manipulate the system. How a lot of women do that just in general. Like if they can exploit it, they're gonna exploit it.
Yeah.
Because you're
Yeah.
not gonna tell her, oh, you haven't been touched or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't have to. You can say it without putting the blame to somebody. Like you don't have to announce it. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
they really just like a lot of them like take advantage of it. Not all women, but I have seen some that took advantage of that other shit just so they don't want to have to go on like a 8 month, 10 month deployment out to sea. They'll get pregnant or they'll finesse their way out and go to like a shore command.
Yeah. I couldn't trust a chick in the military, man.
Dude, it's hard, dude. It's hard, man.
Hell no.
Cause
I
look,
already know.
look like because it's not like out the civilian world. You know what I'm saying? All that shit
Yeah.
determines like whether you're gonna get out with an honorable discharge. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the goal
Yeah.
to get your benefits. You coming in to get your benefits, and if you make a career out of that shit, like one small man, I had a dude, man. He's doing well now, but dude, he was about to go down for like rape, and he didn't even. He was just having like we was in port, and he was just like banging chicks. So I guess the one chick got embarrassed that from another chick, and she just lied on him. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, yeah.
That dude was like, almost got in trouble for that shit, man.
Yeah.
Luckily, he had like people that was like there at the party that said like, he didn't do shit to her or whatever. But yeah, it was crazy,
Still,
man.
to even have that on your jacket, man. If I'm in the military, I'm just paying for it, man. I'm not even trying to. Hell nah. You're not about to have me in military court. Don't y'all get lashes and shit? Man,
No,
fuck
no,
that. Oh,
they probably did
get
back in the day, but no, not no.
get 20 lashes, man. Fuck that. Hell nah. I'm surprised they don't still do that shit. I thought, yeah, I know at one point they did, but I'm
No,
surprised they don't do.
you can't. The military is different now.
No
You
corporal
can't do a lot
punishment.
of what they call it
Corporal
hazing,
punishment.
hazing. You
Oh
can't.
Is
no
the
no no no
military going woke?
no! I'm talking about corporal. I'm talking about corporal punishment. Like
Yeah, that's all. It's all the same thing. You can't. Yeah, you
yeah.
can't do it. You can't do it no more. No. They're not.
Damn, man.
They're not trying to have. With the media now, like you can't. You can't do that shit no more, man.
Yeah, cause all it would take is one person to put it on TikTok.
One
You
person.
know, that's
Yeah,
all. That's all it would take. Now you
do
guys
something
look like some
crazy, man.
goddamn monsters. You know, like ah, these guys are monsters. Look at them. That shit would be brutal to see though. He'd probably be screaming like, ah, yeah. Black Manta like in Starship Troopers. Yeah, nah, that's what I thought it was like. I guess not. Huh. Eh. Yeah, I don't know, but what you were saying, Jihad, that whole idea of America not going to war with China, bro. I think it's inevitable, man.
No, it's not gonna happen.
I don't know, man.
Not gonna happen. Where we gonna fight at?
It would be like I think what would end up happening is it would be like a missile war, and the missiles. I think it would start out as a missile war and a navy war, because all you really got to do is get one missile through, and once you get one missile through, everything at that point now, because obviously if we shoot missiles at China, they can deflect the missiles. If they shoot them at us, we can deflect the missiles. So it would be like a missile fight at first, and then it would be
I, I
it
think,
would be
but
at the
HB,
yeah.
my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I
No,
think
no, go.
like because I think they've thought about this, right? Like really smart people on both sides, China and America, and it would kind of probably inevitably end up to mutual destruction. We just gonna blow. We got nukes, man. You know what I mean? I don't think either one of us are gonna actually fully just like be okay with complete domination, like you know what I mean, being taken over like that. We would probably start dropping nukes before that happened. I
We could,
heard some shit a couple
like,
days ago that Putin has his shit on a kill switch. Like if Russia or him, or not just him, but Russia, I guess, was to get destroyed, they got it on AI, like or computers, to where they're just the computers will send the nukes themselves if there's
Yeah,
nobody left type shit. So like they got this shit thought out, man. That's why I don't think that's why I think they're trying to avoid each other. They'll have petty little skirmishes and stuff, but all out war, they're gonna try to avoid that at all costs because they know it's just gonna look ugly.
I think
Got the
it's
nukes on a
inevitable.
kill switch,
I think
man.
it's
That's crazy.
I don't think it's
I,
ever gonna happen, man.
why not? Why not?
Man, a lot of that stuff, man, we see, man, is propaganda, man. It's just
Ah,
in fear. Think about it. If
ah.
The big three is who? Us, Russia, China.
Yeah.
Where are we going to fight at? What location?
I was trying to tell you, man. Like it would be like first an aerial, and then
No,
obviously
wait,
in the sea
not,
too,
no, it's not going to happen,
and
man. Look,
and then
no, these China, Russia, their um military it's not matching us.
well, I did hear that China's they have more like the only thing that's bigger than the U.S. is their navy. They have a bigger navy than the
No, they
U.S.
don't. No, they don't. No.
Okay, okay,
That,
okay.
we have the most aircraft carriers. I
They
think that
got the second largest, I think.
I think Russia may have two. They
Uh,
may have two. Dude, they trust me, man.
Yeah, and that's another thing.
Trust me.
Strategically, they couldn't really
They,
go toe to
they
toe
cannot.
with us because,
They
like you
can.
said, the Navy, we got more
They can.
aircraft carriers that
And
could.
think about this, HB. Look where America is located.
yeah, yeah.
Like, dude,
That's
we literally have bases on both sides of the country. You can't just come in without us letting you in.
yeah.
It's
And
protected.
we got bases all
And then
around
we
the
got bases
world. We got
everywhere.
places all around the world we can deploy from. Like
Right.
they don't got that strategic
There's no
advantage.
there's no Russian or China base here in America. How? Like how how can you defeat something like that?
Yeah. So
It's
what
never gonna,
happens? What would happen if they started shooting missiles at us though?
man, dude, we have shit, and I have seen it. We had shit on an aircraft carrier that can hit a fucking fly, man. It's not gonna happen, man.
Yeah, they
No,
got big
no, no,
ass lasers on the front of those
It's
ships and the big bomber planes. I think
not gonna
no,
happen.
where
no.
they can shoot
I
down the
get that.
missiles.
I get that. But like, if it's just like, all right, so they start shooting missiles at us, like
Not
like
gonna
just.
not gonna happen.
So you
Trust.
don't even think they would take the shot? You don't even
No,
think they would take the?
no. They're not that fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, it's not gonna. I think on both, like I said, HB on both
Not
sides, they
crazy.
really thought about it, man. It would
They're
just
not
be
that crazy. HB,
mutually,
they was gonna do it. What they would have been did it.
mutually
Think
assured
Yeah,
about it.
destruction. And I
Think
think, look, I don't think that's a bad thing, right? Because when you have a circumstance like that, you do get a little bit of balance. You know what I mean? Like if you with somebody else, so y'all know that you can you have mutual assured destruction between each other. Y'all will both end up taking each other down to the ground. Y'all are gonna basically create a good barrier between each other to where y'all ain't crossing over each other's toes too much. I mean, stuff is gonna happen, but I think that nuclear deterrent is really what keeps us civil for real, like not on no bullshit. Because like you said, we would have been guided on if that wasn't like the factor in it. You know what I mean? Like we would have been had some pop off, but we ain't really trying to fuck with China. We ain't putting China really that much in our media as far
not
as
the
like a
40s. It's not the 50s. Like, man, this is about to be 2025. It's not gonna happen, man. It's not.
really.
All that
Huh?
stuff to me, just to me, man. Just my experience being in there. It's propaganda, man. It's just to keep you fucking scared, dude. I'm gonna tell you something. My first deployment. I was so scared going to the Middle East because all this
Yeah,
shit you see on TV, dude. I'm telling. I was like going through the training and like I'm like, damn, man. Like I don't think I want to leave the fucking ship. Like
yeah.
I was scared, man. But like going out there and like, man, that shit propaganda, man.
Ah,
The media, dude. I'm telling you, the media is strong, man. Just look over the last like 8 years. Just look at Trump. Dude,
yeah,
everybody hate Trump for no
yeah,
reason, just overnight.
yeah. It is
Dude was
true.
on, dude was on Fresh Prince of Bel Air. Had the like,
Yeah.
dude, they loved him. They hate him now.
In Canada, they cut out his part in Home Alone.
You see what I'm saying? Like just overnight,
Yeah.
media, like they can make you think a way, especially if you don't
Ah.
your own. They can make you think a certain way. Like, dude, they hated Kamala just overnight. They love her.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
oh, just 4 years ago, She had to. Now they love her. Now she
Yeah.
the savior. That's how the
Yo,
media
she's
works.
she
They,
she's
they,
black. She's black now too.
dude,
That's
she's
what's
black now.
crazy.
Like
She's black now. That's crazy.
black,
Yo, cause I
love her.
had to I had to like do some research just to make sure I wasn't crazy. Bro, her dad is like half white, half Indian.
Yeah, yeah.
He's like Irish.
Dude, they're
I don't know, bro. I don't know because I've
no man,
talked to if
dude,
you
they're
talk to
Indian.
Jamaicans, they'll back her up and be like,
No, no,
"Nah, her dad's black."
No, he's Jamaican. He's not black though. That's the thing.
Which
He's
which parent
Jamaican.
is
He's
white? Like
definitely
which
Jamaican.
grandparent of hers on her dad's side is white?
I think his mother or something is like
White.
or father like Irish or something like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Irish and Indian. But this is the thing. Once you go, if you look into the history of Jamaica, they had a lot of
Dude,
Indians coming.
Indians they run like damn near they run Jamaica.
Yeah,
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 coolies.
Now to this day, like
yeah,
they run Jamaica.
yeah, yeah. And they came over there. Indians came over in Jamaica in like the early 1900s. So they've been there for a while. So her dad is like he's half Irish and half Indian. She ain't got no. Yeah, they're Jamaican because I mean you're talking about
You
three,
talk about just the
four
island.
generations of people that have been in
Yeah,
Jamaica.
yeah, right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But they're not black, and it's like, bro, they're really trying to market this woman as black. And you're right, man. That media is sick, man. I really had to do
It-
my own research because I'm like, yo, this chick does not look. There's just no way she could just say she's black. I don't know. Something don't seem right, man. Yeah, no, you're right, man.
but
It is. It,
think about this. She never talks about her father, and he's still alive.
I
All her
know. I
stories,
know.
all her stories deal with her mother, and just off of
Yeah.
this, that proves that she's Indian.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Her
They
mother, her
don't.
mother doesn't have no black woman story.
Yeah. Nah, her mother's super Indian, man. Her
Yeah,
mother's super Indian. But they even said like her father, his uh his ancestors owned slaves.
yeah. They own a whole town.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of, man, it is kind of spooky, man. You could just say you're black, man. That shit is, and the media right there with her too.
Dude,
So I,
the media is powerful, man. They can make you hate somebody. They can make you love somebody just overnight.
yeah, I
Overnight.
I get it. I get it. I get what you're saying though, man.
Like
But
people don't have a real reason why they hate Trump. They just don't like him. If you ask somebody, I don't like him.
yeah, I know.
They
I
don't have,
Hey,
like
I'll be right
they don't
back,
have a
guys.
real reason why they like
I
Kamala.
Jahab.
They don't like Trump.
Yeah,
You know, they don't have a real reason behind it.
yeah.
None.
It's like I don't know. It's I don't even really have a real reason not to like Kamala either. I don't even really dislike her. Like I really don't. I honestly think
I don't like
she's a
me
lot.
personally. Me personally, I hate when people like cosplay the identity politics. Like
Yeah,
you
yeah,
don't have
yeah, yeah,
you don't have to do that for me to like you. Like stop. Like come on, man. Be
yeah,
yourself.
yeah, 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 yeah. I think that's the only thing about her that I don't like. But I honestly feel like it's more of the media kind of doing it. But because I never even really heard her say that she's black. I hear the media saying it and black people, and you know, I don't really hear her saying it though. I think she's more just kind of going along with it. She's not gonna not say it, you know.
Right. No, she's not.
she's just
I
like, all
mean,
right, well,
even Obama, right? Dude grew
yeah,
up in fucking Hawaii, dude. Went to like the top private
yeah,
school in Hawaii. Like he don't
yeah,
like he's not. I mean, he's a great actor. Don't get me wrong. The dude
yeah,
can, he got some good training because
yeah,
the dude can,
yeah,
he's smooth with it. But like he didn't. Come on, man. You grew up in Hawaii, dude. Like I can see if you grew up in like Chicago or Detroit or even Cleveland. Like like nah, man, nah.
That's what I think that's what like pisses me off so much about it too is that we still haven't really had a first black president.
No, we haven't.
Like, if you really think about it, these people ain't even for real black, man. They don't. They never really lived the black experience. How can you be black if you ain't lived that experience? I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, you ain't grow up in Detroit. You ain't grow up on the south side of Chicago. You
Because I
ain't.
think that
You ain't, you ain't grow up in
Obama
Cleveland.
was raised with, yeah, he was raised by his grandparents.
Yeah.
You know, like he was raised by an old white dude. Like, how can how can you have some type of like your mentality is an old white guy?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I don't know if you like. I don't know if you had like a relationship with your grandfather, but like you probably got some of his way. I know I do.
Yeah.
You know, you
Yeah.
was really
Yeah.
around like your grandfather and his ways or where he came from. You know, my grandfather came from the South. Like that sternness and not taking no shit. Like I get that from my grandfather.
Yeah, yeah. I was more around my dad more than anything. My grandpa, well, my great grandpa died like the year right before I was born,
Okay,
and
okay.
then I was more around my dad more than anything. But yeah, he wasn't like a super stern type of dad though. So
Is your
he
father
w-
from Detroit or
yeah,
from
yeah, he's from Detroit. He's
Oh
from
yeah, so he a
Detroit.
he a Midwest guy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yes.
He's like he's more like, kind of like cool, chill type. You know what I mean? Like but he's like blue collar. So
Let me
he's
ask
just
you.
kind of.
Let me ask you this question. See if you really from up the Midwest. Did your father wear gaiters back in the day? Gator shoes and suits.
Nah, hold on, hold on, hold on. My bad, my bad. I'm over here. I'm about to get a new truck, so uh, but no, no, no. He didn't have gators, but definitely did he have gators? I don't remember. I don't remember him having gators. He was more blue collar, man. He was you know, he wasn't, he was more into like I ain't gonna lie. My dad was kind of a he's kind of a ladies man. If he wasn't too flashy with it, but I'm trying to think. Yeah, I never saw him in no gators. My grandpa though, now my great grandpa, he died before I was born, but my grandpa definitely was like the, you know, gator, kind of real nice suits. He actually died with a full set of hair, man. He's kind of like Stanley. Like he was old head with like, you know, with a crown on him still. Most guys be going bald at like 30 now. My grandpa though, he was smooth as smooth as ice, man. Nigga was different. But yeah. Nah, my dad, my pops, he wasn't. He He ain't the flashy type though. He
You know, a
was
lot of
more.
the guys, like, in the Midwest, like, they, gators or nice shoes and suits and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like that was kind of. That's like you definitely see that. Detroit's a little different though. Detroit's like.
But y'all was big on like gators up there, I thought. Like gator shoes and stuff like that. And
Yeah, that was more like 70s. Once
oh,
the
okay.
80s and yeah, yeah, once the 80s came around, it kind of got it once niggas started getting that dope money, Detroit got it got hood. Detroit got hood.
I mean, you look at Big Meech pictures. He had the gator shoes, mink coats and stuff like that in the 80s.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, Big Meech was a different breed though, man. Big Meech was he should be getting out soon too. I think he's getting out soon. Big Meech. Truth be told, they say he's still moving around low key. Big Meech from behind the bars.
Yeah, the drug game is over with.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
I
yeah.
personally, I think if you win it, you working with the feds.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Nowadays, yeah, big time. I
I
you
think
know
it's too
I
many guys.
always kind of I always kind of thought that too.
Yeah, it's too many guys I seen that I went to school with,
Hmm.
and they live that lifestyle. They get out. I mean, they go in, then they get out, and it's like they never miss a step.
Yeah,
They even more flashier now than they before they went in.
yeah, yeah,
A lot of those
yeah,
guys be on the payroll, man.
yeah, yeah. I always thought that with like the mafia too, like the mob families. Like these guys got to be working with the feds,
Yeah,
man.
when you think about it, that's why I was saying, like, I remember I was talking to Be Brave one day, and I was like, man, dude, like, it's it's a macro and it's a micro level of things. What's happening on the micro level is happening on the macro level. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Exactly,
they not
exactly.
they allow certain things to go on. It's all about making
Yeah.
money. They,
Yep.
they allow it.
Yep.
Like, it is what it is. And you have to realize that they allow it. They can stop it if they want to stop it. They don't want to stop it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? They don't. Just
Nah.
how these just how they come in, like, into getting like the products or getting guns and stuff like that. Like how? Like how?
Yeah.
They
Nah.
they
It's
have to allow this stuff.
nah. I
Even
100%
like
believe
with like
that.
the shootings and stuff like that. Like um they allow it to happen, man. Like it's
Hmm.
like me personally, like I was thinking about this. Like I think like a lot of these, like, younger kids or that be acting like, like they be on, like, talking about ops and stuff like that. Like I think a lot of them were like on, like, Adderall, like some type of medicine as a kid. Cause like when you in school, and most kids, they active, and a lot of people don't look at kids as
Hmm.
being kids. They want them to be sit down and to be calm and sit here. A kid can't sit there for 8 hours. So what they gonna say?
Yeah.
Oh well, we gonna give you something so you can sit here. And I think like that later on it affects them as they grow older. So if they sitting there watching
Yeah.
TikTok or they watching, like, look at the drill rap and stuff like that. Like that shit is insane. Like
Yeah.
I think they was medical. They was on some type of medicine, as a kid, and it's affected them now.
I could believe it.
Once you start
I could,
mixing other drugs and stuff with the shit that they was taking,
Yeah.
they're zombies. That's the I think that's the true MK Ultra. You know, and a lot of them is raised by single parent mothers, so they can't control a 7-year-old that's running around the house. Oh, take this medicine. Okay, the doctor said you need to be on this medicine. Huh, take it, and then it's their life is over with after that.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
become zombies.
Yeah, the drill shit is, man, it's so crazy. I'm not gonna lie, it is kind of entertaining though, but it's so sick though. It's like demonic. Like these motherfuckers are real life killers, man. But it's definitely a lot of it is got to do with drugs, because you know they these kids now, they really do be popping a lot of prescription drugs, man.
Yeah,
That's
man.
kind of,
I think it's HB. I'm telling you, man. If I guarantee you, we do the research on the young kids or even like the older kids, like,
hmm
and see like go through their medical files and see like where they on these what ADHD drugs and stuff like that to calm them down. I guarantee like 99% of them were on drugs as young kids. I bet you.
yeah, I believe it, man. Even
And,
when I was a kid, they tried to put me on that shit. I was
but
like,
they
man,
stopped it,
hell,
right?
they tried to put me on that shit. I said, I was like, what was that girl that died? I was like, no, no, no. What was that girl
What
that
what
sing?
was it? The school they tried to say you need to be on it.
Yeah, yeah, it was the
You
school.
you see, but you was just being a normal boy, a normal kid.
Yeah,
You know, just running around. You know, exploring. That's what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to sit there for no fucking 8 hours and just look at the chalkboard all goddamn. Come on, man. You wasn't built for that.
yeah. Nah, it was I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty bad though. But I don't think I wasn't like,
Was you
I
bad
was
or was you just a kid?
no. I was pretty bad, but I wasn't like
All right, let me ask you a
I don't
question. Was you Dennis the Menace or was you Child's Play?
I was more like, I was bad, but I wasn't like disrespectful. I was never disrespectful to the teachers. I never talked back to the teachers. It was never like that. But I was like,
Like a class clown?
just like class clown, overactive. But then there was like another element where I would do shit like prank type shit. Like I remember I like would watch the teacher while she was like signing into her computer, and I like memorized her password, and I went in there and changed all the grades for everybody in class. And so I would do like pranks and shit. I would do like funny stuff. Like to me it was always just like funny. But I wasn't never like bad though. Like these kids now, they be like cussing the teachers out, fighting the teachers. I couldn't imagine doing some shit like that, man. But I just know that I never needed to be on like any type of meds or nothing like that. But I still remember trying that Ritalin. That's what it was back then, Ritalin. And when my mom saw me on it, she started crying, man. I still remember this shit. She was
How did
just like, man.
you remember how you felt?
I just remember I felt like you know, I just remember I felt like hold on a second. Hey, what's going on? What's going on? I'm getting rid of it today. Yeah, yeah. It's not bad though. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. I'm getting rid of it today though. They put me in a Freightliner. Oh, what's this? A Kenworth right here? This you got the new International. You got the new one. Oh, okay, okay. You just getting a new truck too? Oh, okay. Ah, damn. You don't like it? You don't like the international? Yeah, man. I don't know, man. I just hit the gas, man. It's almost 2 years. Oh man. Damn. Man, they said they not using the internationals no more. I'm surprised they gave you one. They said they not using the internationals no more. I'm surprised they gave you one. Yeah. What don't you like about it? Yeah. Yeah, it does. Mine's leaks a little bit sometimes. Mine leaks a little bit. It leak a little bit. Arranged inside. Okay. Yeah. 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 Yeah, man. Yeah, okay. Wait, where you at in Texas? Oh, okay. You live down there? Oh, okay. I just I just moved down to Fort Worth like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, man, I love it down there. Yeah. I'm running out of Grand Prairie too, man. I see you down there, then, man. Yeah, they got me regional right now, but they probably gonna have me go to the Texas regional soon though. So yeah, they still got me like I'm doing some Midwest, some down south, but they'll probably switch me up sooner or later. So yeah, I'm loving it down there though. But yeah, let me go get out of this truck, man. Take care, man. My bad. That was an old head. You know, when the old heads flag you down, you got to talk to them, man. That was a that was a that was an old head. That man was Stanley age. You got to stop. You got to talk to him. That man was about 80 years old, man. That was one of Stanley buddies right there. Oh man. Yeah, he said he don't like this. He don't like the truck they just gave him. God damn. Oh, let me see. Is Porsche in the back? Porsche in the back. Okay. Porsche. So, I gotta let the audience know. Porsche is she's not feeling too well today. Um, she got some she's you guys know how it is in Texas. It's very dusty down there. There's a lot of what do they call it? Allergies. It's allergy season. So Portia's she's not feeling too well, but Portia's she's a hard worker, and where she's in the back and she has a video. So I'm gonna let her play this video because I actually gotta clean out the rest of my truck. And I'm gonna let her play this video about Kamala. Um, Before we get into that though, I want you guys to please hit the like button, subscribe if you're new here. And this is actually October. What day is today? Is today the 3rd? October 3rd, 2024. This is actually Portia's birthday month. It's Porsche-tober. So hit the like button, subscribe if you're new here, and please, if you want to donate, help sponsor this show, hit the Cash App, $HB2N. Oh, it's the 4th actually. Thank you for that. It's actually the 4th, October 4th, 2024. The election is right around the corner. So, oh damn, they do got some new internationals. Damn. So, we are, oh, damn. So I gotta move around for a second, y'all. So just give me a second. I'm gonna have Portia play some videos for you guys to watch. I want to see your guys' comments in the chat. It's about Kamala Harris, you know. As Black Pseudophi would say, the Nigerian nightmare. I don't even think she's Nigerian. Or wait, does he say Nigerian? No, the Ugandan nightmare. There we go. The Ugandan nightmare. So, we're gonna celebrate Portia's birthday this month of October. So please hit the Cash App $ Portia J with the E at the end. That's PORSHAJAYE. Also, I got to give a salute to Tropes. He sent me a Cash App earlier, and I definitely appreciate that, man. All your, I appreciate everybody supporting this show. You know, we work tirelessly. We appreciate everything you guys do. We just started, you know, we're about 3 months in as far as the channel, you know. So just you know, just keep that in perspective, you know. A lot of people, they think, you know, oh, you're just supposed to blow up overnight. But it's like, yo, to me, having a tight-knit community, a solid people, to me, that's way better than having like a roulette of or a whole bunch of just new people coming in and out, and the old people coming in and out, and you know, just a bunch of people. You got new people always coming in, the old people leaving. I'd rather have a tight-knit community of people that all rock with each other. We don't gotta agree, but we got respect. All of that, you know what I mean? Like, tight-knit community to me is way better than just a free-for-all. Just a bunch of, you know, just a bunch of motherfuckers, you know, like fuck with you one day, they don't fuck with you the next day. Nah. We appreciate everybody over here. Whether you in the chat, whether you hit the link, the panel, we appreciate everybody. Just don't get in your feelings too much about shit, you know? Like, a lot of people like to get in their feelings about shit, but it is what it is, man. It's all entertainment at the end of the day. And God bless you guys. So, Portia, we're gonna play a quick little music break, and Portia's gonna get to this video. Here we go.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude,
I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a specific. Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Damn. Pusha, where the video at? Damn, this truck really is brand new. God damn. God damn. Oh, they locked it. Okay. Damn. This shit really is brand new. God damn. These wheels are shiny as shit. God damn. Alright. Damn, this shit kinda. Damn, this shit brand new. Damn, the fifth wheel don't even got no grease on it. This shit like a brand new baby. God damn. Don't even got no grease on it. God damn.
HB, you the first person with the truck?
Yeah. I didn't know they were gonna give me they said they were giving me a brand new truck. You know, I'm like, I don't like to brag, but they they tell me I'm like top 5% in the company. So they they want to give me, they think this is gonna keep me with the company, but it is what it is. But once I have my 2 years experience, I can pretty much go anywhere and work. So
What's your long term like goals? You trying to just stay on the road, or eventually like make your way off the road and do something else?
yeah, eventually I do want to take myself off the road. It's I definitely want to get into buying properties and stuff. I already started looking into it, and like down in Texas, it's like way different market, man. So
Would
you
you
know,
buy property back at home in Detroit?
uh, oh man, I honestly, it's like I know Detroit, I know the culture out there. And it's like, man, I don't wanna do no
It's
work
not
out
worth it.
there. Nah, it's not worth it to me.
Oh,
Nah,
okay,
not to
okay.
me. Yeah, nah. I'd rather move to a whole new place. But out in Texas, it's you know, buy some property, maybe rent Airbnb something, because it's like one of those places where Texas, I feel like it's like wide open.
Right, right.
It's everybody wants to move down there. So if I get in now, you know,
You know what, man?
can
Man, got me thinking, man. Find a location and do what he does, man, with the short term rentals and shit.
yeah. See, John has the perfect location though, because
Yeah,
DC
DC.
is one of those.
Yeah,
Yeah, DC is one of those cities. See, you could do some shit like that in a city like DC, New York, Chicago, you know,
I
in
was
some.
even thinking about going back down to Virginia where I was stationed at, man, because
Mhm.
it's people that they always in and out of Norfolk, Virginia Beach, and stuff like that. And I mean, Virginia Beach is not too bad. Find some property down there and try to set up shop like how he does.
Yeah, nah. John's got the perfect, because the thing about John, like what a lot of people be hating, but if you really see his business model, he sets it up
Oh
like
man, yeah,
it's
man,
like a it's like a dorm room. He
man.
set it up just like a dorm room. Like if
I
you
don't know if
ever
he
went
was.
to
I don't know if he was on a panel, but I was talking to him the other day. He was just telling me how he like that. He breaks the shit down, man. Like so, he was like, how many people they get paid once a month? I said, shit, I don't know nobody. He was like, exactly. He's like, I'd rather have 3 weeks than having you waiting for the month that they gave me something, and he just
yeah,
taking that payment and just breaking down that payment.
yeah,
Rent,
yeah,
you
yeah,
just you're really just taking your whole property, you just breaking it down and renting out each room. I think that shit is genius, man. I never thought about it
yeah.
like.
Yeah, no, and I think that's the thing too. He makes you think about shit way differently, man. You might not agree, but you're gonna think about it differently. And that's the thing. A lot of people don't make you really think. Like, I never even thought of no shit like that. It's like, god damn. But hold on. I'm gonna let Portia play this video. I'm gonna be back though. I gotta handle some paperwork and stuff. So I'll be back. I'll be back.
That Kamala was black. Well, you'll say, yeah, when she kind of started running with Joe Biden, that changed because of where you grow up. Okay, been in these streets, Kamala, because I decided to simply that Kamala Harris is black. I am so tired of people being so fake, having to apologize for something that should not have yielded any response from the media. In fact, it should have been the opposite. They should have went ahead and investigated the claim that Kamala Harris is black, gotten to the bottom of it fully. But instead, it was a media pylon. And then after being fired, Mo added to that pylon by referring to Janet Jackson as unbalanced. Like the person who just worked for her came out and was like, she's unbalanced. I mean, with friends like that, who needs enemies? Then came me. I don't know. I guess I really am the person that has been in these streets, Kamala, because I decided to simply look into her genealogy. Because why on earth is the world trying to convince me that this woman is suddenly black? Like they just decided she was black because she's running and because there is evidence, it is true, that her father grew up in Jamaica. Your race does not magically change because of where you grow up, okay? If I grow up in Sweden, I don't get to suddenly say I'm white, okay? And what I discovered was quite startling. Now, I'll ask you, when did you first get the idea that Kamala was black? Well, you'll say, yeah, when she kind of started running with Joe Biden. And that claim really came from Kamala herself. When they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, they understood that Kamala Harris published a book in 2019 called The Truth That We Hold. And presumably the book was filled with truth that she was holding. I had to look through it. And I saw this picture of her and her grandmother, clearly a black-looking grandmother, on page 282 in the photograph section. It reads, as you can see, visiting my paternal grandmother, Beryl, in Jamaica. Also on that same page, there's another photo of her. Again, you can see it's black and white. I'm not quite sure why it is black and white, but it says, when I was 10 months old, I visited Spanish Town, Jamaica. This is me with my mother and my paternal grandfather, Oscar Joseph. And now this guy looks mixed. He looks Asian of some description, but you can see the idea here is that she's definitely trying to introduce, in a manner of photos, things that make her race look more complicated. So I just decided to investigate that, and immediately things got weird, very weird. First and foremost, because it was very easy for me to determine via just a light search online that Beryl, her alleged paternal grandmother that you just saw, died 4 years before Kamala was born in 1960. So last night we decided to continue our research to see if we could find birth certificates and marriage certificates and death certificates, which could further signify those points. And indeed it did. And it also raised even more questions about her genealogy. So let's go through those. Here is the birth certificate for her paternal grandmother. This is Kamala's paternal grandmother, Beryl. Okay, now you can see on this birth certificate that Beryl is spelled with an I. It's Beryl Magdalene. And you can see the reason why we know this is the correct Beryl is because the mother is listed as Iris Finnegan. Later on, we're going to show you in the book, she names Iris Finnegan as her great grandmother. So that would be Beryl's mother. So we have the right woman. Also, formerly, her maiden name is Allen. That is true. It also says here that she's born in October of 1917 in St. Anne. That's the St. Anne parish of Jamaica. And again, you can see it says it is signed by Iris Finnegan. Very clearly, this is the woman that we are looking for. This is Kamala's grandmother, alleged grandmother, Beryl. It's also interesting, by the way, that it lists her great-grandmother as a seamstress because Donald Harris, Kamala's father, wrote in a 2020 piece called Reflections of a Jamaican Father, quote, Miss Iris, that again would be his grandmother, was the mother of 8 children, too, was the sweetest and gentlest person one could meet, but underneath it was a tough farming woman who ran the cane farm at Thatch Walk. near Town, jointly owned with her husband, Mr. Christie. Okay, that's weird. So you're telling me that she ran a farm, because on that birth certificate, it says that actually Iris was a seamstress, but whatever. Let's just park that aside for a second and stick with Beryl, this woman who died before Kamala was born, okay? Because I was feeling pretty certain that not too many people were going to be named Beryl and be born in the St. Anne parish of Jamaica in 1917 to a mother named Iris Finnegan. I felt confident that we could find a little bit more data, and in fact, we did, okay? First, we stumbled across Beryl's marriage certificate. Okay, so you can see that right here. And now the name spelling has changed. You have Beryl Finnegan spelled with a Y in the same way that Kamala spells it. And it lists their married date as 1944. Again, you can see the parish that is listed is St. Anne Parish. This is where every piece of Beryl's life seems to take place. It reads here that her calling is a barmaid. And something that jumped out at me was the fact that she's married to someone, as you can see, named Lawford Newland. Okay, so Beryl apparently was married more than once, because Lawford Newland is not Donald Harris's father, but Beryl is his mother. So just to be clear, again, it says that she married a guy named Lawford Newland in 1944. When she was 25 years old, okay? It's important to note that that would have been 4 years after she gave birth to Donald Harris, Kamala's father. I find that to be very strange. Also, regarding Kamala's father, we cannot seem to locate, regarding Lawland Newland, the person that she married, we can't find him. Can't find him anywhere. We cannot find a birth certificate. We cannot find a death certificate. We can't find a news item or otherwise. I cannot find this alleged Lawford Newland that apparently her grandma got married to. We also can't find a wedding certificate for Beryl and Oscar Wilde Joseph Brown Harris. That is allegedly supposed to be Donald Harris's father. Okay, so Kamala's grandfather is Oscar Wilde Joseph Brown Harris, and we can't find a marriage certificate between the two of them. That's very strange. As speculated, we were able to confirm that Kamala's Black grandmother that she showed us in that picture died in 1960, before Kamala was born. I can show you right now her death certificate. Let's take a look at Beryl's death certificate, which confirms. As you can see there, it says that she died in July of 1960. It also tells us on the right-hand side, you guys will probably have to zoom in on this, but she died of a uterine infection, uterine fibroids due to a hysterectomy. It has her listed as 39 years. That's actually a couple of years off from 1917, so somebody may have gotten their math wrong here. But you once again see that it lists her birthplace as St. Anne. And so this is a huge scandal. Just an absolutely huge scandal. Kamala Harris published in her book that she was standing next to her grandma Beryl. But Grandma Beryl died in 1960, 4 years before Kamala Harris was born. So who the hell is the real Beryl? Who is that woman standing next to Kamala Harris? And do you know what I noticed about that woman standing next to her? She looks a lot like the woman that Kamala claims in her book is her great-grandmother, Iris. Now, that's Iris Finnegan. Here's the book with my great-grandmother, Iris Finnegan in Jamaica. Now, I'm going to give you the side-by-side of Iris and her alleged daughter, Beryl, who died at 39. Now, that woman on the right is not 39 years old. She's clearly much more advanced in her age. I mean, we know black don't crack. I mean, that's just a scientific fact. So I would put that woman on the right-hand side, who she tried to pass off as Beryl, and I think is the exact same person. I would say that that woman looks to be about 65. And then it looks like she's more advanced on the left-hand side. The great-grandmother, that's the same person. When I just believe my own eyes, we're looking at the same person. What do you guys think when you look at those photos? How the hell does a person who is the vice president of the United States pass off a book, claim that these people that are in her book are her Black relatives, and nobody bats an eyelash or does even a peripheral search to recognize that the woman that she put forth is implausibly her grandmother. And by the way, I'm going to say this and people can be offended, but the first thing that I thought when I saw the photo of her sitting on her great grandmother's lap was that this doesn't look like a grandparent affection going on here. Like, this woman looks like she could be working for the family. Quite literally, I thought to myself, this woman looks like she could be the help. And I thought that because there's a lack of affection there. Do you know what I mean? But there's no, like, in both of the photos, there's a lack of affection. It's just like a woman standing next to her. And I obviously know that that was a circumstance. When you're talking about a family that had a ton of plantations, which is the reality. She descends from Irish slavers. That is a fact that Kamala Harris cannot deny. She descends from wealthy Irish slavers who virtually they did own the town. They named the town. It was Hamilton Town, then it was Brownstown in Jamaica. He had over 1,000 slaves, okay? It would follow that there would be help around the house. And I'm just going to put here as a question mark, not as a fact. If they're looking at some of these photos of people who became like family and they're trying to pass them off like relatives, again, not a fact, a huge question mark, but my instinct tells me that that person is actually not her family member. And if it is, well, Kamala's got some explaining to do. How did she meet Grandma Beryl almost 20 years after Grandma Beryl died? Because Kamala Harris looks to be about 20 in that photo that she presented. Then there's another bit of a mystery, as I said. If Beryl married after her or before her wedding when she was 25 years old to the missing Newland, if anybody can find Newland, please let me know. But if Beryl married at some point Oscar Wilde Joseph Brown, where is their marriage certificate? And where is their divorce certificate? Again, I'm only prodding the narrative here because I'm going to need proof that she's Black. The media has now made this a thing, and now you made it so much of a thing that you're attacking people like Janet Jackson when she asks a very reasonable question that you should be able to respond to. And now we have a verifiable lie that Kamala Harris told in her book, or a big uh-oh, because, if I'm being nice, I guess sometimes you think when you're publishing a book that it's a photo of you and your grandmother that you never met or never could have met. Maybe Kamala was just confused and thought it was her grandma, but it was a grandmother that she had, again, never met. Media should be on this, and they should be asking her this question. How did you make this significant of a blunder in your book? And isn't it quite ironic that every photo that you have presented, two of which look like they're the exact same person, one aged on, which begs the question, is that even Kamala Harris in her lap? I don't know. Again, we're at the beginning of this investigation. But it's interesting that amongst all of the relatives, so many Irish white slavers, the only photos that she chose to put in this book are the ones that make it look as though she might be Black. And we have just significantly and without question debunked one of those photos. Also, there's something else that I notice about Beryl and Oscar, this alleged married couple, right? Our alleged husband and wife. Each of them are listed as having a lot of siblings. Oscar's siblings are named Hildred May Harris, Newton Alexander Harris, and Ina Doreen Harris. I cannot find a single photo of these siblings. Now, why am I looking for it? Well, because people take family photos all the time. Tons of this stuff is on the internet. I mean, one of those people lived until 2005. Ina Doreen Harris allegedly lived until 2005. I would just like to see a photo to confirm that these are Black relatives. I just want to confirm their race. Can't find a trace. Similarly for Beryl Finnegan has siblings too. Their names are Abraham Judah Finnegan, Noah Pendergast Finnegan, Bernard Washington Finnegan, and Gloria Eugenie Hill. Where are they? Or where are any photos of them, presuming that they've passed? Where are the photos of them? They've got to be somewhere, right? Something very suspicious is going on. I don't know how it is plausible, guys. Do not allow the media to gaslight us. It is not difficult, okay, for a person that is running for president of the United States to have a tidy background. This is my mom. This is my dad. This is my grandma. that it always seems to be the case that right before they run, they introduce like 1 or 2 photos that they allege are from their childhood. This is my grandma. This is my mom. And if you ask any more questions, I'm going to scream at you and call you a racist, is completely ridiculous. We now have a scandal on our hands, okay? And again, this is the tip of the iceberg. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep looking for these relatives. I'm going to confirm that all of these people are in fact Black. I find it strange, just as a little tidbit, that when you go on these genealogy websites, you can see that there's somebody managing the profile. All of the people that are managing the profile for Kamala's relatives are white. What interest would white people around the United States have in managing the profile for this Jamaica family? Unless what Janet Jackson said was true, and that these are her white Irish relatives, and she's been hiding that fact by trying to introduce some random photos of a woman and purporting that that woman is her grandmother. Again, if she's been with you throughout your entire life, Kamala, you could drop some more photos, but no matter what, you lied in your book, okay? You lied in your book. That woman died in 1960, and you were born in 1964, and I find that to be extremely problematic. Like I said, I'm in these streets, just like you, Kamala. So if you want to come out and tell the truth, I'm going to be on this. Otherwise, you might as well come up with your storyline, because I don't tend to let go when I have the scent of somebody who's telling a lie. All right, guys, we will pause there. I want to remind you about Goldco, this election. All right, guys, you can stop everything because this is officially the only podcast that you need to listen to today. Yesterday, I received an email from a woman all the way in New Zealand who decided to turn into Sherlock Holmes and fully dedicate herself to investigating Kamala Harris and all of these missing documents and all of these questions. And what she uncovered is potentially so shocking and so alarming that we can officially close the $1,000 bounty because she's earned it. I mean, she's going to receive the full 1K. Because this is now getting dark and twisted, and my suspicions about Kamala Harris potentially pretending that the help was her family maybe have been confirmed. I'm going to let you guys judge. Don't want to get way ahead of myself, but do not go away, and welcome back to Candace. I don't even know where we begin here. I mean, I'm just shaken. So look, if you're just jumping into this, you got to stop and you got to go back 2 episodes and play catch up, episode 70 and episode 71, because we're not going to do too much recapping here because I want to jump right into this. Basically, someone came for Janet Jackson and I answered the door. It was a discrepancy that was in Kamala's book. A woman that she said was her grandmother named Beryl, a picture of her and her grandmother Beryl. Here it is, visiting my paternal grandmother Beryl in Jamaica. And then I did just a brief search online and found out that Beryl allegedly died 4 years before Kamala was born. So that's a major red flag. Then I had a little bit of a gut instinct. The photos that were being presented of Kamala and her grandparents, great-grandmother and Beryl, I just felt that the women, or the woman, because I think they look remarkably alike, I just feel that maybe this woman was the help. And I'm not saying that because she's Black. I'm not racist against Black people. I am Black. I'm saying this because there's just a lack of emotion there. Like, I don't know if it's just my grandparents, but when they're with you, they're like super cuddly and cute. And this woman's just kind of very serious each time that she's being featured here. So anyways, what happened was we sourced Beryl's birth certificate. And then my instinct got a little bit stronger because her name was spelled differently in the birth certificate, right? So you.
All right, so I know I sound pretty crazy. However, we finished the first video. Now we're on the second video, and this is 72, so we'll go until 76. I wanted to give you all an opportunity to comment if you'd like to, before we get into this second one, because it only gets worse. So if you guys just want to comment, go ahead. If you don't, I'll keep playing.
I have the same opinion that I did last night about the cats and the dogs. Like, I am so disappointed in us conservatives that we have so much to pick apart with Kamala that we choose this. I honestly, I don't care if she was white, if she was black, if she was green, if she was purple. I wouldn't vote for her. It doesn't matter. Why are we... And I know Candace likes to debunk things. You know, I love Candace, but sometimes she can be a bit much. That's all. I mean, if anybody else want to pivot off of what I said or respond to what I said.
I think they're using it because they the other side is using it. That's how they portraying her as. They started off as saying the first black woman president.
Yeah, so that's what I've taken from this also. If the left and the Democrats did not make this such of a big deal, Candace would not be doing this.
Right.
And the only thing that they talk about, with Kamala is the fact that she's black. Now, if they gave us more than the fact that she was black, then yeah. But in every single rebuttal, every single thing that we play about Kamala, no matter what it is, it don't matter what she's talking about, it doesn't matter. She's always black. And it's just like, Bill, yeah, but so what about, what about her policy? What about her stance on this? What about whenever she was a prosecutor? What about whenever she was a senator? What about this? What about that? Oh, you're just asking questions because she's black and y'all not ready to see a black woman in office. It's because she's black. You don't want to get into this. Oh, but it's because she's black. And oh, yeah, but remember, don't forget she's black. Oh, yeah, but yeah, it doesn't matter because she's black. And so whenever you hear this all the time, especially like John, I would say he's a phenomenal example of the courage that I would say that he has to go out and do these interviews, especially in places like New York and DC. He sits down with these people, and every last one of them, why are you voting for Kamala? Oh, because she's black. And so Candace is just like, hey, well, is she? Because I'm black now, but is she? And then the thing is that Kamala has never called herself black. She's never called herself black. But in her book, she got pictures with this black woman that she said is her grandma. But that ain't her granny, though. And just because she was born in Jamaica, that don't make you black just because you're born in Jamaica. Just because you're born of a different, in a different nation, it doesn't change your race.
Right.
So
there's all races and there's Chinese in Jamaica, there's white, there's black, there's a mixture of all,
Yeah, and so they're Jamaican, right? But they're still Asian Jamaicans. They're white Jamaicans, And so, Virgo, I 100% agree with you whenever you say there are so many other things that we can investigate. You are so right. However, all they talk about is the fact that she's black. And it's like,
Portia, they even asked, that was one of the first questions they asked Trump at that the journalist thing was about her race. He never even brought it up.
Never brought it up.
And then they spun that and used it against him because they asked him the question about it.
And then to make matters worse, at the presidential debate between Kamala and Donald Trump, they asked Donald Trump if she was black. They didn't even ask her if she was black. Who does that? Yeah, but y'all go ahead.
Let's not forget where this started. This started in 2020. If anyone remembers, right? No, started in 2020. Black women,
you're breaking up. You guys.
Oh, yeah, I'm in the woods. Yeah. Can you hear me or they're still breaking up?
We hear you.
Yeah. And said want a woman president.
No, you're still breaking up pretty bad.
Well, actually, this started in 2016 when they asked Obama for his birth certificate. To be honest with you, I'm just saying.
Oh gosh, I wish.
Right.
American Man, I think you said that you're like in a rural place because we can hardly hear you. I mean, not that we can't hear you. It's just you're breaking up really bad. Jihad, did you want to add anything?
I don't know. The right has a history of questioning people's ethnicity, and I don't know. And I do get your point, Portia. Maybe if she didn't like stand 10 toes down that I'm black, yeah, maybe we wouldn't even give a damn. But yeah, I still feel the way I feel.
As a person that is, what am I, a quadroon, octoroon, whatever, a person that is of mixed something somewhere in my bloodline, in my immediate family, and I don't talk about it like that, but you know, it ain't too hard to like be like, hey, Portia, who are your grandparents? It's like, oh yeah, here they are. You know, that's my nana, that's my pawpaw type of thing, right? But and you have my mother, and of course my father, and you know my siblings and all of that. You know, we're black, but there's nothing to be ashamed of whenever it comes to talking about my grandparents. And this is my grandparents on my father's side. Now,
you know what?
As a black person, I'm not like, I ain't trying to be funny. Them telling me that she's black means everything to me. It means everything to me. And it should to every other black person that's running around saying that I'm voting for her because she's black. There are a lot of course, sensitivities with the Negro in America. There's a lot of, you know, things that we can call out and say that we experience as Black Americans that other people do not. And they do not understand the plight or the things that we go. And so for me, whenever you want to just put this person up in my face and tell me that she's black and I'm supposed to be proud of that, but she's not, I'm not okay with that. I'm the same way that I'm not okay with them taking Michael Jackson and y'all trying to make Michael Jackson white. He's not white, though. He's black.
Right.
Y'all aren't about to write history. Y'all aren't doing that. So for me, it pisses me off. Like it really gets to me. It makes me very upset because she's not black. And you're not about to sit here and write history for my kids that I haven't even had yet. You're not writing the history for my children, telling my children and my children's children that the first female president was a black woman. That is not so. What happens when you take the Martin Luther Kings and the Angela Davises, who was also biracial, or the Rosa Parks, the real one, because they already did that with the real Rosa Parks. The real Rosa Parks was a dark-skinned black woman. But y'all want to get the light-skinned one. What we're not going to do is have this woman paraded around. And again, this is more the fault of the media than Kamala, which I will say. But the left has done this. They have made her black. But she ain't black. And so they need to stop doing that. So for her, she could be the first Indian. And her family, you know, her dad's from Jamaica. Her mom's Indian. Just let her be that, but you ain't got to make her black. Y'all not finna put this off on her because you know what? Look at her record. Look at her record. How did she get where she is? She got where she is on her knees. Am I just supposed to accept that? Oh, we got this female out here sucking dick to get to where she is. Call her black. That's what's synonymous with black. Nah, I ain't doing that. And she's a failure. She's not a favored vice president. But she's black though, so whenever she does fail, as much as she has failed, the only thing they're gonna do, oh, well, you know, she is black. We don't really have too many expectations. It's just a black woman. You know how it is. Look at all these cities that have black women running stuff. You know, everything's horrible, but you know, they're just black women. You ain't putting that on me.
Yeah, I got Portia the cussing.
You ain't putting that on me.
Yeah, I got Portia the cussing. Lord have mercy.
Put it on me, Virgo. They ain't putting
Portia, all they have to do is bring her father out. He can explain everything. He's still alive.
Yeah, I think that's why they. And peace to everybody. Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good morning. I think that's why they keep her father out the media and stuff, because he's still around, and from what I heard, they ain't on the best terms. He's already said stuff in the past about her, so it's like, yeah, they not trying to bring him up.
I think it's more about making Negroes a clown show. American. That's what I think, and it's just like, don't put that on us. And then the thing is that I can't say don't put it on us because they've already put it on us. But look at how much black people are eating this up and how much they're accepting it. Like, it's just, it's incredible. And it's just like, y'all just take anything they give y'all, don't y'all?
It's the same thing they did with Obama, the first black president. The motherfucker is mixed. He's not black. He's not white. He's mixed. But they made it seem that he's this black man. And I didn't fall. See, this is why I left New York. And I didn't want to live in a blue state anymore. This is one of the reasons. It's like we were supposed to vote for him because he's black. You know, never mind any of his policies, never mind nothing else. He's black, so we have to vote for him. And that's that kind of mentality I wanted to run from. Now, as far as Kamala is concerned, I think she may be a quarter black. You know, maybe her father is black and white, you know, but she's mostly Indian, and you can see with your own two eyes. Because I surely wouldn't want somebody telling me I'm not black. But at the same token, I'm not using that to gain anything, you know?
Like, the thing is, like, being a black conservative it's such a struggle because
child,
we have to deal with people that actually are black telling us that we are not. You know, black people on the left stream media saying that we aren't black. And so you see Candace is blacker than me, and Virgo, I know she's blacker than you. But they say that she's not black. Larry Elder, blacker than me, blacker than you, but they say that he's not black. Byron Donalds, he real black. He ain't black. Tim Scott, he ain't black either. Mark Robinson, he ain't black either. All of us, we have to go through this life just because we choose not to vote for the Democrats. So that makes us not black. But Kamala is.
But Biden said it perfectly. If you don't vote for him, you're not black.
So you mean to tell me that I'm not black? I grew up. I know the black experience. Kamala don't know. She ain't black. You're not just black because you say you are. Just like the trans thing. You're not just something because you say you are. And for us to accept this and to look over this, to me, I think that would be us doing a disservice to ourselves. Now, I didn't do the research. I'm not out here doing the work that Candace is doing, but Candace is not just doing it. Candace is paying people. She got people from all over the world looking at all of this stuff. I mean, they do a records request and everything, just trying to get to the bottom of it. And please, I mean, I know it is petty, Virgo. It's petty. But stop talking about her being black. I mean, because you know, whatever you have differences of answers, but they're like, you know, I don't know if she black or not for real. I mean, if she say she black, so she black. Okay, so why y'all mad at Rachel Dolezal? If we could just identify with the race, then Rachel is blacker than Kamala. Rachel, she has the kinky curly hair look. She worked for the NAACP. She went to HBU. She's in a Black Divine Nine Greek letter organization. And let me tell you what Rachel Dolezal got that Kamala ain't. A black husband.
Lord have mercy.
But Rachel Doll's out. Let's counsel her. You can't just say that you're black. You can't just pretend to be black. How dare you? But it's okay for Kamala. No, we ain't doing that. You play with your mama. Play with your mama. Don't play with me.
Oh Lord have mercy.
Yeah, don't play with me. This is where we are.
I say go play with something else, but I think Portia's keeping it clean.
Oh Lord, I need to pay. I got to take a break from talking because
I agree. All right. Oh wait, let me put the settings to my Bluetooth. Hold on. Yeah, I agree with Portia. There's an element of this that's just playing in black people's faces, right? And then you're telling black people that think differently, well, you're not black, and then you're heralding up an Indian woman, an Indian and Irish woman, and telling us this is blackness. There's something very problematic about that because no one else has to deal with this. That's another element of this is that black people seem to be the only people that their race and skin color is tied to politics. No one else goes through this. There's no if you don't vote conservative, you ain't white. There's none of that. Only black people. They don't do that to Asians. They don't do that to anyone else. Only black people. And that's problematic.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the first time the liberals have played in our faces. How about all those ads that they had and thinking that all black people are some sort of monolith, and they have Sukiana twerking and telling us to vote, and all these rappers. Like, really?
Well, I'm going to say something controversial. For the most part, black people are a monolith. Not all, but most. They are. And you see it through black people. Because as soon as you're a black person, right, they'll scream, we're not a monolith. But as soon as you go left when they're going right, they'll scream at you for not being a part of the monolith. And so to an extent, black people have done this to themselves because they've allowed this to be the norm.
Correct.
And we accept everything, you know?
Yep.
We accept it all.
Everything.
It don't matter what. We accept everything. Everything and everybody.
Yep.
You know, I think about it. Okay, it's 2024. And Michael Jackson is the best example that I can give because there's too many articles, too many foreign TV shows or other American TV shows, publications that I've seen where they've said that Michael Jackson is white already. Even in one of the movies that they made about Michael Jackson, they had a white man playing him. And it's just like, you know, that's the greatest artist of all time.
And that's why they're making him white.
Y'all ain't taking that. Y'all can't have him. Y'all can't have Michael Jackson. You can't have him. You can't. Yeah, you know, because you think they're already doing it now. It's not like this man has been dead long. I mean, he was alive whenever I was alive, and I'm still young. You know what I mean? And so, like, just imagine 20 years from now, 30 years from now, 40 years from now. You know, whenever I'm approaching Social Security and Medicare. And now the history is telling me the first woman president was an Indian woman. It's like, but she was black whenever I was a kid. When I was a kid, when I was, you know, an adult, a young adult. And this is what I believed. But it's too easy to try to get her in this position by simply calling her black and saying she's black, but then flipping it and calling it something else. Because mind you, hold on, wait. You know what? I'm going to do y'all one even better. Hey, Momo. I'm going to do y'all one even better. Let me look this up really quick. Harris.
And it's sad with Michael because I actually have a cousin that suffers from that disease.
Good morning. How are you? I'm doing well. How are you? I'm all right, thank you. Oh shit! Sorry.
Her skin is blotchy, but Michael Jackson had the means to like make his skin one color. You know, I don't see nothing wrong with that. It's not like he was trying to be white. You know, he's still a black man. If me and him were to have a kid, that'd come out a cute little brown baby. That's it.
So why do all that plastic surgery then?
Why do people do plastic surgery? I don't know.
I think it's for black people. Like I'm not saying I'm saying specifically for the nose and stuff. Yeah, I get plastic surgery, people do that, but nah, man, like got like probably the most European nose you can get from a plastic surgeon. It was like straight pointy. I think he had some identity issues, man, because you know, hair. How does your hair turn from an afro as a kid to you got this weird, you know what I mean, vampire hair?
Jerry curl, or I'm figuring he had a lace front. Yeah, Michael just probably put us on to lace fronts.
Man, I think he wanted to be white. I'm not saying that means you can just claim him as white. Like I agree with Portia, might, and that's, you know, it's gonna be what it is. But yeah, he's a black dude. But yeah.
I mean, we can go deep into the whole Michael Jackson theory, and I know that's not what this topic is about, really. But I also feel that Michael had other issues going on too. So
yeah, hating his parents, you know, a hatred of self, or you know, not wanting to look like your father and have the nose of your father, and all. Having all of those issues. I don't care about none of that. He's still black though, so you know, I don't care about his skin. I don't care about his nose. I don't care about his hair. Black females out here wearing everybody hair but they own. It's black women, people all over the world, especially in places concentrated like Jamaica, where they're bleaching their skin so they can appear more white. I don't care how much bleach they put on that skin. Yo is still a Negro at the end of the day. So I don't care about none of that. The thing about
you're still Kamala, gonna have a brown baby.
Exactly. She ain't none of that. You can modify your body, change it. Even these girls that got these bodies and everything else, paying for all of the plastic surgery because it's all of the craze. It don't matter. You still you. Okay. Whenever you have a kid, it's still gonna look like that. Michael Jackson. We can even go as far as to say the little kids that he adopted. We know he adopted those little white kids, but Michael Jackson's still black, and he never called himself white. He ain't never said he was white.
But his daughter calls herself black. She's like, I'm a black woman.
Yeah, you know, and that's something else. That's something totally different. No.
Yeah, like I said, we can go deep into this rabbit hole, but that's not what the topic is about today. Maybe Portia, maybe you should do a show one day just about Michael.
I love Michael Jackson.
I love him too.
Let me see. So I want to play a little bit of this and then we'll go back into Candace, but how Kamala Harris talks about her Indian roots shaping her political views. She didn't say how her black roots, you know, but let's watch a little bit of this. I wonder if she can make a mean curry.
She probably could.
I need some right now.
I spoke with the maternal uncle of Harris, who's 80 years old, but he's so active for his age. I must mention that. An anecdote that he mentioned, which was very interesting to me, was the influence of her mother on Harris. Now, imagine a 19-year-old Indian woman deciding to go overseas for her education. She traveled all alone. One fine day, she told her parents that I want to go abroad, I want to go to America, I want to go to UC Berkeley, and I want to study there. Her parents were extremely progressive. So the father, I believe, said, all right, Shamla, go ahead. I can only sponsor you for a year. After that, you're on your own. And she did live up to the expectations. She managed to complete her doctorate there, and then she joined the civil rights movement as well when she was in university. A lasting impression on Senator Harris is from the mother as well as the maternal grandfather, who she used to visit very often in India. Those were her roots that she keeps.
What she just said, her mother, her maternal grandfather, those are her roots, her Indian roots.
Talking about so proudly. Here's more on that.
My mother, who raised me and my sister, was a proud woman. She was a brown woman. She was a woman with a heavy accent.
And her mother, Shamla Gopalan, was also the biggest influence in Kamala Harris's life.
The answer is absolutely yes, Joe.
After the big announcement, Harris's sister wrote in a Twitter post, "You can't know who Kamala Harris is without knowing who our mother was." In 1958, a precocious 19-year-old Indian, Gopalan traveled thousands of miles from her home and family to pursue a doctorate in nutrition and endocrinology in America. She soon became an active civil rights crusader while studying at UC Berkeley.
Once she went there, she almost felt free. And she took part in politics. She used to bring whole series of literature, leftist literature from Karl Popper's, he was a great philosopher.
In her book, Harris says, "There is no title or honor on earth I'll treasure more than to say I am Shamla Gopalan Harris's daughter."
And I want to point out, there's no honor or title on earth she'll treasure more. You know what? And it ain't nothing wrong with that. It ain't nothing wrong with that at all. It ain't nothing wrong with being proud of your mama. It ain't nothing wrong with being proud of your Indian heritage. It ain't nothing wrong with you being Indian. It ain't nothing wrong with you being a hello, how are you doing? Cricky Martha, it ain't nothing wrong with you being one of them. Be proud of that. Walk in that. It's okay. Ain't nobody mad at you. I love Indian food from America.
Well,
it ain't nothing wrong with that. Walk in it. Walk in it.
Well, Portia, that's the crazy part. They're literally running a whole campaign on playing in black people's faces when she could just be Indian.
Who
That's fine.
the fuck you think she is? Who the hell did you think she is? Who the hell did you
That's the
think she is?
weird part.
She want to do it, you do it.
You know,
You do it. Go do it.
and you know what, American man? Let me tell you something. It's so funny that she would claim black because, if you know anything about India, they have a caste system. So there's no way her Indian comrades are going to go along with her saying she's black. I wish we had some
No, they
Indian people
don't.
on the panel.
The funniest thing is her running around talking about your mother is fully Indian. What are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense. You're just babbling.
There's a reason why
Like
she's doing this, people. You know this, right?
That's what.
You want to
Because
know the
the
reason?
Democrats are morons. That's why.
You want to know the reason? The reason is because, look, I don't know if you guys noticed, when Vivek was running for president, right? They did a poll, and in this poll, they asked a whole bunch of Americans if they would vote for him, and the reason why they wouldn't vote for him. Only 37% of people said that they would vote for him because they didn't care that he was Indian. The rest of the percentage said that the reason why they wouldn't vote for him is because he is Indian. You understand? So yes. So this is the reason why she's saying this, and she won't back down. She won't touch it. She just wants to leave it as it is. Because if she was to come out and say, "Oh yes, I am Indian," right? Then a lot of those people would say, "Wait a minute, I'm not voting for you because you're not American. You're not Black American. You're a Hindu." You see, it's the same thing with me. Like, I would never vote for a Hispanic person because I know what comes with that.
But the thing is that Kamala Harris has said she was Indian. She says it all the time. And that's the one thing that dropped. And that's what Candace Owens, what she's doing is important to me because it's Candace Owens doing it. So Candace is essentially the media. Candace Owens is doing the exact same thing the left is doing.
I love Candace.
The left is saying she's black. Kamala is saying she is Indian. Kamala says she is Indian. Period. That's what she says. But the media is telling you she is black. Kamala Harris, she's been skipping all of these major events, things that impact the country. The AKAs don't impact America, okay? They just don't. But she's going to her events, you know.
Hey,
They do when they step the yard.
But the thing is that she's going and she's doing these things, right? But even when she's in the face of the AKA, she's not talking about her race. The media is doing this for her. The Democrats are doing this for her. Kamala is you see it on the screen. There is no title or honor on earth I'll treasure more than to say I am her mom's daughter. I can't say that. What is it? Shamala Gopalan, that I'm her daughter. That's what she's proud of. And it's okay to be
That is my daughter.
Right. It's okay. But like Vivek, he Indian. We already knew what time it was. America ain't ready to vote for no Indian, but you're ready to vote for a woman, and you can even be ready to vote for an Indian woman. That's fine. But the media is doing this. Kamala is not.
But why you think that is?
Because it's
they want to portray her as black to get black voters. Look, when John was interviewing all those girls in Washington, right? All the majority of all those black girls say, "I'm voting for my sister Kamala," and it's like she's not a sister, bro. See, you and I know this, but the majority of everybody that watches CNN and everything, when they tell them that they're black, they actually going with this. And the people that don't believe that she's black, like Stanley, would go with it anyways just because they want to vote for her.
Right, and I'm just saying, it's okay to vote for a woman.
Harris's visits to India with her mother kept her connected to her roots. Her grandfather, who had strong views on humanitarian issues, worked closely with officials to reallocate.
And I want y'all to be mindful. This is obviously a CNN clip, and all you see is Kamala's Indian family. Her daddy ain't nowhere to be found, okay? I know he didn't. I know that her parents divorced, but still.
But you don't think that would make her black, though? Her dad is not in the picture. It's a joke, guys. It's a joke.
I was about to say, have you seen her daddy? Because her daddy don't even look black.
It's a joke.
Well, but you know what's funny about that? The main picture of Donald Harris's that is like the first pop up when you look him up. It's the one that Wikipedia also uses. It's the blackest he could possibly look. He's got that afro going, and it's in black and white. But if you look at better pictures, you can really see that the afro part of the Afro-Jamaican is obviously like a more minor admixture.
Dude, he looks like an Asian man, like one of those Chinese dictators from like 1980.
No, if you read between the lines to like even basic Wikipedia genealogy, it's like he's got Indian admixture and Irish admixture. So it's like
he got that King Jong-il haircut. Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah, it's kind of like.
Oh, go ahead, Virgo. Sorry.
That's okay. It's kind of like me taking a picture of my grandfather, who is actually white, and then parading him around and saying, I'm white. And you can clearly see I'm not. Yeah, maybe you can see that I'm mixed or whatever. Right. But to me, I'm like connecting those two. It's like, imagine if I were to have a picture of my grandfather with me as a child, and I'm like, oh, I'm a white woman. Vote for the first white woman president. You know,
it was like one of those white American girls who they find out they have like maybe one great grandparent that's like Indian Iroquois, and they're like, oh, well, I'm like part Iroquois. I'm like, nah, not really.
Dude, I wish I could show you guys like pictures of my great grandmother, bro. Like African woman, like she's black.
Same thing for me too, Virgo. Like if y'all saw my papa and I'm running around here because my papa, he's white too. So if I come out here and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm white, it ain't gonna work for me.
It ain't gonna work for me. Sister.
It ain't. Look, I'm like,
sister girl.
It ain't gonna work.
I'm like, dude, my whole family's dark skinned. There's only like 3 of us that are light skinned. Me, my cousin, and my sister. And we all be making fun of every time we go to the family gatherings because we're the light skinned ones. And it's okay. I take it.
Yeah, you is light skinned. My sister, she's light skinned also. My sister, she's so pale. She has green eyes. She has blonde hair. She looks like that side, but you can still tell she got black in her, right? But
Like
it's
my
just
kids.
like it's okay. It's okay, Kamala.
All,
It's
all my
okay
kids
that
is
you're
light skinned to
Indian.
like a white person, but they all got that nappy hair.
Don't nobody care that you Indian, girl. Just be Indian.
Well,
Let's.
So my
well, you know
daughters,
what's
that's the
funny
best
about
hair
that,
in the
Portia,
world.
is that when I when I tell people that I'm actually half Panamanian, they're like, "Oh, your father from the Panama Canal?" No, 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 no,
Jesus.
no. He's Panamanian. Oh, the Panama Canal, and I'm like, what? Are you
No,
people
dude.
weird? Are you like,
Are you
yo?
stupid or
People
dumb?
are weird, bro.
Are you stupid or
Because
dumb?
they look well. Here's the thing. They look at me and they don't see anything else but what they decided is
Yeah,
Negro.
yeah, yeah. That's what it
And
is. They make
so
it up in their mind.
you're right.
But
And
Panama
so
It's
also has a
crazy.
lot of deep roots in Africa too. There's a lot of I know a lot of Black Panamanians.
listen,
Yeah, Pop Smoke is
I've never
Panamanian.
listen. I've never seen a light skinned Panamanian. To
Nah,
be
this
honest,
the boxer that you guys had, one of the greatest boxers that you guys had. I forgot his name. Duran, right? Was it Duran? I think his name was. Yeah, Duran, bro. He was nasty, bro. A little caramel, but he wasn't light skinned though.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I'm
that dude
saying.
was a
Like
beast.
all the Panamanians that I know, I've seen, they're all dark. They're all
This
dark
dude,
people.
this dude is Panamanian. What's his name? The guy that's always with Trump, the black dude, senator, I think he is. He's a congressman or a
Oh yeah,
senator.
I just heard that the other day. What's his name?
Byron
Byron
Donald.
Donalds.
Yeah, Byron
Yeah, he's
Donalds. Yeah,
Panamanian.
dude.
Oh, okay. He's Panamanian?
Yeah, half
Well, he's half
Panamanian and half
Panamanian,
something
I
else.
think. Yeah. He's half
He ain't
Panamanian
even
like
black.
me. He ain't even black.
Yeah, he painted Panamanian and black.
Nah,
But
he
you know,
Panamanian is something else. He said. Yeah, that's what he said. He said his mother's Panamanian, his
I
father's
think
something else.
they
I
said
think
his
it's
dad was black.
Panamanian. I think it's Panamanian and Jamaican. It's one of the islands.
Yeah,
If
that's what
people
it was.
know,
Yep.
right?
Okay,
Panamanian,
If
Jamaican.
but he's
if
still
people know the islands,
he's still blacker than Kamala.
oh well, of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah.
But if people know the islands, they did a lot of mixing around my age and Byron Donald's age because my cousins, they're half Puerto Rican. Like, and there's a lot of mixing that went on in the islands in the
American
70s
man.
and 80s.
American
Yo,
man. People don't realize that there was 3 tribes of Indians in my island, right? So there was 3 tribes of Indians. There was like the super dark Indians, and then there was like the Tainos, and then there was another set of Indians, right? And what happened was when the Spanish and the Italians came through, they mixed with these people. You understand? So there's some people that are still dark skinned, and there's some people that are light skinned, and now you see some people that are blue, green eyed in certain places of the country because
What are you,
that's
Dominican?
where they migrated the most.
Yeah, he's Dominican.
Oh,
You
that's
was
my
Yeah,
there.
my
brother
parents
right
are
there.
Dominican, but I was born in Puerto Rico.
That's my brother right there.
Yeah, we're all
My
island
next
babies,
door
man.
neighbor.
I love all my islands, man. I wish I could visit them all, man.
Man, even when I went to Puerto Rico, after the big earthquake that hit Haiti, there was a
Yeah,
lot of Haitians that migrated to Puerto Rico and opened
I
businesses in
bet.
San Juan.
I
Yeah.
bet. I mean, shit
Sam,
was.
I want to get back into this a little bit before we get too far off.
Yep,
Sam
yep,
I
yep.
am said he does care, and that's funny. I mean, like to me, it doesn't matter like too much in a way, but it's just like the only reason why I care about it at all is because of what the media is saying. So I want to play the rest of this, and then we'll hop back into Candace because this episode we're gonna, as Candace was saying, that's why I wanted to show y'all all 6 of them or 7 of them because it just builds up, and she doesn't recap. But of course, we're gonna stop and have commentary in between. But
Their conversations had a strong influence on her.
Those walks along the beach in India really planted something in my mind and created a commitment in me before I even realized it that has led me to where I am today.
Harris's maternal uncle, Gopalan Balachandran, who lives in Delhi, tells us how the senator turns to her Amma, which means mother in Tamil,
Umma,
for
Appa.
guidance even after her death.
I don't have to tell her, make your mother proud. She said, what are you telling me? Everything that I do, I ask myself, would Amma approve of this?
Kamla in Hindi means lotus flower and is an important symbol in Indian culture, rooted deep in the bottom of the river. Very similar to Harris's Indian
Swamps.
identity, which she wears on her sleeve.
You know, and it's
Ain't
also
got no
kind of
rivers.
messed up too. It's kind of messed up because I just realized this right in this moment. All she does is talk about her mama, Kamala
Yes.
herself. All she does is talk about her mama.
There's a
And
reason for that.
what the left has done, and she's proud of her Indian heritage. She's proud of her mother. She wrote a book about it. She loves the fact that she's Indian. She loves the fact that she comes from where she comes. She loves that, right? But the left has just killed her. Her mom is dead already, but it's like they've killed her off. Like she never existed. They don't even talk about the fact that her mama is Indian. All they talk about is how black Kamala is. And that's messed up. That's like a disgrace to her mother. Why would you do that?
Well, also, Portia, if you pay attention, they're running the single mother narrative.
Yep.
That too. And
Like,
you know
they're
what? And
running that narrative.
So her mom is now black, right?
Yep.
That's the whole thing.
Oh, come on.
Yep.
I didn't even think about that, America, man.
No, I mean, it's obvious. Like, dude, they don't talk about her dad, dude, at all. At all.
They don't talk about her dad.
No,
talk
they
about her
don't.
mom, but her mom is the one that's Indian. But then they have this single mother image, and then her mom is, but Kamala is black. So it's like they're trying to make her mom. I don't get it, but all I'm saying is that
and
we
like,
have to talk about. We have to, like what Candace Owens is doing. We got it. Somebody has to do it. And you know what? You know why I'm glad? I'm glad it's Candace. I'm glad it's not me. She already got all enough hate in the world coming at her. So it's like it's good that it's her. Because somebody got to do this, and I'm glad that that Candace is doing it. So let's watch some more of this, and then if y'all hear something, because this is not the full episode, so she does this like the first 10-15 minutes of each episode. So, but if y'all hear something that y'all want me to pause, just say pause, and I will.
You see that it says Beryl spelled Beril, Magdalene. And we know for a fact, by the way, so people that are submitting other birth certificates, this is definitively the correct birth certificate because it says Iris Finnegan. And we know based on Kamala and Kamala's father, Donald J. Harris, that Iris Finnegan is the mother of Beryl. And then we see that her name changes, the spelling of her name changes, rather, by the time that we looked at her marriage certificate. Suddenly you can see that the marriage certificate has her name being spelled with a Y. Now that to me signaled that maybe she definitely is the help, and I'll tell you why. So my grandfather, before he passed away, maybe like 10 years before he passed away, I got kind of obsessed with trying to find all of these documents pertaining to his life, because I realized like that's my ancestry. And I was having a ton of trouble mining his grandmother's information, because on each document, her name was spelled differently, as well as other people in the family. And I was like, Granddad, why is everyone's name spelled differently depending on the document? Like, this is very confusing. Why is it sometimes spelled Liza versus Eliza versus like Lizbeth? That was his grandmother's name. And he explained to me that they didn't know how to read and write. So you forget this. You forget that you had a world, the majority of people couldn't read and write, especially if you were not considered like a high class person. My grandfather grew up on a sharecropping farm. And so what that meant was, even if you had a name, if you couldn't read and write, you were going up to the register, whether it was for birth, whatever it was, and you were just telling somebody the name. You weren't saying like, hi, it's Candace, Candace. You're just saying Candace, and one person might spell it Candis, somebody might spell it Candice. If you do not know how to read and write, you don't recognize these discrepancies. So that actually, I thought, was a good thing in terms of like my idea that this woman could have potentially just been the help, maybe like on my scent. But I didn't want to be too convinced. Obviously, you know, I lean into the conspiracy mindset because we've been lied to so many times. But like I said, we did find that marriage certificate between Beryl and Lawford Newland, which was in July of 1944. And I want to be clear, guys, we know for a fact this is the correct barrel. So we're not confused here and looking for more documentation when it comes to the birth or the marriage, because the correct parents are listed. You can see Patrick Finnegan is listed. And so we know that Beryl's parents are Iris Finnegan and Patrick Finnegan. So that is the correct parent, the correct marriage certificate. But we had no idea who Lawford Newland was. We had no idea that Beryl had allegedly been married after she birthed Donald Harris. That would be Kamala Harris's father. Thought that was like quite strange. She would have been 6 years old in 1944. Donald Harris was born in 1938. So this means that she got married to this guy, Lawford Newland, and she had a 6-year-old. So I thought that was quite strange. I couldn't find anything on Lawford Newland, but somebody on the team was able to determine that he arrived on a ship to New Orleans. He arrived in New Orleans, from Jamaica in May of 1943. So we're showing you here the ship manifest, and Lawford Newland is on the ship, and he is listed as, he's listed as a Negro. He's Black. It says his marital status is single. That would be correct, because this would have been a trip the year before he got married to Beryl. So quite strangely, he went to New Orleans, and then I guess he at some point had to have gone back just a year later to get married. We still have not been able to locate the relevant marriage certificate between Oscar Harris. Now that's, again, Kamala's dad. His father is Oscar Harris. We cannot find that marriage between Kamala's grandfather and Beryl. So that's like a huge question mark there, right? Like, where is that marriage certificate? If you guys find it, we're checking our emails, and we're obviously aware that there are a lot of different Beryls that are being born in Jamaica at different times. Some people are like, this could be the case of 2 Beryls, and they're sending us different birth certificates. Like I said, we know we have the correct birth certificate. We know we have the correct marriage certificate. We know for a fact that this Beryl did get married, and that Donald should have been 6 years old when she got married. So it begs the question, was this her second marriage? Did she have a child out of wedlock with Oscar Harris? Did she have Donald? And then did she get married? Because it lists her on her marriage certificate as a spinster, which means that she's not married, obviously. And then she gets married to Lawford Newland. And then at some point they would have had to divorce if she remarried and got married to Oscar. So she would have had to have gotten with him, had a child with him, married somebody else, divorced that somebody else, and then gotten back together with Oscar and gotten married. That's like a lot of movement. Again, we don't have any documentation, so we're not going to speculate. But Beryl in general, I'm not describing her as the dog that's not barking, okay? So some people were saying, well, I've seen on different websites that there was also a Beryl Harris that died in 1995, and maybe this could potentially be her. We've done the math on that. No, that woman would have been born in 1914. Like I said, we know for a fact Beryl was born. The birth certificates are probably the most relevant source, because you obviously wouldn't have a birth certificate written years later after the fact that your child was born. It says that Beryl was born in 1917. But I started going back to that piece that Donald Harris wrote. Remember, the first time that we were kind of introduced to the fact that Kamala Harris was Black, it was because Donald Harris wrote this piece, which came right behind Kamala Harris's book, Reflections of a Jamaican Father. And I just would like to, by the way, really stress to you how Black he was trying to suddenly make them. Like, I'm just going to read you the first sentence of this by Donald J. Harris, Kamala's father. As a child growing up in Jamaica, I often heard it said by my parents and family friends, "'Member where you come from." And then he goes on and he writes, my one big regret is that Kamala and her sister did not come to know very well the 2 most influential women in my life, Miss Chrissy and Miss Iris. Okay, so those are his grandparents, according to him. Those are both of his grandmothers, maternal and paternal. And then the whole piece is about his grandmother, his two grandmothers. And he wrote, both of my grandmothers had the strongest influence on my early upbringing. And then in parentheses, he writes, not to exclude, of course, the influence of my dear mother, Miss Beryl, and loving father, Mass Oscar. Like, I think it's supposed to be like Massa, like Mass Oscar. Very strange. Again, nobody that I know calls their mom Miss Beryl, calls their grandmother Miss Iris, and calls their other grandmother Miss Iris. There's something about that that doesn't strike me as familial. But again, that's speculation. Doesn't matter. Maybe there is this strange family where everyone, like, they address their mom as Miss, and they address their grandmother as Miss, and they address their other grandmother as Miss, like that. It really isn't up to us to make any conclusions. But that's the first and last time that he mentioned his mother, Miss Beryl. Okay. Which signals to me that my theory about her having died young, you're saying you're raised by your grandparents, but your mother is around, but you don't talk about your mother or speak about your mother at all in this entire piece, signals to me that this is correct and your mother died early, okay? And you're not mentioning her for a reason. So then this gets crazy. I get an email. Actually, I got 2 emails, but this one in particular made me sit up straight in bed. Like, I'm not kidding. I was like about to fall asleep, and I just decided to check the email box, and I sat up. I sat up just like this and started texting everyone. And I woke my husband up. I was like, you have to read this email. This is completely crazy. It came all the way from New Zealand. Shout out to New Zealand. I'll be on tour there soon, you guys. Get out there, buy some tickets, because we're going to talk about this now. That's the only thing I'm going to speak about in New Zealand. But I'm going to just read this email to you because it's just incredible. Kia ora from New Zealand, Candace. My name is blank. And after your first podcast about the family of Kamala Harris yesterday, I went down the rabbit hole all day looking for photos of Beryl Finnegan Harris's brothers and sisters, as you asked. I was so intrigued and I wanted to take up your challenge. I could not find those photos, but I did come across a record that you might be interested in. I noticed on Kamala's birth certificate, you showed that her father, Donald Harris, was 26 at her birth in 1964, giving him a presumable birth year of 1938. That is correct. He was born in 1938. I'm just saying that as an aside. I came across the attached record of a 1-year-old child who died in 1940 in St. Anne's Parish. This infant's name was Donald Harris. You will notice the baby's father's name that is given was Albert Harris, and there's no mother mentioned. However, you will be interested to notice that a person listed as present at the death of the child was none other than Beryl Harris. She has also signed the death record. What are the chances that Beryl had her own baby named Donald in 1938, and then was also in attendance of the passing of a baby named Donald Harris in 1940? Weird, right? And just to be clear, that we're going to show you that certificate because it would mean that there were 2 Donald Harris babies born that Beryl was around. One was hers and one, I don't know, guys. It's getting weird. I'm going to finish this email, then we're going to talk about it. I have looked for the infant's father, Albert Harris, and cannot find a lot about him. Albert's father name was Abraham Harris. I believe it is possible he was married to a Violet Fearon on the 6th of March, 1935. No record of her passing, so why was she not at her child's death? But Beryl Harris was. Was this baby Beryl's or Violet's? If Donald Harris passed 1 year old, who is the man claiming to be Kamala's father? Oh my gosh, chill. She wrote, make it make sense. I'll keep digging. Chills. I was like, what are you talking about? I opened this email so fast. It was crazy. And let me just show you the attachment. Chills. I'm freaking out. All over again. It's hitting me. It's a second wave here of what? So yes, you will see that listed here. This is a death certificate that is on the 29th of November, 1940. Okay. In St. Anne Parish. That obviously is where her family is from. And yes, the child's name was Donald Harris. The child died before the child turned 2. So this would mean that it is plausible that this child was born in 1938, the exact same year that Donald J. Harris, Kamala's father, was born. Okay. Can you pull it back up? I'm not done reading through this. Okay. So you have also, it says the certified cause of death is fever and a cold. And it's letting you know, it says the duration of the illness, so that this baby was sick for 1 month, rest in peace. And it does mention that that baby is the son of Albert Harris. And just as this person speculates, it is signed by Beryl Harris. And it tells you, because you're supposed to include this, the signature of the person who was present at the death. And it says Beryl Harris, present at the death. And that is at Mount Moriah in St. Anne. Now, I want to be clear, there is no place to put the mother's name. So it's not like there's anything like strange here. I just think that if this is this Beryl's child, And this Beryl Harris was married to this Albert Harris, or together with this Albert Harris at some time. Like, that is the reason why it just says that present for the death. Like, literally, who else would be present? If your child is dying less than 2 years old, okay, barely 2 years old, who would you allow to be there in your place? There's no mother on earth that wouldn't be next to their child. So it is very heavily suggested that Beryl Harris was there for the presence of her son, Donald Harris, dying. And that would put that approximate birth of that baby at 1938. Stop the press. Stop the press. Okay. So you can imagine me. Now you're me sitting up straight. Like, what is going on here? Like, actually, what do I know about Kamala's father? Like, this could be a coincidence. I'm sure. Yeah, I guess you could have like a lot of Beryls that are giving birth to Donalds in the year 1938 in St. Anne Parish. Of course, like you have to consider every possibility here, but also consider that this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Okay. So then
Can you pause
I
it real quick?
received a second email. Okay.
So it sounds like it sounds like the mother was like, this could be, another child. And I'm gonna say that it could be possible, right? Like, what if the mother or the grandmother, Kamala's grandmother, great grandmother, however it goes, what if she like had a kid, then he died, and then she just had another kid right after, named him the same thing? Because I know that like my dad, for example, he was Ray's only child, but he actually had two siblings, two older brothers. They were twins, but they had died before he was born. They died and they drowned in a river. So, but she didn't name him the same name, I don't think. But still, I could just imagine, like, you know what I mean? Maybe a parent just maybe she just had, a kid, the first kid, and then it died. Only way that wouldn't match up, though, is because it seems like it's like around the same exact time. Like both the kids were supposedly born at the same time, around the same time. So that's the only hole in it. But I'm gonna just shut up and see where she takes this, because it's kind of interesting, but I don't know where she's going with this. Kind of just a lot of speculation.
Yeah, so of course we want to be mindful of the allegedly, okay, but of course she does have documents and things that she's showing us, but still all alleged. And then the speculation, it is interesting, because I'm not gonna lie, whenever she started to read that email, I was like,
Well, also, I've kind of never seen a lineage. I've kind of never seen a lineage so confusing.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of confusion happening here.
Usually pretty straightforward.
Yeah, like this is very confusing.
You know what's funny about it? Because in Black America, typically our families are blended. So it could be a woman that has 5 children by 5 different men, and those 5 different men got children by 5 different women. But you can still, take that family tree and be like, oh, okay, so yeah, me and my brother were half brothers. He got his dad, I got my dad, and then they got siblings, but I do know where they come. Like, it's just like you could kind of, and maybe it only makes sense to Black people or Black people like me, because I come from a family that's all mixed up. However, you could always trace the lineage, and it makes sense. But like, I'm not understanding so much so about what we're doing here. I mean, I can even trace my lineage back to even like the early 1900s, like how she's done with Kamala's people. So
yeah, and there's because if you got a family, right, like even if you don't know all the information, right, like you could still call up an aunt or like a grandma or a great aunt, right? They know how it all breaks down. Like, oh, okay, well this is, we're related to you through this way and that way and da da da. So it's also, well, I'm only highlighting this to say it's interesting with the family she has. There's no other family members that can corroborate like her lineage. You know what I mean? Like,
Jihad.
even if I don't know my stuff, I do know, my aunts and my mom, they all are still around. They can, have explained it to me, right? Like how a lot of this breaks down. So it's interesting. Like, where's her family members on the supposed black side, kind of like speaking out, and like her cousins and stuff like that. It's interesting.
Yeah, it only gets better. We're only on number 2. Wait till we get to number 6. I haven't I've skimmed through some of it, but I wanted to go through it piece by piece with y'all and react with y'all. I also want to point out Virgo. I love how Virgo, in all of her prowess from where she's from, I know she lives in Florida now, Virgo is always ready to check somebody. And I think it's hilarious. She'll in the panel and in the chat. Virgo,
oh Lord have mercy.
Virgo doesn't hold back.
I'm too. Listen, Portia.
Oh, shit.
I'm getting to the age where I'm allowed to not give a fuck.
Virgo said, "Not today." Even last night. Oh my God, last night was so funny.
Wasn't it?
God. Oh
wasn't
my
it?
God. I was like, Lord, Virgo finna
But
black out.
did you hear the end though? I told him I was just busting his balls.
Yeah, I know, but it was funny though, because like you and Stanley, y'all were going at it at first.
Because Stanley's my homie, man. Come on now. There's been plenty of nights where it's just me and Stanley holding it down.
And then he comes in and you like, oh, you ain't gonna talk to Stanley like that. That's all I know.
Exactly.
It was so good. That was so funny. But I was just reading your comments in the chat. Oh, so funny. But I am appreciating this deep dive. Again, it's all what is it? Alleged, and it's all speculation. But let's watch. I'm pretty sure she's about to be done with this, or I don't know. It could be more, but let's see.
Very interesting here. Very interesting here. And I'm just going to read the email. I'm just going to read the email and take you through this. What happens when I go through my info box? I tell you guys to message with deets. This email says, "Hi, Candace. See the death certificate below indicating that Beryl Christie was a domestic servant in 1936 when her infant daughter died." So there's another, and this person has written Beryl Christie and
Sorry, I'm pausing it so I can read it because I don't know if she's going to read the whole thing. Please correct yourself on the issue of birth year on Kamala Harris's grandmother. Someone reposted your live on X where you state that Beryl Christie was born in 1921. However, on your YouTube channel, you posted a copy of her birth certificate where it states she was born in 1917. Which is it? Also, the death certificate for Beryl states that she was a spinster when she died. What is a spinster? Let me look it up. If someone knows, you can tell me while I'm looking it up. Spinster.
It's an unwed person, I believe. That's the term they use.
Yeah, it is. It's an unmarried woman, typically an older woman beyond the usual age for marriage. Spinster.
A modern, it's an old term for, what's a euphemism for it? Cat lady.
Oh, a cat lady. Okay.
A cat lady.
The spinster is actually funny. Like that's wild. That's a wild term.
Yeah,
that, but it's kind of funny.
Spinster. All right. Okay, so let's keep going. I like to look things up. I want to know. Spinster.
And lost her daughter, and I'm going to pull it up here at the bottom of this email. She talks about like the birth dates. I'll get to that later. Do you guys have a close-up of this? Yeah. Okay. So you can see here, it is Beryl Christie. And this would mean not only did Beryl Christie lose a child in 1940, but prior to that, Beryl Christie lost a daughter in 1936. Okay. Again, all we have here is Beryl Christie. We know that this is potentially the right Beryl. Again, there could be another Beryl Christie going around. I don't want to completely close the door on that, but it is interesting. And I'll tell you why this struck me as incredibly interesting, because when we spoke about the death certificate yesterday, right? And we spoke about this young death of a woman. She's particularly died, Beryl Christie, of fibroids related to a hysterectomy. So if there is a Beryl Christie that had back-to-back, had lost children in some regard, you could imagine that she might have been injured internally. This is a long time ago. You would imagine that the procedures obviously, are not what they are today. And it is plausible that that woman died young of fibroids from a hysterectomy related to the fact that she had 2 troubling births, whatever it is, carrying children didn't work out for her. I just thought okay, but the big part about that second one is that we now know for a fact that there was a Beryl Christie that was in fact a domestic servant. Can you pull that back up again? Because I want to point that out so people can see this. The last one, the close up of it, if we can. You can see that she is listed as a domestic servant. That the girl is listed as the daughter of Beryl Christie. You can see that in that where it says rank, profession, or occupation, daughter of Beryl Christie, domestic servant. I don't know, guys. Like I said, I'm trying to now, I'm putting in columns to sort through the various Beryl Christies that were born around this time. Like I said, you guys keep sending me stuff, but just to make sure you're filtering yourself, we know for a fact that Beryl Christie was born in 1917. We know for a fact that Beryl Christie got married in 1944 to Lawland Newford, or whatever his name is, Lawford Newland, pardon. And so we don't need a bunch of documents speculating that it could be a different birth, because her parents are listed, and Kamala and her father have confirmed that her parents are Iris and Patrick Finnegan. Okay. So we know those are the people that we are looking for. Oddly enough, though, because a lot of people have been pointing out the fact that in her birth certificate, even though we know that that's her mom, Iris, that's the mom's name, Iris Finnegan, it says Magdalene, and then suddenly it converts to Christie. Well, I just wanted to point out to you, because that was a question we were getting a lot, is why would she take on Christie? In Donald Harris's piece, he writes explicitly that Miss Iris, so that's Kamala's great-grandmother, that her husband was known as Mr. Christie. So I'll read you that paragraph. It says, Miss Iris, mother of 8 children, I can't find 8 children, by the way, was the sweetest and gentlest person one could meet, but underneath it was a tough farming woman who ran the cane farm at Thatch Walk, jointly owned with her husband, Mr. Christie. So the reason she may have put Christie, or started using Christie as a middle name, is because that would mean that her father was being called Mr. Christie. Again, we are getting that directly from Donald J. Harris, who I'm now very interested in. I'm now very interested in this particular Donald J. Harris. Obviously, very easy way to debunk this, and maybe there really was just another Beryl Christie that happened to have a child named Donald in the same year from the same parish, would be to just take a look at Kamala's father's birth certificate. And we can't find that. We quite literally cannot find that. And I find that to be very strange. People were writing to me saying, hey, it looks like this was purposefully removed, that his birth certificate was removed. And I would just like to find it, because it would just kind of let me be at ease and know that there's nothing further to look at other than this child, because it's just a very, very strange thing. Okay, I also wanted to just go over everything we do know about Donald J. Harris, because I was interested in him suddenly. And the first thing is, he, according to him, like Miss Christie in this piece, is his paternal grandmother. He calls her Miss Christie. He acknowledges that they were descendants of the slave owner Hamilton Brown. And he is the founder of Brownstown. That's another thing that strikes me as very odd, and maybe there's something I'm missing here. But if you were a person that established a town and you had over 1,000 slaves, would you really just openly be married to some of these slaves? Like, is that something that would happen? I know that obviously they would have relations with the slaves, and that's something that is a reality. But in the way that they speak about their family, it's like they were just openly married with slave owners and slavers, which I find to be a little bit strange. As I said, he claims that Miss Christie owned and operated a dry goods store, and that she died in 1951 at the age of 70. Then we have Miss Iris, who he mentions, that's the maternal grandmother. We can actually get up this, we can get up the family tree so people can see this. he mentions Miss Iris, and that is the person that he completely fawns over. That's his maternal grandmother, Miss Iris. She was a farmer, an educator, he claims. And he also says, which I find to be quite strange. Remember, he says he has the strongest relationship with Miss Iris, doesn't even mention his mother, Beryl. By the way, these photos are the ones that have been provided by Kamala herself and her father. I cannot verify that these are accurate photos, but we're just going to use the ones that they're given. But what's quite strange is he says that Miss Iris's ancestry is unknown to him. So I guess they never had that conversation despite how close they are. Again, she jointly owned the farm with her husband, Mr. Christie, and he died in 1981 at the age of 93. Sorry, pardon. He says that she died at the age of 93 at the age of 1981. That's Miss Iris. Then you have Joseph Alexander Harris. Now that is the person who we are to understand that she was married to. The Harris name comes from his paternal grandfather, Joseph Alexander Harris. He was the landowner and the agricultural produce export. And he refers to the family property as Orange Hill. I think we need some Jamaicans to go out here and just start verifying stuff for me. And that Uncle Newton took over Orange Hill and started a limestone mining and brick producing operation in addition to cattle, grass, fruit, pimiento farming of earlier times. Now, again, I am just trying to understand how she came from a middle-class background. I mean, people that had slaves were super wealthy. It sounds like they always owned land, that they always potentially had servants. So I'm just trying to understand where this middle-class background comes from. My producer put in a note here that people in the live chat are saying that it's a Creole language that's native to Jamaica when he starts speaking in this tongue. Okay, I literally didn't know that. I'm sorry, but I just found that he was writing in this way, which I found to be quite strange. I felt like he was trying to sell to us they were definitely Jamaican or they were like descended from slaves, and they had slaves. So obviously his family actually had slaves, thousands of slaves there. So I thought that he was trying to lean into the slave language. So I'll correct that if that's actually English Creole. Okay, I'm going to take a break here and just speak about one of the sponsors of the show before I get into some of your comments and we speak more about this. This episode is sponsored by Nimi Skincare. It is my favorite skincare.
All right, so that's number 2. We're gonna get into number 3, and before we get into number 3, any thoughts so far? Or y'all just ready to keep it rock and rolling?
You know what, Portia, I'm starting to see what you were saying now that I'm listening to this a little bit more. Because Candace was also the one that debunked the whole George Floyd thing as well.
Oh yeah,
Do you remember that?
Yeah, the one thing about Candace that I'll say is that she does her homework. That's for sure.
I know a lot of people don't like her, but like I said, I may not agree with her all the time, but for the most part,
yeah, likewise.
I think,
sometimes she gets
I think she's a smart woman and she's on the money. When she does these kind of things, yeah, she's on the money.
Yeah, I gotta give it to her. And again, it's all alleged, all speculation, but it is still interesting to listen to and to hear. Especially the further that we move along through this. HB is actually busy right now with work, and I don't feel all that great, but I'm showing this in his absence, and the election is soon, so why not? Why not?
Did HB get out the mud?
He's getting a new truck. He's getting a brand new truck, so I'm really excited about it for him. So he's out here in a brand new truck. He has to get all settled into it and everything. It's going to be different, but it's really cool that he gets a new one. So I'm happy for him.
Because I couldn't stop picturing HB just waddling in the mud and trying to get out.
I couldn't picture that either, actually.
Poor HB.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He's really great. He'll be fine. So this is number 3. This says, I think I found a real family. So let me put the timestamp at 6:20. So let's see what this one is talking about. 6:20.
Well, where should we begin? You guys have heard of whitewashing history, but have you heard of blackwashing? Blackwashing is when you're a politician and it's election season and suddenly you have to relate to Black people. So you just sort of start making stuff up to Blackify yourself, your history. You start dropping a bunch of slang and colloquialisms and hoping that the people will therefore understand you. Honestly, it's become something of a democratic rite of passage. Except this time, I think we may have caught the culprit red-handed. Of course, I'm speaking about Kamala Harris. I think her and her campaign team are really going to regret the day that their media henchmen came for Janet Jackson. Welcome back to Candace.
Candace ain't playing about Janet Jackson. She said not today, not Janet. Don't play with her. Shoot. Candace, the only reason that Candace is doing all of this, Candace is doing all of this is because of Janet Jackson. And that's what makes this all the more hilarious.
Don't play with Janet now.
Jesus
Miss
Christ.
Jackson, if you're nasty.
He said, not Janet. This whole thing with Janet got Candace all worked up. And she's doing it. So maybe she can get an interview with Janet. If Candace Owens got an interview with Janet,
I would love that.
I would holla, my lord. All right, let's see.
I'm literally buzzing with excitement right now for what we just discovered. Obviously, we are running a little bit late today, but as I said, it will be well worth the wait. So yesterday, we were getting closer and closer, asking questions, obviously, about Kamala's genealogy. If you need to go back, you can do that. Begin with episode 70 and work your way forward to see how this mystery has unfolded. So we were left with some major holes in Kamala's genealogy. We had from her father, Donald J. Harris, that he grew up in Jamaica and was raised.
And for those of you that are listening that just got in, as Candace just said, it's worth it starting from the beginning. We are now on episode 73. So from the start of this. So we're now on the third video. Oh, also, what are we talking about right now? Well, we're talking about the media painting Kamala Harris as a Black woman. And Candace Owens found herself triggered with the whole Janet Jackson scenario, and she wants to see, is Kamala Harris really Black? Is she really Black? I don't know. Let's see. Let's trace her family history. Let's see where she comes from. So for those of you that just got into the building, that's what we are talking about today. Candace Owens is exposing alleged truths about Kamala Harris. And if you were here with us this past weekend, I went into my first or second or third, I don't know, y'all know we stream 24 hours a day, my installment of things that Kamala Harris, the Black woman, all of the horrific things she's done to Black people, especially Black women, especially single Black mothers. And from an observation that we made earlier today, they are spinning the whole single mother thing because her mother was a single mother because her dad and mom divorced and all of that. And they have just ripped her mother from her heritage and from who she is, being an Indian woman, by only classifying Kamala Harris as Black. And the thing is that whenever the Republicans mention anything or whatever, the left, their response, racism, is because she's Black. Nobody wants to see one of the most unprotected women in the United States of America, a Black woman, in a position of power. They just mad. And also, whenever Trump spoke at the journalist event, they asked him if she was Black. And then at the presidential debate, they asked Trump if she was Black again. And Kamala Harris was standing right there and they didn't ask her. And thirdly, whenever Kamala did interview with the journalist, not one time did they ask her, was she Black? So why is Candace Owens doing this? Well, because they won't stop telling us she's Black. Okay. So we know how a lot of us feel over here. Y'all know we don't think she Black. But our wonderful, wonderful founder here, John Galt, he does a lot of interviews on the streets. And whenever he sits down and talks to people, that's the big question, Trump or Kamala. And most, if not all of the black people say, hey, I'm just voting for her because she's black. So that's what's going on. Just giving you guys a recap of what we're doing this morning or afternoon. I don't know what time it is, but let's keep going.
By his grandmother, Miss Iris. He effectively wrote an entire piece about his Jamaican heritage and really focused on his grandmother. Like, she is the person that made the most difference for him. He honorably mentioned Miss Iris's husband, who he only referred to as Mr. Christie, and remained conspicuously silent about his own mother. How do you do that? How do you just say one sentence about your mother, refer to her as Miss Beryl? And I want to be clear, you're writing this for the population, right? You're talking about your heritage. Even if you called your mother Miss Beryl, you would probably, for the sake of wanting people to be clear on who you're referring to, list her full name. He didn't do that. He just said one sentence. This is not to, ignore my mother, Miss Beryl. And that was it. And we know that her full name, according to her birth certificate, is Beryl Magdalene Finnegan. And we know that at various times she took on the middle name Christie. He also mentioned in that piece that his father was Mass Oscar. I guess, again, that is kind of a slang way of referring to his father. But I was completely stumped. I was completely stumped as I was looking further into this because I could not find a marriage record between his father, Oscar Joseph Harris, Miss Oscar, and his mother, Beryl Finnegan. Like, this is something that to me seemed really odd. And some people who wanted to rationalize it were saying, oh, no, that's just how things were. And sometimes people didn't have record. No, I wasn't buying any of that because we were dealing with a family that had money. It is just a fact that Kamala Harris's family descends from slavers. They were given money for their slaves. Somebody did the calculation, essentially, for that day and time, it would have been $11 million that they inherited for their slaves once it was abolished. It is why when he speaks about his Jamaican heritage, he speaks about them as having owned stores, right? So this is not your typical Black story that we're referring to here. And so I expected very much for there to be a record of marriage. Oddly, as you guys will recall, any records that I did find suggested to me that Beryl may have been the domestic help, who may have also given birth to a son named Donald, born in 1938, who died before he even turned 2. So that was very strange. Question marks. We were like, okay, we're seeing this Beryl, we're seeing this Donald Harris, we're seeing that an infant died. What's really going on here? Why is it starting to feel like a scary movie? But of course, we want to rationalize it ourselves. Like, maybe it is just a coincidence that another Beryl had another Donald in 1938 in St. Aaron Parish, and we shouldn't look too far into that. What we knew for certain was that Beryl, the correct Beryl, was married at the age of 25. So Donald Harris, who was presenting as Kamala's father, would have been 6 years old. She got married to a man named Lawford Newland, who he has completely erased from his childhood historical account. When he wrote this piece, he did not mention a Lawford Newland, a stepdaddy named Lawford Newland. And that was odd because then it would suggest that she would have had to have married his father, Oscar Joseph Harris, after that. So have the kid, marry someone else, and then go back and marry your baby daddy. I don't know, but I needed to find some records. We also couldn't find a divorce record, by the way, between Lawford Newland and Beryl Finnegan. Where's the divorce record? We did see that he went to America. We searched there. He went through New Orleans. We went through California. We just could not find anything. And in my view, there were too many holes in his account, numbers that he got wrong about the siblings. I just felt that there was a secret here. So I decided that we needed.
Hey, John, good morning.
Hey, what's up? Good morning.
Have you been listening in? We're trying to find out if Kamala's really Black. Candace Owens has done a deep dive, and she's doing this expose on her family. So we're going through the episodes, and we're learning about her.
You're talking about the dad side, huh?
Yes.
Shall be interesting.
Yep. It is. So
now, let me ask you this question, Portia. So I think I was reading somewhere that she's been demonetized. Is that right?
Oh yeah, she got demonetized long.
She never got it back. Oh, did not? Wow.
She never got it back.
Did she say something? Like, what did she do to get demonetized? You know, I hate to derail, but I'm just curious.
She was talking about the Jews.
Yeah, it was with Rabbi Shmuley.
Oh, okay, I remember that conversation. So that's what demonetized her. Wow. Was there like a
But she actually went back and had another conversation. She had another conversation with him, and I thought they squashed it.
Well, maybe they did, but they didn't squash it with YouTube. What
Yeah.
was it? I'm always curious about this, Portia, if you don't mind me asking. Like, what do they say? Like, did she say something in particular? You know, I'm kind of naive to this whole streaming thing. Did she say something in particular?
I mean, I didn't think it was anything in particular, but she was just talking about the Jews, and so they demonetized her. She was just, and she actually did an interview with someone who feels a way about the Jews, similar to what happened to her with Kanye West.
Who did she do? Nick Fuentes?
No, it wasn't Nick Fuentes. It was someone else.
But it goes deeper into that, Portia. She also, one of her colleagues, Ben Shapiro, turned on her.
Oh yeah, he did.
I can't stand Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, Ben gets on my nerves. I had to.
I can't stand Matt either. I can't stand Matt Walsh either.
Well, you're outside today only or inside too? Okay. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm. Good morning, John.
Good morning. Who, the Virgo? What's
Yeah.
up, Virgo? How you doing this morning?
I'm alive. I'm breathing, so I can't complain.
One day at a time is all you can do. One day at a time.
Yes,
so,
sir.
Momo, what's up, Jihad? I don't get to see Jihad up on the panel that often. The early morning
What's
people.
up, John?
Yo, what's up?
What's going on, Jihad? Jihad, where you located?
Richmond, Virginia.
You playing with
I'm not too far from you.
Man, you ought to come up for the election, man. We do a little live stream for the election time to come.
Okay, I might think about it one day.
Like 90 miles. I was just down in Richmond about a year or so ago. Went down there to see whenever before they tore down the Robert E. Lee statues.
Yeah. That could be interesting. Okay. I'll think about it.
Man, you know what's interesting about Richmond? Why Portia doing what she doing? There's a
I'm back. I'm ready whenever y'all finish.
Okay, there's a statue of the black woman in Richmond. I can't remember what she did. Do you know what statue I'm talking about?
Maggie Walker.
Maggie Walker. And so I was in Richmond, man, during the whole brouhaha with Robert E. Lee, right? And I'm gonna see if I get this picture, man, and it blow your mind. Well, probably not blow your mind. I'm showing you all the pictures at Robert E. Lee statue, right? All the, I've shown those over the years, over the stream. But there was the statue of that lady, man. What was her name? Maggie. I'm gonna see if I got a picture of her. I would love just to. I probably don't have it, but anyway, I have it somewhere, but I just can't find it. Anyway, man. So I went to the Robert E. Lee statue. I saw all the people there. They were protesting, and then someone said, "There's a black woman statue. She was instrumental in whatever she was in Richmond." And I went there, and not one person was there looking at the statue. All the blacks were there defiling Robert E. Lee statue. Not one of them went there to honor the woman that they had built the statue for. I just found it to be kind of amazing. You know what I mean? You can fight to tear down something, or you can fight to build up something. That's her right there. That's the statue right there. That's the one out there. Nobody was there. It looked just like the picture in the middle right there. No one was there. They were all fighting Robert E. Lee.
John, you know who was there?
Mm-hmm.
White people. White people.
They built the statue, probably.
You see this?
Yeah. Man, it's an amazing sight to see. Yeah, amazing sight.
Who was there for the erection? Who was there for the erection of this? The Negroes weren't there, but the white people were.
It was amazing. Well, what was her story? I forget what she did. What did she do, Portia? I mean, Jihad might know. He's right there in Richmond.
She was a businesswoman. Honestly, she was real powerful, not just for like
like I think it would be interesting, you know, if you was to take an example of like some Black Power stuff. I think nationally she should be an example, but people don't really know about her. She was in the 1920s, and she was just trying to like push. She opened the first Black bank in the city, I think, because she had worked for a bank, so she had that background, and that bank actually outlasted a lot of other banks, like through the Great Depression and stuff, because once that had hit, she had you know, convinced all the Black banks to kind of consolidate themselves into being one bank, and then she had like a whole economic kind of plan, at least for like the city at the time for where she was working. She had employed a lot of she was also kind of like a feminist in a way, because she employed a lot of Black women. She have an entire office strictly for Black women that she trained to be bankers and tellers, stuff like that. So she did a lot, man.
It says
You know
she
what's
opened the first
ironic?
Black bank, the first bank for Black people.
You know what's ironic, man? She opened a school because she was about Black people, so she opened, like, you know, a Black school for Black children or whatnot. Modern day, that school is now become like a governor's school, so it gets, you know, special funding and whatnot. And it has like, it's in Richmond, but it has, I would say, like 95% or maybe even higher than that are all white kids.
So it's like a magnet school or something.
Huh?
It's like a state magnet school or something.
Yeah, it's a state school. You gotta it's only for you know, real special kids. I just think it's ironic that because, you know, my dad died pissed off about that, but because he had, you know, when he was around, it was a Black school, but I think it's ironic a school she built isn't even, you know, training the Black kids, and that are literally living right next door to it in the area. It's so yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of amazing, you know, the dichotomy to see, like, no one was there to, you know, honor this woman. She's done something significant for them, but they were all there to tear down Robert E. Lee's. You know, this is very interesting. Anyway, go right ahead, Portia.
More information specifically about Donald J. Harris himself. And we couldn't find a birth certificate for him, which I flagged as odd. And I also wanted to find that marriage certificate between his father, Oscar J. Harris, and his mother, Beryl Finnegan. That was crucial to me. So here's what we stumbled upon. More information about Donald J. Harris appeared to us. This is going to get crazy, you guys. I'll tell you how we put this together. Through old Jamaican newspaper clippings that had been digitized. So first and foremost, this one fact checks, but it was a little bit of tidbit of an information that I thought was interesting. It was a wedding announcement that was published in the Kingston Gleaner. That's the name of the newspaper. It was published, as you can see here, November 1st, 1963, which just announces the wedding of presumably Kamala's mother, as we're told, Shyamala Gopalin, to Donald J. Harris. It reads, he is the son of Oscar J. Harris of Spanish Town and Mrs. Beryl Finnegan. Okay. It writes before leaving, it says before leaving Jamaica in 19, and can you pull that up? Because I couldn't read it for clarity. But it says before leaving Jamaica in, it looks like maybe 19, I don't want to guess it. Mr. Harris worked for the Jamaican Information Service. Okay, what is the Jamaican Information Service? That's what I asked myself. What is that? I'll tell you what it is. The Jamaican Information Service is an executive agency of the government of Jamaica that is responsible for disseminating information. It used to be known as the Government Public Relations Office. It says that to achieve its objectives, the agency utilizes a broad range of media skill sets: print, radio, television, graphic arts, video projection, and public relations. It was established in 1956. Okay, so now we know that before he left Jamaica, he worked for the government. So he's got some connections in government. And he's not the only one, because that newspaper article goes on to inform us that his bride, who we're told is Kamala's mother, is the daughter of Mr. P.V. Gopalin, the Deputy Secretary of the Government of India. So She is also connected to the government of India, and her dad is the deputy secretary of the government of India. That's just a thing that I think is important to know, that these two people worked for the government and they came together and they got married. Now, we still could not find a marriage record between these two, but it may be plausible that they got married somewhere else, but at least we see the announcement. So I thought, now let's focus on his father, right? I'm looking for something to attach Oscar to Beryl, presumably, if this is a family that is important enough to have wedding announcements in the newspaper. Maybe we will be able to stumble upon something between Oscar and Beryl. Now, I want to remind you that Kamala brought up Oscar J. Harris, her grandfather, in her book, and she revealed a picture of him on page 282. So I'm going to show you that right now. It reads, "When I was 10 months old, I visited Spanish Town, Jamaica. This is me with my mother and my paternal grandfather, Oscar Joseph." So we know his name is Oscar Joseph Harris, and we know that that's what he looks like thanks to Kamala Harris's book. Great, love that. So I looked him up, and at first the father came up for a bankruptcy hearing announcement. This is dated, by the way, March 11th, 1939. So this would have been 1 year after Donald was allegedly born. It just reads, "In the matter of bankruptcy petition against Reginald Victor Harris, Oscar Joseph Harris, and Newton Alexander Harris of Brownstown in the parish of St. Anne, trading as Harris Bros, take notice that the above named intend to apply for the revocation of the provisional order of bankruptcy made against them in this honorable court on the 6th day of January 1939. Okay, so we know that they were apparently going through some bankruptcy proceedings, and they were fighting those bankruptcy proceedings. They were going to stand against them. But what's relevant there is that we know it's him because it lists his brothers. It lists that they're from Browntown, and we have fact-checked that genealogy. So this is the correct family. This is the grandfather that Kamala is referring to in her book. Here is where it is going to get crazy. Buckle up. I really hope you guys are sitting for this. He came up again, and fortunately, it was for a wedding. Unfortunately, it was not for a wedding to Beryl. Instead, just like Beryl married somebody else, apparently he married somebody else. Now, this clipping is from June 9th, 1952. Look at this. It says, "Oscar Harris weds Vioris Cambridge." Now I want you to look at this photo, and it certainly looks like, and I know it's a shadow on the left-hand side, but I'm going, that looks like the picture. You can tell by that balding pattern of the person that Kamala has presented to us as her grandfather. And he looks mixed race to me, but that woman on the right looks white to me. Now I know you're going, Candace, that's crazy. It's a black and white photo, but there's a certain way when you're photographing a black woman that she comes across, and that ain't it, my friends. But again, that was a theory. Let's read the article. It reads, "Vioris Cambridge, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. V.S. Cambridge of St. Elizabeth," that's another parish in Jamaica, "became the bride of Oscar Harris of Browntown, St. Anne, at a beautiful ceremony in the St. Andrew Parish Church, Halfway Tree, on Thursday last night. Her slenderness enhanced by a gown of white nylon and chantilly lace. The bride, carrying a bouquet of white asters, was given in marriage by her father. Her only attendant, her sister, Carmen Cambridge, wore a gown of aqua nylon and chantilly lace with a bouquet of pink rosebuds. The best man in the ceremony, performed by the Reverend Grant Levi of Montego Bay, was Mr. Newton Harris, brother of the groom. During the signing of the register, Mr. Gene McDonald sang, 'I'll Walk Beside You,' and 'Because,' at a reception held at the home of the bride's uncle on Chester Avenue. Mr. Milton Hamilton was master of ceremonies." I just went, what the heck is this? First and foremost, how odd that Donald J. Harris, as he's recollecting these memories from his childhood, now has left out the part where Beryl married someone when he would have been 6 years old and would have been his stepfather. But he's also now leaving out the fact that his mother similarly married someone when he was a little bit older. I mean, that his father similarly married to a woman, he was a little bit older, and that woman, at least according to my eyes, appears to me to be fully Caucasian. But I said, like, that sounds crazy. Let me see if I can find this woman. Viewers can't.
John, just to kind of give you a little bit of what's been going on so far. You know how the left keeps on telling us Kamala is black, and whenever you go and do your street interviews and you ask people and they say they're voting for Kamala because she's black, like, is she black? Is she? So Candace Owens is doing this deep dive because of what happened with Janet Jackson on is black, and so Janet Jackson said that I thought that she was Indian and Irish. That's what I was told. And so Candace has went on this total deep dive to figure it out. And so we're getting close to the part now where you're about to find out who this black woman and who these black people are. Because I don't want to spoil it for y'all. I can't do it. Who these black people actually are that Kamala is lying essentially and saying is her people. Who they really are. So right now she's talking about her dad, the Donald Harris, and the people that she's talking about now are his parents. Because they keep on saying that he's black because he's Jamaican. But you can be a white Jamaican, you could be an Asian Jamaican, you could be a black Jamaican. But she's about to get into whether or not his parents are black or if they're Irish. So it's very interesting. And the only reason, to go into this and why I think it's important is because the left just keeps saying that she's black and black people keep saying that she's black. And it's just like, but she's not.
Oh, and if you Google it, all the fact checkers also say she's black. So
yeah. They keep saying she's black, but John, I just want to let you know that's what's going on.
Yeah, I've been hearing about this. I haven't seen it, but it's interesting to see it here.
Yeah, Candace Owens, every last one of these videos that went viral, every last one of them. And I'm happy about that, because you can hate Candace, you can love her, either or, but she's doing some good work right here. And again, all alleged, whatever, speculation, sure, but she's really...
Honestly, this is really interesting because she's brought out some stuff I didn't know. Like when she pulled up that picture of, and I guess a picture that Kamala actually put up in her book of her in Jamaica when she said she was 10 months old with her paternal grandfather. So that would be her father's father, and that wasn't a black dude. So it's like, I don't even need to see anything more. You know what I mean? Like, that tells me, okay, that means her father's not even a black man, because the picture they showed of her as a little baby and her mother in her arms standing next to that guy, the bald guy, that was not a black guy. But that's apparently her, father's father. So I don't really even need to see anymore. I guess if anything, they just needed to be debating like if she's a quarter black, if she's an octoroon. But it's like, I guess that's what she's gonna get into. She might not have no blackness. I don't know.
Yeah, because on a baseline, she's for sure 50% Indian right off the rip from her mother. But the question is the patrilineage. And when you look at her dad, he's clearly mixed. But the question, for me, what's interesting is what is admixture and what's the ratios? It's obviously, regardless of the ending of this little sequence of what's her name, Candace's investigation, it's obviously, it couldn't possibly be more than a small fraction. But I'm interested to see what Candace found out.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Cambridge by a quick Google search, like where that's quite a different name, Vioris. I've never heard it before. Certainly something's going to pop up, and certainly just one thing did. And it was a funeral entry of a white woman who died in Broward County. And what I noticed about this entry was that it was very scant on details. I'm going to show this to you. Okay. Vioris Anita McPherson, it says. And I'm looking at that face on the left there and I'm going, I recognize that face. This woman looks familiar to me. Am I crazy? Are you guys seeing this? She looks a little bit like Kamala Harris. There's something about the smirk. I don't know. Am I crazy? So I said, let me not jump to conclusions. Maybe I am just so down far the rabbit hole that I'm seeing Kamala's face. So I read this entry and it says, it is with great sadness that the family of Vioris Anita Harris McPherson, Cambridge, in parentheses, so we know that that's her maiden name right there, announces her passing on Saturday, June 15th, 2019. She will be lovingly remembered by her children and spouses, her grandchildren and spouses, her great-grandchildren, cousins, nieces, nephews, and friends. We will celebrate her life on Saturday, June 29th, 2019 at 10 o'clock a.m. at Christ the Rock Community Church. It gives the address there, and it says where they will immediately follow at a reception hall. In lieu of flowers, donations may be made to the Alzheimer's Foundation in memory of Vioris Harris McPherson. So nothing given to us there. Literally nothing given to us about our family. Have you ever seen that? Usually survived by a sister, a cousin, a brother. I went to see if anybody posted anything. It says she has a really big family. I was like, okay, well, certainly somebody would have posted on the board. You know, people do that all the time. I'm so sorry for your loss. Love you. Cousin, I'll see you there. Hug, kisses, nothing. Very weird. And then tried to look this woman up in Broward County records, and it just looks like people are trying to protect who she was. It doesn't tell me who she's married. I don't see anything there in Broward County. It just says an entry for a marriage that took place in 1994. And I also see that she's got another name there, McPherson. So maybe she got remarried. But it at least tells us that her birthday was October 7th, 1927. So I thought to myself, can I find a woman, a white woman who was born in Jamaica, with that exact birth date, with that exact name? It's, like I said, a very different name, Vioris. And the answer is yes, we did. We were able to locate her birth certificate. And now we know why it said that she was married to V.S. Cambridge. It had listed her father as V.S. Cambridge, Mr. and Mrs. V.S. Cambridge. That's because her father's name is Vivian. Her mother's name is Adina Wright. And here you have it, born in Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth is, here she is. And this is this woman, Vioris Cambridge, born to Vivian Cambridge and Adina Wright on October 7th, 1927 in St. Elizabeth, Jamaica. What the hell is going on? Who is this woman? Why hasn't this been mentioned? Why does it feel like this profile was being very hidden? And again, as Donald was jumping in to his family background and speaking about how Jamaican it was, why didn't he mention this? Why didn't he mention this woman, his white relatives? It might be relevant when we're having a discussion about Kamala's race to mention the fact that your dad married a white woman. I'm just saying, here's another picture of her. And there's something familiar about her smile. There's something familiar. I'm looking at this woman, I'm going, this woman looks to me like Kamala Harris. Now, something even weirder, the person who did create something for her online, okay, who created a profile for her on Ancestry.com, look what he put in the middle of her name. He lists her name as Vioris Anita Iris Cambridge. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. So we looked into this briefly. And again, all of this has transpired within the last 4 hours. So we are not as organized about this, or we are not as certain about this, but it looks like the person who made this entry was a member of her extended family. It looks like she got remarried in 1994 in America and that's where she picks up the name McPherson. And that individual put Iris in quotation marks. Is it possible that Donald J. Harris, when he's fondly remembering Miss Iris, could be speaking about this woman? Yeah, it's possible. Everything's a possibility. Like I said, he's very scant on the details here. What we do know is that he declined to mention this woman. He declined to mention someone that his father married who was completely white. And as I said, I wouldn't have an issue with this if people were forthcoming and spoke about this. The press, as you're out there referring to Janet Jackson as crazy, right? For suggesting, what did Janet Jackson say? She said that she heard that Kamala's father, Donald J. Harris, was Irish. Can somebody pull up that picture of yours again? She heard that his family was Irish. I think Vioris.
That is crazy. I know we're on the third, so we've walked through this. So Iris in the thing that Kamala Harris's dad wrote, and he called her Miss Iris. And then he called his dad Massa whatever. And so Janet Jackson says, yeah, I thought her daddy was Irish. I mean, I know like he born in Jamaica, but I thought his parents were Irish. And so this woman allegedly is his mom. And then they showed us his dad, who was also obviously not black as well. So that's interesting.
Portia, did you know her dad lives like here in DC and never been to the White House?
Yeah. You know, he didn't go to the inauguration.
That's amazing.
Yeah, he made a statement that I read over here a while ago, but I can pull it up after this because I want to follow whatever this rabbit hole is. I'm in it now, especially now. I want to go down it, but I'll read what her dad. But shoot, Candace might even pull up what her dad said.
She might, yeah.
But that is crazy. Now it's one thing because you know what Candace Owens is doing. Most of us is not finna just do all of this, okay? And John, what you may have missed is that people from all over the world are contacting her and contacting Candace and sending information because like she has people working and she's paying people. So for every article, she's sending people $1,000. So she's sending money all over the place to people. And of course, her own team that works for her. But she's actually putting the work in to figure this out. And, you know, instead of calling Janet Jackson a liar, like, you know, DL Hughley and everybody else being disrespectful, talking about Janet, this, that, and the third. Not Kamala, excuse me. Candace, she said, oh, no, we finna see if she, you know, instead of just calling her a liar, let's see. Let's look into this.
Yes.
Because why would Janet Jackson out of nowhere just say, I thought her dad was Irish? Why would she say that?
You know what would be funny? It would be funny if the dad had 0% Afro admixture. That would be really funny.
Yeah.
Well, why would her dad go to the White House? He has no family member there. He didn't give birth to a black woman. He did. I mean, he didn't. Well, should we not give birth? But that guy didn't have a black daughter. So why would he go to the White House? There's no one there for him.
Yeah, I
think she has kind of distanced herself from him because I don't think he's willing to play ball and go along with this whole racial narrative. From what I remember him saying, like he come from a proud family. He's not willing to just throw all that away and become black all of a sudden.
Yes, exactly. So, John, you know what I'm talking about because he in fact himself said that she's not black and she's running from her heritage. And so, what American Man was saying earlier, because I think it was the last video that we watched, I pulled up where Kamala Harris is talking about her Indian heritage, and you know how she said there's no honor that she's more proud of than that of being her mother's daughter and embracing her Indian heritage. And I was like, it's kind of disrespectful that the left, the mainstream media, and the Democrats are like making it seem like her mother never existed. Y'all are doing this whole she black, because they don't ever talk about her dad. They'll just say he's from Jamaica, but they don't put this spotlight on her dad the way that they put on her mom. But it's just like y'all keep on calling Kamala black, but her mother is Indian. And Kamala says she's proud to be Indian. She's proud of her mother, but y'all keep on saying that she's black. And so it's like if y'all keep saying it enough, people just gonna assume that her mama is black.
Yeah, people just buy into it.
And then there was a component of the single mother aspect that American Man introduced because her mom was a single mother. And it's just like, okay, you know, that's synonymous like with black women because it's a lot of them that's single mamas. baby mamas. So it's just like, why are you doing this? Because for me, if I was Kamala, I would be very offended. And then if I was Kamala Harris's mother side, their family, I would be offended too. And then my other thing is like, why can't Kamala just be Indian and Irish? What's the problem with that?
Yeah, I wonder why they're running from that. That would still make her a minority. She'd still be a person of color. Why do they have to make her black?
Why does she gotta be black?
Because there's some aspect of this to erase black people. I don't think people are paying attention. There is no reason that she needs to be black, right? Unless we're now giving blackness to the others.
Well, somebody mentioned it earlier, but somebody had seen Vivek. The reasoning people wouldn't vote for Vivek, somebody looked at a poll, and it was primarily because he was Indian. Some very large percentage of the poll.
Well, that would be on the Republican side that, he may face some resistance. But on the Democrat side, she's a minority, a person of color. Like, why does she have to be black? I'm starting to agree with American man. And I've long thought this, it seems like they got to, you minimize blackness to the point that these people is not even worth anything anymore. Anybody can be black. Kamala's black. And not to say that it should be worth anything, but for the people that continuously use that card, the card is kind of tattered now. Anyone can be black,
Yeah, they're phasing it out. John, again, all you got to do is look, John. They're starting to phase it out. So, like, all those people that was holding on to this special blackness and all of that, they're the ones getting rid of it themselves following the Democrat Party, and they don't even realize it.
Well, that's true. Like, let's say, for example, the father his lineage is really like an admixture of Southeast Indian and Southern Indian and Irish, and it just happens that he kind of looks like a mixed black person. But let's say he has 0% Afro in his lineage. That means that Kamala is literally 0% African in her ancestry, or as far as that would be the failure of the blacks as a category, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, Kamala is 0% black. Her father is an Indian Irishman. Like, have you guys, look, isn't Vivek a brown man?
He's browner than Kamala.
There you go. So now you mix that with Irish, and you get Kamala Harris.
Yeah,
it's not that hard.
I think downstream from all of this, and which is probably going to be a good thing, to be quite honest with you. How do you have a reparations debate today? Someone like Kamala get it? We've already argued that she's black.
Well, John,
right?
Well, John, they're doing all this so that the reparations debate also dies.
Yeah,
I don't think people understand, right?
Yeah, I think it dies.
Kamala is going to unburden America of what has been. I don't think people understand what she's saying.
Amen, American man, amen.
When she says that, right? People think she's stupid. No, they are getting ready to disappear as many black people in blackness as possible. But I can't be mad because black people are doing it to themselves.
Yeah, they're going right along. They accepted whatever's being given to them. And then if y'all remember, we didn't get to finish that video over here. We are going to finish these videos today. However, whenever she was doing that interview with the journalists, those two black journalists, and they asked her about reparations, because we didn't finish it. She said that she is not, as far as reparations are concerned, she ain't doing nothing with them. She said that.
I think the whole reparations movement is over now. With Kamala Harris, if she becomes president, it's definitely over. Right?
It never started, John. It was always a farce to keep niggas on a plantation.
Well, I mean,
it never started.
The civil rights movement, all that shit's about done. You know what I mean?
Of course, because well, John, because black people let the trans in, they let the Hispanics in, they let everyone in the door. They let everyone in the door, showing their teeth. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's the truth. They let everyone in the door, and they took what was sacred to them and gave everyone else. And that's why you have someone like Fox that comes up here and tells you that her mental disorder, that his mental disorder is just as important as you being a descendant of a slave.
You know, I think the trans movement, the gay movement, they really had some tangible goals that they wanted the government to resolve from them, marriage, things like that. You know, I think, you know, once the blacks got treated fairly by the government, then everything else was really on them. But by the fact that they kept agitating, it more or less they were agitating for the positions of others, as you're saying, because their problems have been solved now. They could drink out of any water fountain, go in any restaurant. Your problems are solved now. There's really not much else the government can do for you, but yet they kept pushing. And in a sense, they were pushing for other people. Sounds like what you're saying, American Man.
What I could say about it, from my perspective, right? I see, and I'm not going to say everybody that was in the civil rights movement was thinking like this, but I see a lot of people's motivations, black people's motivations around that time and still today wasn't really black liberation, but just to be closer to white people. They wanted acceptance and all this other stuff. Because you are right, John. Like, we know we did get our rights and stuff like that. A lot of the stuff that we still need to take care of isn't anything that involves the government for real. It involves us organizing and planning, being very strategic amongst ourselves. So the government involvement, I would try to limit that as much as I can when we're trying to build. But that's not what I see modern day with a lot of people that fly the pro-black banner in politics, because it's just politics for real. It's not really trying to push the black people. It does become a vessel to allow other people in. If you're in politics and you're black, even if you say you're pro-black, you're gonna have to align with immigrant, like at least on the Democratic Party, you're gonna have to align with basically everything that's on that ticket, from the LGBTQ to the immigration, black and brown coalitions and stuff like that. And that's how it is, how I still see it. So it's a struggle, man, and that's what it is, man. I don't see a lot of these people actually being that's still fighting. I don't see why we gotta. They're fighting for acceptance. They want to be, accepted and force themselves in these spaces. But whole time I'm thinking we need to, kind of just isolate in a way and practice group economics with each other. That's what I want to see us do. But
I also wonder if this is also the whole immigrant push, with everything that we're seeing with immigration right now, especially. Sorry. Especially with Jesus, I just got distracted. The push for immigrants in our country. And after we finish these videos, John, if you're still here, which I hope you are, I was getting into the whole issue with FEMA and how FEMA doesn't have money for our disaster victims, and also the statement that was released from the state of Louisiana, more specifically New Orleans, for the FEMA money since 2012, and how they are going to be out of FEMA money by the end of the month because they've spent all the FEMA money on immigrants.
No way.
And John, when I'm telling you it's crazy, but I want us to finish this before we go into that, so we can actually complete a story and then move to the next. But the thing is that Kamala, all she talks is about, the immigrant. And so it's just like, you get her in office, and then of course with the whole black component, let's call her black for now. Okay. Even though we're going to ignore all of the stuff with the immigration and how immigration impacts the black people, she says that she's black, or excuse me, they're saying that she's black, and then black people are running with it. Meanwhile, what's really happening is that everything that Kamala and the Democratic Party is doing is literally more than what the black community in America already is. Black America is done.
Yeah, I think
and
so.
There's no recovery. there's no recovery. I mean, at this point, you know, with all of the things that they're giving to them and the audacity, because we played it yesterday, because I was playing, you know, from Republican publications, but Stanley, you know, got it. Stanley, he gets, you know, so I just turned it off and I put on other things. But Kamala, from her own mouth, $700 per household. $700 per household. So you can have a household of 6, $700 for you. Household of 10, $700 for you. A lot of these people don't even have a house. But, you know, typically with FEMA, they cover the hotel stays for these families to move in, but these people have to pay for their own. Now, just, I say all that to say is that this immigration thing could be heavily tied up with who Kamala Harris is and how they're going to spin it after she becomes president, because they'll be singing this tune of she's black, she's black, she's black right now. But if she does win this election, all of that black stuff is going straight to hell. Is what
you watch how she responds to the Indian government, because they're going to be pushing for more H-1B visas. They're going to be pushing for everything, as they already are.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just say, good job, Portia. You figured it out. That's exactly what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
It's over for black people by the hands of black people and their beloved Democrat Party. And the niggas still ain't figured it out.
I mean, you know, black people clearly, you know, they were at the bottom, and you got to find somebody to replace. You need somebody at the bottom at least to be productive, right? To be striving. You heard the black lady the other night on the street, and you said she ain't working. Fuck that, right? We need the people to at least to play into the system. As I keep trying to tell you, a lot of the blacks have been canceled out of the employment and shit like that, the economy. Their belly doesn't growl, right? Even though they don't work, their belly ain't growling. And so you kind of needed someone down at the bottom to do those factory dirty jobs that the blacks wouldn't do on the low end, right? They are the lowest people. They should take the lowest jobs. They wouldn't do it, so we had to replace them. On the other hand, you got the H-1B visa people, the mid-level software developers, where you can go to India and get those. And I suspect that Kamala is going to be very receptive to the message from the Indian government to help pull them slum dogs up into millionaire status, and she's going to open the floodgates for them. And that'll be the unseen migration that will hurt the middle class Americans, in my opinion.
John, do you want to know what's interesting? It's the Democrat Party is diabolical, right? But I also got to ask this question, right? Is it that the Democrat Party is diabolical, or is it that black people are stupid? Now, I know that hurts people to hear, but let's look at what's going on right now. So, someone is falling asleep at the wheel. Are the Democrats so diabolical, or is that black people are just kind of stupid?
I mean, both could be true at the same time. You know, the Democrats, I mean, I think they've moved away from voting, to be quite honest with you. I think you hear them talk a lot about ballots, mail-in ballots. They don't need you to go vote. They can just need you to mail in the ballot, or somebody to mail it in. But again, I tell you, man, like, they can't depend on them politically. And so I think that's why they're moving away. That's why they moved the Democrat primary in South Carolina. Most people don't pay attention to it. But the Democrats primary used to be in South Carolina, the one that used to more or less give you the momentum, gave Obama the momentum to become president.
Yep.
South Carolina is the blackest state to lead off the Democrat primary. And it's usually the springboard for the candidate that's going to win. That's how Biden became president. But if you notice, they moved the South Carolina primary up to like number 1, taking away the momentum of the black voting population within the Democrat Party. And that's something that I don't think many blacks have paid attention to, because they're so focused on defending Kamala being black. But the next election come around, you're going to see that their power has been lessened within the Democrat Party.
Yeah, I've been saying for years, and other people, 2028 is the last time black people are going to matter. It's over.
Well, I think
it's the last time.
I think this is the last time within the Democrat Party that they will be.
Yeah, I feel like this is the last time too.
If you look up that
Well,
primary,
yeah,
if you look, remember they have SEC primaries, right? If you're familiar with the Democrat Party, the SEC primaries, they lead off in South Carolina, and then you swing through Georgia, Mississippi. I don't know if Alabama is in there, but you can win a lot of states, and that gives you that momentum. That's usually how the Democrat primary is chosen. By them moving South Carolina, that momentum is gone. You won't be able to springboard a candidate into office with South Carolina leading off the momentum. So we'll see in a year.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with you guys, but I think that 2028 will be the last time the black vote will really have what little impact it's gonna have. This one for sure, black people are gonna blow their brains out. But 2028 will be a little life for them, and then that's it. They'll be completely dead after that.
It's crazy to imagine, but let's watch some more of this so that we could get through this, so we could get into FEMA, because there's FEMA, and then John, I don't know if you're familiar about what's going on in your home state, Alabama.
Oh boy.
Yep, I got some good stuff for you. I don't even want to tell you what town it is yet, but I want us to finish this so we could go ahead and get into that. So let's see.
Maybe Vioris Cambridge might be Irish. Was she so crazy to mention that, press? Or would it be so crazy if you guys did your actual job and looked into these things, as opposed to constantly trying to obscure things to protect your preferred candidates because you believe she should just be handed this? Now the question is it possible that the woman that we're looking at right there is Kamala's grandmother? Is it possible, based on the records that we have, that Beryl and Donald never did marry? Is it possible Beryl and Oscar, never did marry? Is it possible, is it feasible that marriage never took place and they both married two different people, and that instead at some point when they decided to blackify Kamala's history, they included this Beryl as her grandmother? Is it possible? I don't want to go too far down conspiracy lane, but I'm telling you that we're close here. This is a big missing piece of her family history that should have been mentioned, okay? And I find it highly suspicious. I do not think that we have answers still on who Donald Harris is. I do not trust him. I do not trust him just having discovered this information and realizing that he left out two significant marriages and is instead focusing on Kamala's great-grandmother, referring to her as Miss Iris. Who is Miss Iris actually? I can tell you that, again, we came across all of this in the last few hours, but we're going to stay on them, because now that we have found this piece and we have found this white woman, and again, I'm not trying to call her out for being a white woman, I'm just saying that she is a white woman. She's very white, and Janet Jackson was not crazy to suggest this. And now we know that somebody is putting her in quotation marks as Iris, and a picture is starting to come together. Let me say this. If, and I'm not saying this is true, but if we find out that woman is Kamala's real grandmother, and can we get a side-by-side of Kamala? If we find out that is Kamala's real grandmother, and that she decided to appropriate the domestic help who potentially died younger as her grandmother, we are watching one of the most diabolical political moves that we have ever seen in the history of this country. I just want to say that. I'm not saying it's true, again, but I'm saying that I don't like the picture. I always find that the dog that isn't barking, the fact that they never mentioned these marriages, the fact that they laughed people out of the room when they suggested that Kamala Harris could be white, and the fact that they just refused to mention any aspect of this and are remaining hush-hush on it, doesn't make me feel good. I don't trust these people. There's something about Kamala saying she's in these streets that doesn't make me feel that she's being honest about who she actually is. I'm not going to let go of this. Again, we are getting closer and closer, and I will bet out now surfacing, and it's essentially depicting the Kamala versus Donald Trump discussion pertaining to the Michael Jackson case. Now, I know a lot of you guys are new listeners to the show. We've gained a lot of new listeners over the last week. So in case you are like me and did not remember any details about the Michael Jackson case, all you remembered was the media telling you incessantly that he was a pedophile, I highly recommend that you go back and revisit our episode 55, which we did looking into the Michael Jackson case. It is stunning. Michael Jackson was without question being set up by some very powerful executives because he was fighting for control over Sony. It's completely crazy about how the cases even came about. Literally, the first person who ever made an allegation against Donald Trump was drugged into the allegation by his own father. I'm talking about that crazy, and that his father eventually killed himself. It's nuts. It's nuts. Anyways, at the time that all these accusations were coming up, it was very much the media versus Michael Jackson because obviously the record execs had a lot of power over the media. They controlled the media at that time. Same story it is today, and why there are certain people who are protected. And so at that time, they were going around asking a lot of powerful people what their opinions were on the Michael Jackson case. And one of those people who was asked was Kamala Harris, then the deputy city attorney in San Francisco. And here's what she had to say.
That could mean life in prison. And cases like this can depend on the testimony of the child accuser.
In general, the child will be able to recall and recollect with some detail the incident, and that is persuasive to a jury, even if it is the only testimony that is available.
Ooh, betting against Michael Jackson, who was eventually acquitted of all charges. But what's really stunning is when you juxtapose this to what Donald Trump said at the time, then just a real estate magnate. Take a listen.
Michael's been a long-time resident of Trump Tower, and last night the Donald strongly reiterated his defense of Jackson with Larry King by going after the accuser's mother.
She's had plenty of experience at going after people. And she goes after him viciously and violently. And I saw a story and I read another story about some of the things she's done. And I don't believe it.
But you know what it's like when an indictment comes down.
It's tough.
It's presumption.
It's tough. It's tough to win. But I have a feeling he's going to win, Larry. The interesting thing is I've known Michael from many different standpoints. And Michael would spend a lot of time with my kids. I have beautiful kids. And at the time, like at Mar-a-Lago, and even in Trump Tower, the kids were very young. Michael would come, play with the kids. He just loved children. He was not a child molester, and I am certain of that. He loved children. He'd play with my son Eric and my son Donald, and he'd just play with them forever. He loved children, but he was not a child molester. And, you know, that whole final saga of Neverland and the police and what they did was, I think, a very, very bad part of Michael's life.
Just incredible. When you really look back on that, it just makes you love Trump even more because he was always standing up to the media complex. And that's really what it was that came down on Michael Jackson. Like I said, the execs.
Can you pause it real quick?
He was winning against them. He was going to.
I just want to say, right, the betrayal of Donald Trump that Black America has bestowed upon him is crazy. Because if you look back during all of he supported Mike Tyson, Michael Jackson, Jesse Jackson, whole bunch of people, and Black America just turned on him. He came in as president and tried to help lift Black America up, and they turned on him. It is absolutely amazing to watch.
Yeah, you know, man, I will say, man, that shit really really affected me, you know, because I've had my dealings with Black people. You all guys all know that. And I've seen them do things to me, and I'm like, well, damn, you know, like, shit, I look just like them. You know, I provide them a place to live, shit like that. But then I read about, like, Russell Simmons, what he did to Trump, man. That shit was disgusting. Like, they had been friends for 35 years. And he calling this man race, you know, people calling him racist, and you'd expect you to step up for your friend and say, hey, man, I've been knowing him for 35 years, you know, he ain't ever say anything racist. But it's like everybody kept quiet, all these people that he helped. And I think long term, man, it really made people not trust Black people in some way, because you know, you see those clips of Trump talking like that, and like, damn, but these people all turn on him. Damn, like, can you trust him? You know, I don't know. It's just my thoughts.
No, I agree. Like, Trump was just there for so much. I'm not even sure if y'all are familiar with this. The singer Jennifer Hudson. What Trump did for her family, because you know Jennifer Hudson, her brother-in-law killed her mother, her sister, and all her nieces and nephews. Killed them all. And this was before Jennifer Hudson is the Jennifer Hudson that we know today. But Trump paid for because Jennifer Hudson didn't have the money that she got right now. Trump paid for all of their funerals.
Wow.
Every last one of them. He paid for the autopsies. He paid for the criminal cases. He paid for her stay, and he put her up in the Trump Tower for 5 years, and she didn't have to pay nothing.
Wow.
Nothing.
Wow.
I talked about that over here.
Wow.
I talked about that over here because I told you as we get closer to the election, I want to start to talk more about the things that Kamala has done wrong to the Black people and the things that Trump has done. But the thing is that even Jennifer Hudson, she has her own talk show now. She comes out, she talks all of this trash on Trump. And I'm like, see, there's no other point in time in your life, Jennifer. I don't know everything about you, right? I don't even know you personally. However, there is no other point in time in your life, period, that you have ever experienced something as traumatic as that. And there won't be another unless, you know, somehow there is. You can get another mother, your birth mother, your sister, your nieces, your nephew, all slaughtered on the same day. And the one person that came out for you, and like Donald Trump, he didn't make an announcement. The only reason why we know that he did this is because of Jennifer Hudson. She wrote a book about it.
Wow, man, you
and
know,
she talks trash about Donald Trump.
Yes, all the time.
These niggas really are amazing. They really are amazing.
Now you see something.
This is truly amazing.
Now you see something, and this, you know, and this is messed up to say, but you kind of get an understanding of why the Democrats are trying to get rid of Black people.
Yeah, I can understand that. You can't trust them, man.
This is.
Oh my God!
This is clearly the people. You know, I don't know, man. I don't know. The more I start to just see things and learn a lot of things, I don't know.
I didn't know that, man. Oh my God, that man, shit. That kind of behavior will keep you at the bottom in life, right? You got to have somebody that you're willing to be loyal to, if they're willing to help you. Otherwise, nobody's gonna be willing to help you. You know. Oh my goodness, the Jennifer Hudson thing, that just blew my mind. You know, wow, because I wouldn't have done that, and I am the urban landlord. Nobody stays for free.
Yeah, for 5 years. Yep.
I put
even if Jennifer Hudson would just say nothing.
Yeah, that'd be good.
To trash him? Wow.
We gotta find some of them clips and put the passages from her book.
Yeah. I'll have to pull it up and do it again. But I've done it over here. I did it over here. But sometimes, like whenever I do these stories, John, for some reason you just don't be here. Whenever I go into my deep dives, well, American Man, he's really familiar because anytime I've ever hosted shows in other places, it's usually him, Blacks, and Juan that are there. And I go very deep into detail. I like to really give you the full scope. And whenever I went into the whole Jennifer Hudson thing with the Oprah thing, like it's everywhere that your eyes can see. And for Jennifer Hudson to come out and, you know, she's dating the rapper Common, it's like, you got a lot of nerve, Jennifer. Did Oprah, did Beyonce, did all, because you were in a movie with Beyonce. I mean, they didn't put you up in the Trump Tower in Chicago for 5 years.
You know, I tell you, that is very true. You know, I tell you, man, this is the thing, like, if they're willing to do a man like that, a person like that help them, like, this is why they don't help each other. They know instinctively deep down, man, I can't help my fellow Black man, because them motherfuckers, he'll turn his back on me, won't be grateful of what I do for him. So fucking, I ain't doing anything. And the other blacks around Jennifer had to see what Trump did for her, and then they watch her TV show and they got to know in the back of their mind, like, damn, Jennifer, you live in that man's house, his property, and you talking about him like that. Even if they agree with you, instinctively know they can't trust you because look what you're doing to that man. Hey, man. Julia, man, I'm gonna have to really go deep into Jennifer Hudson again.
Yeah. We can, depending on,
What was their connection though, Portia? Like, why would he do that for her?
there was no connection, John. And that's the issue. He just heard about it. She wrote a book about it. A book, John. A book. Donald Trump, he told the members of his team to get in contact with her. However that looks like. And she said, and like, there's videos about her talking about it too. Like, because this was years and years ago. But whenever she was talking about my phone ring, it's a number that I don't recognize, and she's like, it is Donald Trump. Imagine me just sitting here right now talking to y'all, my phone ring, and I'm like, man, let me answer this, even though I don't answer numbers I don't know, but I just so happen to do it. And it's Donald Trump. That's crazy.
Be forever grateful. You be forever grateful, right?
Forever
no one
grateful.
You talk about that man. Here she is.
Well, here's a question, right? Would anyone fault Donald Trump if he decided to become a Klansman after all of this? I mean, it sounds messed up, but when you just look at everything, I don't see how it can't cause hatred if you really think about it.
Niggas making songs talking about killing him, fuck him. Man, that's man. They wrote a song about me. Shit.
Yep, it's crazy. It's crazy stuff. So let's watch some. Oh, I keep on going to the wrong screen. Let me go back to the screen so I can play some more of this. So, we just heard what Kamala Harris had to say about Michael Jackson, and we just heard what Trump had to say about Michael Jackson. And Trump was very supportive. He's always supportive of the Negroes. It's really crazy. But let's see what Candace is about to say in this one. And the next 2 episodes of Candace's, I'm going to wait until tomorrow or Sunday to go into those so that we can go ahead and get into Alabama and FEMA, because I don't want to miss out on an opportunity while we have John here. So let's watch this.
Eventually control the Beatles catalog. Next thing you know, he ends up dead. He first gets accused of being a pedophile, and his entire legacy is destroyed with accusations that did not win in court. He, like I said, was acquitted. Go back, watch that episode that we did on him and inform yourself on that. But it's incredible to see that. And people are now replaying these clips and are feeling some type of way about Kamala Harris. And I think the majority of people just want to know, who is this woman and who does she work for? Well, we left off on quite a note last weekend, or at the end of last week, rather. We have received a lot of information. You guys have been emailing us incessantly. I know I'm not responding to the emails. I am reading them and going through them. I'm creating this really long timeline. I'm also trying to be careful not to overwhelm you guys with too much information, because there's so many moving pieces and they all have so many names. And I've just been carefully organizing things because we have time. We have a little bit of a runway ahead of the election, and I want to make sure that I get it right. So we left off interested in Vioris Cambridge Harris McPherson, okay? This is a woman that we believe is Kamala's grandmother, or her mother, really. She looks so much like her. But anyways, her true grandmother, not Beryl, a woman who I believe looks a little too much like Kamala and has been rather conspicuously just left out of the family Jamaican heritage story. So I'm just going to show you the side-by-side of Kamala and Vioris. And we then learned, because someone pointed it out to us, that actually Vioris's birth name is Iris. I can't believe I missed this. I produced the birth certificate and obviously did not read it for details. But yes, if you look at her birth certificate again, it actually says in that second column that her birth name is Iris. Now that explains why whoever created her profile on Ancestry.com put Iris in parentheses. On that far side, it says Vioris Anita, and that's her baptismal name. As I've been going through all of these documents, I realized baptismal names are very important, or were at this time, because they then used them and pretended that it was their legal names on other documents. But yeah, so when we see that, and we go, okay, so we now have a grandma Iris. That's very interesting. We know that this woman was born in 1927 in St. Elizabeth, Jamaica, and her last name was Cambridge. And I'm wondering, and I'm sure you're wondering, could she be the Miss Iris that Donald refers to so affectionately throughout his piece? He claims in that piece, by the way, that Miss Iris's ancestry is unknown to him, right? He also claims that that Iris that he mentions is his grandmother. So it would be Kamala's great-grandmother and not her grandmother, which I suspect she is. And I'm going to show you the extremely Black woman that we are shown a picture of. A picture that he claims he captured of Kamala sitting on Miss Iris's lap. Now, I have received, by the way, a note from a woman who is in her 70s who swears that she knew this family and that that woman there worked for the family. As we work to get in touch with her, she's a bit older. Trust me, I am on it. I've reached out. I'm going to actually place a phone call later on today to try to see if she'll pick up her phone, if she's easier to connect with that way, to get to the bottom of whether or not she really does know this family. She claims that she worked for the family for so long, didn't want to leave, and that is, in fact, a picture of the help, which would be wild. Absolutely wild if we can get somebody to confirm that. What we do now know for a fact is that Iris Cambridge, so going back to, I'm going to have to start calling them like White Iris and Black Iris, like just because.
I don't know if y'all caught that. So they're saying that that woman, that Black woman that Kamala is sitting in her lap, that she was the help. Like, so she was one of the servants, because they still had a lot of Black Jamaican slaves that continued to work for the family even after slavery was, abolished or whatnot, and they didn't have slaves anymore. So, but there were still a lot of slaves that worked for their Irish family that just continued to stick around and continue to work with them because, I guess family traditions, and she's one of the helps, So just be mindful of that.
Because I think it's easier for you guys to know who I'm speaking about. So White Iris, who died in Broward County, we know for a fact now that she is related to Kamala Harris. And I'm going to tell you how we determine that fact. It is now undeniable. Because when Kamala Harris was effectively handed the torch from Biden after they staged an effective coup back in August, CNN couldn't help themselves and immediately ran an article, instantly reminding the world that Kamala's Black. She's Jamaican. Instantly, let's Blackify her immediately. Here is the article that they ran. And it essentially had a title like about her Jamaican roots or whatever. And embedded in the article, it was a man named Sherman Harris. And he was speaking about his second cousin, Kamala. I'm just going to read this to you. It says, 3.5 years ago, Sherman Harris gathered together a clutch of family and friends at his home on a hilltop here in rural Jamaica to watch his cousin step into history. As Kamala took the oath of office as Vice President of the United States, the room erupted in screams and tears, he recalled. Quote, even talking to you now, I feel some sort of tears from my eyes too. Sherman Harris, 59, said in an interview with CNN, it's like tears of joy. So later throughout that article, he claimed that Oscar Harris, that would be Kamala's grandfather, Donald Harris's father, and his father, Newton Harris, were brothers. So that would make Kamala his second cousin. Okay. Now, if my theory is correct, that would mean that he knew White Iris very well, because we know that White Iris and Oscar Harris were married until death did him part, until he died. Well, guess what we found? That same cousin Sherman Harris, who was featured in that CNN piece just from August. We were crawling through Facebook. We found his Facebook page, and he posted a sweet tribute to his aunt Iris, White Iris. It was a Facebook posting of White Iris's obituary. And beneath that obituary posting, he wrote this tribute to her. There it is. You can see the third one down says Sherman Harris. Rip, Auntie, you're never forgotten. Lasting memories of shared episodes. That is the exact same Sherman Harris pictured in the CNN article. And again, this was posted under the obituary of the Iris Harris that died in Broward County. So this confirms that Iris, the white Iris, is indeed related to Kamala and Donald Harris. If Sherman is telling the truth, this would make Iris her grandmother officially. Kamala Harris must answer for this. She absolutely must answer this. You cannot be posting up pictures of you with a black woman saying that it's your grandma, okay? You cannot do that. And then come to find out there was another woman who you look much more like, and we have all of the evidence in the world that she is your true grandmother. That is just, it is too wild. It is just too out of pocket. We are going to need answers to that. Because if what Sherman Harris, who was interviewed by CNN, is saying is true, then there is no room here. There's no situation in which Black Beryl, this woman, is her legitimate grandmother, okay? And by the way, I want to say, because keeping up, looking at this Beryl, she in no way favors Donald Harris. Let's get a side-by-side of Beryl and Donald Harris. Like, what are we even speaking about? If you put this together, how are you getting Beryl from this woman and Oscar Harris? I don't see it. Now, again, genes can be funny, but then when you put him next to our white Iris, I go, okay, look at those squinty eyes here. I could see a little bit of a similarity here. He does seem to somewhat favor her. Again, now we're just believing our own eyes and asking the right questions. What we do know for a fact is that woman on the right, Iris Harris, is related to Kamala Harris, and we need answers, okay? We need answers. Now, also last week, we left you on a tidbit. We were searching for a Christopher Harris. Do you guys remember that? I'm going to briefly jog your memory here. Christopher Harris was at the time, anonymous person who signed off on Oscar Harris's death certificate. And we were just imagining, okay, we're looking for information on Donald. We know Oscar Harris was married to Iris, Vioris, whatever you want to call her. And I would just imagine that Donald would have been there by his father's side when he died, because when your father dies, you tend to be by their side. Well, I'm going to pull up that death certificate again. This is, again, Oscar Harris's death certificate. And you can see on the bottom there, number 16, if you go right there to the bottom, it says qualification, meaning the person filling this out. The qualification is that he is the son of Oscar Harris. And then it says something about the body being buried, and he signed it off. And we were going, okay, who is this Christopher Harris? Like, this would mean that Donald Harris has a brother. This means that this guy would be definitively be Kamala's uncle. Where is he in the world? While we were able to locate Chris, he was also featured in the Kingston Gleaner. That has given us a lot of information, the newspaper, in an article that was dated back to June 24th, 1983, announcing the Council of Jamaicans in Ontario, Canada. I'm going to show you a picture, okay? See these pictures of these people. That one in the middle is Chris Harris. Presumably, that would be Oscar Harris's son that he had with Iris Vioris Harris, okay? It says in the bottom there, the newly formed Council of Jamaicans, and it tells you, again, from left to right, that you're looking at a man named Bromley Armstrong, and next to him is Bev Hayden, and that person who looks rather fair-skinned in the middle is Chris Harris. I find it rather off-putting that Donald Harris does not mention many of his siblings in his piece about his Jamaican heritage. It seems like he's continually leaving out the white people. That just makes me a little bit uncomfortable. I'd almost say it's racist. Just abandon an entire side of your family. Like, don't you find that quite weird that piece so much focuses on introducing and discussing everyone who's Black, but you leave out your own siblings? We've thus far, by the way, been able to locate 2 other confirmed siblings. So these would be the siblings of Donald Harris, the children of Oscar Harris and Iris, our white Iris Harris, who died in Broward County. He doesn't mention them. Did Kamala have a relationship with them growing up? I don't know. And I want to be clear, we still cannot find much information about Donald Harris himself. We did find some old newspaper clippings of a Donald Harris, which we are working to confirm it's him, that was involved in a lot of plays, in theater, and in drama in Jamaica. And I'm going, okay, well, the piece that I read about him, he was constantly speaking about the farm and the lessons on the farm. It would be wild if he turned out to be another theater kid, because you know that I have had my fill of theater kids and them being put into positions of power, a la President Zelensky, Justin Trudeau, Emmanuel Macron. So I'm really hoping that this is not the right Donald Harris, but again, we're working to confirm it. Still cannot find his birth certificate. I still cannot find really anything else that would make him seem legitimate to me. Like I can't find Donald Harris, but we are still looking, we are still searching, and we're not going to stop. Now I'm going to take a quick pause here to thank one of our sponsors before we get into this next really interesting tidbit about.
All right. So that is going to conclude our Kamala coverage for now. And what we will go ahead and jump into, unless anybody has any comments on any of that, we're going to jump into Alabama and then FEMA.
Just real quick, do you think, because first of all, we know, like, black people don't really watch Candace Owens. Well, they don't like Candace Owens because Candace Owens speaks on accountability, and black people don't like accountability. But even with all this evidence, do you think that black people even care at this point, or have they made it up?
I would say on social media.
Not all, but most.
In terms of social media, I would say this is impacting black people on social media because it's gone viral. And if you look at a lot of the responses and a lot of the videos, whenever you search this stuff up on YouTube, it's a lot of black people. And they're like, they hate Candace Owens, but they're starting to shift the tide because of her coverage on this. And I find that to be interesting. Now, that's just social media. I'm not talking about on the ground. Now, on the ground, absolutely not. But on social media, you're starting to see a lot of black people come over her way. And I'm not sure if you heard Candace Owens whenever she started this most recent video, and she's telling us how many subscribers she's gotten just from doing this. And like Black Twitter, and you know, there's a thing called Black Twitter. They've been talking about this too. So I just think, will it change anything? No, but when they talk about it, for sure, she's creating a conversation around this. Because you know, as much as black folks don't like Candace Owens, even the documentary that Candace Owens did about George Floyd.
Oh yeah.
And then whenever she went in and she did that documentary about Black Lives Matter, a lot of black people stopped fooling with that Black Lives Matter thing after Candace did that. She's like, look at what they did for you. Because you know, Candace, she went all around the country in those small level black BLM organizations, and they all broke down and told her about how they ain't got no money, they ain't this, they ain't got that, they ain't heard from these people, all sorts of stuff. So a lot, but that was before she got fired from the Daily Wire. But still, but a lot of black people had something to say about that too, because she got fired from the Daily Wire and because of her her getting demonetized because she'd been talking about Jews. So I don't know.
That should be interesting. I wonder who is her audience now.
I mean, her demographic is still, majority white people.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Non-blacks, just everybody else. But she has a pretty huge black following too. I don't want to take it from her, but her majority following is definitely white. You know how it is for that group.
Mm-hmm.
So we will cover some more of that tomorrow. I hopefully will be feeling better tomorrow because we're going to go just like how we did last Saturday into another story about what Kamala Harris has done to another Negro out here in America. But for now, for our founder, the one and only John Galt, we are coming with the story for you from Alabama. And I don't know if John know about it. Maybe you do, but you're about to find out. So let's get into it.
Breaking news tonight, reports of up to 1,000 Haitian immigrants coming to Baldwin County in the next few weeks, specifically Fairhope. And that prompted quite the turnout at tonight's City Council meeting. Our Lee Pack is in Fairhope. Lee, you were at that meeting and you say it got hot.
It got hot,
Lenise,
John.
it did get heated at times. I can tell you, like you just said, the turnout was overwhelming tonight. But right off the bat, Mayor Sherry Sullivan and other council members tried to shut this down, calling it a rumor, saying there's no truth to it. Take a look.
To be clear, we have not seen or received any notification that that is happening, nor is it expected to happen in Fairhope.
So just imagine my surprise when I start getting text messages and emails that we were inviting immigrants to live in our city. And folks, let me just tell you, that's just patently false. It's just false.
Okay.
We've never even had a conversation up here. Never, not even in a work session, not even in a council meeting.
Not going to be a sanctuary city. We don't have any desire to be that. And the last number I heard was up to 30,000 refugees. So, you know, it went from 5,000 to 15 to 30. So
look at all of those white people. They said, hell no.
Sure, not only was the council chamber standing room only, but the overflow filled up the lobby.
He's one of the commissioners.
You know, it's the same pattern. You got a black ass on the city council, majority white cities, you can see there. And, you know, I don't know how these blacks get in charge of these little small towns, but.
John, the population of Fairhope is less than 20,000.
And now they got a Negro in charge.
And I've been following this story since I saw it a couple of days ago. And they had this council meeting. I even watched the whole council meeting. It was like an hour and a half, right? These white folks were going off, John.
Mm-hmm. I can believe it.
And we're gonna finish watching this so you can see. But I'm telling you how because you're the one that really made me think about it. Like, why are they bringing all of these immigrants to a small town? So
white towns,
so small white towns, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you got this Fairhope, Alabama, and of course, you know all of the jokes and the stereotypes about Alabama. These white people at this hearing, at this council meeting, it was great. I really was happy because I was like, wow, these are the type of white people that I really love and I really miss. And that's why I'm a Southerner, because I can tolerate Southern white folks, because white Southerners, they don't give a damn about none of that. If they don't like you, they gonna tell you. If they don't want you in their neighborhood, they gonna make sure you know and everybody else know. You see, you go up north, those white folks, they're real, you know, they act like they like you. They really don't. They'll come to your little protests and everything, but they going back to their lovely white neighborhood, like the one you told me about in DC the other day, where that little white girl teaches at. Right. They're gonna go back home.
Yeah.
But the white folks out here, if you live around them, they gonna be like, hey, don't be starting no shit now. Don't be doing that. It's different. It's different, John.
It's like Stanley said. Southern whites like black people, but don't like black culture. And Northern whites don't like black people, but like black culture. It's absolutely true. Having lived both North and South, it is absolutely correct. Absolutely correct.
Yep. And I'm telling you, these white people, they gonna have enough. But we're gonna keep watching this so y'all can see, because I be getting good and damn tired. These white folks that had a fit about the thought. See, because they're not there yet, right? Well, from the video that we're watching, because there's another one, they weren't there yet. But they are pissed off at the thought of them being there. Hell no. But you see the leaders of the city, they was like, oh, it's absurd. That's patently absurd. Is it?
They're talking kind of like double talk. Like, we haven't had any meetings about it. Okay, maybe you haven't. That don't mean it ain't happening, right? That don't mean you ain't aware of it. They're just saying we haven't had any meetings about it.
I mean, shit, John, it's not like they're not going to Charleroi or Springtown, or there's a small town in Georgia, because I got a video about that too. A small town in Georgia. It was a Holiday Inn, John, Holiday Inn. 20 buses pulled up and dropped off all those Haitians in a small town in Georgia. That happened this week too.
See, they go, and it was in the dead of the night, John, and it was at a hotel, John. And the reason why I want to show this to you while you're up here is because I want to show you these videos because I kind of want to paint a picture. I don't paint pictures as good as you do, John. I'm trying to learn though. We're gonna go into FEMA.
Be willing to talk too, more so than like a Springfield, Ohio.
Yeah,
because these small towns, where there's very little, less political correctness. Should be interesting. We're gonna call some people at some point down there.
Yeah, I'm telling you, we got to see, and they do this. They do it in the dead of the night, and that's what's crazy. When everybody sleep, I live in a small town. I've told y'all before. Around about 7:30, 8 o'clock, all the lights out, and it is rarely you don't see any cars on the road because we're in the house. It's time to be in the house. Now, these folks, small towns, they at home. Yeah, they don't know when they wake up the next day and go to the grocery store. Where did all of these people come from?
Over here, and I can tell you it's an extensive lobby, a lot of people coming in to express their opinions, some of them taking offense to what some of the council members said, trying to dismiss some of the reports on social media saying it got out of control and that people need to use common sense when looking at social media. They didn't like what they heard there, but some of this does stem from a signature, a letter that was signed by Council President Corey Martin in 2022 at the height of the Ukrainian war, saying he supported helping women and children refugees. He said he wasn't speaking for the council and that none of this has anything to do with the other. He doesn't know how it got to this point, but a lot of people speaking their mind tonight, some of them even comparing this to what's happening in Springfield, Ohio with the Haitian immigration population there. But a lot of people who spoke really just saying that they don't believe Baldwin County nor Fairhope could accommodate just a mass relocation of immigrants.
All of those white people.
And I want to say that I support legal immigration, and I think most people in Fairhope probably do. We do, but not illegal immigration.
I wanted to come to address the fact that our schools really cannot take on any more students, especially students that don't speak English. Our schools are maxed out. Our teachers are at capacity. I was at my son's baseball game when I listened to what you were saying. And I want to remind everyone why we're here. We're here because of a letter that you signed. We're not here because we're incompassionate or we don't have feelings or we don't care about people. And you know what? All I could think of was talking that you were gaslighting every single one of us.
Looks like y'all stepped in it, didn't you? Tell us what you're going to do if this does come to pass. Okay, y'all are sitting up here all smug and everything. Tell us what we need to know.
When I heard what our mayor said, and then I heard what each of you said, I felt like, okay, you're all saying, don't worry about it. It's not going to happen. We're not going to approve this.
No big deal.
It doesn't matter whether you approve it. It's going to happen.
Now, my question to you specifically is, Fairhope Police Department ready to handle this? What's the answer on that?
I want to put you all on notice. You don't start doing your job. You will all be out next week.
Haitian immigrants.
One thing you don't ever want to do is hear a white person say, we putting y'all on notice, damn it. You listen to me. We telling you. If y'all don't hear what we saying right now, because we know y'all lying. We know you lie. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, sound like they're trying to get ahead of it.
I'm telling you right damn now. Y'all do this, we gonna vote every last one of y'all. We is gonna bring the reckoning. We gonna January 6th. I'm telling you.
I mean, I can see these people I can see these people dissolving the town, getting rid of the whole city council.
Listen, these is white folks now. I'm telling you, John, and I love it. I love it when white people get mad. It makes me very excited. But let's listen to some more.
Those here, documented and undocumented, commit crimes at lower rates than native-born Americans do. According to the Cato Institute. I hate having to cite them.
Yeah, well, we listen to our constituents. We hear them. We don't want any fear factors. We want to let our constituents know that there are no illegal anybody coming in. The program that I signed was about 3 years ago. It was a federal program.
Oh, John.
I tell you, it's always a nigga.
Oh, John.
White folk town down the river. You know, I was.
Oh, John, the black man did it.
They always do it. They in every town, every town I've covered, it's always some smarty ass nigga that they commandeered their city council. I bet you he's not from this town. He don't give a shit about the town. You know, I guarantee you he ain't from there. We'll look that nigga up in a minute. I guarantee he ain't from there. Probably just moved there recently. Probably running from some Birmingham or something, wherever the hell he from.
There was never ethnicity involved. It was about displaced refugees, and that's you know, when you're given much, you're expected to do much. So the protection of women and children is something that I stand on, and I don't see a problem with that as long as it's in a legal fashion.
Again, that was Council President Courtney Martin responding to what was said tonight just after the meeting. It's also important to note that his wife got up there during the public participation part and defended him, saying a lot of this was taken out of context and really challenging the people in the audience who were speaking out, saying if they think they can do a better job, well, then sign up. We also spoke to Congressman Jerry Carl earlier today. He's in Washington. He weighed in on this.
Was that his wife challenging them white people? Is that what I must have missed who said what? Who was challenging?
John, was that white woman his wife, John? You know
wait,
what?
Who was his wife challenging the people?
Yeah, and she said if y'all could do a better job, then y'all need to sign up.
You think that was a white woman? His wife is white?
The first lady that spoke was white, and she said that. So unless it was somebody that they didn't show.
I wonder what his name is. We have to look his name up. Let me see.
Fairhope.
I'll look it up. You go ahead and play the video. I'll look it up.
Okay.
Said for the better part of this weekend, he's been working with county officials and city officials here in Fairhope to track down the source of this. He says at this point, there's no truth. It's unfounded, but he will continue to try to get to the bottom of this and perhaps may know more tomorrow. But Lanice, I can tell you tonight, the residents of Fairhope made their voices heard. We're live tonight on the Eastern Shore. Lee Peck, Fox 10 News.
No, I think his wife is black, Portia. Her name is Monisha. Like Monet with an IA.
Okay, well, they didn't show us her.
Let me see her.
We showed and see a Monet.
Hold on. Let me see what it. Go ahead.
I just jumped back in because again, something else I've been pointing out and noticing. Notice that it's always a black man or a black woman. Now, black folks are what, 12, 13% of the population? White folks are what, 60% of the population? Maybe 55, however you want to slice the number. Why is it that most of the people you see prosecuting Trump got a black face? Where are all the white Democrats at? They all disappeared all of a sudden. Have you noticed that they keep putting the black face on all of this?
As I said to you, Portia, he ain't from this town either. You know, the nigga ain't. He from Mobile. I knew it. Go ahead.
Right now, notice how they keep putting the black face on all of this. I don't think black people realize that they're being led to the slaughter by the whites that's going to get tired of this and that are going to attribute this to black people. See, all black people see is representation. What they don't.
I think American man. Did he break up?
I guess so. Go ahead, John.
You know, I'm from a small town like this, you know, and typically there aren't a lot of outsiders.
You think that you're gaining some footing. You think that you're doing the Lord's work when you're actually being used to destroy the country. And those that don't want it are going to look at you and say, you black people did it.
Yeah, that's what I think. You know, ultimately. Now, it's very interesting. You know, I'm looking for the wife here. But, you know, I'll say I'm from like a small town like that. You know, there isn't a lot of movement in it. You know what I mean? And you get these big city slickers coming to these small towns and they bring in the whole diversity and all that kind of policy, along with playing racial politics. And, you know, he's not from there, but he's willing to come there and change that town, you know.
And you heard how lax he was. He was like, this is just something I signed, you know, it's for the women and the children, you know what I mean? It ain't that big of a deal. Okay.
And this
Okay,
is
Negro.
this is I think this is the term off. You come in destroying shit.
It's like, God, no, like what? How did he get in this? How did he get in that seat? Y'all voted for him.
Wannabes. They don't want to do anything. They just want to run their mouth and act like they're smart and be in charge of little fiefdoms. And they go to these little small towns, the big cities that they can get there and run the town.
Yeah. Well, next up we have Georgia and a sheriff who caught somebody trying to drop off some migrants at a truck stop. They were supposed to be going to DC. That's where they was getting dropped off, but they were like, I'm gonna drop you off in Georgia instead.
Get off early.
And let's see how Georgia responded to this.
Don't stop here. Keep moving. That's the message one Georgia sheriff gave to a busload of migrants bound for D.C. The sheriff says he heard tour buses from Texas were stopping to drop migrants at a local gas station, drop them off there. So he personally went to convince them to stay on the bus and go to D.C. Sergeant Chad Payne is with that Dade County, Georgia Sheriff's Department. He joins us right now. Sergeant, good morning to you.
Good morning, Steve.
Okay, so this took place a couple of days ago. You hear a report that along the highway, half the migrants on the bus are trying to get off. Pick up the story from there.
Yeah, we'd actually been receiving information for several weeks now that buses were dropping off at the truck stop in Rising Pond, and we got a call from the store that day, and they said, "Hey, they're down here right now doing it." So the sheriff, he loaded up. It's about from the sheriff's department, about probably a 10, 11, 12-mile ride down there. He got there almost about the time that the bus was trying to pull off the lot. And he noticed several what appeared to be migrants standing in the parking lot.
You know, Sergeant, these bus rides are now famous because they would go from Texas up to the District of Columbia or to New York City. We hadn't heard about any stops in the middle. Do we have any idea whose idea it was? Hey, look, we're in Georgia. Who wants to get off?
Well, based off the conversation the sheriff had with the bus driver was, in the sheriff's opinion, encouraging them to get off by telling them that they were close enough to Chattanooga to walk from there, which was absolutely not the truth. He was at least 20 miles. It would have been a very long walk, a 20-mile walk to Chattanooga from where they were at. And they just dropped them off in essentially the middle of the country. You know, there's nothing down there except the truck stop and farmhouses and farmland. So leaving them there would have essentially been establishing a homeless camp.
Yeah, no kidding. I understand the sheriff showed up, looked for a
No
translator, and convinced everybody to continue on to D.C. But is the sheriff's office going to now contact the state of Texas and say, hey, listen, if you're driving people to D.C., don't stop here?
Yeah, you know, the sheriff has called.
They ain't got nothing to do with us.
Legislators, we've had our legislators, excuse me, and we've had them involved in this.
Ain't nobody told him to stop.
To the governor. The governor said he was making a phone call to the owner of the bus line to ask him not to stop here. You know, it's not essentially humane to drop somebody off in the middle of nowhere and just expect them to fend for themselves. You know, and we're not so sure, Steve, that these are the buses. They said they were going to D.C., but we also noticed that yesterday they had some paperwork that specified that they were to be dropped off in Chattanooga. And also they have the cell phones.
A lot of unanswered questions.
That the government's supposed to be giving them. Right.
We did not know about this story. Thank you very much for bringing it to our attention. Sergeant Chad Payne, Dade County Sheriff's Department down in Georgia. Sir, thank you very much for your service and dropping by today.
All right. Thank y'all.
You bet. Have a good weekend. All right. Coming up.
Portia, look what Tyrone got in the chat right here. Dade County, 16,000 population. Another one.
Another one. It's like you can't make this stuff up. And like in Alabama, y'all can sit here all day and y'all can continue to say, oh, it's not happening. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not that kind of guy. No, we're not doing that. Not at all. It's happening too much, and it's in all of these small towns, and I cannot help but wonder, why is it in these small towns?
Yeah, that's the pattern. I think, Nas 1415 kind of agree with me. I think they're doing it to disrupt, like, these white people. They keep saying these small towns, go move to a small town, get out of the big city. Well, hell, they're uprooting the small town just the same, and they can't handle it the way a big city can.
Yeah.
There would be no safe corridors to run, if they're going to flood the small towns.
Oh, hey, Jihad. Jihad, are you still there? Jihad?
Yeah, I'm here.
What do you have any thoughts? HB wants to know.
Okay. Yeah, HB, yeah. I almost fell asleep. I might go back to sleep. I'm on the game right now. But yeah, man, I mean, I think they're selling out to get federal aid and stuff like that. A lot of stuff like that requires you get stuff on the back end, so maybe they agreed, like it said, I think it was saying whoever that black guy was, he had signed a letter basically saying, yeah, I'll accept some immigrants and some migrants, right? And that's coming to bite them in the ass, because obviously the people that are in that town, they ain't standing for that. They don't agree with that. But and then John made a good point. A city, I think cities can absorb that kind of those kind of people into their infrastructure, right? But a mass influx of people into like a small area that's already not a high population, that could cause some damage and mess some stuff up. So I feel them. I see why they are upset. Yeah.
Why do you think the blacks are always seemingly got a hand in all this?
He said, "Why you think?" Kind of like I think maybe it's just I think a lot of it is you kind of have to, kind of like what I was saying before. You wasn't here before when I was talking about my views on a lot of the blacks in politics that try to push a black narrative, a pro-black narrative with their stuff. I think a lot of them aren't actually, really pro-black. They're just pro trying to get alliance with whites. And then also, but to get that power and to get in positions like that, you got to sell out to the same agendas. So I was saying that they got to sell out to the LGBTQ agenda and agendas like that, and the immigration agendas. And basically, we're pawns. Like they gonna use this as pawns. I think it makes it's better optics if stuff goes wrong to shit. You kind of got a scapegoat in that, them being black or whatever. I think American Man was saying something to that extent with the whole. You see a lot of the prosecutors going after Trump and all these other people. Faces that they're putting on that is black faces, and I think that's strategic. They kind of want to have maybe an excuse, so to speak, just in case it don't go right. Like they can just blame it on them being black and incompetent, when whole time it's not really even them. I'd see pushing this stuff. It's the Democratic Party. Like black people ain't got nothing to do with no damn immigrants, man. We don't really care about no immigrants. But if you are a Democrat and you're aligned with that, you kind of got to absorb like the same beliefs as the party. So that's.
Do you think that black man would be okay if it were white immigrants coming in, like from the Ukraine?
Yeah, and I think that's where, because that's a really good point, John, because he had signed the letter in 2022 with the Ukraine stuff. And I don't think it's like, you know what I mean? They could have said something back then, those citizens, if they knew about it, right? But it's now that, you know, it's not just Ukraine that's in a crisis scenario. You got other people, like particularly migrants, Haitian migrants right now. It's like, okay, now we don't, if this same policy is going to be established that allows Haitians to come through, they might have been okay with allowing, you know, the Ukrainians to come through, because that's a good point. He signed it in 2022 with dealing with Ukraine and the refugees from that. So,
you know, it's kind of interesting. Here's a nigga first term on the council, and he out here signing international deals. Like,
it's the city council. He ain't the damn governor, John. He ain't one of the state reps or, you know, the state senators. He ain't one of them.
The president. This nigga just making decisions for the whole town. He ain't even from. And I went and looked at it. He's supposedly a nurse. And I keep trying to say, man, these niggas don't really be about that shit. About nurse. That's why I don't want a black ass doctor. I really not go to the doctor, man. They're not serious. They won't be in politics, right? He won't be in politics. He's waiting on his moment to find him a small town where he could jump in and be politics, come in like he's some smart ass nigga from a big city, and he's gonna get him some good ideas. And now he's signing deals to destroy the town that goes, you know, against what they want. He didn't even ask. He don't care. Why isn't he practicing nursing? Yeah, why? I wonder why. They all want to be in politics. They all want to be in politics. They don't want to work. They want to sit around in a motherfucking suit, think they smart and important and shit. Why they destroying everything? Fucking amazing.
Hey, Bella.
Hi, everybody. I was thinking about what John was saying. You know, Jesse Jackson's son, he thought he could just slither into politics, and they found him to be crooked too. So, you know.
I mean, the woman that he got caught up with. Were you here that day, Portia?
What day?
We were talking about Jesse Jackson's son, and he got caught up with a woman here in D.C. And just so happened, Master Kim sent me a link. He didn't even know it. They was like, yo, there's a restaurant for sale in D.C. I said, damn, this restaurant that Jesse Jackson got caught up with a waitress, his son.
Yeah, his son turned out to be one crooked guy.
Yeah, he went to prison.
Mm-hmm. He tried to plead crazy. He tried. His wife too. The woman he was married to, they were both caught doing, you know, not necessarily doing their duty, I would say. So you got a point about, you know, Black politicians, their motivations being suspect. It's like, are they really here to serve people, or are they here to serve themselves? And then the same could be said for all politicians. Like, how many honest to goodness politicians are out there? How many?
You know, Portia, we showed yesterday, was it you showed Tiffany Henry's neighborhood where she wasn't paying rent?
Yeah.
Whichever house it was, directly across the street was overgrown grass. Usually for white politicians getting in office, his neighborhood straight. Her neighborhood ain't even straight. But yet she running the whole town. They don't have the capabilities. You gotta just call it is what it is. If you can't clean up your neighborhood, how the hell you running the town? Get your neighborhood straight first. Then maybe we'll listen to you. But you can't even get that. Overgrown grass right across the street from Tiffany Henry's house where she ain't paying rent. She in charge of town. Like, you know it's gonna be a cluster. If her neighborhood is terrible, she should send the government over there just work on her neighborhood.
Yeah. Um, sorry, kind of trying to respond to something right now.
Sometimes I wonder if certain Black folks know what beauty is. You know, when you have the idea of what beauty is, you're not going to tolerate looking at something that's out of control. You know, like overgrown grass. You know, it's like what reason could you possibly have for not maintaining, you know, the beauty in your environment? What reason could you possibly have other than being, you know, having some type of hindrance mentally, some mental hindrance that doesn't allow you to appreciate excelling the value of your environment? I see, for instance, on the west side of Chicago, you see the difference as soon as you travel into it. There's this hindrance to comprehend
It's
the
almost like,
importance of maintenance and beautification.
I mean,
And
you
I
know,
don't know where that comes from.
I mean, you really got the question though. You're like, look at these people being put in charge, man. Like, they're destroying everything, you know, and they can't, you know, I don't know. I'll leave it at that.
There are aldermen in metropolitan cities that just let stuff go in certain neighborhoods because no one's speaking up about it. They just trying to survive. As a matter of fact, I remember a friend's grandmother, you know, she was complaining about how her son just won't listen. And she said, you make him listen. And apparently the theory for making him listen was corporal punishment, right? And she said, Mama, I can't be beating this boy every day. That's what she called her mother, her grandmother, mother, you know, mama rather. And she's like, Mama, I can't be beating this boy every day. She said, that's what you got to do to make him survive. You do you understand how disabling of a thought that is to portray to your offspring? You gotta beat him so he can survive. That's fucking crazy.
They may need to mellow. You never know. What's this you got on the screen here, Portia?
This is the like what's going on with the residents.
Oh, FEMA.
And FEMA, so that we could get, you know, more into what's going on with FEMA. And as you can tell, I don't sound the best because I don't feel the best. So I would like to show videos instead of having to read so much. But so here's some residents in the area of the storm.
Welcome back, everyone. Well, as the cleanup and the recovery efforts continue across our area, patience is understandably running thin for some people who are facing a very uncertain future.
And ABC Action News reporter Michael Paluska is on Treasure Island as people are pleading for something to be done. And now.
I'm Michael Paluska here at Sunset Beach, and we just talked to a gentleman who was practically irate because he's been going in and out of this area. It's a long walk down through these dunes, but no one's being let in that lives here, just contractors and FEMA and police. And look, you can see these guys are carrying gallons of gasoline. People are trying to lug their ice in. There's people carrying their children. And he was extremely angry that they said FEMA's in control, we can't do anything. But all these items that they're trying to get in and out, like ice, food, check on their properties, take out valuables because of looters, they got to walk it in and out. So this was him trying to get answers from FEMA just a few minutes ago.
You're going to send it to the right people so that they can help the necessary residents. So you can help the residents here. You are not helping the residents. Okay, but why did you stop it 3 days ago when the people need help now?
And another resident we spoke to who's been shuttling things back and forth on her bike also told us she feels as though this area, Sunset Beach, Treasure Island, has been abandoned. What's your message for the state and for the federal government? He wants
Get down here and help us. Get here. We need help here now. We need it now.
And so here's the thing. We just talked to the PIO for Treasure Island. He says they're not trying to make people lug all their stuff back and forth a mile to their homes. They just can't let all these cars through and cause a traffic jam when they're trying to restore the power, fix the water grid, clear debris, and move these tons and tons of sand. So we're still trying to get information about when they might get back in. They do have golf carts now, 4 of them. They're trying to get more. They're shuttling people back and forth. Today is the first day they were able to get that in. But obviously, as you saw, emotions are still running extremely high. People lost everything. We're here on Sunset Beach. Michael Paluska, ABC Action News.
Okay. Why did they interview the woman with the bikini?
I mean, I don't know. I guess they just she's a woman in a bikini. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. They target what's gonna get attention. That's for sure.
Well, yeah, women have a wonderful way of doing that. You know, sometimes they listen. Or it might
Yeah,
not
but
be
they heard
listening.
that message.
You know, they getting the views, but essentially, what's going on is FEMA. They ain't got no money for the hurricane victims. So I will read a little bit of this just for context, so that we all kind of have an idea of what's going on. And then there's a couple of videos that I have to, support this, and then whatever questions or comments, of course, please make them and I'll ask some myself. But for the second consecutive year, FEMA has implemented immediate needs funding, putting long-term recovery projects on hold due to a shortage in disaster relief funds, according to a report from last month. With over 614 major disaster declarations still open, some dating back nearly 2 decades, the agency's decision to prioritize illegal immigration over American disaster victims has sparked outrage across the country. FEMA estimates it will fall $7 billion short of the funds needed to manage new disasters, thanks to reckless financial decisions. Instead of rebuilding communities, repairing public infrastructure, or mitigating future disasters, FEMA is sinking taxpayer dollars into programs for illegal immigrants while disaster-stricken Americans wait for help that may never come. FEMA is blaming Congress for not appropriating new funding to the agency. So a couple of years ago, Congress just approved $1 billion in funding, additional funding that was, on top of the funding that was already there. And so 2 years later, they're out of all of that money. And so instead of FEMA, coming out saying something like, oh, well, hey, it's because we spent it on the migrants, they're blaming Congress like it's their fault. It's their fault. So we are meeting the immediate needs with the money that we have. We are expecting another hurricane hitting. Mayorkas told reporters on Wednesday, FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season. The Biden-Harris FEMA spent over $1 billion on funding illegal aliens. Let's see. Over $1 billion, which should have been used for American disaster relief, has instead been redirected into resettling illegal immigrants through programs like the Shelter and Services Program. According to the Biden administration's own reports, FEMA allocated $364 million in the 2023 fiscal year and another $650 million for the 2024 fiscal year so far to provide humanitarian services to illegal immigrants released from DHS custody. So they've doubled that from 1 year over. This money is being spent on shelter, food, gift cards, and hotel accommodations, while American citizens drown, wait in shelters, and struggle to survive the aftermath of one of the deadliest storms in recent history. As we just saw the frustration from a couple of residents down there in one of the areas of impact. Over the last 4 years, the Biden-Harris administration has steadily transformed FEMA the agency responsible for responding to natural disasters like Hurricane Helene, and to an illegal alien resettlement agency that emphasizes DEI over public safety. So this is from the FEMA website itself under the Emergency Food and Shelter Program, and it says, the Emergency Food and Shelter Program is a FEMA-funded program authorized by the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act of 1987. The program supplements and expands ongoing work of local nonprofit and governmental social service organizations to provide shelter, food, and supportive services to individuals and families who are experiencing or at risk of experiencing hunger and or homelessness. The program may also receive funding to award to the National Board for Distribution to local social services organizations that provide humanitarian relief to families and individuals encountered by the Department of Homeland Security. So again, 2024, they've already spent $650 million out of FEMA funding. And in 2023, they spent $363. So for example, over $38 million has been given to New York, a sanctuary city overrun by illegal aliens. So New York in turn is handing out gift cards and hotels to illegal aliens. One thing that stood out to me, if y'all can see this here on your screen, I'm curious to know if there's something that y'all noticed. Let me zoom out a bit. Oh, maybe that was too much. I guess I'm gonna have to leave it like this. So be mindful, on this chart, we see the applicant, the jurisdiction, so their location, and then we see how much money they've received in 2024. So if you guys take a look at the chart, the states and the amounts, do you notice anything in particular about this?
Arizona.
What about Arizona?
I see. What was it that I saw that took my eye?
A lot of Catholic charities there. Catholic charities, New York City.
Catholic charities, New York City. Mela, is there anything that stands out to you at all?
The Catholic charities.
Catholic charities. Anything else?
It's Arizona, Texas, and
Palmer
California.
County. Country, whatever.
Pima.
Is it? I can't see because I'm like.
Right?
Y'all haven't said anything about the money. The money. What y'all notice about the money?
Yeah, that's why I was looking at New York.
Oh, dude, it's
Well,
in
New
the
York
millions.
is really dishing it out.
They really it out to New York.
They got them all going to Manhattan.
You see, so what I'm getting at when I'm asking y'all, I want y'all to look. So in the states at the bottom here, you see the states that are being impacted by immigration the most, the states that have borders, Texas and Arizona. So this is the money that FEMA has distributed to the states. Now, the states that are being impacted the most, they get the least amount of funding from FEMA. Texas, Arizona, in these counties where they're borders, we're getting, there's a lot of immigrants being spread about the country, but we have millions at the border right now in Texas and in Arizona. And so we're talking about the wall, the border wall. Well, they said you need funding for it. Well, I mean, I'd imagine if we would have got a little bit more assistance to make sure we stop this. No, Texans are spending money on that. Well, we tried to put up the buoys. Well, Biden started to impose fines on the state of Texas for that. However, they're making sure that more of this money is going to the blue states, more so than the red states. And the state that has it the worst, of course, is Texas. But that's fine. It's fine. It's okay. They're just giving out money for the illegals.
Bidenomics.
And that is amazing, man. That they're funding it, for New York, they're more or less funding the migrants, right? They're funding, that you if you subsidize something, you'll get more of it. And 38 million. Wow, that is amazing.
Yeah, and if we want to go round that up, that's well, just for the folks that are listening and not without the ability to look, it's 38,864,884. So roughly, we could just go up, about $40 million. And so what they're doing is they're handing out gift cards and hotels to the illegal aliens. So how this works is I can't think of the name of that hotel. Is it the Roosevelt Hotel?
So many of them.
Okay,
Yep,
it's so
it's
many of
that
them.
one.
Let's use Roosevelt as an example. So FEMA is cutting the checks. Okay. So they are paying these hotels directly. And so they're able to essentially purchase out the hotel and cover the funding. So the funding that they're providing the Roosevelt with, of course, is divvied out to their employers, their staff. Of course, you have to pay bills, water, electric, plumbing, all of the things, food, things like that. And these people, they can just come and go as they please. And in the coming and going as they please, they're destroying the place, damages, repairs, all of this money is going towards that to support their lifestyles, whilst also providing them with things like cell phones and gift cards and, everything that they need to actually not even really have a job. Because why would you need a job? Why would you need anything at all?
I showed them Portia coming and going all day long.
All day.
Brand new shoes, clothes, just chilling.
I feel like giving away my citizenship and becoming a migrant.
So beyond allocating billions of taxpayer dollars on illegal aliens, the agency has been entirely captured by the equity agenda, a euphemism for discrimination. So I want you guys to hear this, because this is one of those where it's just like, oh no, I don't know about this. So this is on FEMA's website. Goal 1 is to instill equity as a foundation of emergency management. Our number one goal for FEMA.
I thought they were for disasters and shit.
Our number one goal is to instill equity as a foundation of emergency management. Disasters impact people and communities differently. Every disaster occurs within a unique context based on a community's geographic, demographic, political, historical, and cultural characteristics. These unique contexts require tailored solutions that are designed to meet their unique needs. Now, here where it says geographic, I can get that. If you live by water, it might be a hurricane. But the demographic, the political, that shouldn't matter. Historical, well, if this state that's on the water, like Florida or something, has a history of hurricanes around the same time every year, I could understand why that would be. But culture, I don't know hurricanes. Do y'all know? Does demographics and political and cultural characteristics have something to do with a natural disaster? Anyone?
No. Apparently not.
And
that's actually a crazy statement they made.
Are racist.
Yeah, that's like you said, Portia, I can understand, like, the area, right? Just where you are. Florida, they're gonna get more money out of the FEMA just because they're gonna have more hurricanes. But oh man, that's crazy.
We had just the other night, one or two people that were, more or less involved with bringing people here from other countries, and that's the way their bread was buttered. Remember the one guy just moved to DC, said he had been relocating refugees all over the country.
Yep.
And then the other guy that was here to bring in foreign students from all over the country, all over the world, rather. Yeah.
You guys don't think that the reason why they're not helping over there is because they have an abundance of lithium? And the reason why FEMA is not letting anybody in there is because they're trying to force them to sell like they did in Hawaii?
I think, man, honestly, those countries have to relieve a little steam, bro. You got a bunch of poor people. Look what happened in Haiti. They have revolts and shit. You got
There's
to
no crime in Haiti right now.
That's what I'm saying. It's a win-win.
Or Colombia, or Venezuela.
So it's a win-win.
And Salvador. The list goes on, man. You'd be
You
surprised.
get rid of people that are more likely to throw revolutions in your country. That's what I would do. I'd get the revolutionaries up out of my country. I let them leave.
Yeah, but what makes these people think that we can handle that though?
That ain't their problem. Their problem is their country. Our problem is
no. I don't mean the people letting them go. I mean here, like our government. What makes them think that we could handle this situation based off money, crime?
I think the goal is to subordinate the American people who are more likely to revolt. Now you have a distraction that you showing up at city council meetings and all this kind of shit, trying to keep these people out of here. You're distracted, and that's kind of maybe the way I would see it, And these countries that these people are coming from, man, I mean, we're doing them a big favor by letting them up out of there, and taking them. They can't be out.
I don't know. I just
picture right here.
What picture?
The
wheelchair and the
one tier. It's like
they got to put the wheelchair guy up.
Tier is a brown person, and they have the wheelchair
high up.
So but, why do you think they would include demographic, political, and cultural, or why do y'all think they would include that? It's
simple. It's to give them money for what they're doing.
That image is perfect because that's exactly what it is. What they're standing on is representing what they're trying to, the money, and then I guess the average height of each one of them is what they're trying to accomplish. They're trying to get a DEI out of the FEMA funds, and I think that's just crazy.
Yeah,
it is crazy because
they're all
like
equal at the same height. You notice that?
Everybody's suffering.
Yeah, that's a real. I forgot the name, but I've seen political imagery about that. That's a.
Yeah, I was going to tell you that Dr. Phil had a lady that talked about DEI, and she explains that. Just imagine having a fence, and you have a guy that is tall, and he can see what's happening on the other side. And then there's another person that is slightly smaller, and then there's a smaller person. It's like what you guys want to do is put boxes under him and lift them up and pick them up. And we were like, okay, like how about if I'm tall and I want to be in the NBA, but I suck? Like that has nothing to do with anything. Like this is what Dr. Phil told her, and she's like, you taking what I'm saying out of context. It's like, no, he's not. Like he should know more than you. He's a doctor.
Yeah, I think that picture, it really is, it's like, they're evening everyone out. And to do that, you have to lower some people. And they lowered the taller guy.
Yeah, the boxes. You got to get the boxes to lift them up.
Yeah, I think what they're standing on the boxes, that represents the money, the resources.
Yeah, that's basically what she was intending. That lady went and the doctor. I'm gonna look for that clip and I'm gonna send it to you.
I mean, if you notice, they're all the same height. Though, look at that, they're all the same height. They equal them all out by giving one man 3 boxes, another man 1.
Yeah, the tall one get the 1 box, the wheelchair gets the 3 boxes, like everybody is in a wheelchair or something. Mela, what do you think?
I think I'm sorry, I stepped away. I think everybody's got valid points, and it's puzzling me why these people are being accommodated. There's got to be a bigger picture to it. Now, let's keep in mind, hear me out. There's an obesity problem in America, right? And that prevents a lot of them from joining the armed forces. What's most important is our defense, right? And you need bodies, right? You need people to be able to defend this nation. And one of the things that is an attractive feature about joining the armed forces is direct citizenship. So why not bring a whole bunch of desperate people who fit the criteria physically in. You know, like I'm trying to figure out the big picture as to why all of a sudden, after all these years, there's this mass illegal immigration being accommodated. And I can only surmise that
something is coming.
That there's a need for, you know, a greater population in armed services. And Americans just don't fit the bill. Americans that are here now, they're too fucking fat. Excuse my language, but they're just a lot of these children who are 18 to 25, they're obese. Period. And so you're not getting a whole lot of people joining the armed services. So why not bring in people who are desperate enough to join the armed services? And you strengthen your force of defense. I don't know. This is just a concept.
I would agree with you, but I think they already trying to give them citizenship. So most of these people are just gonna wait instead of having to join. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, that you are not you, but a person who finds themselves wandering around in America is invited just to citizenship when they join the armed services. They're gonna expedite it. You know, you could be from the middle of nowhere, from anywhere, and they will expedite your citizenship if you join the armed services. So since everybody in America is fat, why not recruit some people who are not?
Shit, it was John, what bill was it? The last bill that they tried to sign that the Biden administration couldn't pass it.
Oh man, I don't keep up with this shit. You tell me.
Fuck man, that it has something to do with the border and sending money to Ukraine and stuff. Well, in that bill, there was a expedite process where it moved fast for them to get citizenship, and this is one of the reasons why Republicans said no. So what I'm trying to explain to her is that these people are trying to make them citizens regardless of the fact that all that stuff with joining the army, that was back in the day. Look what John put the other day: a Mexican lady and a Somalian lady becoming cops, carrying guns. They're not even citizens or resident.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
So we I don't know, man.
But that's what I'm saying. There's something bigger at play. Like, why are they investing in illegal immigrants? That's really curious.
Well, I think the answer is that they are the chosen ones.
Yeah, they sure are. And like here it says, for example, one of their initiatives to address equity is prioritizing casework and evaluation for direct housing eligibility for vulnerable populations to include those with access and functional needs or those who have a primary language other than English. Other than English. So FEMA, we're talking about FEMA. This is national disasters. So natural disasters, we don't have any control over. But a man-made disaster like that of which at the border, you know, it's man-made. This right here, what they're saying is that their initiative is to address the equity to those who have a primary language other than English. That has nothing to do with the natural disaster.
Apparently it does.
There are people that get SSI for not being able to speak English, or so they would claim.
But
you know?
That's bullshit.
What that's saying, like they telling you verbatim who they're giving the money to. They said they are going to prioritize people for, at least for the equity example, they're going to prioritize the immigrants, like Spanish Spanish speaking people or like, non Americans just because, there's non-American. It's It's saying right there, they're going to prioritize their casework and evaluation for direct housing. Like that's
Absolutely.
Crazy, dude. It's like,
In other words, it's takeover time.
it's like, how does a dog become loyal to you?
That's
You feed
crazy.
it.
That's like in their
You
official.
feed it.
They're not even running from it.
Like, how does a dog become loyal to you? You feed it. And that dog will be loyal to you forever because it always going to depend on you feeding it. And this is literally what's happening.
America has been very, very good to me. That's that part. Yeah, that's how you make someone loyal. You feed them.
Yeah. Here it says, in other words, they are pushing their equity agenda on states and locals as a way of reshaping communities affected by disasters. So,
Dang, yo, Portia, you got daggers with this. Is anybody talking about this, man? They said they're gonna. They told you who they're gonna prioritize, and then they said verbatim that they are trying to reshape what the community looks like after the disaster done came through.
Yep.
They're trying to
You see where this is going? They're trying to make that red state blue.
They're trying to have a. Oh wow.
They're
What's the
changing
fastest
the
way to
look.
make a red state blue?
They're changing the look. Yeah.
They're changing the
Because,
look.
because people saying, "Oh, Texas in the next 20." I doubt it.
No, not Texas, but
I doubt it, bro. Because the thing about Texas,
why not Texas? Why not Texas?
I'm gonna tell you why not Texas. Because Texas has been a red state for so long, right? That even if you move as many people as you do, that is it's still not going to outnumber the people that live in Texas. So some of those people are gonna, how can I say, 50? There's a 50-50 chance that they might still be liberal, but there's a 50% chance that they might turn themselves to conservative, just because there's a better living from where they were. Does
Texas
that make
got
sense?
4 or 5 big cities where you could pull off a whole lot of fraud.
Well, yeah, but Texas is always going to be different, and I mean, I'm going to be naturally biased because I am a Texan, but like I would like to use HB as an example. HB he just moved here. He is from Detroit. He's been living in Chicago, and he just got to Texas. He hasn't been here long, mind y'all. He's on the road right now, so he's only been home a few times. Home as in Texas. He's only been home a few times since he got here. But every single time he's in Texas, he'll get on the panel and he'll tell y'all something that sounds so extreme to him, but it's just so normal and natural to me. So one of the stories that he told the last time was because he was in a shop, right? And so the guys at the shop, they see he's from Chicago because he has Illinois plates. And so everyone is asking him, where you from? Illinois. He like, I'm from Chicago. And so every single dude that worked at that place, they all took him inside and they all showed him their guns, every last one of them. And they're super hype. But you know what happens is in turn, HB is super hype about it. And the story that I'm saying right now may sound silly. However, I'm going somewhere. So what happens with Texas is that whenever people move here, you do not have a choice but to assimilate to Texas. Texas will make sure that you fall in line with Texas. I don't matter where, I don't care where you go. If you're in a grocery store, if you're at the bank, if you're at the car shop getting your car fixed, if you just at the gas station pumping your gas, Texas is in every piece of Texas, no matter where you go. And Texas, the whole don't mess with Texas, but Texans are so Texan and so proud of it that whenever you're not from here, we want you to know exactly where you are. And so for us, luckily for us, because we are so aggressive in our Texas, is that people will just leave. Even a lot of these immigrants, they'll just leave because they don't like it. They can't handle it. So, and a lot of people from California, a lot of people from blue states that have moved here, they've left. Y'all do too much for me.
The liberals. I was just looking up. Hold on. I was just looking up Ted Cruz versus O'Rourke, and was it 2018? Was it 2018?
Yeah, it was 2018. Yep.
Cruz beat O'Rourke by 200,000 votes in Texas.
Yeah, in Texas, but he still won though.
You see, someone says Austin has been captured.
Yeah. So the thing is, like,
Go ahead.
if you don't live here, like I hear all of it. I do. Austin is as blue as it gets. Dallas, it's red now. You have Galveston.
Is Dallas red? Dallas really red? Like,
it's really Dallas flipped.
You think Dallas will go for Trump in the election?
They've already flipped. They've already voted for Trump.
Really? That's
They flipped last year.
Mm-hmm.
They flipped, and in Texas we have elections every 3 months. We vote more than any other state. In every single law, every single bill that becomes a law in Texas, we vote on it. There's not a law that becomes a law in Texas without us voting on it.
I wish it could be like that everywhere.
Texas is very so whenever they say hold Texas, hold the nation, hold Texas. Like Texas just has a culture. It's just a particular culture down here. Now, of course, people, and that's the next thing. We hate Californians, we really do. But surprisingly,
that's me too.
Surprisingly, the Californians that move down here, they vote Republican. They're not coming down here and voting Democrat in large numbers as it
they're
would
running
seem.
away from that shit.
That's
what I've been
a lot of people are moving from blue states and they're moving to states like Texas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Oklahoma, and they are voting red. It's actually a wonderful phenomenon, even though I would like for Texas to close its borders. HB, he's fine, but everybody, Dwale is fine too. Everybody else is like, stay where you at, please.
Hey, Portia, Dallas County went Biden 65-33. Biden 65.
Yeah. Or are you talking in the 2020 election?
Yeah. And
they did in 2020.
Is Fort Worth in Tarrant County?
Yeah, Tarrant County.
And Biden won Tarrant. He barely won Tarrant. He won it by 0.2%.
How red is Houston?
Let me see where.
Houston is blue.
Blue? Yeah, my brother.
It's blue.
My brother lives.
Dallas is blue, but the other county, Fort Worth, that Tarrant County, is
Tarrant,
really split.
Tarrant is red, but there's also we have.
Biden won Tarrant, but he barely won it by 0.2.
Yeah, barely. Yeah.
Now Houston is
blue. You
Biden
got Houston.
6% there.
You got Dallas. You got Austin.
What Fort Bend County? What county is that?
Where is Fort Bend? I don't know.
Next to Houston, next to Harris.
Oh, so that must be Galveston. Y'all know Texas is big now.
Fort Bend County. That's what it is. Fort Bend.
Yep.
Biden won at 54%, 195,000 votes.
Yep.
And he won all along the southern border, it looks like.
Yeah, but every single border has flipped red. We had, it was a historical flip, had been some 60 years, but still, it's just, there's not anything that anybody can say to me. Texas is not going, not as far as right now within the next 10, 20, 30
I agree
years.
with you.
We're not going blue. It's just not happening here.
They say in 20 years, but I say I doubt that.
No, it's not happening here.
I doubt
the difference in 600,000 votes less.
There's a reason why I say it, right? So if you look at Florida, right? Florida's going through the same situation, and you look at how red Florida was and how red Florida still is right now. It's even more redder than it was the last time around. And the reason for that is because there's a lot of Hispanics that have family members in Florida, and when they decide to move, they come from blue states, and they all vote Democrat. But once they start seeing how their family members live and how they vote, then they start making a change. Because that's the thing about Hispanics, we're mostly family. Like if one of our family votes one way, we'll start being against them. But if he makes valid points, all of us just vote that way. And there's no line between like Democrat or Republican. No, we're all Republican. Except my dad.
In Florida, my position on Florida is I hope that they can hold it down.
I think they will.
But if Governor DeSantis wasn't governor, I believe that Florida would vote a Democrat. I don't believe. And again, I'm not a Floridian, and I don't know the interworkings of politics in Florida like I do Texas. But I just feel like if it wasn't DeSantis, Florida could flip to have a blue
Gillum almost won.
Governor.
Remember, Gillum almost won.
Yeah, he almost won. And I feel like in Florida is going to be very different from Texas in that way. So in Texas, a Democrat governor, absolutely the hell not. It's just not going to happen. Like Texas is just, it's certain like Texas is it's just not going to happen. But like in a place like Florida, I appreciate the things that I see and I read about, but people that live there, if you live in a place, I'm going to take your word more so than not, because you live and you understand the culture, you know, the workings and things like that. Like, so y'all know how loyal y'all are to the Republican Party and or just conservatism. It ain't even got to be Republican, just voting conservative and keeping the values of your state intact. In Texas, we don't want our values to change. We don't want you to come in and do this and that. And so even you got to take it to context too. Even with someone like a Beto or O'Rourke coming in, you know, saying he wants to run to beat Ted Cruz. Well, you'd be foolish to think that Democrats in Texas don't like their guns too. You know, you'd be foolish to think that there's a lot of things in Texas that they enjoy too, like property tax, doing away with our property taxes here. The fact that we don't have a state tax here. There's a whole lot of different things, but they're going to vote. They might be Democrats, right? But if it's something that they feel is going to threaten their livelihood of the culture of the things that they're used to here in Texas, they're not going to vote for it.
You know,
I think
what they did do to Cruz was they weakened him. They pumped him up to go after Trump instead of unifying behind Trump. And in doing so, he weakened himself. And you see, he barely beat Beto or O'Rourke. And Cruz is a fairly young man, and presumably he's going to stay in the Senate. He can't win national office. And I think he's weakened, I should say, because of his battle back and forth with Trump, what he did at the Republican National Convention. And I think it kind of coincided with him, you know, barely beating Cruz. And but I think on some hand you're right. Texas is kind of a battle that they don't have to fight because they've effectively flipped Georgia. They flipped Pennsylvania pretty much in their favor. They seemingly have left Ohio and Texas alone.
Yeah, because there's no point.
And they have Wisconsin. I think they have the electoral map kind of. They've reduced it to where Trump has to win pretty much all of his states and one or two, you know, toss-up states that are really tough.
He ain't even coming down here.
Yeah.
No,
we got a Trump. We gotta go see Trump. Like, he's been down here a couple of times this year, but whenever Trump comes to Texas, like the whole state like shuts down. It's stupid. Like, you know, y'all see this stuff like on TV, his rallies, but it ain't nothing like coming to see Trump in Texas, because it's millions of people that come, millions of people that from, because you know it's Texas, it's huge. People come from all over, so he ain't been out here, unfortunately. But like, he's in those battleground states. He's trying to flip Pennsylvania. You know, he's trying to, and he's been to Ohio quite a bit. But you know,
been to Arizona like 4 times.
Yeah, he's been to where it's coming down. But I was talking about this yesterday. A lot of these Republicans in a lot of these states, they're going through their voter rolls, and I was talking about that yesterday. Me and Miss Witchy, and they are finding millions, hundreds of thousands of people that are registered to vote that are dead. They're cleaning up their ballots. They're finding people that aren't citizens that are registered to vote. They're going through all of this stuff in all of these states. So I'm glad that they're making these efforts. But Texas has already did that, and we're still doing it. I mean, our lieutenant governor, he has came down with the hammer. Every single county in Texas is on notice. And because we don't vote early like a lot of these other states, we vote early, but not as early. Our early voting starts just 1 week before our actual election date. So you don't have all of that time to go through like these other states that have started voting already, which is ridiculous. I don't even know how that works that way. However, it's just, Texas is just a different kind of place. But anyhow, go ahead. Y'all know I get passionate about my state. Oh, hey, Universal. You wanted to talk about this picture. Go ahead, sir.
I gotta take a look at that video too, Universal. I'll do it shortly.
Oh yeah, man. I made some edits for you. let me know what else I can do because I just went on the information I had from the website. So,
all right, my man. I think
before you say something, Universal, Portia, did you ever tell the story about the 1.2 million registries that they found for the migrants that are actually in the voting registry?
Wow.
Yeah, I talked about that yesterday.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
and they told us that wasn't happening.
Yeah, I mean, Arizona is under hot fire because the phone call got leaked. I don't know how it got leaked, but the Zoom meeting that they had, it got leaked, but it's happening all over the country. But this is being facilitated by, Republicans that a lot of things are treasonous. However, what's going on is this stuff is being exposed right now. And so hopefully that'll help out the election, coming up.
But what happens to these people that get caught though? Like I never see them go to prison or anything like that.
I don't know. They go to prison. They go to prison in Texas. I don't know about everywhere else.
Like in Connecticut, that story in Connecticut. I think CT said this like what was 4 or 5 months ago that she was harvesting ballots with her husband and she got caught up and I don't think she ever did any jail time.
Yeah, I don't know, like other states,
it's crazy.
Maybe they don't get prosecuted, but they definitely get prosecuted here.
Yeah, that's treasonous, man. Like, what the hell?
Universal, go ahead with your genius in explaining this picture for us.
Well, this is a newer version of an older photo. There's actually 2 images that were created early in this diversity, equity, and inclusion work. They've added the person in the wheelchair. That wasn't the original. I put the original photo in the back chat with a link if you want to pull that up, because I think that will explain. You all kind of covered it pretty well, but it will explain the image a lot better. So, and as I come up here, I be transparent. I am one of the people who's helped mess up people's minds and teach this nonsense. Damn you. Fair use, yes. Shame but you. This image was one of the things that actually helped me to kind of unbreak some of my liberal conditioning. Because I looked at this and I was like, there's something wrong with this whole picture. So if you look at the left side, this is what equity looks like. This is what equality looks like, right? So everybody stand on the same box. The box represents resources. You have a little person, you have a child, and an adult. Those 3 people are not equal, all right? We just have to be honest about that. There's no equality between a toddler, a child, and an adult. But then you look on the right side, this is where people were saying this is where we need to head, is to be more equitable. We need to give more resources to people and have more balance. And John, you pointed this out in the other image. They were all equal. They were all equal. The wheelchair, the 2 other people, they're all on the same level. But if you pay attention to the image, the thing that doesn't make any sense is why are they looking over a gate to experience the quote unquote American dream, what we used to know as baseball? There should be no gate. So there's a newer photo that removes the gate, but they still have the people on the boxes and the resources. But if we were really looking towards inclusion and we're really looking at helping people experience the quote unquote American dream, there would be no fence. Those folks would be invited into the ballpark. So when I seen this image, I was like, okay, they're telling us something different than what we think we're understanding. They're saying we're going to give people resources to only partially participate in this thing called American Dream. And those of us who have the resources, those are the ones who get what we need. And we're going to keep those folks on the other side of the fence, but give them the illusion of inclusion. So that's what I wanted to come on and bring.
Yeah, no, that's very interesting. That's very interesting. I think I've seen this picture before.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I've seen that. I knew it was a political image, but whoever was just talking, that's a powerful statement because I didn't even realize.
Yeah.
The whole point of it's really spitting in their face either way because at least in the context of Black people, right? When they were bringing this up, Black arguments, right? Either way, they showing you you outside the goddamn ballpark anyway. They're not
right. Right. So why are you peeking over the damn fence? You should be in the game. Portia, I put the updated version of this photo in the back chat too. So if you want to, you can bring that one up.
So you still got to do ghetto shit, not pay for the game. Dang.
Exactly. But again, what has baseball been known as? The American,
American
right?
sport.
It's a part of it's a part of it.
Pastime.
Is this the one? Or did I share the same link? I'm sorry if I did that. Hold on.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, my bad. I'm black. I'm black.
I know. Me too.
Yeah, this is what Dr. Phil, this is what that lady was talking about in Dr. Phil, this picture. And Dr. Phil was like, but how about if I'm tall, which I am, and I could be in the NBA,
Right.
but I don't have the skills. Should I be in the NBA? And the lady was like, that's a
Yeah,
condescending way to put my
this is it. So,
framing of questioning.
this is the version folks been using since George Floyd died. This one. Now look at this goofy
Lord.
shit. This is
Jesus
goofy.
Christ. Yeah, why is the guy all the way on the tippy top, huh?
Yeah, so they're
Hey, he
trying to
gonna fall.
highlight the extremities in society, right? So the reality is we have people who have all the resources, then we have people who have some resources, but this is a child, and then we have people who are underground. That's what they're saying the reality is. And then we have the two images we've seen in the middle, and this is what justice looks like: a removed fence and removed resources, but you're still not participating in the game. It's an illusion. So there. I wanted to share because when I see that, and I've seen variations of it, it goes back to this original concept. I don't know who developed this, but it is a very popular thing that is shown in diversity, equity, inclusion trainings.
Wow. Yeah, I definitely see that.
For the audience, for the people that can't see.
John is the guy in all the crates.
The
Damn
urban
you, John.
Do y'all mind if I read this for the audience, for the people that can't see?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
Okay, so for the first image, it's a guy standing on a box that's probably about the height of Shaquille O'Neal. It says the reality is one gets more than is needed while the other gets less than is needed. This is a huge disparity that is created. Then you have equality is the assumption is that everyone benefits from the same supports. This is considered to be equal treatment. Then you have equity, which shows everybody on the same playing field. Everyone gets the support they need, which produces equity. And then they have justice, where it's showing them without the fence. And it says all three can see the game without supports or accommodations because the causes of the inequity was addressed. The systemic barrier has been removed. But why are they not in the stands, though? Universal?
It's stupid, dude.
Because they're not supposed to be. Their function in society is not to be included. It's the illusion of inclusion.
Yep.
Now, if you compose that with the immigrants, that's what's happening. They're being given resources right now to be included, but they're shifting the society of the United States. We're all pawns on the board, ultimately.
It's kind of weird. It doesn't really make like a lot of sense in that way. And then too, they black too. And then also, why is it that it's like a dad, a kid, and a baby?
Right.
Like, why would the baby have any equality to any of us right now on this panel?
Well,
Be honest.
We have destroyed the nuclear family system.
Like,
So,
the kids depend on us.
Yeah. Well, in this world, the kids have a voice, and their voice is just
Man, voice my ass. You don't got a voice until you're 18.
But that's what's. But I'm bringing this to you all
Stop playing
because
with
this
me.
is what is taught on a post-secondary level. So when you have folks going to community college, going to 4-year degree schools, and even graduate schools, this is what is being pumped in most post-secondary understandings, and also it's also being pumped to the folks who teach K through 12. So if you're teaching things, you have to be an equitable teacher. You have to be inclusive, and you have to be an anti-racist. And this is the framework in which people are being taught. So if you believe in this, you're already working against your own interests and against really giving justice to people, because you're still keeping barriers in structures in place that don't create equality.
That's crazy that you mentioned that, because I saw a video today on Twitter where a mom called the police, right, to get her son out the house because this guy has a warrant and she don't want him there, right? So he wasn't there at the time. But the police officer is telling her that she can't do that.
Yeah.
Because his ID's address is that home. And that's where he lives.
Yep.
And she's like, no, the hell he don't. And he's like, well, he ma'am, if he comes here and you kick him out, and he calls us,
we're bringing him back.
Yeah. And I'm just like, no, she's absolutely right. But now I see what you're saying, and it's like, even police have to do this shit too.
Yeah. Well,
No, this is
technically,
nuts.
that child doesn't belong to her. That child belongs to the state.
Man. You need to stop
I
playing.
also want to point out too in this article, it says in summary of the 8 equity goals within the guide, they advocate for equitable outcomes and rebuilt community with justice for all. Effectively, FEMA is factoring race, sex, and sexual preference into who should receive disaster relief first. It says the guide outlines how to track and evaluate equity outcomes, including asking officials to consider if people are receiving resources based on distributive justice. Distributive justice is just the radical way of saying discrimination based on race and sex. So why do y'all believe that they would distribute disaster relief funds based on
and this is why they're not helping these people. They're
I
straight.
it's a political thing.
They exposed it in their own words when you was reading earlier, Portia. What their plan was, they said they want to literally remap what it looks like after the something like this happens. They want to make it look different for the people that they're trying to prioritize, which they already exposed as bilingual people that have trouble with English. Trying to remake these environments more compatible for them, which is kind of scary. They're just being honest about it. That's the scary part, that they're just openly saying it.
Now we need to deport these people, bro.
Mella, what were you saying?
It's a political base to attract, so they accommodate them because it's a political base to attract.
I agree.
It's bullshit.
Okay, so another thing says one of the guide's goals outlines how to overcome barriers and ensure fair recovery outcomes. And this includes a chart of barriers to equity. And for everybody that just got in the chat, and for the people that are here, we're talking about the FEMA disaster relief and how that money is being distributed and the basis on which they decide to distribute. So here we have, I don't know why my screen just got dark. Burnout, hate crimes, political polarization, power disparities, and bias. How can you determine how to distribute disaster relief funds to natural disasters based on burnout, hate crimes, political polarization, power disparities, and bias?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. These are all subjective things. These are all internalized things that you can identify for yourself, and it looks different amongst different people. So you can't use these things.
John?
I'm sorry, I stepped away for a minute, Portia. Sorry about that.
Oh,
I got an email here.
Jihad, Mella, Latino.
A person can't be measured by just being a human being. A person is measured by what a person does in his life, how he treats people, and all that. So, this is just retarded, dude. Like, excuse my language, but
what does burnout mean?
Like,
Burnout is
what are
when
we
you
doing
are
with this equality stuff?
Yeah. So in the equity world, it's when you are physically, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally overexhausted. That is
What?
I told you. So I'm telling
Dude,
you.
like, Jesus Christ, like, okay, like, there's
And then
instances where
political polarization. What the hell is that?
listen, there's instances where you might be a professional in a certain aspect of a field, right?
Yes.
And they might be somebody that has way more experience than you, and you may know more than that person, but just
Sure.
because he is more well experienced, he might gain $5-10 over you, right?
Yeah.
That is nothing bad, man. Like, that's just life.
True. But what happens in our current workspaces is you'll get the second half of millennials and the Gen Zs in the workforce, and they'll start to say they don't feel psychologically safe, the
Oh,
work is too
Jesus
difficult,
Christ.
or or I feel threatened by my
This is
peer,
why
I'm getting
HR was
burnt out.
created.
Yeah, well, HR was created for other reasons, but this is what
No,
the
no, no.
core
But
HR
feminist
functions are
movement
these
did.
days.
Well, I would like to hear Universal, because this is your
Oh,
Yeah.
this is bull.
your arena. But
Yeah.
so we have political polarization. You were saying
Political polarization is just when your views are kind of ousted or outliered versus everyone else's. So this is, I mean, technically I can say I'm politically polarized in my field because I don't think like most of the people around me. Now my perspective is still respected because I have a way of articulating where I come from. But a lot of people like if somebody I run my organization. Let's say I work for an organization, and all my peers are wearing Black Lives Matter T-shirts to celebrate Juneteenth, and then I can come to work and I'm like, I ain't wearing this shit. I'm celebrating July 4th. I will be politically polarized in that circumstance. But if I brought that to their attention and I said I want to wear my I'm voting for Trump T-shirt, then what will be told to me, because I don't agree with the group and I'm not taking a liberal stance, is that I'm being hostile in the workplace. So I could get blamed for utilizing a hate crime. I can get blamed for power differentials if I'm in a position of leadership, and I can be saying I'm not checking my bias. So all these terms can go either way, but they're very one-sided for a liberal bend, and they're all subjective. They're all subjective.
okay, I would also so FEMA, disaster relief for natural disasters. How, if anyone here, or all of you, how do you factor a hate crime into natural disaster relief? Like, I just don't. Is there a way that you think that you could probably explain it from their purview to make it?
The way that they see it is if they give more funding to a white family instead of a family of color, that's probably what they probably, because I mean, I can't see no other reason.
Well, Portia, we just watched some videos a few streams ago on this. Remember, the hurricane is coming from the coast of Africa, which our ancestors were brought from. And that's the shit that they believe. That's the hate crime. Global warming is letting these white people know they up and coming.
The next Hurricane Wakanda.
As they like to misquote Malcolm all the time, the chickens have come home to roost.
Hurricane Wakanda's coming next.
Yeah,
the white folks.
That's the hate crime. Is God and the universe
stupid, bro.
Is coming back to punish you white folks, and it's taking away the sundown towns. That's what these
hurricanes will come back to put you on chains.
That's nuts. That's crazy.
You stupid, bro.
I know
I needed this laugh, man.
Literally, that's how these people think, man. It's a weird space to be in.
Okay, so here it says, let me see if I skip. So goal number 8, overcome barriers and ensure fair recovery outcomes. Ensuring social justice by addressing basic human rights, discrimination, exclusion, and powerlessness can remove enormous individual, familial, and communal stressors. What I just read just right now, Universal, can you tell us what does any of that mean, sir?
All right. So the goal is to overcome barriers and ensure fair recovery, which means that the folks who need the most help get the most help. But it's hard to determine who that is. I'm starting to sound like Linwood a little bit, just FYI. But this is
no, you sound like Universal. Go ahead.
But this is the stuff that Linwood,
I thought it was him for
crazy, he would actually be able to explain better, because this comes from this same thought process of that book that Linwood refers to from Mr. Dylan Floyd Jr. But again, we can't honestly or openly examine these barriers because we can't be honest about, one, why the barriers are there, and two, how are we going to display these resources? You can't tell if somebody has more than one bias and then they get more resources to help move somebody forward. So this goal is kind of a false goal, and it's given to you because it sounds good. It's a bunch of jargon, but how do you actually achieve it is what I'm saying. So you can't, I don't believe you can honestly and openly examine the barriers, Because in a natural disaster, everybody has the same barrier. My fucking lights are off. My basement is flooded. My roof is torn off. My car is down the road 3 miles. Make somebody help me. We don't even need to get into all this.
Facts.
And I think that's another trick, like a trick bag to this whole complex, right? Because I think they're kind of getting around it needing to be a natural disaster. I think they're able to, because we'll actually not even think, I already know they're being able to use FEMA funds for migrants. So I guess just being migrant status, you get this money. Whereas American citizens, I guess it would have to be like very specific parameters how to get access to this unless you was in a natural disaster.
Are you Universal? Are you able to read this number 1?
Sure. Understanding the environment in which recovery planning occurs helps communities remove equity barriers. There are barriers to equitable recovery at the individual, community, and system levels. Even the evidence of inequitable disasters impacts and risk people often dismissed inequities because that's the way it has always been, or ignore community hazards because of the benefits to the economy the hazard provides. Overcoming barriers to equity during disaster planning can strengthen a community and develop openness, solidarity, and greater resilience to further disasters. And what we're about to look at is figure 12, which lists examples of individual, community, and system barriers to equity. Let's go over this nonsense. All right, so now what are some individual barriers? Language, technology, accessibility, preparedness, isolation, long-term health effects, burnout yet again, financial support, technical expertise, and literacy. Now, in a natural disaster, how do any of these things, outside of preparedness, that's the one that
It's
I
like-
was, okay.
Just picture you on a boat, right? Trying to rescue somebody.
Right.
Somebody need help, and you say, "Hey, you know how to read?" And they tell you, "Yeah, well, too bad, man. I'm looking for people that don't know how to read."
Yeah, we're only picking up the illiterate folks today. You're on your boat with like a Dr. Seuss book. Like, what's the title?
Like, what the hell,
I don't know. We're gonna keep rolling.
So stupid.
Now, I would also say long-term health effects, maybe, right? So if you have somebody who's on oxygen,
damn
or
Democrats,
dialysis or something like that, sure, we're gonna help those folks. But the rest of these, like, how do you factor in those barriers that they're in a worse position than anyone else?
Like, they're all in the same position at that point.
What does technology have to do with it?
Black people don't have access or even know what the internet is. So how would they know if a hurricane's coming? This is the shit that we keep being told. So they don't recognize. I mean, the black folks who live there for generations, they don't recognize
They don't got IDs.
because they can't access CNN. They don't know.
Have
They don't have IDs. I'm surprised that identification's not on there.
I'm surprised how they vote 95% Democrat, but they don't have IDs.
All right, let's talk about the community barriers. So we have socially organized denial. I don't know what that means. That sounds insane. Hate crimes, yet again. Political polarization, inaccessible resources, resistance to redemption. Remediation. High prevalence of substance abuse and redlining. What the fuck is red? Okay, sorry. I don't know how redlining has anything to do with a natural disaster.
What is that? Why would they?
Redlining, really?
I'm so tired of redlining. This is a practice that took place over almost 70 years ago, and we're still talking about it.
Yo, they redline me.
And
I live between
redlining
two white
affected
neighbors.
so many different ethnic groups. It wasn't just black people. It was a lot of different people that were affected by redlining. And it also did not prevent people from having housing. It just prevented you from being in certain spaces.
Yes.
And what we really should talk about more is how the GI Bill was not utilized for certain soldiers, because I think that would have had a much more impactful thing towards this concept of America. But that's where the racism really showed up, and didn't allow those soldiers who came back to really help build their families and get things moving forward. That is not in play today, though. Like, people still have opportunities to do what they need to do. Redlining shouldn't even be talked about. It should be something that we pay attention to that happened, but it shouldn't be something that's pointed to as a cause to what we see today. But that's my thoughts on it.
Facts.
What about the high prevalence of substance abuse?
Well, if you high, you can't get help. Man, I have no idea what that. I don't know what that means, or the socially organized denial piece. Yeah, I mean, are they saying that the more you are addicted, the more help you need? I'm not.
to natural disaster relief. So if you have a high prevalence of substance abuse, as you mentioned, Universal, whenever we were talking about individual barriers, Black people don't have access to the internet. So how would they know a hurricane was coming? Right. But then they also have the component of language, which I wanted to touch on briefly. So we could watch a YouTube video that's in Chinese, and it's a mother and her children.
Yep.
Now, we don't know what she's saying, but we can understand that if this video is showing a mother talking to her kids and she's standing in a room and there's stuff everywhere, we can kind of deduce that she's probably saying, y'all need to help around the house, clean up. So if you're a person who does not speak English in Florida while the hurricane is coming, I don't believe that you need to understand language to look outside and see, oh, it's dark, it's raining. Oh, shoot, that looks like a hurricane is coming. Oh, shit, there's 4 feet of water it's 4 feet of water in my house. Oh, no, my house is being washed away back into the ocean. I don't believe that you need to understand English to understand that.
Yes.
It's just like the language of love, man.
Resistance to remediation is interesting. So if you're resistant to doing what is the term for it? What do they call that? Restorative justice, then you are more likely to be a victim of recovery or victim of these circumstances. This is an interesting list. Honestly, this is a bunch of nothing, everybody. This doesn't mean anything. And their point, and this is the telltale sign. Whenever you're looking at charts, at the bottom where it says figure 12, barriers to equitable recovery, look at the parentheses. This is not an exhaustive list, which means you can add almost anything in here. This means nothing.
So I have this pulled up for the people that are not familiar. So see, y'all know I'm a teacher, right? So whenever I saw remediation, naturally, I'm like, hey, you failed. All right, you just didn't get it. 1 and 2 step equations, you didn't get it. So we need to find a solution of remedy. We're going to want to go over this in practice. We're going to take some time, do some extra practice, come to tutoring. This is my way to remediate the situation based on what I have seen from your test scores. But here, funny enough that we're reading this right now, the definition includes, in particular, of reversing or stopping environmental damage. I have never heard remediation, and I can't recall a definition that included, in particular, of reversing or stopping environmental damage. And then right here, and this is for you too, Universal. With the giving of remedial teaching or therapy.
And we know in both of our fields, what that is now called is restorative justice.
You know what? It seems, and I don't know, since COVID and all of this, they come in and they add this extra stuff to these definitions that we've never heard of before. A lot
Y'all
of us
better keep your old dictionary.
We know words. And I know in remediation, like, it seems as though because of what they have here for FEMA, that now they have to make sure that if someone gets on Google and they Google the word remediation, they need to make sure that, oh yeah, it does have something to do with reversing or stopping environmental damage. But how do you reverse or stop natural environmental damage? How do you do that? I wonder if people ask those questions when they see this sort of thing.
No, not when you're going to offer them resources. No.
Doesn't make any sense.
Give me what I want.
Universal, tell us about system barriers.
This is where it all gets cloudy because everybody can fit under one of these. Everybody listening, everybody on the panel, we can all fit under one of these. Power disparities, racism, sexism, ageism, those should all be their own bullet point. Ableism, which is your physical ability statuses. Our biases, which everyone has. Trust, low efficacy, and low capital. Now, what is capital? Because that word is very subjective as well. Is that social capital? Is that actual resources? What are we talking about there? So, yeah, man, this is a bunch of nothing. And as I pointed out, that exhausting.
It depends on which group.
Yeah, maybe so. You may be right.
Right. Capital, like what type of capital? Because if you're an immigrant, then it's financial capital. If you're an American, then it's social capital. So all depends on which group.
What about this? I see your comment in the chat. I'll look that up right now. But Universal, what about these next two sentences here?
All right. FEMA also identified people of color, women, and the LGBTQ plus community as disproportionately impacted by the disasters. According to Biden-Harris administration, natural disasters don't have the same impact on white straight men. How? Did the water flood the same in the white man's house? What?
Hold on, that's not real, bro.
This is on FEMA's website. We're looking at their website right now.
If me and 12th man live right next to each other, how can and let's say an avalanche comes down. We're in Alaska. Let's say we have a snowstorm and an avalanche comes and lands on both of our homes. Are you telling me that 12th man is better equipped to deal with that than myself as far as needing resources and help? Like, this is crazy. This is crazy.
It's very discriminatory. It reminds me of what Martin Luther King didn't say.
I have to kind of agree, though. It's like a scenario that me and my friends talked about. I was like, if America goes to shit and everything goes off the grid, like the people that were probably likely to survive would be white people because they know how to hunt, they know how to do all that shit.
Yeah, that I understand that, but what we're saying, what FEMA's saying is, they're saying, the impact of the disaster, not who's best to survive it, right? It's like, who do we help first is kind of where they're looking at. Now, you may be right, because white people, they like to do a lot of, prepping. They actually pay attention to the weather and how plants are and grass grows. They pay attention to that shit. White folks will go to the bottom of the ocean and study different types of sand. Like, that's their thing. But does that mean that they should not get the help if a disaster destroys their home before myself? That's
everybody should get the help, man. We're all human beings.
Exactly.
I appreciate the fact that you asked me to look this up, Universal, but at the same time, I'm kind of mad at you.
Oh, well, I was putting that out there for everybody. I wasn't doing
Universal. This, you know what? How about you read to the audience, what is restorative justice?
Restorative justice, which does not limit just to criminal activity, by the way, is a system of criminal justice which focuses on the rehabilitation of offenders through reconciliation with victims and the community at large. Now, this is the overarching idea where it comes from, but this is really being pushed towards young people and helping them navigate through school.
Where do we see that at?
Oh, well, it did. So this term, this resistance of remediation, that comes out of the social justice language. I made that connection.
Oh, because I thought I saw that in this. I was like, I know
it might
that
be.
they're not talking about. Okay, so you're an offender, you're a criminal, you're a convict. Okay, so for you, the way that we divvy out our resources for you, this is how we're going to go about this. I don't know who these strangers are.
Maybe I should told you to look up restorative practices. That's the term. It's the same difference. Restorative practices. It is a social science field that aims to improve relationships and social connections between people.
I love it so much. I love it so much.
You know, you gotta try that with someone else. You know, you gotta be better than me. Okay. But you know, that's okay. That's all right. Sometimes people, they just think that they're doing.
There's more. Jesus.
Yeah, it's so much more. Yeah, so basically what we're getting at, or ultimately what we're getting at, is that yes, there was a hurricane that happened, but the money is gone because they've given it to the illegals. And apparently all of these communities that have been impacted by this natural disaster, they only get $750, and it's only for food. They can't spend it on nothing else but food. Damn. And yeah, they don't have any more money for you.
Is that a one-time payment, or are they getting that on a monthly basis? Or
no, it's a one-time payment because all they have is $10 million to divvy, so it's $750 per household.
That's about.
How did FEMA get down to only $10 million?
Only.
Dude. Wow.
Portia, can you scroll back down to that chart that you were just at?
Yes, sorry.
Now, many of us, again, we would fit under these populations. But look at the variety here. Those displaced by the disasters, that's everybody affected by the disaster. You don't have to even list the rest of those after that bullet point. What are we doing? People of color, tribal nations, women. We're just listing all the victim groups now. LGBTQ plus community, rural communities, infants, children, youth, and older adults. That's anyone between the ages of conception to 24 years old. And that kind of framework is coming from brain science. People with disabilities, those with limited English proficiency. So all the folks coming here who are migrants. Service workers, seasonal workers, and migrant laborers. Ooh, they've added that one. That's a new one for me. Migrant laborers. Institutionalized populations, such as those in hospitals, nursing homes, and prisons. Now, that makes a lot of sense. You know, if you're in a nursing home or a hospital and a disaster happens, you are going to need some help for sure.
For sure, yeah.
Veterans, victims of trafficking, don't see how that's connected to anything. People who experience homelessness, that makes sense to me. I'll throw that in the institutionalized bucket. Renters, don't know how that's connected.
That's not I don't own that house.
Yeah, fuck that house. John gonna be in trouble. All his renters gonna be out. We out this joint, Mo. All right, and then we got single mothers. Because they don't. Now, are we admitting that patriarchy can keep you safe during a disaster? Why are we having single mothers in here? Again, more non.
I think a lot of this is basically to make a society with everyone except for men.
Well, you are at the top of the hierarchy of oppression, so yes.
Right? Like that's exactly what they're saying. We're gonna do for everyone, and men be damned.
Unless you're a trans woman, then you don't count because you're not a male anymore.
You know, the one thing that I don't like about stuff like this is, you know, yeah, I have a couple of houses. Sure. I work full time. Yeah. I have a car. Great. I pay my bills. Sure. However, I want some food stamps. I do all of the right things. So that means that I'm void from receiving help. I'm a Black woman, but I ain't got no kids. So, you know, Portia, not you. You need to have something that hinders you from progressing through society and achieving the American dream. You can't
I was
have
just
that
getting,
if you're doing all of the right things. The only way that you can get that is if you're doing everything wrong. And for the life of me, that's the one thing about the Democratic Party that I hate more than anything else. I hate that the most, because you're telling me that I have to be less than good. I have to be worse than, better than, good enough. I have to just be nothing in order to receive some help. So if I was a person who was impacted by this hurricane, if I'm not one of these things, which I so happen to be a Negro, so I do get something, but I'm not a single mother. So what happens whenever you fall under multiple categories? What happens if you are a Black woman? Excuse me, you're Black, that's one. You're a woman, that's two. You're gay, that's three. You have children, that's four. You're disabled, that's five. You're a renter, that's six, and you're a single mother, that's seven. Do you get more money than do you get more money than the person who only falls under one of these categories?
You get bumped to the top of the list.
That's crazy.
you have all the infinity stones of wokeness. Hey, Portia, listen, right? They're going to bring you in a room and say, we feel that you have internalized race, misogyny and patriarchy and white supremacy simply because you're doing things for yourself. That's why. And if you want to be a part of their club, you have to send yourself to the bottom.
I just can't imagine having a kid just so you know what I'm saying? Because you would think, because like if you, in my mind, and I could be wrong and y'all can correct me, please, but in my mind, if people are responsible and they show good, responsible behavior, you would think that you would be more inclined to trust the individuals that already do it already without your help in a situation of crises, because they do the right things already as it is. And so they're not going to bleed out your system or your funding because it's just a right now thing. It's not forever. Versus the people who, you know, do the wrong thing every single step of the way. And not to be mean, to, you know, say anything horrible about the couple that we did for the street interviews the other day. She had 4 kids. One died. She's pregnant right now. The dude that she was with, 4 kids. He's now about to have his 5th kid on the way. Now, they both have been in prison. That girl said that she's been in the federal pen since she was 14 years old, and she's only been out since for 8 months. So she got locked up when she was 14. She got out when she was 23. She's only been out for 8 months. She would get all of the assistance in the world. And she's still out here getting high. She sounds like she on other substances more than weed. And then they say they're just trying to stay out of trouble. But those are the people like that are the people that get a lot of the resources. And I don't understand why that is. Do y'all know?
Lifetime customers. And they will bear lifetime customers. That's why. The welfare system is not made to help you and you leave. Because what will happen is states will get less federal money. And so you have to have lifetime customers to keep the amount of money coming in from the feds good enough to feed those that are skimming off the top. So that's why, lifetime customers. It all comes down to money. You have to have a certain amount of people on welfare to keep getting billions and billions of dollars from the federal government. If everyone's doing good, then the federal government is not going to give you billions to help those people. They may only give you a few million.
Right. I'm about to jump, folks. It's been a pleasure to come and add some content. I'll be in the background for a while.
All right. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Peace.
Okay, so he left. So I'll play one last video on this. And then we can move on to the next topic. I don't know if John is here or if HB is coming back. But this will be the last one as far as this topic is concerned. So this is what Trump said last night. He had a rally last night. So, and apparently he went off. And that's what the left has been talking about today. So I'll just go ahead and play this through.
In different places, all electric. As we bring back our jobs, we will also restore America's borders with 4 more years for Kamala. She will flood every Michigan small town and Midwestern city with illegal migrants from the most dangerous places on earth. And Michigan will not be Michigan any longer. Would you like to have a couple of million migrants living in your wonderful state? Migrants. She has let in 21 million people during her 3.5 years from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, terrorists at record levels, terrorists. I used to have very strong watch with Terror Watch. People said, that's not nice. I said, it's very nice. It's called intelligent. We had a Terror Watch. In 2019, Border Patrol said we had none. I don't believe that. I think it has to have some. But they actually have us down for 0. The following year, they had us down for 11. We have thousands of terrorists now coming in from Yemen, from all over the world. They're coming in. Not just South America. They're coming in from all over the world. If they wanted to close the border, all the president has to do is say, close the border. I'm the president. Close that border. That's what I did. And the border was closed. She keeps talking about, we want him to sign a bill. The bill they wanted me to sign was the worst bill you ever saw. 2 million people in. Everybody gets you're automatically a citizen of our country. The worst bill you've ever seen. And it would have done nothing. It would have hurt. But they use that as a ruse. No, they don't have to use that. All they have to do is say, close the border. They don't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border. I said, close the border. Border Patrol, by the way, is fantastic. You know, they want to do their job. ICE wants to do their fantastic. She wants to get rid of ICE. She wants to get rid of ICE. Who's going to go into a nest of MS-13 killers? These ICE guys, they're tough as hell. I've seen it. They're tough, and they love our country, too. The corrupt media is outraged that I keep talking about the migrant crime epidemic. Well, I'm outraged that Kamala Harris keeps importing migrant criminals. These are among the worst criminals in the world. Remember when she said, no, migrants don't cause any crime. And I said, wow, they're pretty rough-looking people to me. They're pretty rough-looking people to me. And it turned out to be, I was right. This was 2 years ago. They said, no, migrants don't, that our people are much more dangerous. No, it's not that way. It's the opposite. It's the absolute opposite. I'm outraged that according to new statistics, 13,099 convicted illegal alien murderers have been set loose into the USA. Be careful. I'm outraged that Kamala Harris freed 2 illegal alien thugs who assaulted, kidnapped, and murdered a 12-year-old girl named Jocelyn. You know Jocelyn. I'm outraged that Kamala released into America the predator, the animal who murdered Laken Riley. I'm outraged she let in the savages who raped and murdered Rachel Morin. I'm outraged on behalf of every American family whose children have been murdered by illegal alien and horrible, horrible, savage migrants that Kamala brought into this country. Kamala's agenda is bringing death and despair to America. I will restore light, hope, and dignity back into Michigan, and very quickly. Thank you. I will make America safe again. We will be safe again. On day 1 of my administration, the invasion of illegal migrants, terrorists, drug dealers, and murderers ends. And on that same day, the largest deportation in our history begins. We have no choice. We have no choice. We have no choice. The record was Dwight Eisenhower, who was a moderate president, but he hated to see people pouring into our country illegally, and he has the largest record. It's very strange when you think about it, but Dwight Eisenhower, very, very strongly about borders, because you don't have borders if you don't do this. If you want to see how sick and distorted Kamala Harris's priorities are, just consider FEMA. FEMA. You know what that is, right? The Federal Emergency Management Agency. And you read about now all the time because there's nobody that's handled a hurricane or storm worse than what they're doing right now. Kamala spent all her FEMA money, billions of dollars, on housing for illegal migrants, many of whom should not be in our country, including $1 billion for gift cards for illegal aliens and putting them up in luxury hotels with a gift card to welcome them to America as our veterans are sleeping on the sidewalks below those hotels and they're being walked into luxury hotels. Now we have a horrific disaster in North Carolina, Georgia, South Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, Florida, and Virginia. That's how big this hurricane was. And the Harris-Biden administration says they don't have any money. They've spent it all on, they spent all of their money. They have almost no money because they spent it all on illegal migrants. How would you like to be a veteran and you've been sleeping opposite the entrance to a luxury hotel and illegal migrants come in and they're going up and occupying the hotel? That's what's happening. They stole the FEMA money just like they stole it from a bank so they could give it to their illegal immigrants that they want to have vote for them this season. You know, they're trying to get them on the voters. Well, we cannot let that happen. This is the worst response in the history of hurricanes. A certain president, I will not name him, destroyed his reputation with Katrina. And this is doing even worse. She's doing worse than he did. Vote for Trump and we will take care of the American people first. We'll take care of everything. Thank you.
The Senator.
He's back there.
Thank you for doing this, Senator. My question for you is, Trump says it's too late to debate because voting has already started and it's bad for America. You're set to debate walls on Tuesday. Does that mean your debate is bad for America?
Well, look. First of all, the president already did a debate, and I thought he did a hell of a job. How did you guys think he did?
So that's what Trump had to say about that. Any comments on that, American Man? Or Mella or John, if you're there?
You know, has Biden even came out and made a speech yet, said anything?
Biden?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, he did yesterday. We showed that yesterday. Let me see if I can find a short video.
It's just amazing to me how the American people don't see that this administration is essentially ignoring you. Especially in the face of this disaster. You know, this disaster may, and you know, for all the families and people lost, it's terrible, but this disaster may actually turn out to be a gift to Donald Trump. Because the way the administration is handling this is terrible. Absolutely unacceptable for the American people.
You do know that Trump canceled his campaign to go visit all of the places that were hit. He went before Biden and Harris, and he raised millions of dollars, and he brought them supplies and all sorts of stuff. Like he got machinery, like just different companies to come out from all across the country to come out and help. And he paid for all of their transit to get there.
Yes, I did hear about that. And you want to know what's funny? Asheville, that is currently suffering, basically underwater. That's a very liberal place. I didn't even recognize how liberal it was until my buddy from South Carolina told me last night. He took his wife during her birthday a couple months back around those parts, stay in some cabin in the mountains and all of that. And he said, dude, that place is extremely liberal. Now, if the Biden administration is not going to respond well, those people may or may not end up voting for Trump.
Well, some of these people are so delusional that, they'll be like, why is he here? Even though he's trying to help. And the thing is, people keep on saying that Trump, what he's doing it for like political gains or something. But Trump has been this person long before politics. Yeah. I mean, he was only elected president once. He's never been in politics. Never. He's never been a congressman, senator, mayor, nothing. He's never been anything. Trump has always been the one that comes out and does things like this. He's always been like that. So I don't.
Well, that's just to reinforce the narrative that Trump is only doing things for himself, that he doesn't care about the American people. Even though we can see him doing things, it's just to reinforce that narrative. And you're right, Portia, people are very delusional. And I think it was bore out because if you, Homeland Security and the FBI and stuff, as woke as we say they are, if you go to their websites, you can actually read the things that they say about all the migrants coming in. And, about gangs and terrorists and all of that. The thing is, they know that the American people are not going to go to those websites and educate themselves. They know that. So the media can outright tell you it's all false and people will go with it. I forget who it was that showed the video here. And this is to speak to how deranged and deluded these people are. It was a lady on Fox Business, and the guy had said something. The guy had said something about, I forget what it is, about something Trump did, and the lady was like, "It's not true. Trump said it." And the guy said, "No, it's actually on this government website. It was put up on this government website. It's true. That's where Trump got it from." And she said, "No, it's not true. Trump said it." And I thought to myself, wow. So think about how many American people are actually like that.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, like even with Candace Owens earlier, it's like, well, I know you don't like her, but Janet Jackson said what she said, and Candace is like, okay, well, let's explore that. Let's see. Instead of just leaving it there, like, don't, just because you don't like the person, I still think it's worth it to, kind of hear from them and take a look into it. So this is Joe Biden, and he doesn't speak for long. So I know this is an 18-minute video. I fast forwarded to where he's getting ready to speak. And you see Mayorkas is right there. But Joe Biden is about to say a few things, and then I'll play what Kamala Harris had to say. Mela or John, do y'all have anything y'all want to add?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Person in Western North Carolina, I know that we can come back and that we will come back because the people of Western North Carolina are resilient. Working together, we can get through this. And I am proud to recognize my friend, the United States, the President of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
Thank you, Gov. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't have to tell this group that Hurricane Helene has been a storm literally of historic proportions. The damage is still being assessed, and many people are still unaccounted for. So I'm here to say the United States, the nation, has your back. The nation has your back. We're not leaving till you're back on your feet completely. We're in a situation where earlier this morning, I met with state and local police in Greenville, South Carolina. Then I took an aerial tour of Western North Carolina. survey the damage. And came here in Raleigh to receive a briefing from all of you. And we've been working nonstop to provide the support that you need and the survivors need. You know, my heart goes out to everyone who has experienced the unthinkable loss, but we're here for you. And I want to thank Republican Governor of South Carolina and the Democratic Governor of North Carolina and all the elected officials who focused on the task at hand. In a moment like this, we put politics aside. At least we should put it all aside. We have here. There are no Democrats or Republicans, there are only Americans. And our job is to help as many people as we can, as quickly as we can, and as thoroughly as we can. You know, that's why even before the storm hit, I directed the entire federal government to use every possible resource to help communities across the nation, across the region get ready. We deployed over 1,000 first responders throughout the Southeast. I immediately approved emergency declarations as soon as I received the request from your governors. Today, I approved the request of Governor Cooper for the federal government to cover 100% of all the costs for debris removal, emergency protective measures for 6 months, all the costs. Well, this really matters. There are 70 North Carolinians who are dead and 100 more who are unaccounted for. And much of Asheville is underwater. I've flown over an awful lot of storm-damaged areas since I've been president. Matter of fact, many of them forest fires. And with the FEMA director and I have flown over more forest that's been taken down to the ground because of fires and a whole range of other reasons than makes up the entire state of Maryland. And so I've seen a lot, but we're looking at Asheville and just imagining what it must have been like sitting along those rivers and streams as all that rain came down. 19 inches of rain, something like that? Incredible amount of rain. Watching homes, you can see homes that have moved clearly from one side of the river down the river to another side of the river. And can only imagine what it's like to have been in one of those homes. And much of Asheville was underwater. Much of it was underwater. It's a beautiful, beautiful part of the country. I've been to Asheville before. It's a magnificent part of Appalachia. Much of it was underwater. Communities like Chimney Rock are reduced to piles of wood and debris. I mean, you look down, that's what you see as we flew over to circle in a helicopter. And this will pay for the urgent work we need to clear landslides, to provide shelters and supply food and medicine. But today, I'm also directing the Department of Defense to move up 1,000 soldiers to reinforce North Carolina's National Guard because they need additional assistance. These soldiers are out of Fort Liberty, right here in North Carolina, and are available for responsive operations starting today. They're going to speed up the delivery of life-saving supplies like food, water, and medicines to isolated communities over what the Pentagon calls the last tactical mile. Simply put, we've got the capabilities to get the job done, and we're going to get it done fast as possible. I've also directed the development of deployment of Starlink satellites. 50 are in place right now. More are going to be put in place so people in places like Canton can call for help and reach the ones that love loved ones who they're not sure of anybody other than that phone because there's no cell service. And on top of this, the FEMA teams are offering free temporary housing and hotel rooms for eligible residents. They're continuing to send helicopters and trucks to deliver hundreds of thousands of meals and liters of water in communities every single day. And they're literally knocking on doors and visiting shelters to register folks so they can receive assistance to buy the urgent needs that they have because they've lost everything, like prescriptions and baby formula and essentials. This is a direct assistance that is being delivered here today, not later, but today. And so, but folks, it's going to cost us billions of dollars. It's going to cost billions of dollars to deal with this storm and all the communities affected. And Congress has an obligation to ensure the states have the resources they need. Let me close with this. Nobody can deny the impact of climate crisis anymore. At least I hope they don't. They must be brain dead if they do. Scientists report that with warming oceans powering more intense rains, storms like Helene are getting stronger and stronger. Not going to get less. They're going to get stronger. Today in North Carolina, I saw the impacts of that fury. Massive trees uprooted, homes literally swept off their foundations, swept down rivers. You know, families are heartbroken. But there are also neighbors helping neighbors. That's the other thing we were talking about, coming over here in an automobile. It's amazing when people step up when people are in need because they're neighbors. I think we underestimate that. That's why one of the things I did with all I put in place in terms of everything from the Recovery Act on down is that we've actually invested more funding under my administration in the so-called red states than blue states because the need was greater. They're larger states, they're larger territories. Because this is about America. It's not about one state or another, Democrat or Republican, it's about America. And volunteers, first responders are standing side by side.
Wait,
people leaning on each other.
Can you pause it real quick, Portia?
Left over. And that's the best of America. I firmly believe, and I've said this, saying it for 3 years, there's nothing beyond our capacity to do. Nothing. This is the United States of America, for God's sake. Whenever we work together, we've never failed to get something done. So I thank everyone.
I don't want to make this political, but I'm going to point out Republican governor, Democrat governor. I'm going to point out red state, blue state, but I don't want to make this political. This is about the United States of America. I mean, isn't that amazing?
Yeah, saying he doesn't want to make it political while making it political.
As soon as he opened his mouth, South Carolina, Republican governor, North Carolina, Democrat governor. I don't want to make this political. Red state, blue state. Excuse me?
Yeah. Not coming back, damage too much to bear. It's crazy because a lot of people that are coming out, you know, like on smaller channels and whatnot, they've been talking about the relief and how it's not working the way that he's saying that it is. Like just people going out and doing these street interviews with people out there. They're saying that this is not what's happening. Like they are saying it's just for the food.
That's absolutely not surprising. That's not.
They're having to pay for their own hotels. Like people are moving out. They're just like, hey, we're just going to go stay with family in another state because we lost everything. You know, they're not doing what they need to do type of thing, you know?
Yeah, that's absolutely not surprising to me at all.
Let me actually, because I might be interested in that. Let me copy this link really quick.
One who's been working tirelessly and cold, wet, and hungry to get the job done. And Kamala and I are here until the end. I want to God bless you all, and I'd like to turn it now over to Director Will Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the State Emergency Response Team, the folks you see here, the folks downrange at our regional coordination centers in the West, as well as those in the impacted communities working night and day, welcome.
All right, so we have Kamala Harris up next on her response. Yes, I think this is, yep. So Kamala Harris and her response to this, and then after this, we'll go into, I don't know if HB is going to come back or not, but in the event that he's not able to come back, or John, or anyone, I'm just going to go ahead and play the video about the port strike ending so that you guys can get your updates on that, and then we can get into whatever else I can find while I am up here. I know I'm homesick from work, but I know that they're busy. I think Solid Snake said last night, if we play any Diddy stuff, he gonna come up here and shut it down, because we don't need to be talking about Diddy. But there's some Diddy news, just to take a break from some political stuff. It is Friday, so here is Kamala Harris's response to what she saw in Georgia.
Oh, I understand that the vice president is speaking, and our control room would like to hear what she has to say.
Devastating in terms of the loss of life that this community has experienced, the loss of normalcy, and the loss of critical resources. And so I'm here today to thank all of those who are working to get folks the support and the relief that they so desperately need and so rightly deserve. And that includes the fact that still in this community, up to 60% of the residents here do not have power. Many have been without running water for at least a couple of days now. Many have water but no hot water. I was just talking with one of the members of the community and her daughter who lost her husband. And there is real pain and trauma that has resulted because of this this hurricane and what has happened in terms of the aftermath of it. I do want to acknowledge and thank the first responders who have been extraordinary. Having met with them, they are the kind of folks that are the heroes in moments of crisis, who do extraordinary work that is about lifting up other people. As it relates in particular to the leaders who are here and doing that work, including the first responders, most of them, as it relates to the local folks, are folks who have personally, and their families have personally experienced loss and devastation, and yet they leave their home, leave their family to go to centers like where I was earlier to do the work of helping perfect strangers. And it really does highlight the nobility of the kind of work that these public servants have dedicated themselves to, which can be in moments of crisis like this so selfless in the way that they do that work. The president and I have been paying close attention from the beginning to what we need to do to make sure the federal resources hit the ground as quickly as possible. And that includes what was necessary to make sure that we provided direct federal assistance. And that work has been happening.
I just Googled salons in Lewiston, Maine.
His leadership and his close coordination with
Yes, are you able to hear me? Hello? Hello? Are you able to hear her? Can anyone hear her?
No.
Oh, here she is again. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello?
Hi, it's Heather.
Hi, Heather. I think I'm having a little trouble with my Bluetooth. If I can't get you to connect, I may have to call you right, but give me 1 second. Let me make sure I'm connected here. Let's see. Oh, this may do it. May do the trick here. This is a lady from Lewiston, Maine. There have been migrants there, and her daughter was attacked just yesterday, I think.
Where is she from?
Lewiston, Maine, where they're bringing a lot of migrants in. Heather, are you able to hear? Can you hear Heather? Testing, Heather. Hello, Heather? Oh, give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, it looks like I'm connected now. Let me see if I can call her back. This might be interesting. I don't know what's up with this. I gotta get.
Did she comment on one of our videos?
Give me 1 second. Hello? I may have to just play it through the damn. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I may have to play it like this so you guys can hear something with my Bluetooth. I'm not sure what the problem is here. Let me see if I can resolve it. Maybe I can resolve it. Otherwise, we're gonna have to just go through the phone like this. Can you guys hear her?
She has to talk. I couldn't hear it first.
Heather, are you able to say something?
Heather.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear? Can you hear Heather?
Yeah, it's a little low, but yeah.
Let me see if I can turn the volume up. Let me make sure they. Give me 1 second. Let me just plug it in. Give me 1 second. One second, Heather. 1 second here. There we go. Oh, fuck. We may have to pre-sell it. We may have to just, I don't know what's up with my Bluetooth here, but Heather's still here. Heather, let's test. Can you hear Heather one more time? What the hell is up with the Bluetooth here? Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second with the Bluetooth. 1 second with the Bluetooth here. It's connected.
You don't have it plugged up to the Rodecaster?
No, I don't have the cord in. I'm just going off the Bluetooth here. Let me get my cord. Give me 1 second.
Hola, Jovito. Hola, Jovito.
Hi, HB.
Oh, hey, Portia.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey, Heather, we may just have to do it like this, Heather. Heather, we may just have to do it like this since I can't seem to find my Bluetooth cord here. It can't connect to Bluetooth for whatever the damn reason is. Heather, you still there?
I am here.
We can hear her, John. We're good.
Okay,
She's good.
Hey, Heather, you're from Lewiston, Maine, correct?
That is correct.
And you've been getting migrants coming into Lewiston, is that right?
We are a sanctuary city, yes.
Can you pull the Lewiston up, Lewiston, Maine, up on the screen
Yes.
here?
Yes, I got it.
You were telling me that your daughter was attacked yesterday. You want to tell us more about that?
Yeah, I do. I just wanted a real question. How did you find me, particularly out of everybody in Maine?
Oh, we've been calling around to a lot of people, but most people don't want to talk these days. Most people don't want to talk.
I will gladly talk because my daughter was on the school bus yesterday on the ride home, and she got attacked by a group of immigrants. Somalians had started attacking her. We had just she had CAT scans. She has a concussion. So it was just kind of interesting as to why you were calling me and about immigration, considering I'm not racist by no means, but it was that group of people that happened to all be of the same race that targeted my daughter.
Why do you think they attacked your daughter?
Well, see, there's an issue here, and we don't really know the cameras and everything. The Lewis.
You guys able to hear, right?
There's no control. The kids are running rampage through the school. They can control everything because they're a protected community. So, there has been a we've had a man die a few years ago that was beaten. They gang up and they just start attacking people for no reason. And our city is overstressed financially. The housing issue here is unbelievable. Regular Maine working residents are unable to find affordable housing due to the fact that, you know, a lot of the funding that, well, all of the funding that comes for immigrants are, you know, is funded. So landlords are much apt to take their money versus somebody who's working, paying, you know, and whatnot. So there's, you know, that crisis, the housing and apartment, you know, crisis that is come up. They are building community, you know, big buildings, you know, 150 apartments in them, and they are for refugees. So I am a daughter of an immigrant. My father was an Englishman. He came over to America from England when he was 21 years old. And I'm first generation American here. My father had to do it. He had to go to the Y and live off vouchers, and he had to put in community service, and he had to fight for all of his documentations and all of that. And it took several years for him to get his a citizenship here. And I just feel that all the immigrants coming in from Mexico, Haitians, there's a crisis in America right now, and not only in America, but also in Maine. So between the drugs that the immigrants are bringing in through the border, through the, you know, and all the criminal things, the rapes, the child abductions, is at such a high rate right now that I feel like everybody around us is in this world is like on a heightened sense of nothing is in control of our own hands. That it is all controlled by the government. And even I myself, with this situation, I have been in contact with police, the school. I am pressing charges because my daughter has a concussion. She had to have a CAT scan. But 90% of things that happen around here with the immigration community get swept under the rug. They don't get handled properly because they are a protected community. So I myself feel like my hands are tied and don't have many options as to what to do on that level. So for me, pertaining to my life and my family, that is where we're having the issue, is with unsafety. Our town never had bed bugs. Like, I can't say never, because obviously people have bed bugs here and there, you know, but you're lucky to find an apartment around here that doesn't have bed bugs.
Why do you think they have bed bugs?
I have absolutely no clue. I couldn't tell you why, but when the immigration community here started rising, so didn't all of that issue as well. So, I mean, resources here in the state of Maine have been depleted by all of the immigration sources. So we have veterans that are homeless. We have regular working people that cannot make it day to day. They're having to go to food banks and shelters and things like that because they just don't have it. But meanwhile, we have immigrants who are loaded up in hotels. I believe I just saw something like New York has 150 I don't remember, it was 150. I can't remember the exact number, so don't quote me on the number, but it's a large amount of hotels that are all consumed with immigrants.
And why do you think that's happening to yours? This is a small town, right? How big is Lewiston?
Lewiston it's not a small town. I want to say it's probably like the third or something biggest in the state of Maine. We actually had a shooting here a year ago this month. I don't know if you heard about it on the news, but it was in 2 locations, and this guy went rampage and just started shooting at 2 locations.
Was it a migrant? Was it a migrant?
No, it wasn't a migrant at all. No, it wasn't. It's just that's just a heightened sense of unsafety that's added to the community here. So if you ever see anything about Lewiston Strong, that is because of the bowling alley that got shot up, as well as Smeggy's, the bar that got shot up.
Now, what was the motivation behind shooting up the bowling alley?
It was something to do with a girlfriend, something with a guy and his girlfriend, and he just lost his shit. But that caused an extreme heightened sense of insecurity around here. So people already are not going to like our big park. It's called Kennedy Park in Lewiston. It has now been taken over by immigrants. The homeless population lives there. The amount of I own a barber shop. There is a homeless population that has been behind there. And these are all things that necessarily don't say this is an immigrant causing this problem, but the reality is the housing shortage here and the amount of money that they are charging because of the economy and what they know they can get from the government is now forcing regular Maine citizens to not be able to live up to those standards as what the government would be giving them. So the landlords are choosing immigrants over residents.
You know, there's some of the things I've been talking about here on this channel. The name of the channel is The Urban Landlord. I'm John Galt. We talk about immigration quite a bit here. And that's one of the things that I've been pointing out is that the government behind, putting the support behind the migrants is going to really price out a lot of the Native Americans. And you seem to be more or less expressing that. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that last part? I was just writing down the name of your channel. I was listening, but I didn't fully hear the full question.
It's The Urban Landlord. And what you're describing is what, I've talked about here or predicted here a bit is that the government is giving so much subsidies and money to these migrants that they're pricing out Native Americans.
Absolutely. It's just it's food shortage. It's everything down to just needs, food banks, clothing banks, things like that are just all taxed, and everything is just so high right now that there's no replenishing. So I just feel like this town has just become so depleted, and I feel that. When I go to Walmart, 10 years ago, when I went to Walmart, I would see, a variety of people. And now I go to Walmart, I still see a large variety of people, but minority is Maine residents, which is really kind of interesting because you look around and you see Haitians, you see Mexicans, you see Somalians, and I love that. I love that Maine is diverse. I love that. But there has to be a cap on this at some point, and because they are a protected community, they never get anywhere with any punishment. There was a group of teens that set a building on fire, I think it was last year, and they set it from the outside. So a man on the second or the third floor had to jump and he died. And when they went to court, the judge had said, I don't feel that they knew really what they were doing. They're they don't speak English. It's like, no, right from wrong, So it's just, there are these types of situations like that come up where us Mainers don't have a right to say anything. And I'm not just talking Somalians, I'm talking every ethnicity out there.
Well, which group would you say is causing the biggest problem? You say the Somalis attacked your daughter.
In the state of Maine, the biggest problem would be Somalis.
Is it just the violence, the criminality of the Somalis is higher than the rest of the groups?
Absolutely. They have actually taken over streets to where you don't even go down those streets. Just last week, the amount of gunshots and the shootings that in Maine at this point that have increased is crazy. It is so, if you ever have some extra time, go ahead and research the criminal activity in Maine 10, 20 years ago versus now. Every single night there is a shooting here. It's like Chicago, and it was never like this. I've been a Mainer. I'm originally from Hartford, Connecticut, and I grew up in Bristol, Connecticut, but I moved up to Maine when I was 9. And so I can consider myself a Mainer at 40 years old. And I have never in my life, and we moved up from Maine to Maine because they put bars on the windows in the projects that I grew up in. So we moved up here because it was a safer environment. And now I have a 22-year-old and I also have a 13-year-old, and my 13-year-old was attacked. And now we're looking at how the hell do we get out of here? You know, like everything's so expensive, we're almost trapped. You know, the housing market, and what do? You just continue to just keep staying in it and just protecting yourself. I carry my taser with me. There's such a heightened sense of insecurity, of unsafety and unsecurity.
John, did she say she carries her pistol with her?
And going into a regular
Taser.
grocery store anymore.
So you carry a taser, but you don't carry like a pistol or anything?
I don't carry a pistol. We do have them, but I do not carry them now.
Have you considered carrying one? We have someone from Texas. We have a couple people
carrying one, and so being the owner of a barbershop, and it is just me. It's just me that does all the cutting. I do all the work. You walk in the door, it's me. That's the only person that's in that building, and I'm a female, and there are times where I felt uncomfortable, but I also don't know. I'm scared of like, what if I did it at the wrong time and then I get in trouble for killing somebody?
like if you shot a migrant, you probably would be in trouble. You know, the government would look at you like a hate crime.
Exactly. You are exactly correct about that. You are. That is how things in this town get switched. So if I've been, you know, all my friends on my Facebook are my friends. So when I posted that Charlotte got attacked, you know, if you went through the comments, you will see everybody here is like, you know, I'm really sorry this happened. I hope you press charges. But like everything else with that community in this town, it's just going to get pushed aside and nothing's going to happen.
More than 20 people.
Do you think people are scared to speak out because of you seeing their government backed, and I guess you could say they are a minority?
Absolutely. This town, because we are a sanctuary city, our governor, Janet Mills, has really dipped her fingers into all the money that she can possibly get, whether it's for COVID, whether it's for the refugees, whether it's for whatever. She is constantly pulling money and, you know, trying to make it seem like she's doing great, but really what she's doing is putting our state under. And none of us feel like, or anybody that I talk to feel that it's a Maine state anymore, you know?
What do you feel like it is?
I feel like we are, sometimes I feel like we're in a third world country, to be honest.
Wow.
The way that the town is kept, the way that the places are kept, and the things that they are allowed to happen, or the things that you just see. And like, I almost feel that like if you went down into the ghetto, it's literally like a third world country.
I saw a reporting of where a man said that housing, they are allowed to live, you know, 20, 30 to a house. Is that true? And hold on for one question. You have a question, HB?
Oh no, I was just gonna ask: what has it been like at her barbershop? Has she gotten any like migrant clients?
Are you cutting any of the migrants' hair?
Let me see. I actually, last year, I had a white van pull up to the barbershop. A couple Mexicans got out, and he came in, and on his phone, he had a translator and was like, "Can you cut my hair?" And I was like, kind of scared at first because I really didn't know. You know, you see the white van. I'm like, I don't even know if these are the immigrants. Are they going to try and like kidnap me? Like, I don't freaking know. You know, I watch a lot of news.
Right.
So, you know, I was really unsafe and uneasy, and I didn't have any openings at that point. I had one for the next day, and so they were coming back for the next day. And I remember coming home and talking to my boyfriend and saying like, hey, these guys came in, and, you know, they're Mexicans in a white van, and I definitely feel like they're immigrants. And like, I'm feeling unsettled and uncomfortable just like cutting their hair, because everything I hear about, you know, the rapes, the murders, the abductions, the killings, you know, I'm not trying to die today. So, you know, I did take them as a client because I'm not going to be, you know, overly judgmental. But, you know, I made sure that my boyfriend knew like when they were coming, and like, if I don't call you in an hour, come get me. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So, you know, it's like that type of environment here.
Are you going to send your daughter? What is Is that your boyfriend's daughter? Do you share? Is that his daughter or stepdaughter?
Yeah, it's his stepdaughter.
Okay. I was gonna say things get hairy. They beat up his biological daughter. Maybe Harry anyway. Are you gonna send your daughter back to that school with the Haitians?
Well, that's a discussion we're having right now. Yeah, my boyfriend actually just walked in, and I'm just gonna tell him real quick on the phone. A gentleman contact. What's your name again?
John Galt at the Urban Landlord here.
Say that again.
John Galt.
Speakerphone.
John Galt at the Urban Landlord on YouTube.
And you on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And you found me how?
We were just Googling like barbershops and salons, and I saw your name come up, and you're the only one that's been willing to talk. I guess you have a reason to talk.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, and so my boyfriend, we feel the exact same about, so he called me and asked how I felt about the immigration in our town. And if I had any inputs or any questions, any answers. So I've just been talking and answering with him, but I thought maybe you might like to get involved on the conversation.
Yeah, we would love to hear him. Yeah, if he has a point of view.
Yeah, well, the immigration is absolutely overwhelming. That's for sure. On every level.
Did we lose him?
Yeah, I think he broke up.
Cool.
Oh, there we go.
One of the, some of the first immigration starting with the city being labeled a sanctuary city. It was right around that time frame when that went into effect. So, I've kind of lived through the changes of this place. I was born in this town.
John, can you ask them what made them want to vote for a sanctuary city?
The middle. He went to Lewiston Middle, and our daughter goes to Lewiston Middle.
What made the people in the audience want to know what made your city become a sanctuary city?
I'm not 100% sure on that. I don't know if that was done at the state level or if that was just decided by, the local politicians. But I don't know. I don't know. To me, a little bit charities, and I'm a Christian personally. But I know that the Catholic charities, have had their hands in a lot of it.
There we go.
A lot of immigration. I absolutely definitely appreciate immigration just on a legal level. Some of my best friends, and actually my best friend really that I've ever met in my life was from Togo, West Africa, and French colony, French speaking nation. And he was Christian himself. And he's just honestly one of the most amazing, unique human beings I've ever met in my life. And he came over here, legally, got his green card, and he actually did he fled civil war that was going on in Togo. I mean, it was very legitimate reasons. And I think most Americans would agree with that, the best strength of our country is the diversity. But when it's forced upon a nation, history has shown it just can't hold, it can't sustain. And religion definitely plays a big part in it. And as they've tried to pull, God out of, the schools by the Pledge of Allegiance, eliminating that in some schools, and the values and the fabric of the communities are just eroding. And it's obvious, it's not even something you hear about on TV. It's something you literally see, hear, smell, and feel every day. And it's wow, you're literally watching the degradation of a beautiful, spot, a beautiful city, a beautiful state, a beautiful country.
Can you give us some examples of what you mean, in your day to day?
So if we were to go to the laundromat, say my wash machine broke down and I had to go to the laundromat. The laundromats are overwhelmed with them washing rugs, washing the weirdest stuff, and none of them are they all smell bad. I don't know why, but just they're not very clean in the ghetto part of the town. So,
they stink.
Yeah, now, we've heard that before.
They stink.
Yeah.
Another lady that we talked to in, I can't remember if it was Springfield or Charleroi, she said they would just be sitting on her front porch. People just sit on her porch, just out of the blue.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a Lewiston recreation department here too. That's also adjacent to the middle school, and it's been a building that has been standing there for generations, and it's had renovations with like all new basketball courts. There's boxing that goes on underneath in the cellar. There's been things of that nature, like that's been a fabric for a community. And to be honest with you, FEMA has set up a whole thing in that place, and it's like inaccessible. There used to be a teen center there. It was a big staple for like the middle school kids to just walk across the parking lot and go spend time there. That's another example of where the community, is being hurt in that sense. You drive past it, and it's just like you see federal officials out there and FEMA signs, and you can't even walk. This is crazy.
So you say space is more or less being ceded to the migrants. The public space has been given to the migrants, more or less.
Here you see it all over TV too. I mean, it's probably even worse than in other cities. I really do feel for people. Like the real urban environments, the people that they want to claim to always help are the people that they're constantly disadvantaging. You see it on TV, you read it in articles all the time that local people in Maine, they're losing access to certain things for these kids to go do because the buildings are being filled and they're housing migrants there, and it's unbelievable, honestly.
Several families to want to.
Let's be honest. Like, have they ever really came up with a plan? Like, when will it stop? You know what I mean? Until like we actually really, hopefully get to the ballot box and make correct votes. But I mean, at this point, to me, it's intentional.
What would be the intent in your mind?
In my personal opinion,
yeah,
it's to hold on to power. I believe in the Constitution wholeheartedly. My favorite subject growing up was always history and social studies, and to me, I think the Constitution, the people that wrote that, our founding fathers, did so well in writing it. I just don't understand how it always has to be battled. I really do feel that, every American does have their freedoms, and I think they just gaslight people into thinking that they don't, which also causes issues.
So I don't know if you answered your stepdaughter. Are you sending her back to the school?
That's something that she wants to go back. She wants to go back, so I've spoke with the principal yesterday and laid out, my daughter deserves to go to school and have an education in a safe environment. That really needs to be held up to the standard at that point. So they agreed that, there won't be any crossings over or whatnot, but
what do you mean they're not going to be in the crossing over? They're going to keep the people separated?
Keep them separate, not in the school and whatnot, but being so they ride the bus, so somebody's not going to be able to ride the bus, and she's probably not going to want to ride the bus, so now I might be forced to bring her to school and pick her up, and being the only person that cuts, in my shop, that means I got to close out my schedule, and it's effective on a lot of.
I want to get back to a little bit of what I said about it being intentional.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sure.
I think they're creating, such division. I think the whole thing is intentional. My daughter comes home, and I know I stated to you about my other friend, but I have grown up with most of my friends growing up were of different race than me. So a lot of them, their parents were mixed. You know what I mean, or whatnot. But I've always, because I played sports, so I was more involved. There's just more of a melting pot when you're playing sports. And what I'm getting at with the intentionalness is, even with the education department, some of the stuff that my daughter comes home and says is kind of just unbelievable. The things that they're reading and stuff, and a lot of it is really overly empowering one side.
Like what? What do you mean?
Like, for instance, there's just like when you walk down the hallways, you see gay banners, gay flags, gay pride. There's Black Lives Matters movements, and I'm more of the belief of all lives matter. I just don't. To me, that's just like, I don't know. They're promoting they're almost like empowering the people to be able to do the things that they want to do, which can be negative, and to think that they have a right to do it because they've been scorned, for decades past or whatever. But I just don't think that that's the right approach to the education system at all. I just really think that they're creating a lot of division. That's really what they want.
They just taught all of the 7th and 8th graders in the school how to administer Narcan, and every child left with like 4 bottles of Narcan. So
What? Yo, say that one more time. In the 7th grade.
Yes, let me say that. Let me say this. I'm actually a recovered opiate addict. I actually turned my life around, and I've been clean for a long time, and I ain't never even seen Narcan or held it in my life. And I had a good 10-year period of my life in my late teens and into my 20s where, that was a big part of my life. I made it come around full circle, way better for it now. But it was appalling to me. Yeah, like you said in the 7th grade, it's like, whose life are they supposed to put in their hands to save? Like, what are they even thinking? And to me, it's just, what it's doing is it's desensitizing them. So, like, when I was in that grade, I was taught about marijuana, cigarettes, alcohol. I know fentanyl is prevalent, and all that stuff. But they're teaching them about the harder drugs. They're giving them Narcan to go home with. They're squirting it all over the school buses.
Yeah, my daughter came home and said that kids were just squirted in their faces in school. I called the school and had a conversation with the principal and expressed that, putting the responsibilities of a child to save an adult for their own choices, and that maybe that child maybe that person doesn't come back, is something that can be extremely harmful to a child,
John, ask her, do they think that they are subconsciously trying to get their kids to do heroin?
I just feel like if they could send COVID tests to everybody's house in the United States, then why can't they send Narcan to everybody's house and have the parent be the one to decide on whether or not they want their child to know how to use it?
We have a question for you. Someone just asked a question kind of tangential to what you're saying. Do you think they're trying to ease the children into drug addiction by, as you said, they could just easily send in Narcan to your home like a COVID test and let you decide on what to do with your children?
That's it. I feel like they're trying to take away the parents' rights over, choices and things like that. My kid could go to school and she could be a cat if she wanted to, and they will all accept that she's a cat. But coming home, she's Charlotte. So there's just a lot of craziness in the government that is all nothing is really. Yeah, it's all intentional.
Think about it. It's like, why would they want these things to occur? Well, it's intentional, and that's what I was leading to with the Constitution. I believe it was such a well-written document that, and not to get political or not, but one side likes to attack the document all the time because they would have nothing else to run on.
Which side do you think that is? Which side are you referring to?
It's the Democrat side, to be honest with you.
Okay.
100%.
All right. So you think the Democrats are attacking the Constitution?
Yes, I do. For instance, Kamala Harris wants to get rid of the filibuster just to get the Roe v. Wade passed back through, so it's federal law of the land. But to be honest with you, it's a more free situation when those things are left up to the state. It gives Americans the ability to decide, like, hey, maybe this state's laws aren't as good for me. Why don't we look to move to a better state that suits us best? Like, why not? Why are you eliminating options for people? But I just feel like they create chaos and then they try to sell you a solution. And if you just open your eyes to that, it's been more obvious than not in the last 10 to 12 years that, they like to create the division. They chaos. When they keep us divided as a whole, as a nation, that's the only way that they can hold on to power. Because when we unite as a country, just as we did right after the 9/11 attacks, and I got my whole thoughts on those too. But after the 9/11 attacks, the whole nation unified, and that's when we're at our strongest. You know, they don't want to empower the people. I don't see any of their policies.
So then that way you
And like
rely on them.
And I'm the type that does believe that certain social services are absolutely institutional to the function of our society, such as Social Security. I mean, people are getting older and retired now. You know, things are different. You know, people aren't dying in their 30s and 40s like they were in the early 1900s. So, like, things of that nature, 100%. I'm not like a full-blown right-wing person. You know what I mean? You can be in the middle a little bit on certain things like that. But I just think the social services, they know what they're doing.
Hey, let me ask you this question. We got a comment in the audience said Trump came to Portland, Maine last August. Is that right? And he singled out the Somali community for causing a lot of crime. Is that true? Do you remember that?
I can't say that I do remember that.
Okay. How do you guys lean politically? Has this immigration changed the way that you lean politically?
For me, no. I don't lean politically different because my eyes are open to it. Like, I voted, my first ever vote was for Barack Obama. And I didn't vote the second time around because I kind of like, once I got
there you go.
realized, man, the American dream is just not what we were taught. It's not obtainable. So I kind of like took a step back, and then I like started doing my own research, using my own intuition, and I felt a little way about it. And so since that time, maybe 2010, 2012 time, you know,
my bad.
Way politically. Now, I do believe there's both sides of the aisle. There's corruption everywhere. Me personally, I'm a Donald Trump supporter more than I would consider myself a Republican. I am just I see something in that man, and I voted for him the first time. About what he does and not what he says, and what he does has done more to help the areas that the Democrats say they're trying to help than any other president in recent modern times. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't changed politically. I've been more. I've become more convicted. I'll say that in my beliefs as this immigration has happened.
John asked, "What about the girlfriend?" Yeah, there we go.
Do you want? I have a client at the barbershop that I have to go cut, so I have to leave my house right now. And he's got to go. He just got out of work, so I have to go in. It's my phone, so he's gonna have to say goodbye. I can continue talking to him until I go to work, but he's driving, but he has to go.
Well, make sure you share with him the this YouTube stream, and he can always jump on anytime from a computer for a phone, and we'll make you guys our featured panelists. We want to hear more about what's happening in your town.
Yeah,
we'd love to hear more. Yeah.
That's awesome.
And so,
and
go ahead.
I'm just gonna make sure I have it written down correctly. It's the urban landlord.
Yeah, I can text you at this number if you like it.
That would be great. Perfect. Yes.
This is your cell phone right here?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Is this your cell phone right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll text it to you when we get off the call, because I have to run as well, so I'm gonna have to take my phone, so this call will end and the people won't be able to hear it. But we would definitely like to call you back as it gets closer to the election. Any other questions, guys, before we let them go?
Yeah, ask her Kamala or Trump.
I think we know the answer to this. Kamala or
Okay.
Trump for you guys?
Oh, you know, baby. We're Trump over here all the way.
Trump all the way.
Can I ask what your guys' thought and opinion on it all is?
On the panel right now, about what, immigration or what are you referring to? Immigration?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I wish I could be up on the panel.
Yeah. Tell her. I think.
Hold on, let me see if I can get the phone connected. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Send them all back.
Hello. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, I can hear her.
You can hear her?
I can hear you. No, I can't hear her. I wonder if she.
Okay, let me see. What the hell's going on?
Yeah,
with this
tell her
thing?
to give us a testing 1 2 1 2.
Can you say testing 1 2 1 2?
2 test 1.
Can you hear her now? Can you hear her?
Yeah, I can hear her.
Yeah,
I
we can hear her.
Oh
I
shit!
don't
Okay,
think
I
she can
figured
hear.
it out.
I don't
Can
think
you?
she can hear. I don't think she can hear us though. Tell us if she can
She
hear
can
us.
she can hear everyone. She said she can hear everyone.
Oh, she can hear us. Oh, well, yeah. Tell her. Hey, good afternoon, and definitely those Somalians for some reason they don't like to shower. It's like a very kind of strong. It's like a you know how like earwax smells? It's like that. It's really strong and pungent.
Kind of.
Freedom chips.
Yeah.
I'm not being like. I'm sorry to, I'm not being like. I'm just. It seems to be if you ask anybody in the state if they have, everybody's gonna say yes. So I don't know if the special oil's on or what it is. So I know that we sounded extremely ignorant on my end. I kind of got out of all the things I said. That's probably the stupidest thing I said.
No, that's
But
fine.
It's the truth,
Now,
And
let me ask you this question, man. Do you think they would ever assimilate into Lewiston?
Please explain.
Do you think they would ever effectively assimilate into Lewiston, Maine, like the Somalis?
What does that mean?
Do you
What
do you assimilate? Do you think they'll ever, just incorporate themselves into Lewiston, where they're not attacking people? Well, I mean, where they're not attacking people.
So it's interesting because if you go with any of the elder Somali community, they handle their stuff. Like they will go and like line up those kids and get them in running order. Like it's interesting because the elders are like, but they're the elders that originally came here were, we're talking 25, 30 years ago. Well, I don't say 30, I'd say 25 years ago. They were the originals, and now they're starting to kind of die off. And as I don't mean that in a bad way, goddamn Heather. So they're starting to fade away. Yeah, that's okay. So you know what I mean?
Yeah, let me tell you a funny story. I've been to Ethiopia before, and which is really close to Somalia, and kind of like what you're talking about. Some little boys tried to pickpocket me. You have like a sweatshirt with the pocket, like the kangaroo pocket in the front. And the old men chased them down with like sticks and like baton type thing. You just like they were going to punish them right there on the spot. And I think that, when you don't punish them right there on the spot, you're waiting on the government to do it. And if the government doesn't do it, they don't really understand that the way that, say, Americans do.
Absolutely correct. That's exactly what is going on here in this city, is exactly that. And that's why I feel that, anything ever gets done about any of it. If I were to show you the video of, the girl, one video that was sent to me, because I'm not allowed to see the videos. I'm not allowed to know who the girls are or the parents.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
It's privacy. They're not allowed to release their names and stuff like their privacy. And I told them they lost that privacy when they decided to put hands on my daughter. And as a public school, I'm a taxpayer. So how am I not able to see what I pay for?
Were these men? Were these boys Somalis? Were these boys and girls that attacked your daughter?
Girls.
Oh, girls. Okay.
Girls. Yeah.
What was the reasoning? Do you know what the reasoning behind it was?
One of the girls, it was really kind of stupid. There, three of them were volleyball. 2 girls and 1 boy were in volleyball, and somebody said, one of the boys said that my daughter and them were dating, and my daughter said, "Hey, I'm telling people we're going up," and she was like, "Okay," and that's what it was. And then her and her friend were talking, and then the Somali girl stood up and, "Were you talking about me?" And my daughter's like, "No," and I don't even know who you are. And she said something about like, you shut the fuck up or something like that. Excuse my language.
and sat down. And the girl across from her said, who was also Somali, said, I would have slapped the bitch. So the girl literally got up and just started swinging at my daughter.
Mm.
And then the girl sitting in the seat with her also started hitting my daughter in the back of the head. And then they also say that people behind were hitting her in the head. So it's like...
Do you think it was race related?
No, I don't. I did kind of feel like this was something that was set up, because I only have one video that I've been able to see, but the officer told me that there were several videos, and he saw everything from like the beginning to before the first punch. And I said, well, that's interesting, because how would everybody already have their phone out recording if this wasn't a setup? And he said, well, I believe what happened is that the kids heard them starting to kind of yell or something, and then that's when the kids started taking the phones out. But I don't know.
Were the kids punished? Were the kids that attacked your daughter punished?
They won't tell me. They won't tell me what their consequences was. All I was able to get for information was that my daughter did absolutely nothing wrong other than defend herself, And I said, well, I did see my daughter get a few good swings in there. Because, they pulled her head, they grabbed her by the hair and pulled her head down, and she had her backpack on, and they pushed her head down, and the seats are only so big before the next seat in front of you.
Right.
So it was being, bent over, pushed into that front seat, and then they were just smashing her in the head, and she was just swinging her arms up over from like the back and around.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's like I don't know what or why they chose to do this, and I don't know why the girls jumped. Another one decided to hit her for shits and giggles. And that's the kind of thing that happens. And it's just like what I was talking about earlier in Kennedy Park in Lewiston, Maine. About 10 years ago, there was a gentleman who had got murdered because a group of Somalians had ganged up on him with pipes and 2x4s and bricks and smashed him in the head and killed him. So unfortunately, that is believe, nobody got any serious sentences. So it's as though every major thing that happens here in this community that has to deal with those types of incidences never really get handled. And I just don't know, are they scared? Like, do they, why? Why?
Any other questions there?
My bad. I'm not laughing at that. I just saw a dog pooping in the middle of the street. Nah, man, it's one of those things though, John. It's, with it being a sanctuary city, I really feel like it's really out of it's kind of really out of her hand. I don't even think you can really vote against this anymore. Can you vote against?
It's overtaken. It's too overtaken. It's too overtaken at this point.
I mean, you can vote to change it, but it's just a matter of, are you guys are y'all like working together actively as a community to try to get the sanctuary status taken or changed?
In the beginning there was. So in the beginning, when it first was all beginning to happen, but the ending results were zero consequences. So, it just it became the way of life as Maine's label. So.
Do you plan on moving?
Should be.
Do you plan on moving from there?
We actually have been talking about not moving from here, but moving more into like a country setting. Yes.
Okay. Is that because of the migrant issue?
It's because of that. It's because of the unsafety, the things, the shootings, the crimes. My barbershop was broken into last year. It wasn't by an immigrant, but it was by a homeless person. It's getting to be a bit much here. So, overwhelming.
It seems like a nice little town.
Yeah.
A little small
If you
city.
look there, we're on some of the lists there. As like the top best town in the state of Maine or best retirement places, and we're like, are you kidding me? Like, it's not where you want to retire, believe me. So yeah.
I remember when
But,
they first started sending Somalis to Maine, and now you're getting like overrun with them. Are they on the city council yet?
Yes. Yes.
I can only
Doctor's
imagine.
offices,
So you said that
everything.
so you have Somalis on your city council.
Yes.
And what is their mindset on the council?
They've run for placements here. Whether it's I'm not exactly sure which ones are what they are. At the moment I haven't really.
But I imagine they're
do
very
know that
pro
we
Somali,
have-
right? You're very pro Somali, I would imagine, right?
I mean, no. I mean, I just don't feel that the behaviors that are being taught by that or continuing. I'm for human as human, but you got to act right.
Well, it has been great having Heather, correct?
Yeah, Heather.
Thank you, Heather. Heather, this is
If you're
John.
ever in Lewiston, Maine, you can stop on in at Proper Cuts and come get a haircut.
Proper cuts, definitely.
Thank you, Heather, for talking to us.
Oh, someone wants to know, do you have any Somali customers?
I used to. Yeah, I used to. He was an elder at a different barbershop that I used to work before I owned mine. I used to. And I always, he talked to me. He told me all kinds of things, about his family back home. And he came here to work to get, to bring his family here. And he was slowly bringing them over. And, that's great. That's how it's supposed to be.
Why do you think that's great?
Why
do you think that's great?
Well, as a child of an immigrant, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my daddy looking for a better life. My dad was born in 1933 in Kent, England, and that's where the bombings and everything was happening because that's where the ports were. So, had my dad not come to America after my grandparents were my grandfather was a Mason, and they're very strict and all that other good stuff. So my dad wanted to be a free bird, and my dad was a hippie and loved the life of flowers and happiness, and wanted a different life. And he came here for that, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. My barbershop is all red, white, and blue. I love America.
Have you ever thought about going to Somalia to visit?
No, but I mean, I wouldn't mind going to see what eye for where they have been. I'm more about like people being in people's shoes.
Are you familiar with Somalia at all?
No.
Have you ever been to Africa? Have you ever traveled? Like, what's
I've
the
been
first?
to England.
You've been to England, okay. Anywhere else?
No.
You never been to Africa anyway, okay. Yeah, Somalia is a very different place. It is a very different place, different people.
Yeah, I don't cast judgment upon that. You know what I mean? Like that has nothing. Yeah, so.
Magic dirt over here is magic dirt. You ever heard that term before, Heather?
Speaking with you.
Heather, you ever heard that term before? Magic dirt?
No, I haven't.
People that think that Somali can come here and he just become an American, like magic dirt. Like there's magic dirt.
Yeah, exactly.
Heather, you have to jump back on. Let us know how it turns out with your daughter. Hope she gets better. Hope you find a better school. Or maybe they put the Somalis out of the school so your daughter can go there in peace. You pay your tax dollars.
I would love to put her in a private school, but those are expensive too. So. Yeah, you guys have a great day.
We hope you subscribe to the stream and come back anytime.
I will. I'll check it out tonight when I get out of work.
You've been a great guest. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was spur of the moment. I'm sorry about that, guys, if I interrupted you.
Wow. Nah, man, John, my day's been fucked up, man. Not bad, though. Not in a bad way. Just all types of shit. I got a new truck.
Can you hear me?
I got stuck.
Okay, I was
stuck.
Yeah.
Oh man, it was crazy. But nah, this is, man, in Maine. I didn't even think
Who thinks about Maine?
Yeah, I didn't even think there was any black folks or
In Maine.
anybody in Maine. Yeah, I didn't think. I thought that was like the state where, you know, white people could be safe. It was in Maine. That was the one state. You know,
They've been
that and like
bringing
North
that-
Dakota.
I think Obama started bringing the Somalis to Maine back in the day. That's why she was saying, you know, they've been there for quite a while.
Yeah.
And as you can see, they bring their family members. Who the hell want to leave their family member in Somalia?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the stuff that I was posting. So whenever Obama became president, and Maine was a heavy Republican stronghold at one point, but whenever Obama was running, he became president. And whenever he became president, what I was reading, like as I was posting stuff in the chat, he brought thousands of them. And beforehand, Maine was the whole state, it was 95% white. Like it was super white. They have more Somalians there than they do actual Black Americans.
Wow.
So, I mean,
yeah.
I'd be having to get up out of there.
Well, you know what's interesting, and again, you know, we've been told that diversity is great. You know, like it's great, you know, more the better. Different languages for my children to learn and hear. And in the abstract, you're right. You know, it probably is good to have all these different people here, you know, contributing to blah blah blah, you know, peace and harmony, kumbaya and all that shit. But it, you know, down on the street level where people are living, like these are some serious cultural clashes.
Yeah.
You know, that white girl probably never been fighting like that in her life. And that's fighting people who really throwing blows, you know.
Yeah.
Man, that's, you know, it's very interesting.
Yeah, they could have killed her.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think it's just because I'm a Texan, so it's not that, but like the way that she just described her life, it sounds very scary to me, and I don't understand why she wouldn't carry a pistol. You know?
Anybody walking in the barbershop and just, you know, do anything, you know, she ain't there by herself.
Yeah, like have it with you at your job, you know, at least, because like what if somebody come, like I wouldn't want anything to happen to her.
A taser ain't gonna work in that Maine weather. When it's cold, they got big ass puffy coats on. You damn have to shoot them in the face for a taser to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, the face. Yeah.
You know, it's good luck with that. Right.
I think too though, you know, she's probably not the type of person that would want to shoot somebody in the face.
I mean, you know, you better be a good shot.
Yeah. But I mean, just you know, most women aren't. You know, if you really,
most women aren't
know,
what?
If it really comes down to it, most women aren't gonna shoot somebody in the face, John. You know, they're not just gonna blast somebody.
Yeah, a lot of them will. Women that go shoot and that have experience, really good experience with guns, if it comes down to a life or death situation, a woman is not. She's gonna try to get you up out of there.
Push, we're not talking about you though. We're talking about this white lady in Maine.
I believe they will pull that trigger. Life come down to it for sure.
I'm just thinking, like out in Maine, that's like a huge country where they do. I'm not country, a state where they do a whole lot of hunting.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, you know, those girls are really good. Like I'm really good at shooting a pistol. Like, you know, these girls are good with like shotguns. You know, rifles, like they can take an animal out, and you know they do a lot of target practice and stuff like that out there.
Have you been to Maine?
I've been hunting in Maine before. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's like again, you know, it's one of those things. You know, she talked about shootings and shit. You know, that's probably normal in Chicago and places like that. But it's probably not very normal where she lives.
Yeah.
And all her life, well, you know, for the last few years, she's probably been able to work more or less solo in a you know, barbershop or whatever. And now you got to learn about violence, which is like not even second nature to you in this little town. And so anyway, you know, changing the way of life for people, man.
So while you were talking to her, and you told me how you were telling me to pull up stuff about Maine, so I was trying to pull up what she was saying, and she was talking about an instance where there were three Somalian kids that set a building on fire. So I pulled it up, and then I went back to go look and see, and there were more stories about Somalian kids setting buildings on fire. So over the course from 2021 to currently 2024, they've had over 30 arsons just in Lewiston, Maine, where these kids, every single one that I looked at, they were all Somalian kids, and they set these buildings on fire. Is that not crazy?
This is why I say you can't put them out, Portia. If they're setting buildings on fire, they're not even being threatened to be put out. Imagine you start going trying around them, man, they're gonna be setting everything on fire. It'd be frightening out here. What they do is where they set shit on fire. No, it's Detroit where they set shit on fire.
Yeah, that's Devil's Night. Devil's Night. You said Fright Night.
That's a real thing in Detroit.
All right, you can't round them up. It's too late.
Yeah, it's too late.
They set people on fire in Detroit. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
Halloween.
Yeah. The day after Halloween. Yeah, they burned down all the abandoned buildings and stuff.
Community revitalization.
You know, I thought the most interesting, not the most interesting, the whole interview was interesting, but when she said those Latinos came into her shop and she was worried that they were gonna rape her. I was just like, man, I don't know if I could do anything if I thought somebody was gonna rape me, you know? Like for her to still cut hair. Now, that's brutal, man. You don't even feel safe.
I think we've seen kind of the same trend is that like you can take in some migrants. Some of them are able to come over here and, you know, assimilate, start little businesses. But there are certain groups that can't. And you know, the Somalis, the Haitians, I mean, like they just are not capable of sustaining large numbers of themselves. And it spills out into the community and the crime and the violence, the uncivilized behavior. You know, you didn't hear her complain. That's why I said, well, which group is the worst? She said it's clearly by far the Somalis.
Yeah.
Right? They have no skills. Right? Look at the country. It's fucking in shambles, right? That's all they can do is tear shit down.
Yes. It's horrible over there. Like, so yeah, I'm not surprised at the young kids. You know, I was I don't think you were on. This was when I was like getting on real early one day, and this Somalian walked up to me, and this like he smelled like shit. He smelled terrible, and he asked me if I had a printer in my truck. A printer. I don't know what the hell. I don't know if he just got over here or what, but I don't know, man. Just something ain't right with them people, man. Them Somalians. I don't know what's wrong with them. Just the fact that he felt so comfortable walking over, asking if I had a printer.
Yeah, I think I remember that. In your truck. Yeah, I think I remember that.
Yeah, he smelled terrible too, man. He smelled so bad. It's like different too than like the hillbillies who just stop showering. Like they smell like shit too. But the Somali, you said what?
Probably their diet. You know what I mean? Like maybe they're eating I don't know, some, you know, curry or some shit. You know, this shit might come out in this, you know, what kind of spices or something. I don't know.
I just got a feeling they don't. I got a feeling they don't wash too though.
They fuck around and beat up the wrong person's daughter, man. You're gonna see a lot of people get hurt, man. Like that shit can really set someone off. You know, like if that would have been that man's biological daughter, he might have responded a whole lot differently. You know, you never know. Very interesting.
Yeah, but I think the fact that they're a sanctuary city, I think those types of people, like respect to them, because I definitely have a lot of sympathy. But if your city is willing to vote to be a sanctuary city, I don't think there's anything that you can do with those types of people. Like it could be, you know, it could be like the worst case scenario, and they're still not going to do what needs to be done with those Somalian people, because ultimately they don't want to look like they're racist, even though it's not a race thing, it's a culture. You know, they kept saying it, talking about all the black people they know. It's like, bro, come on, man. We know y'all not racist. And even if you are, so what? Who cares?
At this point, so what? That is true. And very interesting.
It is very interesting.
Lewiston, Maine's another Springfield like Ohio type place, but nicer. It seems. Water. It looked like it's on the water.
It's probably thousands. It's probably thousands of these places out there in America. Like thousands of these towns we don't even know about. I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. That's for sure. You know, it's crazy. I called a few people before they would even respond. You know, which is a variant. You know, most people would hang up in your face. You know.
Wow, they didn't even want to talk.
Not at all.
Yeah. Yeah. See, that's probably why they're in the situation, man. A lot of people are just, you know, I don't know, man. That's why it's hard to feel really. I feel sympathy for them because at least they kind of woke up to what's really going on. But a lot of people, they're not gonna really understand until those Somalians are in their living room, you know, making their wives, you know, get freaky with them.
Well, you're already doing some raping.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This shit. Hey, you know, I think like boiling the frog, man. Like the prices keep going up. You know it's the immigration. You know it's this or that, but you can't really. You know, what do you do, right? The housing prices go up. What do you do? Is it everything just moving at one time? And it's just like, what do you fight? You know, like it's just a hard. Because you're expecting your government to stop this, and they're not stopping it. So what do you do? Like, damn, I don't know what the hell to do.
Yeah, you gotta move.
Pull it up right now, but whenever I get back, while y'all were talking, I pulled up an article out of Lewistown, and it was 5 different Somalians, and they had an article talking about why they are voting for Trump, and how, you know, since they've been here, you know, since with Obama, and they've been here, all of the benefits that they've got, and how they've basically been able to create their own infrastructure out there. So what they said was that now in 2024, and since Biden has been president, more and more and more Somalians are coming to Lewistown, Maine, and other immigrants, Hispanics, Haitians, all these different people are coming to Lewistown, and they don't believe that they should get all of these resources to assimilate into the culture of Lewistown, which I thought was very funny because that's what they got.
Yeah, hypocrites.
But the Somalians, there's 5 different Somalians, and they said that they don't want the immigrants over there now to stay, and they want them to get out. He wants Trump to get them out because it's not fair that they're losing their benefits now that they're naturalized citizens and they pay taxes. They don't believe it's fair for these people to get what they're getting. And I'm like, you know, that's funny. You know, you got it.
You can once you become a sanctuary city though, I don't know the rules, but I think it's like it's kind of like the Scarlet Letter. It's over. You're a sanctuary city. You got to deal with the consequences of that.
At least people aren't going to be for turning their own people away. That shit ain't gonna happen.
Yeah,
it may be like, hey, you don't want nobody else coming, but my people, that's cool. You know.
No, they said their own. These were Somalians. They said their own people. That's why I thought it was funny. Somalians who wrote, like, somebody interviewed them 5 different Somalians that came over here as refugees from Somalia whenever Obama became president. And so they're saying now with the influx of refugees that are coming over there now, they don't like it because they pay taxes, they have businesses, they have to deal with all of this crime, blah, blah, blah. And they don't think that they should get citizenship, or they don't think that they should be here. So they're voting for Trump. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I thought it was crazy when I was reading it. I was like, this is insane. But going back to the whole sanctuary city thing, I'm curious to know how you rectify that and how hard it is, because Mayor Eric Adams was looking into taking sanctuary status away from New York. Now he's,
indicted. Yeah. So that might be that might be what happens when you try to overturn it. You get indicted.
Yeah. So I guess you may be right there, HB. You're done. Because I'm thinking like there has to be a way, but then I'm like, I just thought about it. Like,
I think
Yeah, I don't know,
you go
man.
that far,
if you
if you go that far and say you want to be a sanctuary city, that's like you got AIDS. You got to live with that. Nah, there ain't no going back.
oh wow, what a
Hey, you see what Fish pointed in the put in the chat?
What do you say?
He's a 911 operator.
Oh wow, what did he say? What did he say?
So it'd be some wild
that's
shit.
crazy. He should call in and tell us some of his stories.
Nah, he probably can't say nothing.
You see that?
I was a 911 operator for 1 week and I could not do it. I was like, ain't no way. God's grace and glory to all of y'all that do this job, because this is the most stressful thing I've ever done, and it was only a week.
What's so hard about it?
I saw a video one time, John. This lady called, and it was so fucked up because she was trying to act like she was ordering a pizza.
Oh yeah. I remember that. She got kidnapped.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I ain't thinking about all this shit. Yeah.
Yeah, see that's the type of shit that makes it. It ain't just picking up the phone. Where you at? Nah, it's a little more complex, man. You might you gotta read between the lines.
I was in Dallas whenever I did it, and like every other call was either a shooting, a stabbing, a kidnapping, a break-in, and I was like, is this the kind of stuff that happens every day?
Real life. Real life.
You hear stuff on the news, but like to actually be in the call center and get these calls, and then you have prank calls, and then you have stupid calls, like, calls that aren't really an emergency, but you have to direct them to different, if it's fire, if you need EMS, you gotta, direct them in different places. But then like if it's an emergency, like, okay, my boyfriend is here, he put his hands on me, he's saying he's gonna kill me, he's holding me hostage, you got to stay on the phone with him, and you have to put yourself in a position mentally to be able to walk through that call.
What did Phoenix Fox say in the Phoenix, what is his name? Phoenix Fish. Yeah, what did he say in the chat?
I just parked.
Let me see. He was a 911 supervisor for over a decade. Took many calls of terrified men and women saying something is in my kitchen. Help. Someone is in my kitchen.
Someone is in my kitchen. Yeah. It's probably going up. It's probably going up in Maine, man. Yeah, this is what you voted for, white people. You kept trying to say it wasn't racist, and you want to let in all these migrants as long as niggas ain't around. This is the I hate to say it like that, but honestly, that's really what it is.
Keep going with that thought though, because that's
yeah. No, I just think a lot of times, you got to be careful with your you don't want to seem like you're racist, so you become sanctuary cities and you let all these migrants in. Yeah, we're not racist. until they get here and they smell like dookie. And they shitting in the streets and raping random rapes. Then you realize, damn, those lazy niggas played their music a little loud, smoked a little weed. They wasn't so bad.
Oh,
Well,
Niggas wasn't so bad.
you know what else I think, HB? I think that they were doing more virtue signaling and didn't think that the government would actually open the floodgates.
How could they have known? How could they have known? The government's always been on their side.
Right, and that's the thing. They thought, oh, we could look good, and we're the righteous people, and we're not the racists. We don't have to worry. The government's never gonna open the gates and allow all these people in. All that stuff are the things that racists say, and then they're at your front door.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I guess like literally at your front door to a point to whereby, you got to get out your house. And now they move it in your house.
And remember when all of this first started, you would hear a lot of white people, some of the more ones just kind of talking shit, but oh yeah, this is going to only affect the black communities. I don't know.
Oh no. I knew this was gonna be, maybe in the big cities it's gonna affect black people. But honestly, that's the thing too, that a lot of people, I always knew that this was gonna affect everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah. People think, that's why there's just certain people, when they talk about it, you really think that everybody's not going to be affected by this. Like, you guys are, except maybe like the ultra rich, maybe them, but that's about it. Everybody else, yeah, you're gonna be affected by this.
I bet a lot of liberals have gone back and listened to Tucker Carlson when he was pointing out the Democrats when they were promoting the browning of America. Yeah. I bet they went back and realized, oh, Tucker was on to something, huh?
Yeah. It's really sad though, man.
Well, we don't know what the end result is going to be. I think that's more of the problem. 10 years down the line, what is this going to look like?
Yeah. Portia, what do you think it's going to look like 10 years down the line? The rape's going to grow up, or... No, I think Portia's blowing her nose. American man, what do you think it's going to look like 10 years from now?
I think that it's going to come to some sort of... I think we're going to move to violence at some point. I don't think that the average American is just going to walk it, just walk with it. I think it's going to come.
You think so?
I truly think it's going to come to violence. There's no way it can't. It can't, because like you said, the wrong daughter, the wrong wife, you know what I mean? The wrong son, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because you were talking about the Somalis burning up a building, right? And I was thinking, if you want to stop that, you probably just got to burn a couple Somalis, and then they'll calm down.
Yeah, but this is supposed to be a first world country, man.
Isn't that a little extreme?
Yeah, you can't do that.
Is that extreme though? They're burning buildings down. I think we're beyond like extreme at this point. I think the precedent has been set.
Yeah.
I don't know. That we're in the extreme, right? Like, I'm just saying.
Yeah, it sounds good. I just, I don't know, man. I don't know if I got the guts to set somebody on fire.
Stomach,
man.
And you know what? That's exactly what Hood Conservative said. Americans don't have the stomach to do what's needed to take care of these problems.
Yeah. Just because I don't want to set somebody on fire doesn't mean I don't have the. I think you're kind of taking this. I mean, listen, I'm all for corporal punishment. I'm all for taking them, stringing them up. Firing squad, the needle, electric chair. I'm all for that, but setting somebody on fire, man. I don't know, man. That's not my. I mean, the guillotine would be better. Guillotine. Let's bring the guillotine back. But straight to fire? I don't know, man.
Sometimes a nice strong message. You smell a burning flesh through the street.
Oh,
You kind of get the message. You get the message.
Oh, God.
Cartel style, Does it not send a message, HB?
Nah, I mean, there's 1,000 ways to send a message. You don't gotta make this town smell like barbecued Somali, man. Like, God. I mean, that would work.
Ain't barbecue doing it over there? Ain't barbecue doing it over there in Haiti?
Yeah, I think they're using it to stay warm at night, too. I don't know. But yeah, man, that's why, everybody who votes for this type of stuff and supports this, I hope this stuff comes to a house near you, Because
and I feel like HB on that.
We've been dealing with this stuff, like dealing with migrants, just a whole bunch of different types of people, a bunch of different races. So it's different for us. When you move to a big city, there's certain rules and there's certain things you got to do to be able to like really survive in a major city. You can't really play those games that they can play in these small cities.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You'll get checked. You go to the Bronx with that bullshit, yeah, they might get you out of there. Go to the south side of Chicago, yeah, it's gonna be a gang war before we just let you get off doing the shit that you think you're gonna do.
And that's kind of why Eric Adams is like rounding it up before it gets to a point where it gets ugly with the gangs.
They got him out. They got him up out of there, man. He's done.
Got him up out of there. But I feel you, HB. Like, I feel the same way you feel. You kind of like when we tried to tell y'all, yo, this is not a good idea. Y'all called us everything but a child of God. Even went to putting hands on you, on some. And now you want us to have sympathy for you?
Oh no, I still have sympathy. I just know that there's nothing that can be done. So it's one of those things where it's like the sympathy is only so much.
Well, you can't have sympathy and then say, I hope you get what you voted for. That's kind of contradictory. I hope you get what you voted for, but I do feel sorry for you. Like,
no,
what?
I do.
What are we doing?
I do. Sometimes even though somebody's making a bad choice and a bad decision, you still got to give them the freedom to do so. And, still have compassion. Like somebody's a fool, but you still got compassion for them.
So let me ask you a question, right? If you were driving across a road, right, and you watched the road collapse behind you, right, and then you stopped all the cars and said, hey, that road down there is collapsed, and someone snarls their nose at you and fall into the collapsed road, are you really going to have sympathy for that person?
Yeah, nah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I just, I guess it's just that white woman effect. Like you hear her voice, she's so concerned. You hear her talk about her daughter and stuff, and oh man, it's like, man, once you got the white women concerned about what's going on, it's like, man, somebody's got
Well,
to do something. Somebody's got to
the
do something.
the white women tears have not piled up enough yet for people to start doing stuff,
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
right? Because there's still a lot of, blue-haired, septum ring, overweight monsters screaming for all of this. So,
Yeah, yeah.
not enough pain yet.
Are you going? Are you
America,
going? Are you going to go to her barber shop? I was thinking about it.
where is her barbershop?
It's in Lewiston, Maine. I forgot the name.
I'm
Portia,
not. I'm not.
what's the barbershop names, Portia? Can you bring up the barbershop, Portia?
I mean, what am I going to her barbershop for? Just to support her?
A fade, Let it. You ain't never had a white woman fade you up, nigga.
And I'm never gonna. I'm never gonna.
Nigga,
I only
get faded up by a white woman, nigga.
I only get. Yeah, imagine
Let me
that.
see.
Imagine
Pull it
that.
up. I want to see it.
HB, I'm doing it right now.
Okay.
You know what, HB? I'll tell you what. I'll pay for you to go get a fade from her. Listen.
I'm a,
I got you, bro.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. But what
I
I am
got
gonna
you,
do
bro.
is, no, listen, I'm not gonna do. I'm definitely gonna keep her in my prayers. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna keep her in my prayers.
She does. She waxes too.
Oh,
Look at that. Look at that, HB.
Oh.
I'll pay for the full shebang for you, the waxing and everything.
Oh.
I'll pay for the full shebang. You get you a nice haircut, get a little wax and everything, you'll be good to go. I get a tip money and everything. How about that?
Oh. What else does she offer? Damn, man.
That's it. She does beard trims, buzz cuts, haircuts, and she does hard wax. But she has more hard waxing services for the women. I mean, because the women usually get hard wax, but
yeah.
And you a truck driver, HB, so you'll be in Maine shortly.
She has a scalp treatment and a shampoo wash.
Oh. Scalp treatment and a shampoo wash. Well, don't you gotta wash the shampoo out in anyway? All right.
Yo, HB, let me ask you a question.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
HB, let me ask you a question. Now you got a new truck, right?
Yeah.
And this is the reason why I don't like taking new work vans. Because once it's new, then everybody starts looking at the truck and looking at it every time it come around.
Yeah. I mean, this bitch was so new, bro. I just watched it go over 1,000 miles. Mind you, my old truck had 500,000 miles on it.
Damn.
So I literally just watched it go over 1,000 miles. Like wherever they got this truck, they probably drove it here. That's probably it. But it's still got plastic on everything, man.
Yeah, bro. It's brand new. Does it have that new truck smell?
A little bit. It's still a little, it's still, everything is new. Like it's got like I feel like Paul Wall right now. It's got wood grain. I'm still tipping on fofos.
You still tipping on fofos?
Tipping over. Yeah. Wrapped in fofos. Packing fofos. Wood grain I'm whipping. Switch
What does it?
lanes. Keep you got your day mission.
Have you seen any amenities?
Yeah, your day missing.
Now it might be
Any
too early to
amenities?
ask, but does it have anything that your old truck didn't have?
Oh yeah.
Is there
It's
more
got a
room?
lot.
You know, things like that.
Yeah. No, there's a lot more room, man. There's way more room. Like way more room. This bitch got bunk beds in this motherfucker, man.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I got two. Like one of them, they both can go up though too. So it's just more room. Like I got a whole spot in the back, man. I can shave. I can chop garlic up back here, man, if I really want to.
So hold on. So you telling me now, when you go to your favorite city to see your favorite lot lizard, you guys can spend more time together?
Yeah, man. She could do
spend the night.
the split. She could do the splits. Yeah, no, she could spend the night. She could do the splits on my dick. All types of shit, man. Oh, that rhymed, Gary. That rhymed. Yeah,
Wow.
she could do blow her back out. She could stand up, get to the side, and too like, I could sleep on the top bunk, or I could sleep on the bottom bunk. Make the lot lizard get up on the top bunk. Get your ass up there. Get your ass up there. I'm hot, bitch. Fucking hot.
Jump down on it.
Yeah, I'm hot, bitch. Get the fuck off of me. I gotta work in the morning. But it's so much more space, man. That's the thing. It's crazy. I got like sunroof, all types of shit.
Do you?
Yeah. Not for real a sunroof, but like I got windows up on the top. Like there's a top bunk.
Yeah. Windows, yeah.
So there's windows up there, so I can open up the windows on the top bunk. So it's like I might give y'all a tour.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say that would be kind of a good idea to actually see what's inside.
Yeah. We might do a Tour de France, you know.
How would a driver's seat in those things?
No, this one is like way nicer than my last one. I'll tell you that much. It's got like a back massager on it. The only thing I wish it had was like an ass massager. Yeah. Not an ass. That sounds kind of gay. But like an ass vibrator or something. Hey, that sounds.
Hey.
Hold on, what?
Hey.
Hold on, what got
I
got
wish
having
the
a
seat-
city party
I
in
wish
this truck? Jesus Christ!
I wish the
What?
seat vibrated. I wish the seat vibrated.
What?
But they got the lumbar seat part that vibrates. Not vibrates, but it's like this lumbar.
Get some complimentary baby oil too, HB.
Yo,
bottle.
that shit feels uncomfortable. I don't like that because my Maxima had that. I don't like that feeling of like shit touching on my lower back and all of that. That's not cool.
Oh yeah. You know, I don't really mind.
I mean, on a massage chair, it's not too bad, but having that just there is kind of weird.
Yeah.
So your biggest disappointment is that it doesn't have you know what? Let me.
Chill, son. Chill, son. Hey, yo, son, chill. Hey, yo, son. Pause. Hey, yo, pause. No homo, son. Hey, yo, I don't want no vibrator up my ass, son.
Why wasn't it built in? Now I gotta buy one myself.
Exactly.
Fucking bastard, Garion. You know it's fucked up when Garion is getting in on the jokes. This guy watches anal porn. God damn.
I know, but it's like for girls. I don't want to participate in that shit. I ain't no booty bastard.
fucking carrying. You fucking bastard.
Does it have
Anyway,
heated seats?
I hope you're. Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Does it have heated seats? Because those are pretty nice.
No, not heated seat, but it has pretty much everything else on the seats. Like all the different parts of the seats I can adjust, like
Yeah,
in a
yeah,
lot,
yeah.
in a lot, like the seat, the side of the seat, the back, the side of the back. I don't know what all that shit is called, but it's a lot. It's a lot, man. It's
Is
a
there
lot.
enough room for like a mini fridge or a mattress?
Yeah. No, I already got my mini fridge in here, so I got a
Oh,
mini
that's cool.
fridge.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I got the mini fridge. I got a what is it? I got a microwave in this bitch. You know, like my mattresses still got the fucking plastic on it, man. Ain't nobody even slept on these bitches yet.
Is that like one of
No?
them new gay electric ones? No, right?
Wait, what?
No. I'm asking about the truck because you know how they trying to turn everything over. So I'm genuinely asking. Well, actually, what I wanted to ask is like, is the cabin electric? Like does that run off a separate battery or something, or does it all
Oh,
run
yeah, no,
run
I
off
see what you're
diesel?
saying. Yeah, no. It's I got an inverter underneath the bed, so the inverter runs, so I can like use, you know, the microwave, and basically I don't got to keep the truck on all night. I could just run the inverter.
There you go. That's
Yeah.
the thing that I'm asking.
Yeah, and then it does like an auto start. So let's say the inverter is like down, it's about to run out of volts or whatever. The auto start will come on and cut on the truck, and
To charge it up.
to charge it up. Yep. You got it. Yeah.
That's not bad.
Yeah, no, it definitely helps out when it's you know, freezing at night or it's like super hot, you know? Like that shit can get, I don't know what's worse, honestly. I've been in